Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there on a Friday, a non-payday Friday, a Bay Area Friday. Good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at home, getting ready for work, what is happening? All my overnight dancers, what is happening? Let's get some money this summer. Cops, firefighters, security guards, Xfinity Mobile Text Line, YouTube, Twitch. Look at all the reads powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're scrambling this morning here on a Friday, but we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun, and there's a lot going on here, especially in Warrior Land. We're going to get to Bronny James and the LA Lakers, but the Lakers annoy me personally. They annoy me because they're the Cowboys of the NBA. They want to win every headline and be all over the news and whatnot, but I'm truly happy for Bron and Bronny James. It's pretty cool that a father-son is going to play together in the NBA, or he may not even play on who knows? Who the hell knows what's going to happen, but I think it's a cool story. But looking at the Warriors and what they're going to do, they're now hard captain. Today is CP3 day. It's CP3 day, and the Dodgers are in town. What are the Giants going to do over the next 9 when they got to play the Braves and the Guardians and, of course, the Dodgers here? So a lot going on, Shasky, here on a Friday, man. What's happening?
Lindy Waters, huh?
Lindy Waters, let's go. Let's go.
Huh?
Cuts to the basket, 40%. He plays their system. Let's go. Fill that back into the roster. Compete with Lester Quinones. Let's go.
It's not the Paul George acquisition I was looking for, but today's going to be a big day. I feel like we're going to find out today what is going on with CP3. And if something is going on with CP3 that extends that window, it feels like a trade is imminent. Doesn't mean it's guaranteed, but it feels like a trade is imminent. I like the 7-footer. I mean, come on, we're looking at highlights. I mean, there's no low lights. There's not like a low light package of all the things he can't do. But like, you got a big who can shoot a little. All right, let's do it. Like, I'm in, you know? I mean, Warriors need more players, not less. So I'm in on it, and they fulfilled what everyone's looking for. Yep. A stretch big. Now, I don't know how good he can be, but I would give Mike Dunleavy some benefit of the doubt because his picks last year were really good. Yeah, they are. They were really good. I think we can all admit, like, he found NBA players, right? It's hard to find NBA players. Like, just go look. Is it even a 50% hit clip in the first round? No, not at all. I mean, so he found NBA rotational players. Now, everybody wants a superstar, but like those are very difficult to find. Can you find role players? I'm hoping Lindy Waters and this big man can be role players. I don't know to what degree, and I don't know what degree early on for the 7-footer, but I thought it was a good day. The Warriors got a little better yesterday.
So the 7-footer Shasky's talking about is Quinton Post.
Thank you. Sorry.
Out of Boston College. And the Warriors had traded the 52nd pick in the second round to Oklahoma City for Lindy Waters III. Lindy Waters III, 6'6", a depth piece, a wing defender. Dunleavy will play the sound a little bit here. He likes the way he moves around, thinks he fits in the system. So, all right, the Warriors don't have a pick, which we all thought, boy, it takes them out the Bronny sweepstakes. But then Portland trades with OKC for that 52nd pick. And then the Warriors say, you know what? Let's get back into the draft, and they buy that second-round pick. And remember, they bought a lot of picks in the past, whether it's Patrick McCaw or Jordan Bell. They bought the pick, and they get back to 52, which was all confused. They're like, wait, what's going on here? 52? Are the Warriors on the clock? Well, they were on the clock for 52. And they select Quinton Post out of Boston College, 7 foot, 245, second-team All-ACC. Second-team All-ACC. Now, he had transferred to Boston College for his junior season. He had started off at Mississippi State playing in the SEC. 7 foot, again, 245, and he has a nice touch around the basket. Second-team All-ACC, All-ACC defensive team. Stretch 5. Hold on, I got to see Shasky. Take it away for a second here. But I don't know. The highlights look good. The soft touch, the pick and pop, pull it up from 3. I know, I felt it coming on. Allergy season, man. I felt it coming on, but I'm on the roll right now, baby. So, he's 24 years old. So he's seasoned, like TJD playing all 4 years of college basketball. That means something to Dunleavy. That means something to NBA players where you got all these prospects who are raw, who don't know how to play the game yet. Quinton Post is more of a finished product at 24 years old. But what I see the vision, and I'm not saying he's a 30-minute per game, 30-minute per night type of player. 10 to 15 minutes. And Dunleavy brought up Bielitsa. He brought up Dario Saric. So I see the vision. Bia. Stretch little 5. You can step out from 3. We're going to get somebody out from Boston College. We're efforting that to get a little more insight on who Quinton Post is. But just for doing a deep dive and taking some time, I spent like 45 minutes just trying to find. Yeah, wow. I just wanted to see what he was. Dude, I'm a sucker for the draft, all right? I don't care if I don't watch college basketball, but whether it's football, basketball, my team takes a player, I am locked in. I just want to see everything I can to familiarize myself with this player. And Quinton Post, I'm like, okay, I see the vision with Dunleavy. I could see how he could maybe fit with the Draymond Green for spurts. I could see if Looney is back. Now, I don't know if Looney's going to get traded or not, but boy, I would love to have Looney, TJD, and Quinton Post. And Quinton Post could learn from Looney on how to be a professional. So I'm eager to know more about this kid. All ACC second team, man, in that conference, that's one of the better conferences in college basketball, right?
Bonte, you're in your bag this morning. I'm just sitting back watching.
I thought I was always in my bag.
No. Today in particular, we just started the show. You've got a glow about you today. It's incredible.
I've been feeling good all week, Shasta.
Yeah, no, but today in particular, and the way that you're sipping vigorously, your tea, is that tea?
Hey, no, that's cappuccino.
Cappuccino, I like that. I need somebody to ask him what his handicap is in the opening press conference.
Oh boy. Absolute disaster. So here it is. So we'll see what happens with. But however, the Warriors buy the pick, right? Yes. They got to give our boy Waters a third, $2.2 million guaranteed. So with Gary Payton II opting into his $9.1 million deal with Kevon Looney, kept at $8 million, of course. They have around $174 million currently committed, including Chris Paul. So right now they are hard capped. They can't go above $189.5 million. Now, whatever happens with Chris Paul, and you release that $30 million, let's see what they do over the next 24 hours. Let's see.
So a variety of things. Number one, the fact that they bought this player and essentially bought the pick, I guess it's a twofold thing.
Right.
Like this was the ammunition that I was talking about earlier this week. And again, this is a lower level deal, but these are the small things that this ownership group has done. So when I hear people say, Laker doesn't want to win, it's like, are we keeping record of this? Because this is not what other teams are doing. Other teams are not buying picks back and buying players and adding to the payroll and putting themselves right up against it. Like I think we've been not you and I and not most Warrior fans, but I think the big Lake-up cynics out there refuse to acknowledge moves like yesterday. Yeah. Now, it might not work, Bonte. He might not be a player. I mean, he might be more Brad Wanamaker than he is, Otto Porter Jr. But the fact that they're swinging on things like this and then go out and buy another pick, essentially, like this is the war chest that this ownership group has done. And listening to Kirk Lake-up yesterday on with, I believe it was Steiny
and Guru. He was really good. He took a shot at us for the Warriors World Tournament. It's pretty good.
I thought he was taking a shot at me. I'm like, wow, Kirk, what have I done?
Always comes back to you. But
now finding out that Fitz isn't really a big fan of mine, that made me feel sad.
That's not true.
But when he said that he believes that they can win another championship with this core, I think I interpreted it Draymond and Steph without Klay. But I also, read between the lines, and it felt like to me, they know that they need to retinker the chunk of the roster.
Yeah.
And so I thought yesterday was a small step in that direction to try to retinker it. So you're looking at this thing like right now, and you go, like, how many guys can contribute throughout the regular season? Well, I know TJD and Pods can. I still believe Moody's going to be a part of something, either Moody or Kuminga, depending on the right deal. So I'm going to say one of those two youngsters are going to be in there. I don't know about Kevon. I don't know about GP2.
Could be part of a package.
Yeah, I don't know. I believe it's Draymond in the mix with the team, and Steph Curry. Who else?
We'll see.
Like
Today's
Wiggins? I don't know.
Today's a big day.
Right?
Now, Wiggins could be moved for something. Klay may not be back. But I don't know, for me, and I was listening to Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Dibley was, I am not going to lie, Dan Dibley did a hell of a job explaining all the cap stuff and the tax aprons, and I was like, wow, this guy's like got a PhD in this stuff. And then Willard was going crazy about Bronny being drafted by the Lakers. It's like, well,
Willard was triggered.
Angry. I don't know why. We'll get to Bronny. We'll get to Bronny at some point. We will, because there's a conversation there, and I do want to get into it. And I think people are just so triggered. Nepotism running rampant in sports for many, many years.
Sports,
all businesses,
life.
all walks of life. So I'm not triggered about Bronny being. That's the Lakers' problem. The Lakers, like Hollywood, they're drama filled, whatever. But Bronny, who knows? knows with Bronny? I would take a second round flyer on him. He's a defensive first guard. He's a smart player.
Alan Smiley-Geach was drafted in the second round. For Christ's sake.
Let's
Can
relax.
we be just everyone pump the brakes?
It was just
Alan Smiley-Geach, who looked 65 years old with a hunchback when the Warriors drafted him.
Now he's playing at like the third level in Serbia or something like that. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know why they were triggered by that, but I got the feeling. And then when Grady came on and Evan Geddes came on for their draft recap, and they're like, yeah, we don't know if something big's going to happen. I got the opposite sense from listening to Kirk Lacob, from listening to Mike Dunleavy. If something big doesn't happen, it doesn't mean that they're not trying to make something happen. I think the Warriors are in on everything. And I think they will move somebody. They will be in the news for something. Because I don't know if they want to be at that hard cap right there at 189 and a half. They want to lower that payroll, get out of that tax.
Now?
Absolutely.
No.
So
I don't buy that.
Something's going to be happening here. But Ramona Shelburne joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. She joined Willard and Dibbs, and she stopped in.
Like a recurring guest, like it's like a Baldy.
Hey, man, that's pretty good. Ramona Shelburne.
No, I'm jealous.
Shelburne on Paul George and the Golden State Warriors.
I had somebody pretty close to this describe this is more of a long shot, just because it's complicated, right? And, the Clippers, they don't have to do anything. They can just sit back and kind of dare him to leave. If they know their guy and they think he really just wants to stay in LA or stay on the West Coast, they don't have to trade him anywhere. The only thing that gets a little weird is if he opts in, and then we'll know that by Saturday, right? That's the opt-in day, the 29th. So if he opts in, then you go, well, that's kind of interesting. He can still do the extension with the Clippers. Then he kind of comes off the board for the cap space teams, unless they do a sign-and trade there. I think the Warriors obviously have interest in that.
So that's Ramona Shelburne on Paul George. By the way, great reminder here from 510 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. The Warriors did sign Reese Beekman on a two-way deal from Virginia, a defensive stalwart, the two-time defensive player of the year in the ACC. So I see the vision there, get a little perimeter defender. I don't know how much of an impact he's going to have, but get a flyer on him on a two-way deal. We'll see. You had Gary Payton II on a two-way deal once upon a time, and he helped you win the championship. But back to Paul George. Ramona Shelburne saying, it's looking like a long shot. And I agree with Willard in this sense. When you hear a name publicly for so long, linked to a team, it tends to not happen. The trend is,
I don't know. Carmelo out in New York was leaked for a year and a half.
That's one. There's a couple. Okay. But for the most part, I believe
Kevin Durant to the Nets felt like it happened for a year.
Well, they were talking about the Knicks for a long time.
Well, it was New York.
It was the Knicks for a long time, and there was other things. So no, I'm just saying. I don't know. To me, it feels like for the most part, we hear these things, and it may not happen. Now, Paul George may happen. Who the hell knows? But maybe there's somebody else on the block that we don't know about.
Like?
I don't know.
I thought you had something in your back pocket.
No. I don't know anything. Because, again, the other day we thought about Mikal Bridges. I didn't think he was on the block. I thought Brooklyn was building around him. And then, he gets moved to the New York Knicks. So there could be a name out there that we're not even thinking about that may be on the move.
So let me throw one at you. Everybody wants a mobile big who can stretch a little. I mean, are we sure Memphis is tied to Jaren Jackson Jr.?
Feels like they are.
I'm throwing a name out that I would covet. Like if I was the Warriors, pairing him alongside Draymond Green, it would be intriguing. And I'm thinking outside the box here. I
would like a Jaren Jackson Jr., but there's no sense.
I mean, he's got knucklehead tendencies. Don't get me wrong in terms of shot selection.
Yeah, right? I mean, shot selection. I don't know if I want to call him knucklehead. When I think of knucklehead, I think of things off the floor.
Wild threes.
He takes wild threes, but they get John Morant back this year. The pair alongside Desmond Bane, JJJ's a defensive player of the year. I have a hard time seeing Memphis saying, "Hey, we're gonna let's do business with the Golden State Warriors and trade for them."
Their finances are interesting, and they were in on Mikal Bridges. So I'm just asking, like, is Desmond Bane on the move?
Maybe it was Desmond Bane.
Is JJJ on the move?
Maybe it was Desmond Bane.
But those are the kinds of teams and tiers that I'm looking at with these random ones. Like, are the Warriors in on Valanciunas?
Well, this is another interesting one. Valanciunas is interesting as well.
How about Bobby Portis?
Even though we talk about rim protection and defensive liability, Valanciunas is that, a defensive liability.
No question.
No rim, but offensively he's gonna get he's rugged. He's gonna get your points. And maybe he plays better alongside of Draymond Green, for example. 510 says trade for 8 and Matisse Thybulle. Now I'm more interested in Thibault because he's starting to hit the quarter three, and he's a
mind
really
that,
good defender. Really good defender.
Not bad.
DeAndre Ayton, look, he puts up numbers, but I'm a little lukewarm on him. I'm lukewarm. I would rather take a flyer, 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm a T. Thibault and Time Lord. And just stash Time Lord to see if he gets healthy. I'm more interested in. I've been watching Time Lord to see what's going on with him.
But that knee.
But the knee is shot. But if you're only playing him 15, 20 minutes a game, what is up with this knee?
And then I'm looking at teams like Miami, where Miami has a plethora of wings. And so, again, these names aren't the sexiest, but guys like Caleb Martin, and they have player options, and they're making a lot of money. But, like, is a Caleb Martin package, or I hate saying Duncan Robinson. They have guys that they have under contract, and they're just going to make some moves. Like, I look at teams that have some clunky pieces or redundant pieces. Yeah. Would they be willing to move off of one of those guys? Like, both of those guys are shooters, and Caleb's more of a defender than a shooter. Duncan way more of a shooter than a defender. So, like, you're looking at somebody who's either a one-way player or a flawed player. I mean, are we in on Brandon Ingram?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with the Warriors. What's going on with the Warriors? What's going on with the? Well, he wouldn't have no choice.
Are they in on Cat?
Yeah, I don't know
Is
about
Cat
all
on
that.
the move?
Don't know. We could call somebody in Minnesota and ask. Kurt Lacob on with Steiny and Guru yesterday on the Warriors embracing the pressure of winning another championship.
I think we've got a group that loves to make love to pressure. We love having that on our back. We love that target. It fuels them. It fuels our players. It fuels Steve. It fuels Mike. It fuels Joe. So this is good for us. People coming at us, telling us, you're done. That's a good thing. And it fuels that fire in a very positive way.
Kirk Lacob on the challenge of maximizing Steph's window.
We have to make sure that we have a chance to be good as long as we can, but you also want the best team you can right now, always. And I think, especially when you've got a guy of his caliber, and when you think you've got a chance to win, you got to go for it. It also matters, what can you get, what's out there. That impacts how aggressive you can be in any situation. Or maybe I don't want to say aggressive, because you can be really aggressive and still not be able to get things done. Sometimes you can be really aggressive and get a lot of stuff done. So, no, I think the most important thing is that we want to try to have the best team we can now. That's extremely important, especially when we think there's a window to win a championship. That comes first. But you also want to make sure that, you don't make a move that improves you but doesn't improve you enough. And then you're out the opportunity to get even better. But that's the tricky part, frankly, is balancing how good can we get right now and how much can we leave to make sure we can get even better. That's the part the market decides that, to be honest, and other teams.
He sounds like his dad.
Does sound like
like the cadence, the delivery. When he said we make love to pressure, that was an interesting line. I think we should put that on the board.
I like that. I love it. Quinton Post.
Have they currently made love to pressure the last few years?
Well, they did in 2022 and won a championship, and they've done it for over a decade.
Right.
I mean, the track record says they've made love to pressure since 2014, 2013.
It's true.
They've been in the spotlight for a long, long time now. We're going on 11, 12 years, but can this
pressure
team
does make diamonds?
It does. But you know what? The pressure last year in the play-in game, it was not pretty. And Kirk, like we talked about, the disappointment of not making the playoffs.
We were disappointed that we put ourselves in that position to begin with. We were really hoping that wasn't going to be the case. Obviously, the West was incredibly tough this year. We had some self-inflicted wounds early on between tough losses, guys missing games for various reasons. We just, we won 46 games. That's pretty good. Typically, that's pretty good, and then it'll get you in the playoffs. But you don't want to put yourself ever in the position where that might not be good enough, and we did. And then you're in a one-game play-in to get in there against a really good opponent who knows us well, and they needed to get us back for last year too, and it was tough to watch. It was really tough to watch. I think there was a lot of shock from a lot of people right after the game because you never think you're going to lose until you lose. Yeah, it was not a good feeling. To be honest, I think we knew we won 46 games and we were in the play-in game, and so there were some of us that were probably more realistic about our chances than others, but we still had hope. But it was a crappy feeling, and what it did is fuel the fire to know that we can never put ourselves in that position again, whether that's, the front office, the coaching staff, the players. Everyone took it upon themselves that we got to do better than that. Like, if you want a real shot, you better win 50. You better win 53, and whatever it's going to do to get to that point, we got to do it.
Well, they got to do it, and they understand it. And I feel like there's a big move percolating. I don't know why I get the sense, but I was driving around yesterday. I like what I heard from Kirk Lacob. I like what I heard from TJD. I'm liking what I'm hearing from Larry Harris. I just think the vibe, while everybody is kind of doom and gloom on the Warriors, like, do this, do that, do this. there is a calmness I get from Mike Dunleavy and Kirk Lacob about what's going on with this team. A subtle move like this BC kid. I don't know why. I just like his touch. I could see the vision of how today's NBA game is played, and we just watched the Celtics go 5 out here. Now I'm going 5 out with the Golden State Warriors, and for a couple minutes here, and Dunleavy touched on it, Quinton Post may help you in some certain situations. Now, an article just got released here, folks, and we have to.
What do you mean?
Go get Sam Amick on these airwaves.
What's it say?
Golden State Warriors have legitimate interest in making Paul George part of their new core alongside Steph Curry, Draymond Green, per league sources. This is Sam Amick and Anthony Slater. On George's suitors and more ahead of NBA free agency. So there's no secret. The Warriors have been in on Paul George. They're in on every big name. This was 2 months ago where we're discussing the Golden State Warriors or whether or not they're going to pay the tax or whatnot. And Joe Lacob said, look, I don't want to pay a lot of luxury tax. I'm paying a lot of luxury tax and we're not winning championships. However, if there's a move to be made, I will make it. And I will pay that tax if the right move presents itself. They're big game hunting, folks. There's no secret about it. But there is a pairing. Here's a little excerpt from The Athletic. This sort of move would be from the same Joe Lacob playbook we saw on display in mid-February when the Warriors owner led a failed attempt to land LeBron James. So the Warriors are big game hunting here. Let's get into it. 888-957-9570. A CP3 day. We're going to get a decision on Klay. We got a soundbite from Ramona Schober. Boy, it's cooking up in here, baby.
Sam. Bonte wants Sam Amick, like now.
Well, I just want. I want him to go.
You're cooking.
I would do 12 hours radio today, man. The NBA is cooking right now. All right, let's do it. Oh, we got a break. All right, we got a break. Sorry.
I was telling you that I was texting Amick right now.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'm gonna call Sam Amick.
We're efforting.
Shout out
Maybe
YouTube,
he's listening right
Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. 888-957-9570. DubNation, you've been waiting for this moment. The offseason's here, baby. We get back Monday. We're gonna see what's up with PG, Klay Thompson, CP3. It's all the cracking here on the Morning Roast here on the Friday. Shameless shoutouts coming up at 7:45. Eddie Johnson at 7:20. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
With the 52nd pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Quinton Post from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and Boston College.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, I love me some Mark Tatum. I love me some Mark Tatum in the second round. By the way, good morning to everybody out there. We're locked in here on CP3 Day. Chris Paul, the deadline to make a decision on him is today, but the Warriors are hoping to extend it to try to get some more wiggle room on and figure out what to do here. But here's a nugget from Sam Amick and Anthony Slater from The Athletic. We have to get Slater back on here for the second time this week because there's some nuggets in this story. How about this one, Shasky? As we shout out our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. How about this on the Paul George sweepstakes? The Denver Nuggets were interested in LA Clippers wing Paul George via an extend and trade transaction. The Nuggets would have to give up Michael Porter Jr., Zeke Naji, and a significant draft capital in a deal.
Whoa.
But the talks ended over the draft picks. Denver wasn't willing to move significant draft picks in the deal. So the Clippers are looking for a massive haul with draft picks plus Michael Porter Jr. But the Nuggets knocked on the door and made some phone calls for Paul George.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
I wonder, how into Denver, Paul George is. Obviously, there's the basketball side of it, but we all know that the way the NBA works, it's never just basketball for a lot of these guys. Now, not all of them. It's unfair for me to say that about all of them. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that location does matter. Like, part of why he's in LA currently is he wanted to be in LA.
Well, there's a guy who was drafted by Indiana, or drafted by San Antonio, flipped to Indiana, traded to Oklahoma City, had no problem playing there, and then what goes to the Clippers. So it doesn't sound like, LA, he's from Palmdale, but we don't know. But Denver's not a bad city. It's still West Coast. It's Mountain Time Zone, which is about a 3-hour flight to LA or whatnot. You're in a Rocky, and you're playing next to Jokic and Jamal Murray. And Aaron Gordon.
It makes all the basketball reasons in the world. It makes all. There's not an on-court reason why you wouldn't want to play there.
Yeah, I don't get, location.
They're all in their primes.
Okay, yeah, prime deals. It's Denver, Colorado. I don't know if Paul George smokes weed, but it's certainly legal in the Rocky Mountains. Denver's a booming spot. There's a booming spot. That was, so it looks like.
But that's crazy.
But 510 makes a good point here. Makes a good point. Clippers may be trying to drive up the prize via the Denver Nuggets.
Oh, I hadn't considered that. That's an
a good point by the 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line.
That's an interesting angle.
But the fact that deal basically crashed and burned before the NBA draft because the Clippers wanted to haul a pick. So that's why earlier in the week we were talking about Paul George. My perception, and it's changed throughout the week. Okay. It wasn't necessarily about getting Paul George, because if the Warriors go get Paul George, great. He's a good player. He's a really good player. Again, the hype or the hate that he gets, I never got it. I was like, this guy's he's a 3-level scorer, can get to the rim, can hit the mid-range, can hit the three, catch and shoot numbers are really good.
Great defender. Podcast numbers.
Yeah, Podcast P is really good. But I always thought, why do Clippers just give them away for the cheap? Now, Anthony Slater came in here the other day and said, hey, look, man, they don't really have a lot of leverage here, so it may not cost as much. But then you read this from Sam Amick and Anthony Slater in The Athletic, and all of a sudden the Clippers are saying, we want massive picks for Paul George plus Michael Porter Jr. And Michael Porter Jr., what is his value around the league? I think that's a casual fan. Moving forward, Andrew Wiggins or Michael Porter Jr.?
I don't know. You tell me.
That's a tough one.
Because Michael Porter Jr., you want to talk about streaky. He's an extremely streaky player. Defensively, he's not good. He's gotten better. I think, if I'm being fair, he's gotten better. But on that team, I do believe he gets lost in the shuffle. The money allocated to him, wasn't it over $40 million a year?
It was a massive deal. We could pull that up.
I could be wrong. I thought it was over $40 million.
But the back injury that he suffered early on is really
hampered him. That's why he missed that whole playoff series against the Warriors.
Talking to D. Wright and Bully for so many years, because they seeing them, and they were talking about an AAU game that they had with Michael Porter Jr., Trae Young, and all these stars. And they said Michael Porter Jr. was the closest thing to Kevin Durant at that time.
Well, I think he has way more offensive talent than Wiggins, but just in general. But I think Wiggins is a much better defender.
Yeah, 5-year, $172 million rookie extension. 5-year, $172 million rookie extension that will become $207 million.
$38 million a year?
Yeah, that will become $207 million if Porter is selected to All-NBA. So he's got some wiggle room there, $30 million. By the way, some breaking news in the NBA, $35 million a year. Not bad, not great, not
$10
bad.
million more than Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins. So it's interesting. Emmanuel quickly, by the way, courtesy of Shams Charania, whose account got locked during the whole Bronny saga. He said, "Why is my account locked?" He tweeted it. It was hilarious as Twitter was going through some rough patches.
It was Woj.
It was Woj,
100%.
no doubt it was Woj.
And it was clutch.
Yep, no doubt.
They control everything.
Emmanuel quickly intends to sign. Emmanuel quickly intends to sign a 5-year, $175 million deal to return to the Toronto Raptors.
Wow.
Emmanuel quickly.
So wait, so now the Raptors have Quickly and Scotty Barnes locked up to those deals. Yep. Again, as I said to you the other day, just put a permanent marker through the Toronto Raptors. They are no longer a threat. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't.
Wow.
It's a lot of money.
I mean, he's a solid player, but wow.
A lot of money. A lot of money.
I love their head coach, though.
Huh?
Maybe that European dude. He's hilarious.
Oh, he is hilarious. No, he is good. He's our boy, Dino's boy, man. Remember that? What's his name? He went off because they got jobbed in that Lakers game. Now it was the Lakers game, and they got screwed over there.
Darko Rajokovic.
Yep, Rajokovic. He was hot.
Love me a good Darko.
Darko Rajokovic, man. He was hot. He took the fine, too, like a champ. So that's the latest with Paul George.
So the Nuggy Nugs are in there.
So here's Shelburne on the Chris Paul, because it is Chris Paul Day. Warriors got to make a decision here.
CP3 Day.
CP3 Day. Let's go.
They can extend that deadline if he agrees. He would have to agree. But if I'm Chris Paul, I think I would agree. I think, if there's a chance I still get to make $30 million next year, heck yeah, I'm going to agree.
So that's what's going to go on with CP3.
I'm with Chris Paul on that one. Anytime you can have a chance to make $30 million, you kind of go with the flow.
Hey, you're going to get every dollar, man.
This man has made $389 million in his career. He's one of the smartest businessmen I've ever seen in my life.
Absolutely, and rich people get every penny.
Could you imagine how much what is it, State Farm? How much, what do you think he's got? 600-700? And then you cut that in half because of California.
He's got a lot of money. It's got a lot of money. And you know what? Rich people, they're frugal too. They want every single
that's how
penny.
You stay rich.
Exactly. So that's why.
What are we talking about?
So that's why I don't get mad at these players for wanting every single dime, no matter what the cap looks like. You got to get yours. But Klay Thompson, that situation, because he's an unrestricted free agent. And we'll get to Kirk Lacob, we'll get to Dunleavy on all that stuff. Here's Ramona Shelburne on the Klay situation.
There are only a couple teams with the cap space, right, to sign him to something like a little larger. And I think the cap space dries up pretty quick, right? There's only a couple teams that would fit there. And then everything else would be sort of a mid-level, right? So there's not much to decide except for where you want to go. I think the Warriors do have an interest in bringing him back. But, is that happening before they deal with the other 4 or 5 options that are out there? I don't see that. I think they have a few other things to try to get done that may or may not happen, right, before they deal with Klay. And let's see how long he waits.
Wow, a mid-level? So like the $12 million mid-level? 12 and a half or whatever?
But she said the situation could be resolved very quickly. So
I don't think he's accepting a mid-level here.
Well, yeah, so at 3 o'clock on Sunday, when it's jumping, and we get the legal tampering period, and deals are going to be flying across the timeline, and we're going to be getting alerts on our cell phones at 3 o'clock. Did Klay make that decision by Sunday? Will we come in here Monday morning with Klay Thompson, another team? That's why I wore the Klay Thompson shirt. Shout out to the person from New York who sent me the shirt.
I have
no idea who did it, but is this the last time I'll be wearing this T-shirt?
I have a hard time. 2 things. I have a hard time seeing him back with the Warriors, and I have a hard time seeing him get a mid-level. I think he will get more than the mid-level. Maybe I'm wrong, but like if Philly strikes out with all the other prospective players that are out there, like to me, like 13, 14, 15 million, 20 million from Philly,
right?
Like even if it's a 1-year deal, he's gonna get the mid-level. He's got to be like, and look, I know we could play this game till we're blue in the face. He's got to be kicking himself in the 2 for 48. Gosh.
No, I think
whether
there's
that's
more
real
to
or
it.
not.
Yeah, I think there's more to it. By the way, Ramona Shelburne on with Willard or Dibbs yesterday, so we got a lot there. We got Kirk Lacob, got Mike Dunleavy Jr., who spoke as Mike Dunleavy, I should say. He wants to be referred to as Mike Dunleavy, not Mike Dunleavy Jr., kind of like Fred Warner, right? Mike Dunleavy.
I'm Joe Shasky the third, and I don't like when
see, there you go.
Shasky the third.
Yeah, see, there you go. Mike Dunleavy.
I feel
we got the email early in the season. Hey, Mike Dunleavy. That's it. But anyway, Just a little small tidbit there.
No, you call me Steve Smith Sr.
Yeah, you want to be Steve Smith Sr.?
I'm not telling Steve Smith anything. I'm going to just go in line with it because he'll smack me up.
Ice up, Joe. Ice up.
Exactly. That is one man I would never cross.
No, you don't want to cross
Steve
him.
Smith, you want to talk about not the size of the dog, but the size of the heart inside the dog. Do not test Steve Smith Sr.
Jerry Jeudy tried to.
Yeah, it didn't work out for him. Actually, got paid by the Cleveland Browns. This Paul George thing is getting real. And just in terms of the Denver Nuggets are hopping in, so now you got competition. And if you're the Denver Nuggets, you're in that situation where you're saying to yourself, we need to win at all costs. We cannot waste this window in the Western Conference.
And the big thing with them is, like, what do they do with KCP?
Yeah. Well,
right?
It sounds like KCP's gone. I was listening to Calvin Booth, their GM, and he was saying, look, we would love KCP back. We'll just pick it up on the other side. We'll pick it up on the other side and talk about them. We've got a lot going on here. 888-957-9570, DubNation. What do you think about the NBA draft? What do you think about this Quinton Post kid? Quinton Post from Boston College by way of Amsterdam. Stretch 5. I see the vision. I see the vision from Don Levy. Let's get into it here on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Don't we?
Forget my opinion.
Hey, DubNation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, 888-957-9570 is the number. How are we feeling, DubNation, about Klay Thompson now that we're here? Sunday, 3 p.m., decision-making time.
Sunday.
Sunday. Monster trucks. Yeah, come on.
Oh
Uncle Coliseum.
Grave digger.
My brother's kids are obsessed with monster trucks right
Kids
now.
love the monster trucks. They love them. They love
Obsessed.
them. They love them. They do great, too, man.
Well,
They've been around
baseball.
for years. Huh?
That baseball. They're in the living room, and, like, George will hit the ball, and Teddy will say, like, run, George, run. It's pretty funny.
That is pretty cool. That is pretty good. Klay Thompson. Here's Kurt Lacob, because, fans, your last chance here. Do you want Klay back, or do you want to see him move on? 888-957-9570. Here is what Kurt Lacob, who joined Steiny and Guru yesterday live from Thrive City inside the Warriors team store, which is fascinating. Every time I go in there, I spend a couple bucks. Kurt Lacob on the decision to keep Klay Thompson.
We've had a lot of tough decisions over the years, and I think it's important to remember decisions aren't usually one way. They're two-way. There's more than one party involved in any decision. Look, we absolutely love Klay. We want him here. We want him to finish his career as a Warrior. Like, we're unequivocal about that. Just got to try to see if we can figure this thing out. And, I think we all hope he's ready to come back and we can make something work with him, because he is just such an important part of what we built and what we want to continue to do.
So that's Kurt Lacob, the Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations, the Golden State Warriors, obviously the son of Joe Lacob, but he's obviously getting elevated here over the years. And look, man, he's trying to roll up his sleeves and get down and dirty here. And he acknowledges that it is tough. And we got to be realistic about Klay Thompson, about the money, about the years, about the way their salary cap is situated here. Sure, they love Klay Thompson because everybody loves shooting. But at what price? Is the price too high for Klay? And I want to know what Dub fans want to see. By the time we get here on Monday, it is realistic that Klay will be on another team. Or we come back here Monday and he's back with the Golden State Warriors. I mean, it's possible. All these options are possible here. But Kurt Lacob on Outsider saying the dynasty is over. This is something I want to hear.
Everyone wants to say a dynasty is dead. The reality is your story is not done until it's done. There have been lots of cases where a team takes a couple years and doesn't win. You can't win every year. We tried to do that. We came close. But realistically, you can't win every single year. But just because you don't win one year doesn't mean you can't retool, get better, come back. I mean, we've done it once already. And I know people want to, put the nail in the coffin right now and say, no, this time it's over. This time they're done. Right. We don't believe that. We believe we can still get at least one more with the current group. And then, why would we stop just because some players retire or something? We still are going to try to win a championship. It gets harder when you don't have Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson. It definitely gets harder. but that's always the goal. I just think it's very easy to write a team, and I would do the same thing, by the way. We do the same thing. Every time a team loses, they're done. Like, yeah, next summer's going to be impossible for them. And look, people probably said that about Boston. Said, oh, that was their one chance. They didn't do it, and look at what they did. So it's on us to get better, but by no means do we think the dynasty is over. You don't get to say these are the years of a dynasty until like 10 or 15 years later.
Right.
And so to us, we're still in it, and we're going to try to win the championship this year, next year, and the year after.
I like to talk.
This is what I would say. Guys, look.
I'm a sucker for that stuff.
If I was
all in.
Look, he can say whatever he wants, right? And he can have any prerogative he wants. I mean, he was part of it, So, but what I would suggest is like, hey, the D word. I'd be like, hey, we're trying to win the championship, like every year. Like that's every organization in sports goal, and we're trying to put the best team we possibly can. Dynasty, this and the other. Like, yeah, we hope when 30 years from now, 40 years from now, we could stack up as many wins and championships or whatever, and let the dust settle, and you guys could figure it out. I would say this, like. We all knew New England's dynasty was done the second Tom Brady left. Come on. We knew it was done.
I knew it was done when he threw the interception in the wild card game against Tennessee.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was done.
Yeah, I did. I was like, man, he looks washed. He might have been washed, and boy, was I wrong.
I know. but like, sometimes you could tell when the dynasty's over. Like, you just can't.
So is this dynasty over? Because they still have Steph and Curry.
Well, we
have our Tom Brady.
That's the difference. Like, the second, Steph is done.
Right.
And here's the thing, like, there's a difference between dynasty and well-run organizations that continue to keep churning. Like, do we even discuss the Yankees like they're a quote-unquote dynasty? No, we just say they're the Yankees. Like, I don't even consider the Lakers like the dynasty. Like, no, Shaq and Kobe and Kobe and Gasol. I don't call those quote unquote dynasties. They're just the Lakers, and they've been excellent pretty much my whole life except the last 6 out of 8 years. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like, we throw the D word around dynasty, and I just think we're a little flippant with it.
I do, but what I'm focused on here with Kirk Lacob, what he said is the goal is to win the championship this year.
That's the bigger
next year, yes, and the year after,
which should be their goal.
And they're big game hunting.
Yes.
So their goal is to win the championship, Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. It may look realistic right now, but let's keep in mind, and I know Dallas is younger, and they've got some pieces there, and the Warriors are trying to get younger and trying to find pieces here. But Dallas did go from not making the playoffs to advancing to the NBA Finals. That just happened. And in today's NBA, it's got more of an NFL feel because of the parity and the cap and everything like that. It's going to be year to year to year to year. Like the NFL is a year-to-year league now, where you can't just say, hey, we're going to build a team for the next 3 years. You can try, but it's really a year-to-year league.
5 new champions in the last 5 years.
Exactly. So they're trying to win every single year. Does fans like hearing that from Kirk Lacob? I like hearing that. Hey, we're trying to win a championship. Okay, so now that's baked into the equation, which is like the Giants when they say, hey, the stakes are high. Okay, I can live with that. The stakes are high. Let's go. Yeah, but the 49ers, and it's a difference. And it's a difference.
But
hear me out here.
It is absurd.
Yeah, but
they don't have a Steph Curry.
But I hear it. You may say it's absurd, but the message though is like, hey, we're trying to win, even though it doesn't look like. And listen, the Giants went crazy in the offseason. They did spend a lot of money. They brought a lot of players in. May not be the Steph Currys of the world or the Draymonds or the Clays or the Wiggins or whatnot, but they did try to be active. So I'll give them that at least. And they told us, hey, the stakes are high. So when they're sitting here and under 500 and 4 games under 500, it's not acceptable. But I do like when the Niners say, hey, the goal is the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but we will move on because this is I differentiate the Giants from the other two teams. The Niners and the Warriors have legendary all-time players.
I hear that. No, I hear that.
The Giants are literally telling me that they have to roll out Austin Slater because they have to make the playoffs. When I'm saying, dog, your whole team's a bunch of Austin Slaters. Get me a quote-unquote guy in his prime who can be an all-star. Right now, their all-star is Tyler Rogers. So, anyway, keep it moving. I don't want to dominate the Giants talk.
No, we're not going to get into the Giants talk, but
they haven't earned it.
But you know what though? They have all talked about it, from Flem to Johnson to Farhan. We got to make the playoffs, and they've got a $200 million payroll. So the way they spent tells me that they're at least trying to do something. They know they have to do something, but that's the overall point is I like when my teams come out and say, we're trying to do this.
That I agree with.
is saying
that message.
we're trying to win a championship this year, next year, and the year after. The 49ers are saying, we're in the Super Bowl. We're in the conference of the Super Bowls. All right? We're not in the NFC. We're not in the AFC. We're not in the NFC West. We're not in the AFC West. We're in the division of the Super Bowl contenders. And we're trying to win a damn Super Bowl. But with Steph Curry, this comment right here, I'm surprised it didn't get a lot of traction on Twitter, if it did. But Kurt Lacob yesterday was Steiny and Guru on Steph's longevity. We all keep saying, well, maybe he's going to walk away in 2 years or whatnot.
Who knows?
Who knows? Listen to Kurt Lacob.
I mean, Steph is a monster. This guy is as competitive as anybody I've been across in any walk of life, not just on the court. This guy is, I know it doesn't look like it, and we've talked, he doesn't look like that guy is so competitive, and he works so hard and so smart. We joke with him all the time that he's Tom Brady at basketball. Like, he'll be, maybe I want to play 3 or 4 more years, and we're like, you've been saying that for a while. Like, why can't you just do this till you're 45? I mean, there's other players in the NBA right now who I think people have predicted the end of their career for like the last 10 years. And, some of those guys are still going at like 40 years old and are unbelievable players. So I have absolutely no doubt Steph can continue to do that. And he's what you build around. I mean, it's just as simple as that. You build around special people, special players in any business.
So that's Kurt Lacob. Now, I'm going to ask Eddie Johnson, does he believe Steph Curry could play till he's 45? Maybe he has 3 or 4 years left at this level. And then maybe he tapers down and he becomes, a nice role player. Who the hell knows how long Steph wants to play? But he's still playing at a high level. That's the big overall point to me. He's still playing at an overall high level, and he's going to continue to build around Steph, which I think, it's all the Warrior fans can say, well, that's all lip service. We want to see it. But at least that is the mindset that they're putting out there, saying, we're building around Steph. We're not trying to waste a special player and a special time with the special player.
They haven't. I mean, they won. They didn't win 1 championship. They've won 4 championships. They lured the greatest free agent in the history of the game, outside of LeBron. And again, whatever. People that they're not trying to win without said that is. Tell me you're a dunce without telling me you're a dunce if you think that the Warriors haven't been trying to win without Steph Curry. They've been footing a bill that's higher than the Giants' payroll, for Christ's sake, the last multiple years. So what do you think they're doing currently? They're literally exhausting every single option under this unbelievably difficult CBA that was built to destroy them. That's the other part of all this. Everyone needs to acknowledge the entire current business model. The other 28, 29 teams were looking at the Warriors and the Clippers are like, screw you. We are putting this together to stop you. So I take it as a compliment of how competitive the front office has been. Anybody complaining about the front office needs to have their head examined.
Yep. So they're gonna exhaust all options. Yeah, Paul George is a big fish here. He's got a decision to make tomorrow whether or not he wants to pick up his player option. Chris Paul, the deadline is today that the Warriors are trying to push back. We got Dunleavy some sound about that in a second. But you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing. Got the dealer. All right, we got a lot going on in the 7 o'clock hour. Eddie Johnson, Sirius XM NBA Radio, color analyst of the Phoenix Suns, longtime NBA player. He'll join us at 7:20. All right, Eddie Johnson's going to join us at 7:20. We got Trevor Haas, beat writer for Boston College men's basketball for the Boston Globe.
Okay.
He will join us at 9:20. We'll get to know Quinton Post a little bit more about his game. Anthony Slater's going to join us at some point in the 8 o'clock hour, so be on the lookout for that one as we get into the Paul George sweepstakes or whatnot. We got shameless shout-outs at 7:45. Line them suckers up because there's a lot of people to shout out before we get to the 4th of July weekend next week. But we got a lot of free agency talk right here because it's on the cracking, folks. 3 p.m. on Sunday. We'll start to see deals flying off the table. And there's 3 teams really with a lot of cap space, 4 with the Utah Jazz, but you always got OKC, Orlando, and Philadelphia. And then, of course, we're going to get to Bronny James being selected. I guess we could do that right now. Bronny James being selected with the 55th overall pick by the LA Lakers. And Rich Paul, right before the pick, maybe an hour before the pick, saying, hey, Rich Paul, you told Bob Myers that they're advising teams not to draft Bronny because he's going to go to Australia. That was a threat about going off. At that point, I'm thinking, y'all let this young man leave college and go to Australia? And then, Rob Brooks, shout out Rob Brooks, who's working there at NBC Sports Bay Area, was like, this is a ploy. There's no way Savannah is going to let her baby go to Australia by himself. And you know what? It was a ploy. It was a smokescreen because they had the Lakers right there in their pockets to draft him. And a lot of people were up in arms. But you know what? the first father-son duo to possibly play in an NBA game. I'm here for that. How cool was it to see King Griffey Sr. and King Griffey Jr. on the baseball field?
Griffey was the number 1 overall pick.
He was the number 1 overall pick, but it was still cool to see it. I don't care where the pick was. It's still kind of cool to see father and son.
And I hear you. So, Ralph Barbieri had the famous line, 2 things can be equally true. In this situation, I feel like 100 things can be equally true, okay? On one end, Rich Paul, Jesus. There's not a person on the planet who I actually look down on more. I can't stand Rich Paul. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to see him. We've elevated him to a status that is just undeserving of whatever his talent level is. He's a great salesman. I think he's full of crap. That's number 1. Number 2, LeBron has unbelievable leverage. It's probably the most leverage we've ever seen anyone have in life, and good for him to be able to use it. I am jealous of the level of leverage that LeBron has. He hired the coach. He's fired many coaches. He's done a million things. He got his son drafted.
Which is why I never wanted LeBron here.
What?
This is why I'm glad LeBron stayed out in LA.
But honestly, on some level, good for LeBron. I mean that sincerely. I know the LeBron haters are going to come out. Number 2. Yes, this is crazy nepotism. There's no doubt about it. And I actually feel tremendous empathy for Bronny James because he's in like a no-win situation. Everyone's waiting for his downfall. The poor kid, it absolutely sucks. Like it does. He's probably an undraftable player. But you know what? People make promises and help people out all the time. Now, what I would say to Bronny is I would go look at someone like Mike Piazza. Mike Piazza was drafted by Tommy Lasorda as a favor because he knows the family. And he ended up being one of the greatest players in Dodger history. All right. Piazza was like a 30th round pick or something like that. Like he shouldn't have been picked. What?
It was like 62nd round or something.
It was crazy. It was some crazy draft selection. Now Piazza ended up being, no, he's not going to be Piazza. But my point is okay, now you've been given the opportunity. Make the most of it. Right. And I don't know. We'll see. Time will tell. I truly believe that the way the NBA is set up, he will either fail or succeed on his own accord. Now he's gotten the opportunity. His foot's in the door. Can you fail or succeed on your own accord? Is he getting an opportunity that others don't get? Nope. He absolutely is getting that opportunity because of his father. But now it's up to him to figure it out. Right. And life will figure that self out. We all know people in every walk of life who have gotten opportunities because of their last name or because of status or whatever. And at some point, they'll have to earn it. So the earn it people that are out there, guess what? It's coming.
He's going to have to
It's going to come at some point. It may not happen this year. It may not happen next year. It's going to come. Now the other level, and this is the thing that I was thinking about. Look, I lost my dad, and I'm not comparing my dad to LeBron James. I'm not. I'm really not. But I'm just telling you, that one of the greatest moments in my life and something I look back on now, and even while I was doing it, I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. I used to play, and this is softball. This isn't the NBA, okay? I played softball with my brother, my dad, my uncle, my cousin, and my other cousin. And those are some of the greatest times I can ever remember, all right? And so on just a father level and thinking about my dad and thinking about my son, dude, it's the coolest thing in the world. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people hating on it, and I get that. And I'm telling you right now, from LeBron's perspective, the kid's perspective, my perspective, good for them. Honestly, good for them. And I know there's a lot of haters out there. And look, I get it. It is nepotism.
It is nepotism. But listen,
but it's cool as hell, man.
Nepotism runs rapid in the NBA. How many owners, sons? How many? Like Kirk Lacob. You know what? But I always say, sometimes with nepotism, and you hire somebody's son, that son has to live up to a name. And there's a lot of baked-in pressure with that just inside the household.
Of course.
You're chasing something that your father built or your mother built or your grandfather built. The Joneses run the Dallas Cowboys. We had families run the Wizards for the Dolan in New York City got the gift of God getting the New York Knicks from Poppy. You know what I'm saying? Nepotism is run rampant for many, 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 many years. We just haven't seen it on the floor as much. The NASA's Antetokounmpo is on the Milwaukee Bucks because of his brother Giannis and the power that he has in Milwaukee. He has all the leverage in Milwaukee. Hey, my brother needs a seat on the bench. He's got a seat on the bench and a podcast, for crying out loud.
And Thanasis is not good.
And he's not good at all. D. Wright was telling me about the time when he was in Europe cooking Thanasis. He is not good at all. But you still have to live up to it. So, Bronny, as a second-round pick, look, I heard he's a good defender. I haven't watched much of Bronny. He's got a good IQ. He gets to learn from his father. It's the Lakers' problem. I don't get why so many people are outraged by it. The Lakers made the pick. If they wasted the pick and Bronny's not good, then that's on the LA Lakers. Good for the rest of the league. Screw the Lakers. That's what I'm saying. If anything, I'm annoyed about is the Lakers trying to dominate the headlines every damn day. Whether it's game 1 of the NBA Finals, we're in on Dan Hurley. Or right after the finals, we got JJ Redick. It's always something with the damn Lakers. They annoy me like the Dallas Cowboys. Like the damn Dallas Cowboys. They got to dominate First Take. You got to dominate Undisputed. You got to dominate these airways. To hell with the Lakers. That's my overall point. I don't give a damn about what they do. I'm trying to kick their ass every single day and twice on Sunday. So whatever they do, fine. But I'm so sick of them dominating. They got bounced in the first round in 5 games. They haven't won a championship, a legit championship, since Kobe Bryant was playing. All right? So stay the hell with the Lakers. That's my overall theme about this.
But you know what, though? No, honestly, B, like, and I'm telling you this, like, again, this is on like a softball level, not on like a freaking, MLB or NFL or NBA level, which is on a whole, it's unfathomable. To be able to play with your kid, competitive sports at any level, that's pretty freaking cool.
No, and you know what?
That's the thing that I'm taking away, because I look back on all those games that I played with my dad and my brother and all that stuff, and I'm telling you, those that haven't experienced, you don't understand it. Your son's going to look back one day, and you're going to look back, and those are going to be the best times of their life. And so, maybe I'm getting too, old in my ways, and I'm getting soft, but I think it's pretty freaking cool.
Well, yeah, and I think here's another thing. I've heard nobody talk about this. I've heard nobody talk about this.
What's that?
LeBron has been so great for so long that he's able to play with his kids. How many other NBA players have wanted to play with their kids and be on the floor with their kids playing in an NBA game, but they haven't been able to make it to their 39, 40, 41. LeBron is still playing at an all-NBA level at this age, and so he sees his son. He's like, damn. And he said it 2-3 years ago. It's a possibility. I would love to play with my son. Now, he understands the pressure that's been. And let's be honest, LeBron, with all the hype he had coming into the NBA, he's actually exceeded expectations. He's exceeded expectations after all the hype. So if there's anybody who knows how to deal with the pressure, it's going to be Bronny, because he's been LeBron's son for his entire life with his name.
We'll see.
So I think Bronny's going to be fine. Whether or not he's good is one thing. Whether or not he's good is one thing, but as far as like everybody's worried about, is he going to be able to handle the shadow of his dad? He's handled it all. He's been here his whole life.
I'll be surprised if he plays a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we'll see. I mean, it's just, and regarding like surviving your whole life, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. The whole thing is we'll see. You know what I mean? Like, but I think there's a lot of people that just hate LeBron, and I get it. Like, he's not perfect, but on this one, like, dude, he's got the control. Like, and you know what? The bigger thing, if I'm a Laker fan, you're the Lakers. Like, it's one thing to do this in Cleveland, for LeBron to do this in Cleveland. He did this to one of the top 5 sports brands in America. It's incredible. He has more power than any player maybe in the history of sports, in terms of team sports.
And your guys' first opportunity to see him, it's going to be next Sunday at Chase Center when they're taking on the Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Lakers, that is.
Are you kidding me?
California Classic. Yep.
California Classic.
Me?
We'll all be there.
I'll be there.
I'll take a baby chance of that. I'm definitely there. I've never seen Bronny play. I'm going to see him play.
Nobody has. I mean, he barely played for USC.
Yeah, I want to see him play.
I'm going to be interested, because I looked at the ticket prices yesterday before the news happened. I'm interested to see him today and see if those ticket prices are skyrocketing.
Here's one thing that I would say about LeBron, and this is something that, and look, he's going to have to soul search himself. If I'm being real, he pulled some of the wildest AAU parenting BS I've ever seen in my life, just in general of how he's navigated his own child's life. And at times, and it's a credit to Bronny, at times he's done a lot of disservices to his own son.
How?
And I think because you're setting your own kid up for a lot of failures and things like that in terms of how you talk about him. He's gone all over the map. My son could guard this guy. Just less is more sometimes as a parent. That's all I'm saying. Like I've been coaching a long time, and I've seen, again, on a lower level, a lot of parents set their own sons up for like, less is more sometimes. I'm not saying all the time, but less is more. And when you're navigating this and the high profileness and the recruitment and all that things, I just think there are some things that he's learned throughout the process that I don't think he's going to do with his other son.
All right, that's enough for Bronny, though. Forget the Lakers. That's their problem. The hell, this is the Golden State Warriors flagship station. Let's lock in, folks. 888-957-9570. Shameless shoutouts coming up at 7:45. Eddie Johnson at 7:20. Let's roll here, man. More coming up on the roast. Eddie Johnson next. Warrior fans, I need to hear from you. How you feeling about these picks? How you feeling about Beacom? How you feeling about Quinton Post, Lindy Waters III? Let's go. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Warriors Offseason Summit is coming up on Monday, July 8th on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. Starts at 2 p.m. with Willard and Dibs live and the rest of the crew from 4 to 6 p.m. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood.
This is Jeremiah from Fremont, also known as the Legend Jerry, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, two Bay Area homegrown legends themselves, everybody. And I want you guys, everybody, to say it with me now. The best part of waking up is the morning roast in your cup.
Oh, give it to me.
Yes.
What up, Jeremiah? What up, Roasters? What up, everybody, on a Friday here? As we're going to get to Eddie Johnson in just a second, but some NBA news here. Things are starting to percolate, baby. And we got coffee in our cups. Adrian Wojnarowski, ESPN, reported that Dallas has traded Tim Hardaway Jr. and 3 second-round picks to Detroit for Quentin Grimes, a young man from Houston, University of Houston. He was a New York Knick, Piston. Now he's going to Dallas. And Spadoni, real quick, you got Dallas's cap space? Because something about Dallas. Could they be a dark horse for Klay Thompson? Could they be a dark horse for Klay Thompson? What's their cap space situation looking like?
They are currently, and I don't know if this is updated since, but Spot Track is usually pretty fast with it. They are $40 million over the cap right now, so that they have that negative symbol.
Never mind.
Right? So they're 10th. But again, I don't know if this has been updated since Tim Hardaway going to Detroit. But let's ask Eddie Johnson about it.
All right, let's get to Eddie Johnson, our main man, Eddie Johnson, man. It's always good to talk to Eddie, longtime NBA pro, one of the best color analysts out there for the Phoenix Suns, also Sirius XM Radio with our boy Justin Termini. And look, man, he's got something going on, and we haven't played golf yet, but he's got a golf app now, Shasky. And you got to pull this up. Combat Golf.
I'm looking at it.
How's it look right now?
It looks good.
Is it a good app?
Yeah.
Is Eddie jobbing us here?
Downloading it.
Is Eddie just trying to get us out some money here? What's going on with Combat Golf? What's up, Eddie? Good morning.
What's up? No, I'm not trying to get you out any money, but what my app does is it really unites golfers that like to play a certain way, and then I'll get your money.
Okay, all right.
So that's how it works, and it's just something I've been working on for the last 3 years. Obviously, still work in progress, as any app is. People that make apps, they'll tell you that it's an never-ending process. But now you can download it from iOS or Android, and it basically is tremendous. Now you build societies of golfers that you normally play with, set tee times, all of that. It's just something that I felt was needed because we do waste a lot of time on the first tee. And my app really helps that. It helps facilitate that, which is good for golf courses, which is good for golfers behind you, and all of that. So, download it and check it out. I encourage everyone.
Shasky's downloading it right now. It looks good from what we see right now, Eddie. This is good stuff, man.
I'm logging in right now as we speak.
Hey, congratulations on this, man. This is awesome. Combat Golf. Go ahead and download the app. Do a favor for our boy Eddie Johnson, man. He's one of the good guys out there. All right, let's get to basketball here because we still got to get out there on the golf course. I don't want you taking my money because all I do is hit divots, and Shasky, I don't know where his game is at right now, so we'll move on from that right now.
Way better than yours.
Probably better than mine. I would say that. I would bet on that. Klay Thompson, let's start there. You're tapped in with the NBA. What kind of market do you anticipate for Klay Thompson coming up here as free agency, basically legal tampering period, begins Sunday at 3 p.m. West Coast time?
A great market because he's a tremendous person. And he's still an unreal basketball player. He's the second half of this season, I think he showed everybody how good he still is. And I expect teams, if he becomes a free agent, I expect teams, he gets out there, obviously he'll be a free agent if he doesn't sign a deal, but I expect teams to be calling right away as soon as that window opens. I mean, who wouldn't want Klay Thompson in the organization? And the Warriors know this, but obviously the Warriors right now have a conundrum. That second apron is in their face. Klay is gotten older. And Steph is still at such a crazy level that you have to still facilitate a situation to where he can have a chance to win a title. And I think every organization comes to that realization. I don't think Klay should take it personal. I think the Warriors have rewarded him very well. But everyone gets old in this game. The perceptions of players change. The good thing is I would tell Klay and any other player is, hey, you're still here and you're still viable. Like some guys play maybe 5 years, some play 10 years. Some can play 15 years. I was a guy that played 17 years. I didn't care where I played. I didn't care who wanted me. I didn't care who didn't want me. The only thing that I cared about is that I had a chance to continue to play the game that I love at an age where I knew I wasn't Eddie Johnson of the 20-year-olds. And I think that should be the case with Klay. And you shouldn't take it personal. It's business, as he well know. And I think, probably the move would be good for him. I think he should be rejuvenated if he went somewhere and he had to lead and they had to be counted on a lot higher than he is right now.
How much do the behind-the-scene relationships and how these contract negotiations kind of go about, how much does that determine for a player, whether they're in or out, just in general, on the team that they're with?
It depends on the conversation and how it's handled, the back and forth, the attitude of it all, the response to your demand, and then vice versa. Relationships can be harmed on the telephone, without a doubt. I mean, for me, if I was an agent, I would try to make at least most of my conversations with GMs that really is very important face to face, because when you text or you on the phone, they can't see your expression, and I truly believe that. And Klay deserves better than that, right? He deserves the utmost of representation, and I'm sure that's what he's getting. And so it's no negativity that can come out of it. And it seems though over this period of stretch here that some negativity has come out of it just based on Klay unfollowing the Warriors and all of that stuff. It's things that you really don't want to happen, because that guy, if it wasn't for that guy, Warriors don't have 4 championships. Okay. It's an organization win. Even though Steph and Klay and Draymond have played a huge role in them winning, Kevin Durant, the bottom line, though, is this man, Klay Thompson, deserves the utmost respect, and I'm sure the Warriors are giving him that.
Eddie Johnson here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We like hearing that. Suns broadcast of Sirius XM Radio with Justin Turbide. We'll see where Klay ends up. Orlando has a lot of money. OKC has money. Philadelphia. Hey, everybody needs shooting, right? Everybody needs shooting and spacing. Yeah. We'll see where Klay goes starting on Sunday here. Let's ask. We'll get to Kevin Durant in just a second, but Paul George, it sounds like he may be on the move with the LA Clippers. For what you've seen from him this past season, is he the type of guy that's going to move a needle and take a team over the hump? What's your thoughts on Paul George? Because there's a lot of rumors. Look with the Golden State Warriors right now, Eddie.
Yeah, Paul George is obviously one of my favorite players. And the reason why I've been knowing him since he's 17 years old, my son went to Fresno State and played on the basketball team as well. They're very good friends. Know Paul's family. And he's a tremendous young man. He truly is. He wanted to go back to L.A., he wanted to go back home, and I think he enjoys that. And that's what's going to be very difficult for him. But I also think, guys, he's reached a crossroads in that, he wants to win a title. He's going to make generational money. That's not going to be the issue. I think right now he wants to win. And quite honestly, look, he has a tremendous team there. It's healthy. Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, Russell Westbrook comes back. They're role players. They got a tremendous team. The problem is they could never stay healthy, and Kawhi Leonard could never stay healthy in the biggest moments. And I think that's an issue for Paul George. I truly do. Not that he dislikes Kawhi Leonard. It's just the fact that Kawhi Leonard has a title, and Paul George wants one, and he's probably to the point where he doesn't know if Kawhi Leonard is going to be there and available for him to be able to go get one. And I think that's where his decision-making is going to come in. And so I'm not shocked that he has interest in the Warriors. I hope he doesn't go, because I don't have to deal with you all during the course of the year. But I understand why he would want to play with Steph, why he would want to play with Draymond. I get it. And you know what? It could happen. It truly could. I think Chris Paul has to play a huge role for you all if it does. He's got to extend that option that he has. And I think if Chris Paul extends that option, then I think you can pretty much surmise that it's some serious conversations going on in regards to Paul George behind the scenes.
How dangerous does that make the Warriors if they add Paul George?
It puts them up there, without a doubt. It puts them up there, man. And in a crowded West, which is crazy already, right? I think the Suns next year, based on having familiarity and and being able those big three to play together, which they didn't play much together this past year, that's going to be a problem for teams. Memphis returning their guys, that's going to be a problem. Yep. Obviously the Lakers, obviously Denver. It's just a ton of teams in the West, man. New Orleans, if they can stay healthy, I don't know what they're going to do with Ingram, but still, that's a viable team. It's just, man, it's a lot. It's a lot of competition in the West, and so, yeah, it's going to put the Warriors right up there, without a doubt, man. You had Paul George to Steph, and if Draymond can, keep his head clear, over a period of time, I think that's a dangerous situation for any team to face.
Wow. We like hearing that as well, with Paul George and everything like that. Eddie Johnson here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Kevin Durant, you've told us a few months ago, which is why I haven't entertained it whatsoever. I listen to what you say, Eddie. You always come correct. Kevin Durant's not going anywhere, right?
Look, first of all, the great Cotton Fitzsimmons, who I miss a ton, okay? He passed away a number of years ago. I remember he once looked at us. We were all in the locker room. And here's a guy that loved us. Here's a guy that he would give so many functions at his house during the course of a season. We'd be over there. He was the kind of coach that knew you past you. He knew your mom. He knew your dad. He knew your brothers. I mean, he would always ask about them. He would go up to them after games. It was a family atmosphere, okay? I mean, any coach I've had in the NBA. And he looked at us, he said, you know what, I'd trade any of you all except my wife.
How'd that land?
So, what'd you say?
How'd that land in the locker room?
Oh, we appreciate it because, look, I truly believe from a leadership standpoint, if you say 7 to 8 positive things to somebody, then you're allowed to say something negative. They'll accept it. And that's just the way I walk with my life. I'll be open and honest with you, but I'll also have fun with you and be balanced with you so you'll know when you walk away that I wasn't being vindictive or vicious in what I said. And that's just the way I walk. And so he was like that, and I got that from him. And we didn't take it anyway, other than we better keep working hard and doing the things that he needs us to do so we don't get traded. I mean, that's just the mentality, right? And I think, when you hear rumors like that, and KD has heard them over his career, he's heard situations and all of that, it doesn't bother him. Like, it truly doesn't. That's what people need to understand. It doesn't bother the athlete in that regard, man, to a high level, because it's a part of the business. He's not going anywhere. In my thought process, they're going to run this back with these 3 guys. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity based on what they can get around them. They understand now what they need to put around these guys.
Yeah, a point guard.
Last year they didn't. Yeah, well, not just that and other things too. Like in the draft, they went for defense.
I like Ryan Dunn, Eddie. Ryan Dunn looks good.
Yeah, they went for athletic guys. So they didn't 100% know exactly what to put around these guys,
gotcha.
Right? They thought that these guys can have other job descriptions. And look, Kevin Durant's a killer. Bradley Beal's a killer, and Devin Booker's a killer. And when you look at the box score, the first category you're looking at when you talk about those 3 is the one to the far right, how many points they had. Okay? That's it. That's the first thing. You're not looking at how many assists and all of that stuff, okay? So I thought they got caught up in that last year, trying to prove that they could play point guard and they could facilitate around a need. And I think Mike Budenholzer saw that. He's observed it. And I think they're going to make that adjustment and try to take the ball out of these guys' hands and let them be the killers on the offensive end like they are.
That's enough Phoenix Suns talk. I don't think you guys are winning anything.
Hey, I like the killer talk. I like it, Eddie. Keep cooking, man.
What'd you make of the Bronny, LeBron James, Lakers situation?
It's just funny to me, right? Like, we're all, I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm 65 years old, right? And so in my lifetime, I have seen hundreds of situations where nepotism is involved. Okay, like all of a sudden it's an issue. Like all of a sudden America, nepotism is an issue. I have seen kids get jobs over other kids that were well-deserved. I have seen coaches on basketball teams favor other kids because of relationship. I have seen coaches in the NBA hire their kids. I saw Giannis put his brother on his team. I have seen GMs bring their kids up sneakily through video coordinator and then rise them up through the top of the chart. Give me a break. Now, all of a sudden, it's a problem. And it's a problem with a kid that actually loves to play the game and putting forth every effort to be good. And, oh, by the way, had a setback, suffered a cardiac arrest, but still pushed through and still wants to chase his dream despite being a billionaire in waiting. You know how many kids would just say, I'm not playing anymore because they don't want to waste that windfall that they're going to get in the future years because their dad is going to be a multi-billionaire? Like, you know, sometimes you have to accelerate kids. Sometimes you have to fight for your kid. I know me, I will nepotism my kid all damn day long. Hey, I don't care what anybody says, okay? As long as he's working hard, as long as he's respectful and loves what I'm elevating him in, I'll give him a jump start. Just like everybody else in this country has jump started their kids. A couple of years ago, we had parents out there and they got caught cheating on entrance exams to college.
Yeah, USC.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Like, you know, it's the hatred for LeBron. You know, he's a polarizing guy. And then finally, guys, most people with power, people that don't know how to achieve power, they can't stand it. That's all.
Yep.
And, you know, and that's the world we live in. That's why we call it America. That's why we call it America. I don't get it.
Eddie, I think you're talking to two guys that didn't have that big of an issue. I mean, look, we understand what happened, but we also don't have a big issue with it. And I was telling Bonte, and again, you played in the NBA. I'm not trying to equate the two, but like some of my fondest memories are me playing ball with my dad when he was in his 60s and playing softball with my brother and my uncle and all them. My favorite foursome of all time was me, my dad, and my brother. You're a golfer. You understand that. On a father-son level, I think this is really cool.
Yeah, man, look, we probably will never see this. We probably will. Now, it's a chance we can because players are coming into the league so young that it could happen. But the problem is they're coming in so young and they're making a ton of money. Will they have a drive like LeBron does when they're near 40 and they got $500, $600 million in the bank? I don't think a lot of them will. And that's the beauty of him. And that's what people need to see. Like, people need to forget about how he is at times and you know, because if it ain't nothing wrong with you, something wrong with you, we can dissect everybody. But just look at the true story of this dude. He's never gotten in trouble in public.
Yep.
Okay? The dude is taking care of his body to last this long. He loves the game despite being a billionaire. All the things that we talk to our kids about being unselfish and still going forward and loving what you do, this dude epitomizes it. And there's people out there that can't stand it because they're not him. They don't understand why he's still doing it, how he can do it. Oh, he's doing steroids. They'll go to something else instead of appreciating that this dude just loves what he does despite being in a situation of power. And they can't stand it. And that's the embarrassing part.
Eddie, you're so spot on with everything you just said right there. And I even it added to another step. I think nepotism, when these kids do come up and they have a big name father or a big name mother, there may be more pressure on them to succeed that we don't even know about behind the scenes. Like, I know people that you got to live up to their standards within their own family. That could be harder than anything that we go through right now.
Man, you are so right. And that's what people are not getting here. Bronny James is willing to accept it. I wish my damn kids would have that, right?
Yep.
Like, we all do. Like, we want our kids to have that mentality. Like, despite what I have, despite I'm driving a freaking Porsche 15, okay, and lived in a big mansion, I still got drive to go do something. Like, that's what you want, because a lot of kids that grow up in that environment, they don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. They want to live on what you've done. And I think that's what people need to look at, the example that I think LeBron has given them to raise their kid that kind of way and love on their kids. You know, so that part bothers me because we're talking life stuff now, and it's not about basketball. It's about a man that basically loves his kids, like all parents do, and he's going to do whatever he can to put his kid in the right position. To me, nothing's been done wrong.
Eddie Johnson, this is why we love having you on this show, because you keep it all the way 100. As a kid say, there's no lies told. That what you just said, man, that was spot on. And we will continue to support your new app, Combat Golf. Download that. All you golfers out there, download Combat Golf. It looks like a really cool application. Eddie Johnson, he's launched it. He's worked on it for 3 years. Eddie, have a good show today, Sirius XM Radio. It's popping in the NBA right now. This is a fun time of the year. We'll see what happens with the Golden State Warriors and Phoenix Suns. Thanks for the time today, Eddie.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. These next few days, I think some trades, some free agency, there's going to be rapid fire, man. So get ready for it. I'll be somewhere sipping a margarita. I'm not going to tell you all where I'm going. I'm going on vacation on Monday, but I'll definitely have my earpiece in listening to all the stuff.
Can we join? We'll bring some clubs and a little bit of money.
Look, actually, I'll be staying at a resort that has got 36 holes of golf, a training center. And I'm looking at the water at the same time.
Oh, you're going to Mexico.
Margarita.
Hawaii or Mexico?
I'm going to have my margaritas. I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah. I'm not mad at that.
All right, Eddie. Enjoy vacation, man.
Okay, guys.
All right, Eddie Johnson, man. Wow.
I'm about to use this app next week. I'm challenging Porter. I'm going to do it. Combat Golf.
Combat Golf. It looks like a cool app, man. Again, the Denver Nuggets. They've had serious interest in Paul George. League sources say the Denver Nuggets, for example, had serious interest recently in the prospect of adding George by way of a possible extended trade with the Clippers if he chose to go that route. Yet, in addition to giving up George, the max deal he so desires, the Nuggets would also give up Michael Porter Jr., Zeke Naji, and a significant amount of draft capital. The Nuggets value their draft picks perhaps as much as any contender in the league, and so the interest ended there. But Eddie touched on Paul George. Touched on it. I didn't know his son played with Paul George at Fresno State. Wow. He knows Paul George very, very well. Warriors are big game hunting, that's for sure. Something tells me something's percolating, and they're going to try to swing big here. They may strike out, but they're going to strike out swinging, folks. They ain't striking out with the bat on their shoulders like Brandon Belt.
Eddie Johnson thinks Steph, Paul George, Draymond, and obviously other parts is really good in the West.
We shall see. We should see.
Do you?
Do I think they're good? I got to see what the rest of the roster looks like, because he did mention injuries, and they are mid-30s. So I have my reservations around it, and they did win 46 games last year. Draymond plays are probably in. I'm with Fitz. I know a lot of people laugh at that Fitz soundbite, but I'm kind of with Fitz. If Draymond doesn't miss that many games, they do win over 50 games. They do win over 50 games. They're a top 5, top 6 seed. Now, I'm not saying they're going to win a championship, but the fact is Draymond's still playing at a high level, especially defensively. He doesn't miss. How many games did he miss last year? 27?
Okay, but if that's how everyone's, and I'm not saying that, but that's how everyone's feeling, then they wouldn't make any moves and they would just roll it into this year. So
they're projecting about CP3 and Klay Thompson, saying maybe they're descending as other guys are ascending, and maybe we could add somebody who could help highlight some of the other talents on this roster. I'm still intrigued. I don't know what they're going to do with Moody, Wiggins, Kuminga. I don't know if they're, and Pod said the other day with Willard and Dibbs, like, look, training camp comes around, whoever's there is there, and we're going to compete and try to win games. But I can't worry about who's going to be there, who's not going to be there. We got to focus on who's going to be there. We don't know who's going to be there. By the way, shameless shoutouts coming up in 3 minutes after 8. Right now, shameless shoutouts. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shout out to Combat Sports. Combat Golf, I mean. Eddie Johnson, his new app, that's pretty cool, man. So, Paul George, if the price is right, I say you do swing. But what is the price? It sounds like the Nuggets didn't want to give up multiple picks. And Michael Porter Jr. If you're a Warrior fan, are you willing to give up multiple first-round picks and say Jonathan Kuminga for Paul George?
I mean, after seeing the Nets give up a bunch of picks, and then get picks back. And like, I feel like now more than ever, you could pivot off of your plan and figure out a way to retain other picks, get your picks back. Like, I don't know. I'm seeing some of the other teams around the league and the way that they go around. Hey, we're in for now. Oh, no, we're out for now, and we're pivoting. I feel like the Warriors can do that same thing. Maybe they don't get the exact same capital, but they're banking on the picks that they give up the next couple of years are going to be middle to late round picks, which are going to have diminished value. Because in this hypothetical, they swing a deal for a player. Now, could that guy get hurt, or are they just not any good? Absolutely. They can still have a top 5 pick. And you'd be surrendering something very big. Think Carolina Panthers and what they did the last couple of years, for example. So there's always that risk. But I think the risk is worth it when you have I call Steph Curry. You
have Steph Curry.
The great equator.
That is the difference. Because if they didn't have Steph Curry, if Steph Curry wasn't playing at the level that he was playing at, I would say take a step back, reset your books. Because I could understand if the Warriors did go that route. But Steph Curry's still playing at a high level, although he sputtered after the All-Star break. But you could look at the lineup combination, you could look at the usage rate, you could look at all that and why he did struggle, and all the eyes on him in the half court. But you have this window with Steph, and you know what? You don't want to waste it. There's no doubt about it. You don't want to just sit here with Stephen Curry, who's still one of the best players in the league, and say, yeah, we're just going to run it back. We're going to run it back and maybe make the play-in tournament. Maybe not. Maybe get the 6th seed. We got to aim higher, folks. This team's won 4 championships in the last decade. All right? We got to aim higher here. So this Paul George situation is getting real interesting. Real interesting. Now, we hear Eddie Johnson. He sounds like the Warriors are in now Paul George, and Paul George is interested. But you hear from Ramona Shelburne, and she says something different.
I had somebody pretty close to this describe this is more of a long shot, just because it's complicated, right? And, the Clippers, they don't have to do anything. They can just sit back and kind of dare him to leave. If they know their guy and they think he really just wants to stay in LA or stay on the West Coast, they don't have to trade him anywhere. The only thing that gets a little weird is if he opts in, and then we'll know that by Saturday, right? That's the opt-in day, the 29th. So if he opts in, then you go, well, that's kind of interesting. That he can still do the extension with the Clippers. Then he kind of comes off the board for the cap space teams, unless they do a sign and trade there. I think the Warriors obviously have interest in that.
So that's Ramona Shelburne on Willard and Dibs. A lot of conflicting reports. I just want to see it play out because it is, like I like to say, it's lying season. A lot of people are getting lied to. A lot of people are posturing. A lot of people are looking for leverage for their client. Also, the first answer Eddie Johnson gave about Klay Thompson, he believes he has a big market. So we could get into that in the 8 o'clock hour. Me. We could get back into that with Eddie Johnson. We got a lot going on here, but we got shameless shout-outs. Oh, by the way, Anthony Slater, 8:30. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game Insider, breaking down Quinton Post, but also the picks. Chris Paul, Paul George, Klay Thompson, and the latest rumor that Denver was in on Paul George. He just wrote the article earlier today. So we got Anthony Slater on that. And
Denver, also in the Slater article, Denver may be interested in one Klay Thompson as well. Keep an eye out on that.
See, now that is an interesting landing spot.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is great. This is fun. This is fun, man. I'm jacked up. Let's get to Shameless. I like this, man. Wow. That does, dude.
I'm out.
It'd make me sick to my stomach if Klay Thompson ended up in Denver with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. You don't understand how many wide open threes he'd have playing off of Eric Gordon, Jokic, and Murray in that altitude. Oh, that will make that. Now I've just got a little nauseated. I don't. If Klay's gonna go anywhere, go east. Go east, please. Denver's big game hunting. They're not happy with the way they lost that second round series against Minnesota. They fumbled a championship. Let's be honest. They had a 20-point lead in Game 7 against Minnesota, a 20-point lead, and I think they beat Boston in the finals.
Oh, no. you got to win that game, and then
what I'm
win
saying,
again in the next Western Conference
They probably
Finals.
beat Dallas.
Oh, I think they beat Dallas.
But they did. But again, they lost in the second round, guys. Come on,
No, this is the Warriors conversation of last year.
For talking all that smack.
Right.
Because, we're going to be a dynasty, and you won one. Shut up.
But you know what, though? The facts are they fumbled away a championship.
Oh, Mike
That's how
Malone.
they're looking at it.
Dynastic
they're looking
coach.
at it that they fumbled away a championship. Wow.
Get
All right,
Jokic on the treadmill.
Shoutouts. I got one here
Give it to me.
from my boy Pablo Albaran on Instagram. And this happened in your hood, the Excelsior, 544 Excelsior, Don Chewy's.
Oh, yeah.
They were robbed, and a lot of people broke in, took a lot from the ATM, the cash register, and more. Anything helps support them. One of the best burritos in the Excelsior. Support Don Chewy's. They love the morning roast. They love NBC Sports Bay Area. They got robbed. So
why are we doing this to people who own small business? Like, I'm not saying you should do it to anyone, but really, you're going to do this to a small family business that's been in the neighborhood forever? What are we doing? What is wrong? I know society. I watched that stupid debate like you did last night, and
I only watched a little bit.
Society's down bad. I get it. All right, that's the best we got. Yes, we all feel in the same way. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're going to do this to our own communities, to the small guy? We're going to really kick them while they're down? Do better.
So shout out to Don Chewy's, man. Hopefully bounce
let's
back.
try to help
Support them, man.
Let's try to help them. That's weak.
Support them as much as you can here. There's another store, I think, in Richmond that was robbed. And so it's all bad, man. A lot of people are doing bad things here, but the economy's bad. This country, man, it's something else. But shout out to Don Chewy's here. What you got, Spadoni? What you got, Lubman? And get the roasters getting here.
It's about you. I want to hear from you, the audience, for your shout-outs. We give shout-outs all week. Right now, this segment is about you. 888-957-9570. And I want to shout out IBU 595 from the 209. Get that money, baby.
I'm going to shout out all the undrafted free agents signing in the NBA. Today, tomorrow, whenever it happens, the Warriors signed Reese Beekman out of Virginia. Two-way player, signed him to a two-way deal.
Give me his accolades.
He averaged 14.3 points per game, 6.2 assists, and is a solid player.
And how about
6'3", and he's got poise, can manipulate a defense at all three levels.
Also this.
I'm reading this off the script, guys.
No, but how about this, though? Back-to-back ACC Defensive Player of the Year.
That is nothing to scoff at. The ACC knows basketball, baby. This isn't like football where they're scrubs.
Yeah.
Going back to the undrafted free agents, Ben Wallace, Hall of Famer, pretty good player, made it in the league. John Starks, Bruce Bowen, Fred Van Vliet, more recently. One. And not even guys like that. Maybe an Austin Reeves, who's a solid player, got paid. So don't give up your dreams, even if you're undrafted. You know what? Sometimes that could be better. Finding your own destination than getting drafted to a place that might hinder your role.
Ask about GP2, baby. GP2 is another one who became an NBA champion. Maybe not on the level of those players, but found his way to the NBA. Go ahead, Lubman.
Yeah, I got a double shout out here. The first one is I got to give a shout out to our friends at Jack's Restaurant. Guys, this week they're celebrating their 14th anniversary at their Pleasant Hill location. So big congratulations to them. They're also opening a cantina out in Pleasant Hill. Very curious to see what the Jack's Cantina is like. Be sure to be tuned in at 9:05-ish for You Don't Know Jack. We got a good one for you guys this week. And then also I want to give a shout out. It's a baseball shout out. The most fun story in baseball right now. Shout out to Grimace. The way that the Mets have been rolling ever since he threw out the first pitch. Grimace Mania taking over Queens. It has just been hilarious. I saw this video the other day. All these Mets fans are cheering in the rain for this guy in a Grimace costume chugging Coors Light. It is just like the most beautifully American baseball thing I've ever seen. So thank you, Grimace, for just giving us some lighthearted joy in baseball right now.
Go ahead.
Pacifica Sirens, 8U girls played 5 games this past weekend in 100-degree heat in Tracy in the NorCal Championships. They placed 3rd out of 21 teams, securing their bid to the state finals in San Diego. Goldie shut out Belmont with a complete game late Sunday afternoon. An impressive weekend. Dave Alexander and them girls, congratulations.
A lot of stuff going on here. 408. Shout out to Dirty Diamonds 12U softball team playing in Modesto this weekend. Let's go, Coach Frank. And also shout out to my mother-in-law, Alona. We celebrated her birthday yesterday at Elena's in West Portal.
Nice.
Had some good Mexican food. Was great.
The crab enchiladas.
Oh, dude. Had to the Dutchess crab tostada, which was amazing.
Yeah.
Had a great time
Dude,
there
the
with
chips and
Oleg,
dip.
Alona, and just baby Chaz and Iana was at work. But
That
shout out to
place
Alona.
printing
Happy birthday
money.
to you, and happy birthday to JoJo and her family. I forget her kid's name. He graduated from Reardon. She walks by me, goes, "All right, Bonte, see you later." I'm like, do I know you? She goes, "Oh, I'm a roaster. We watch you." And he goes, "And by the way, my kid with the Reardon, I know you hate Reardon." I said, "No, I don't hate Reardon. It's all a shtick.
Say
It's
some
all
nice
a joke.
things.
It's all a joke." But shout out to JoJo, who's a big listener. She listens all the time. Ran into her at Elena's as well at West Portal. So pretty cool. Elena, shout out to Elena's, man. Hell of a
Hey,
restaurant.
that place is printing it.
Yeah.
There's packed 24/7.
Packed all the time. Packed all the. When did that place? It just opened, right?
Like less than 6 months ago.
Yeah, no, it's
I've eaten there
amazing.
like 4 times.
Are you serious?
Best time to go. 10:30 Sunday morning. You can walk right in. I know.
Yeah, we
right
went
after
around.
church.
What time did we go? We went about 4:00. Beautiful day.
Oh,
in
that's
the
a
city,
good
by the
time.
way.
That's a good time.
Beautiful city.
The cocktails
Beautiful
are
day.
elite.
So yeah, no. Shout out to Alona. Happy birthday to you. We celebrated there. We're going to celebrate.
Shout out
Saturday.
to Dugan family.
Yeah, the Dugan. They run that too.
Yeah, that's Westlake Joe's. That's
No,
yeah.
I'm talking about Elena's.
Yeah. They run that restaurant as well.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And Little Joe's
didn't
to
know
go down the block with the pizza. I eat there all the time.
Unlimited possibilities.
Yeah, dude, they're my favorite.
The Dugan's just running
They're just
stuff.
crushing it.
Dugan's
They just
running
opened
stuff.
another one on Chestnut or whatever.
Yeah, Brad Dugan. Shout out to Brad Dugan. Shout out to all the Dugans out there. That was shameless shout outs. Don't forget Warriors Offseason Summit details. Monday, July 8th, 4 to 6 p.m. Willard and Dibs will get the party started at 2 p.m. Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. Space is still limited, so go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot now. Warrior Summit details, that is it. July 8th, 4 to 6 p.m. out in Fremont, up there on the rooftop. So shout out to Shameless shout outs as well. And as you said, loving Jack's Restaurant, celebrating that 14th
I'm still thinking about that food they brought in. Like, I can go for some of that right now.
Wow.
All of it. The baklava, every single thing.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. Go for some Lena's again. That doesn't just crab tostada, man. It's
God.
like-
Yes, I did the enchiladas.
fajitas.
So good.
We are the hungriest show in radio.
Wow.
Because we wake up at 3:30 in the morning.
Hey, just call us H&H instead of H&M. Just call us H&H. Hungry and horny. Let's go to
Whoa! It's one of the best lines you've delivered.
Don't talk about that.
Stop! Stop it!
Hey, late night, baby. We're going to be up late night with Wade. He's back. He's going to be activated by the Giants today, and he will be in the lineup today against the Bums. And again, we still got our free agency's taking over. They're taking over. Giants, you got to do something for us to talk about you. And this is a great time for you to do something. You got the Dodgers, Braves, and Cleveland Guardians. You want us to take you seriously? Go win some baseball games, and it starts tonight with Logan Webb on the mound. Who better to have on the mound today against the Dodgers? But Wade, you've just been out of the lineup since May 28th with a grade 2 left hamstring strain. Looked like he was headed to the All-Star game, but that dream is probably dead. But his return will be needed for the Giants at first base. Lamont Wade Jr. Late night Lamont is back. All right. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Getting right back into the NBA, folks. 888-957-9570. We'll react to Eddie Johnson. Do you believe Klay Thompson has a big market? Paul George. What are you willing to do for Paul George? What are you willing to trade? We just heard the Nuggets situation. We'll recap that again. Sam Amick, Anthony Slater wrote the article. Slater will join us at 8:30. We got Trevor Haas, beat writer for Boston College men's basketball for the Boston Globe. He's going to join us at 9:20 to talk about Quinton Post. His last name is Post, even though he plays on the perimeter as a 7-footer. But I like it. The pick-pock game looks good. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake. Celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
it is on the popping. It is on the popping in the NBA. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to a roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Look, we're going to have caller of the week at 8:20. We've got Anthony Slater at 8:30. We got Trevor Haas, beat writer for the Boston College men's basketball team for the Boston Globe. He'll join us at 9:20 to talk about Quinton Post for a few minutes. Brandon Ayuk right now driving to Levi Stadium. He ain't going nowhere. Ayuk's going to be a Niner, baby. That's what I'm getting out of all this. Another meeting with the 49ers. They'll get something done. And number 11 will be back on the roster. And all this nonsense we talked about for the last 4 months will just be nonsense. But right now we're focused on Klay and Paul George and CP3. Eddie Johnson just joined us, and we got a lot of sound from him about Klay Thompson. He basically said Klay market is huge, according to Sam Amick and Anthony Slater. How about this one, Shasky? The Denver Nuggets are showing interest in Klay Thompson as a potential replacement for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Oh, my God.
The Philadelphia 76ers are also expected to show interest in Klay Thompson. Quote unquote, a league source said Philadelphia has interest in Klay if the Nuggets lose free agent to be Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who has decided to decline his player option and enter the market. A league source said Denver has pegged Thompson as a possible replacement. So I ask all the listeners out there, 888-957-9570. If Klay Thompson doesn't come back and re-sign with the Golden State Warriors, what is the one team you don't want to see him play for?
Well, the Denver Nuggets have $8 million, as of right now, $8 million of first apron space, $19 million of second apron space, and that does not include the KCP option situation. So that's just accounted for next year. So him signing there would either be the mid-level or it would be under, the $19 million per year that they have left to fill out the rest of their roster, barring there's no big trade.
Right. Maybe they move off of Michael Porter Jr. and open up some cash. I don't know. But that is what's going on right now. We'll talk to Slater about it. But is Denver the one team that Warrior fans, what team personally, if Klay moves on, and I personally want Klay back, I want to see the big three retire together. I'm a sucker for that stuff. But if he doesn't come back, and it doesn't look like he's coming back, if you read all the tea leaves and the feeling we all get, the vibe we all get, it doesn't feel like he's coming back. If there's a team I don't want to see him play for, it is the Denver Nuggets. The pick-a-pop game with Jokic and Murray, and he's standing in the corner wide open hitting threes in that altitude, I don't want to see him go to Denver. I would rather see him go to Orlando, get out east, go to Philadelphia, get out east. I don't want Klay Thompson in the Western Conference, especially on a team like Denver. And what if Dallas? I don't know what Dallas is over the cap right now. I still feel like, I don't know why I feel like they're a dark horse to get Klay Thompson. Maybe I'm just paranoid about the Dallas Mavericks and Jason Kidd and Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic. But I definitely wouldn't want to see him on the Denver Nuggets.
Offensively, I see everything you're saying, but there's also the defensive side of things. And so you'd have him and Murray, in that backcourt, conceiving that they have him as a 2. I know Aaron Gordon is a very good defender, but as the funneler, because Jokic isn't necessarily a funneler at big. I don't know.
I think they would start Christian Brown at the 2, the young man from Kansas who's entering his 3rd year, who's a solid player. I like Christian Brown.
Okay.
I like Christian Brown. It's spelled Brown, but they pronounce it Brown. Christian Brown at the 2, and then Klay at the 3. Next to Gordon and Jokic, because we all consider Klay Thompson a 3 now, right? Even the Warriors kind of considered Klay Thompson a 3.
In that scenario, they had said, I was just going off of what you read, and they said as a replacement for KCP.
Yeah, as a replacement.
So I assumed shooting guard.
But I see him interchangeable being with Christian Brown being in that starting lineup.
Honestly, I don't know. I see what you're seeing offensively. I don't know. I'm not that crazy, oh my God, that changed anything. Because KCP was kind of like a Warrior, a very good player against the Warriors. He could defend. He's timely when he knocks down shots. He's kind of a guy you forget about, and a really nice ancillary piece. Obviously not going to be the volume shooter that Klay Thompson is, but he does a lot of little things on a winning team. KCP's a very underrated player.
Oh, he's a very good player. Good player.
I don't really care if he goes to Denver. I just, for some reason, seeing him in the Laker uniform alongside LeBron, I don't know why that triggers me more, even though he's from LA, because I hate the Lakers much more than I hate the Nuggets.
Considering that you love LeBron, you talk more like. I'm kidding. I look at Denver and I just look at the offensive firepower and the pressure they could put on you offensively. They don't turn the ball over enough. I mean, they don't turn the ball over at all. I know we all see Game 7 the way they blew it, but they're very efficient offensively. Jokic is going to have the ball in his heads. You're going to have to double him. If you don't double him, he's going to drop 40 on your ass. Jamal Murray, if you don't double him, he's going to drop 30 on your ass and cook you. Klay Thompson being wide open for corner threes in that offense, I think he's more consistent than Michael Porter Jr. when it comes to shooting the rock. So I don't know. That's interesting. I don't want to see Klay Thompson come to Denver and play for Mike Malone and be in the Western Conference. Are you kidding me? I just want Klay Thompson out of the West. But if you had a choice, Warrior fans, 888-957-9570, a couple questions. What is the one team you don't want to see Klay Thompson play for? I have I have a feeling that a lot of people will say the LA Lakers.
Yeah, that would be it. But at the same time, I think a lot of people are always going to root for Klay Thompson no matter where he goes.
I'm not rooting for him if he's an LA Laker. That's why I draw the line. Sorry, Spadone.
He's a legacy player. That's his favorite team growing up, right?
That's why I draw the line. The LA Lakers. The Lakers. The Lakers. Now you're going to make me watch Klay Thompson, the LA Lakers?
I rooted for Terrell Owens individually, even though he was on the Cowboys.
I did not do that.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I didn't go that far.
I love T.O.
I ain't rooting for no Cowboy. We're different in that aspect. I am not rooting for no Cowboy. Oh, I hate it when he signed with the Cowboys.
I did too.
Oh my gosh.
But he was awesome.
Yeah, but I wasn't rooting for him. That's for damn sure.
Individually rooting for him.
Nope. Not doing it. Not doing it. Not doing it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, Paul George. The Paul George market is heating up. Sam Amick, Anthony Slater. Again, Slater's going to join us at 8:30. What's going on with PG? PG-13. What's his market look like? And what are you willing to do to get PG if you're interested in PG? Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening, man? Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday. We keep bringing up defense. Defense. You know, watch the draft yesterday. Half them players, the third or fourth of them players don't play defense. Klay Thompson still a better defender than Curry, still a better defender than Jokic, still a better defender than Luka. A lot of guys. So you can bring up defense as if he's so terrible that he can't play. Man, you put Klay Thompson on any contending team, they're more of a contender. And y'all bring up KCP, oh, he's a winning player. Yeah, Klay Thompson's a winning player too. He's been doing winning player things for many moons now, and the disrespect is real. I don't understand it, Shasky. You're really disrespecting this guy. This guy did everything. But anyways.
How am I going? Time out, Rob. Time out. How am I disrespecting him when the team, not Joe Shasky, the team had to sit him down and say, dude, stop taking wild-ass shots? How am I disrespecting him when the coach had to talk to him multiple times this year to get him to buy in on the team concept of like, we're trying to maximize you and make you a better player. We're thinking about, moving you off the bench because you're not, like, our team isn't good enough. And like, it's not me. I'm not doing these things. The team did these things. I'm assessing what I'm watching. If he was playing at an elite level, I would say that. When he has good games, I say that. When he's shooting them out of games early on in the season on the road like he did last year, yeah, I acknowledged it. What, am I going to be blind and stick my head in the sand?
Because that's not really true. At the end of the day, who else you want shooting the ball on this team last year? Who else? Draymond, stop it. Klay's been the same player his whole career. And to me, like I said earlier in the year, he took less shots this year, played less minutes. To me, it's like the Warriors management was trying to underpay him anyways. From my sources, I heard they offered him some money, a disrespectful price, and make it under Draymond Green, and he still ain't returned the call yet. So my thing is this, man. I don't care about defense. The NBA don't care about defense. So don't bring it up trying to talk bad about a player. When I watch Luka look like pure crap on defense on the biggest stage. Klay Thompson's still a better defender than him. And if Klay goes to Dallas or Denver, it's a wrap. Warriors definitely ain't got no action. And by the way, I like the fact that they drafted the San Mateo James Wiseman, though. That's a good pickup for them.
I mean, that was. I'll give you that. That was a bar. But like, I mean, like,
I don't want to go back to Klay. Let's just keep it moving. I don't want to go back.
Disrespecting.
We're going to move on from that. Here's Eddie Johnson, Sirius XM NBA radio, color analyst for the Phoenix Suns. Here's what he said about Klay Thompson's market.
A great market. because he's a tremendous person and he's still an unreal basketball player. The second half of this season, I think he showed everybody how good he still is. And I expect teams, if he becomes a free agent, I expect teams, he gets out there, obviously he'll be a free agent, he'll sign a deal, but I expect teams to be calling right away as soon as that window opens. I mean, who wouldn't want Klay Thompson in the organization?
Is Klay still a valuable player, Eddie?
The good thing is I would tell Klay and any other player is, hey, you're still here and you're still viable. Like some guys play maybe 5 years, some play 10 years, some can play 15 years. I was a guy that played 17 years. I didn't care where I played. I didn't care who wanted me. I didn't care who didn't want me. The only thing that I cared about is that I had a chance to continue to play the game that I loved at an age where I knew I wasn't Eddie Johnson of the 20-year-olds. And I think that should be the case with Klay. And you shouldn't take it personal. It's business, as he well know. And I think, probably the move would be good for him. I think he should be rejuvenated if he went somewhere and he had to lead and they had to be counted on a lot higher than he is right now.
So that's Eddie Johnson on Klay Thompson. Do you agree with him? 888-957-9570. Let's get to Auntie, Sugar, Robin in the city. Robin, long time no talk. What up, Auntie?
Hey, look here, I called to let Shasky know you're absolutely right. Rob, you know what, Rob? You know what? You need to stop that. First of all, I agree that Klay Thompson, the way that he's been disrespected by the fans is funky. I really do. Because, they appreciate what you did, but they always remember how you go out. Klay, it took him 2 years. Well, he was out 2 years, too. Am I not right, you guys?
2 years.
So, he said that they didn't expect him to come back and be who he was, yet that was a lie because he didn't live up to that. But it's going to take him. I believe he'll be better this year because he's had 2 years of an injury and he's also, in a decline. But I think that it's kind of like I heard your doctor that used to be on here. He said it's going to take Klay at least 3 or 4 years to even get back. He's been out 2 years. So it's kind of like, I call the analogy, people that are addicted. Well, it'll take the rest of their lifetime to fight that addiction because they lived a certain way. So it takes them time to even get back to a normal life. I kind of see the injury in that regard. But, Rob, you need to cut it out because you say you always want to diminish Curry to elevate Klay, and that's not cool. They worked as a team until he got injured. The fact of the matter is Steph Curry has been carrying Pookie and them, okay? He won that championship for them 2 years ago. So you need to cut that out. Klay contributed, but he was part of Pookie and them. So you need to let that go for the trying to diminish one in order to elevate. It never works out. Peace out, guys.
All right, Robin.
It is sad, but it's true.
Oh, man, Pookie and them. Klay Thompson. But according to Eddie Johnson, he has a market, a great market. Ramona Shelburne joined Willard and Dibs yesterday, said the Klay situation may get resolved very, very quickly.
There are only a couple teams with the cap space, right, to sign him to something like a little larger. And I think the cap space dries up pretty quick, right? There's only a couple teams that would fit there. And then everything else would be sort of a mid-level, right? So there's not much to decide except for where you want to go. I think the Warriors do have an interest in bringing him back. But, is that happening before they deal with the other 4 or 5 options that are out there? I don't see that. I think they have a few other things to try to get done that may or may not happen, right, before they deal with Klay. And let's see how long he waits.
Let's see how long he waits, Shasky. Let's see how long he waits. Very intrigued to see what his market is, what type of money he was getting. Because for a long time, I was in the camp with Bobby Marks. I thought Klay was getting $30 million a year for sure. For sure. Done deal. My sources, and you can believe if I have sources or not, I would hope that I'm credible out there in these streets, but, people may have different opinions. I thought he was going to get 25 to 30 million easy. Now, Malik Monk and his deal with the Sacramento Kings changed my thought process. I thought, damn, I thought Malik was going to get 30 million a year, and he ended up getting 18, 19 a year. And right now, Malik Monk is probably the more explosive player. The more explosive, he doesn't play defense either. That's the thing with Malik Monk. Nobody talks about Malik Monk. He is food on defense. Food. But He is great offensively. He can play make, which Klay Thompson doesn't do. He's more of a playmaker. So,
and he's accepted his sixth-man role and is like the supercharged battery pack. And there are games where, they ride that out all the way. And then there are other times where he doesn't have a really good game and he doesn't feel any of the heat. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's one of the beauties of what his role is with that team.
But let's be real, though. He's never been a Klay Thompson before. He's never had submitted himself as a legit starting two guard in this league. So accepting that role as a sixth man, you're getting that type of money, that's different. But we don't ever talk about his defense there, but we know what he means to Sacramento. There's no doubt. I think if I was on the open market and I'm a GM and I'm looking at Monk or Klay, I'm probably taking Monk. However, it's not to disrespect Klay Thompson. It's just that he's younger and probably more of a playmaking offensive threat than Klay Thompson. But let's go to KC in San Jose. Do you care where Klay Thompson goes? What's the one team that if he goes to, you're like, damn it, KC, what's up, man?
Hey, guys, man, I don't care where he goes. I'm a Warriors fan. He can do whatever he wants. He's a free agent. It's not about what you did coming into the league. We can write books about it. We can watch documentaries 10 years from now. It's about what you're doing in the league. Baby Chaz has a better shooting percentage in playing games at Dave & Buster's than Klay Thompson did. No, dude, I'm thankful for what he did. And in 2030, when the statue is being erected in front of Chase, I'll be there. But for now, bye, Felicia.
Damn. See, I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. That's just disrespectful to a guy who's meant the world to this organization. Not as much as Steph, probably. Not as much. He's right there with Draymond in terms of the value he's giving this. That's corny to me. Now, he doesn't care where Klay goes. That's fine. I think we're going to care. We're going to watch. But I'm not disrespecting a four-time champ like that. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Nope. Nope.
I'm not even going to respond to that.
Why?
Because I was going to go on this whole rant about how we just flippantly say the word disrespect because the job is analysis. That's what I'm doing every day. I'm giving you my opinions and I'm analyzing what I'm seeing.
Get over Rob,
and like the way that, but I know, but like anytime you critique something or like no one ever brings up when we're like, wow, the guy was on fire and blah, blah. Same thing with Brock Purdy. Like you critique even a little. It's like, you hater, disrespect. It's like, no, the job is analysis.
At least you don't get cross-racist for having critique about Brock Purdy.
I don't get that. Yeah,
but you're right about that. Where if I critique Brock Purdy a little bit, although I said, hey, he's going to help this offense score 30 a game. Oh my God, with this offense, they're going to be more as explosive as the '94 Niners. You can say all that stuff. You're right, and people ignore it. And all they do was want to hear the negativity. So, but Klay has been disrespected. Purdy was disrespected. All that stuff. But whatever. Who cares? KC and San Jose can.
I just think that we not you. I'm just saying in general we throw the disrespect word out just way too quickly. It's just like no, you're sensitive. Like we're talking about sports and we're analyzing. Take a deep breath. Let's have an adult. This is the adult table. Let's have an adult conversation about it.
Well, not a lot of people know how to do that. A lot of people like to be at the kiddie table. They do. But there is disrespect when it Klay. With that word, I throw it out there because I mean it. Disrespect. I hear my own fan base calling him Clank Thompson. Clank Thompson.
Like Clank and bye Felicia. That is disrespectful.
That's what I'm talking about.
That is what I would file under disrespectful.
So,
but like in terms of the way we're talking and analyzing and stuff, like again, like what he was and the things that he's won and the resume and all that is true. But they're in such a precarious financial situation that you cannot continue to not reward, but compensate individuals based on resume and what they've done prior. You have to forecast and project what you think they're going to do this year and going forward. And that's what makes it very difficult.
509. Why didn't you guys flush that idiot hating on Klay?
Let's flush it now. Let's. This is a post-mortem flush.
No, we don't need to flush it. He's whatever. He's whatever. Let's get to Call of the Week. Call of the Week. This week's caller is Oscar in Stockton, who called in to calm the waters for nervous Warrior fans. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Listen to Shasky, calm down, man. The Warriors are a winning organization. I can understand that we had an incompetent owner and front office. The Warriors are going to make the best moves for them. As I am watching this sports talk radio and listen to all these supposed to be professionals, a lot of them are wrong on a lot of things. This draft is a weak draft, and we do not need to be trying to trade all our picks. And for one reason only. We have some prospects that's been on our team the last couple of years. Kuminga, like I think it was Steiny talking about. We got to understand, Kuminga only been playing basketball for 7 years. He's going to make that leap, Bonte. And with Moses Moody, the same thing. We have enough talent.
That is Oscar in Stockton. That was the caller of the week. Caller to the Morning Roast. And if your call is better than the rest, you could be named caller of the week 2. Coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Anthony Slater for the second time this week. Let's get the slates. There's some new reports here with Paul George, Klay Thompson. We'll talk a little draft with them, but more so Klay Thompson, CP3, Paul George. It's a lot going on with the Golden State Warriors. We got a lot of action here with the Golden State Warriors over the next 3 days. We will find out a lot, and by Monday morning, we can see some new players on this roster, including the new draft picks. All right, that's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. The Warriors Offseason Summit is coming up on Monday, July 8th on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. Starts at 2 p.m. with Willard and Dibs live and the rest of the crew from 4 to 6 p.m. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting...
up top situation too, with the fact that, I don't think that they have shown the love to him financially that he necessarily thought was coming. And it's not just like, strict dollars and cents on the table. It's literally just like conversations about my future. It's just been very much over the last couple of years, like, we'll get to it when we get to it.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. All right, things are percolating with Klay Thompson, Paul George, and we're going to get the latest lowdown from our main man, Anthony Slater, in just a second. Our 95.7 The Game insider, of course, does great work for The Athletic. He joined us in studio a couple days ago, and that was him in studio, and we were asking about Klay Thompson. So we're going to get it back on because we got new nuggets here. We got some new nuggets, and I'm not talking about Denver right now. Well, maybe I am talking about Denver. Maybe I am talking about Denver.
Or Grimace.
Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill here on the Morning Roast, as you know, as always. If you're looking for more Giants talk, because we're not getting too much Giants today, then you need to be listening to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Love and Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area. Wherever you get your podcasts, iTunes, Spotify, free Odyssey app, go download that bad boy as the Giants get ready to play the Dodgers. All right, back to basketball. Anthony, good morning to you, man. Thanks again for coming down to the studio a couple days ago, all the way up there from Sacramento. So now you and Sam Amick have some new nuggets here about Klay Thompson, Paul George. So let's start with Klay Thompson. Interest from Denver and Philadelphia. How legit is that?
Yeah, the Philly one's really interesting because Philly's a cap space team. And, I mean, we'll get to Paul George, I'm sure, but he obviously remains like the domino around the league right now. I think part of his hopeful leverage with the Clippers is the looming threat of the Sixers, throwing him a huge offer. But if they don't, if he goes back to the Clippers, which honestly I would probably still categorize that as the most likely scenario, then the Sixers got a lot of money to play with. And I think, of the potential Klay Thompson suitors, they're the ones that could probably provide the biggest financial offer, would be, the way I would read it. So we'll see. Again, like, I'm not saying Klay Thompson's necessarily priority one there, but, teams miss on free agents. And that's what happens in the first hours and days of free agency. And then I think they become a bigger threat to potentially land Klay.
What could Denver offer Klay Thompson?
Yeah, Denver in a sense, and I think any other potential rival teams out there that are more cash strapped. You're talking more mid-level range, and I'm not saying he's ready to take that type of deal, but we'll see how the market plays out. And I think he is going to prioritize being in a winning environment. He still needs to hear whatever the Warriors offer is, but we're obviously at that point talking more mid-level range.
Wow. Yeah, because I'm looking at Philadelphia's, cap space, and they're like 106 under the first apron, 117 under the second apron. They've only got 4 guys technically ready to roll for next year because they've got a bunch of options and they have people that they can decline. So, I mean, they should be a player on a lot of different people. And then the Denver situation, they're right up against it. They don't have a whole lot. How quick does this come down, do you think, in the next 2 days? I mean, do you think Bonte's hypothesizing we could find out Sunday midday?
Well, that's what Ramona Shelburne said yesterday. She said it from ESPN that this could get resolved very quickly.
How fast does he jump, Klay Thompson?
Well, first, the league moves quick. I think it depends on what goes down. I mean, these dominoes are coming the next 2 days. I mean, the Chris Paul one today, the Chris Paul decision today really impacts what the Warriors. I believe, do not quote me on this, I believe it's 2 p.m. because usually it's I know I believe the Peyton option and the Looney waive or not waive was 5 p.m. Eastern because that's the end of business day, East Coast time, which is 2 p.m. here. So I believe that's the time on the Paul one officially.
So if we find out about Paul today, what are the options that we find out about Paul? They either are guaranteeing, non-guaranteeing, or pushing it out?
Yeah. Look, you could theoretically, a trade could go down today, or an agreement of a trade with Chris Paul, or a waiving before then, or like you said, you push it out, to July 1st, or however long they agree for it to be pushed out. But I mean, it signals a lot. If they push it out, that means, man, they're in on something. They believe that they're going to get something done, because that would be telling Chris Paul, hey, if you push it back a little bit, we really think something can happen that could get you this money. If they waive him, To me, that signals they don't have any type of juicy trade that they think can get done. They could potentially, if Klay Thompson walks, get themselves to becoming a mid-level team and start to become more of like a little bit of a free agency player, like a smaller fish free agency player if Klay Thompson walks. But the other thing about waiving Chris Paul today would signal is like they can give Klay Thompson a very competitive offer, maybe the best offer Klay Thompson ends up getting out there. And then it becomes very interesting on like, does Klay Thompson want to come back or not?
Wow, some breaking news here from Doug Smith, who covers the Raptors, been covering the Raptors for 2 decades. Just tweeted out that Andrew Wiggins Slater out of Canadian Olympic picture, according to a source. Golden State Warriors playing hardball with the veteran. They are looking to move. Canadian team opens camp later on today. So we'll bookmark that for just a second. Shasky and Slater. Anthony Slater there. Andrew Wiggins out of the Canadian Olympic picture. And again, Doug Smith, who covers the Raptors, been covering them for 2 decades now, playing hardball. The Warriors are playing hardball with the veteran as they are looking to move him. That's according to Doug Smith of the Toronto Raptors. Bookmark that for just a second. Paul George here. Klay Thompson. Before we get to Paul George, how good is that fit for Klay if, say, the Denver Nuggets did sign Klay Thompson to replace Kentavious Caldwell-Pope?
I think Klay fits in a lot of places as like, kind of, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rotation guy on any given night, depending on how hot he is from 3, in a winning environment where you want him next to stars, right? I mean, if it's Dallas gets in the mid-level game and is interested in him, if the Lakers, Clippers, you mentioned the Nuggets, like to me, he fits as a guy in a winning environment that spaces the floor for your stars. And I know he wants to win, right? There is other cap space teams out there, Hornets, Spurs, Pistons. Like, I don't think he necessarily fits there. And I don't think he necessarily wants to fit there, right? From a lifestyle or a winning perspective. So, you guys know what he can do and the type of gravity he provides. You just want him next to star creators because you don't want him. I think there was too many times over the last couple of seasons. It was him trying to create up top, run a pick and roll, something like that. You don't want him doing that. You want him spacing the floor.
Okay, so you guys had a report today, you and Sam Amick, basically saying that the Warriors are trying to get in on this Paul George thing, and also Denver was in there on Paul George, and given their cap situation, they're going to have to move Michael Porter and picks and whatnot. How legitimate is Denver pursuing Paul George, and is this part of maybe the Clippers trying to drive the price up from the Warriors?
Yeah, so on the Denver front, it seems like they bowed out of it, and that was kind of part of our reporting today. But they were interested in, early, but it would have cost Michael Porter Jr. and also picks because, the Clippers, I think, are driving a hard bargain. And this is where the deadline tomorrow with Paul George and the believability of Paul George to leave the Clippers entirely really matters here. Because if he has convinced them or can convince them, hey, if you don't do what I want, if you don't trade me where I want, I will walk and, pay him what he wants. I will walk to the Sixers. I will walk to the Orlando Magic. Well, then they got to just try to get whatever they can, right? Instead of losing him for nothing. But if the Clippers are calling his bluff and saying, number one, we think you want to be here. You just want the max that we're not quite giving you yet. Or number two, we think the only place you would want to go is, a team that needs us to trade you there. Well, then they can kind of hold out and hold leverage in the situation because he can decide to opt in. And then it becomes, remember, James Harden tried to play hardball with the Sixers last year. He opted in and tried to force his way to the Clippers. That didn't happen until mid-season because, Daryl Morey kind of played hardball on it. And that's when it becomes an asset game and when the Clippers can then start asking for, hey, with Denver, Michael Porter and picks, some young guys, whereas with the Warriors, we're talking picks and Kuminga and other young guys potentially. So that's what's all going on right now. And again, I said it earlier in the segment, but I still, maybe it's the skeptical side of me, I still kind of think this ends up with Paul George going back to the Clippers at a number that they probably agree on. It kind of seems like it's a large leverage poker play that's going on, and there's and they're taking it kind of to the buzzer.
Interesting stuff there. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. All right, that report there from Doug Smith of the Toronto Star about Andrew Wiggins. What's the latest on Wiggins? Did you guys talk? I know you guys talked to Dunleavy. I didn't catch whether or not you guys asked him about Andrew Wiggins. What is the latest on him?
Yeah, look, from what I've heard, they're not dying to trade him. They're looking at a lot of options. He is a building block of a salary at $24 million. If they do bring in a wing, Paul George obviously is a wing that plays his position, who can guard. I think there's upgrades out there. But again, like from what I've heard, they're not like dying, like they have to get off his number. We talked about it the other day when I was in the studio. Like he still does a lot of positive things, and I think a lot of people want to scoff at his availability over the last couple of years, and I get it. 2 seasons ago, he played 71 games last year. When he left the team for 4 games, basically like the time that it takes when you tweak an ankle, and like he was dealing with some family stuff that, from my understanding, was like, you know, very legitimate and serious. He left the team for a week. So I think his availability was actually fine last year, 71 games. It's just, how was his play? Like, you know, can you trust him to get back somewhere near the level of a couple seasons ago? I mean, again, they're going to explore the market for him. Like he's I would agree he's available right now, but I don't think they're, you know, definitely going to trade him.
Why would the Warriors not let him play in the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, that one is curious to me. I think, like, again, Doug Smith would know more about the inner workings of the Canadian team, but like Wiggins didn't play last year when they had this really big, remember the tournament last year?
Yep.
Where like, yeah, you know, Shea took him to the finals, and they had Lou Dort, and like they have a loaded team at this point. I mean, Wiggins, and this goes back years and years and years of him not playing for the Canadian national team. I think there's more, in my opinion, there's probably more politics at play than just necessarily the Warriors.
Well, John Hollinger just tweeted out from ESPN that I'm reading this as a Warriors blocking him due to a medical issue, which they can do if there's a legit health reason. So maybe that also cripples them in terms of trading Andrew Wiggins. Who the hell knows, Shasky?
I don't know. So Slater, what's the latest on Jonathan Kuminga? In, out, being dangled. People are demanding him. Are the Warriors saying they're not going to trade him at all? Like, where are we at with Jonathan Kuminga?
He's being protected. I think, you know, Dunleavy put it, like, I think in a somewhat honest way yesterday when he was kind of asked about the young guys in general, but I think this really matters with Kuminga. He said, you know, they're going to keep them unless they have a deal out there. I believe the quote was that unequivocally changes our franchise. So, like, it would have to be a big fish for them to give up Kuminga. And, you know, and there's no, like, untouchable is too strong because honestly, probably nobody on the roster except Steph Curry would be considered untouchable. But, you know, the plan clearly is to have Jonathan Kuminga on the roster next year and probably have extension talks in October that will get interesting, I think.
What do the Warriors do if Paul George goes elsewhere or stays with the Clippers? What's their pivot then?
I think it's possible, and again, I'm not sure if fans would love to hear this, but if they let Chris Paul walk today, I think they turn some attention to Klay Thompson, try to figure out if that relationship is repairable, if either side even wants it to be. And if Klay Thompson walks, that's $73 million combined with him and Chris Paul walking off your books. You're in a great financial place. You're not necessarily in as great of a rotation depth place. You go into the market with more freedom to be like a full mid-level type team. You try to get a mid-tier veteran. Maybe you look to see if there's a Wiggins trade out there that kind of reconfigures your rotation, and you commit to your younger layer of the roster on the rise. And if we're being really honest, you probably compete for the 6th, 7th, 8th seed next year and first round. Like that's probably would be my guess of where it goes.
Might be the best option if all those things fall through. Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. All right, real quick before we let you go, what about these draft picks here? Do they have big plans for Quinton Post? Also Waters III, Lindy Waters III from OKC. Give us a lowdown on these draft picks here.
I mean, big plans is a little strong.
Not like 30 minutes a game, but hey, can you play a little pick and pop role? Yeah.
Look, Lindy Waters, they like. He's been kind of buried in Oklahoma City the last couple of years. You talk to anybody there, I'm around. Not only am I around the Thunder, but he went to Oklahoma State where I went. Like I've known about him for a while, known him a little bit. The Thunder really liked him. It was just a roster crunch situation there. I think he could be 8th, 9th man. Like remember like the best times that Damian Lee had with the Warriors where he'd just come in and help. Like that's the type of player we're probably talking. Oh, wow, he hit a couple big threes in this game, played hard on defense, cut when he needed to, went to the bench and clapped for everybody. Like he's that type of player, which is fine, $2.2 million. As far as Quinton Post goes, they're still figuring out if they're going to roster him on the very cheap like they did with Trace Jackson-Davis or maybe two-way him. That's going to depend on where the roster goes in the next couple weeks. Stretch 5, older player, we'll know early. We'll probably know at Summer League if we feel like he can help or not. If he can't help pretty much right away, then, that's not great because he's 24 years old. But again, 52nd overall pick, whatever. It's a fringe move.
Who's a player we're not thinking about that the Warriors could be targeting? Is it Ingram?
I think, yeah. I mean, that would be a desperation move, and I do think there's fit issues there. We talked about him the other day when I was there. I mean, but he's among the most available out there. I've always thought DeJounte Murray is an intriguing option. I think there were probably some people could healthily dispute whether that's a good fit or not a good fit next to Steph Curry in a backcourt. But another guy, I think Atlanta's probably going to break up that backcourt. And then, we can start looking at free agents too. I probably should start looking at potential free agents that, would come in and at a cheap price but help.
Wow, it's going to be rocking and rolling here. We get the CP3 decision probably at 2 o'clock. We're not going to quote you on that, but it makes sense with the league offices being in New York City. And, of course, the East Coast 3 hours ahead of us here on the West Coast. PG, we're going to be watching Paul George tomorrow. And, of course, at 3 p.m. Sunday, West Coast time, the decision on Klay Thompson. What will he do? Boy, if he went to Denver, I can't get over that, man. That's the one team I don't want him to go to. Anthony, thanks for all your hard work this week, man. We appreciate it. We'll be locked in on your articles over the weekend. Have a good day. Enjoy free agency, man. It's on and popping in the NBA.
Yeah, I will say on the Paul decision today, if he does get waived, I don't think you're going to like where the Paul George situation goes the next day. I think that would probably signal they are out.
So that's what it's all about there. Anthony Slater, thanks so much, brother. Have a good day.
All right, fellas.
All right, CP3. So I guess before we even get to Paul George, we got to see what the hell happens with CP3. What is going to happen? Are they going to extend this deadline with CP3 to involve him in the move? That's if Warrior fans want Paul George, then they need CP3 to agree to extend this deadline. And then extend the deadline, and then CP3 is looking at $30 million. Now, if he gets waived, where's his market? Where's he going to go? But if they waive CP3 today, according to Slater, probably means they can't go big name hunting. So now we go back to CP3, a guy they traded Jordan Poole and a pick for.
I mean, it's just the weight of the Warriors world rests on the shoulders of CP3,
who is always a hated member.
It's almost
always a hated member here.
It's like a script out of a Hollywood movie.
It really is.
Hey, DubNation, it's Chris Paul.
It really is. Chris Paul. And Chris Paul's going right back down to L.A.
If they end up waiving Chris Paul, if they end
you're going to be depressed.
Everyone will be. And then if they, go with their, because if I'm Klay, the way I'm viewing it is they waive Chris Paul and then they circle back to me with their tail between their legs. Oof. That's a tough one.
Lucky us.
Lucky us. So it all comes down. So we forget Paul George. Paul George, put him to the side. Just put him to the side. That is a non-starter if CP3 gets waived today. Oh, can they convince Chris Paul?
It's crazy. You and I, I don't know if it was a week ago, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, you asked me, Klay's priority number one, and I had wrote down.
I thought Wiggins. I thought I said Wiggins. Maybe.
Oh, maybe you said Wiggins. Whatever. What's the priorities? Right, and I was like, the CP3 money is number one because I need to know what the trade market is. And here we are. We're coming down to the day, and it's the CP3 money. It's wow.
This deadline.
And it all goes back to the punch. Because if you did not, I'm teasing. Because if you didn't have the punch.
You hate to go Hawaiian, but you got to bring out the punch.
If you didn't have the punch, we wouldn't have the trade. We wouldn't be with CP3.
What did he say with Evan?
It was with Evan forget doing that show that morning.
No.
5 minutes before the 7 o'clock, TMZ, video coming out.
Oh, no. I tell you exactly the time. It wasn't 5 minutes before 7 o'clock. It was 6:44 a.m. because we just went to the 6:42 a.m. break and we're talking about a football Friday. And then, TMZ, and we're all watching in the studio. And as we're on the break, I look at the call logs and it starts blinking. One by one by one by one. It was like, yup. And then, I always go back to the crossover.
We were like, this is a video.
Yeah.
You have to see it. It's hard to describe it.
Half of the people calling in, he should be in jail. It's like, oh my God.
Dude, not only that, I just go back to the crossover that
I almost want to go back and just hear what we said.
I need to hear that show. Well, I don't know if I want to go back. Because unfortunately, Now that I think about it, this is unbelievable. That happens during our show, you and I. And then the Larry Bear situation happens during the show.
Right.
I was on with
That's right. Well, I had to do the show after the video came out, and I was, it was.
With Larry Bear?
Oh, yeah.
You did it that night?
I did the 6 p.m. show that night.
Well, I was doing the show in the afternoon when the video got released during a break.
Yeah, that's tough.
During a break, and we're sitting there.
That's difficult.
And then some said 2 TMZ videos broke in the middle of my show during the break, and I'm thinking, oh, gosh, we got to pivot. We had to pivot off of something that day. But then that football Friday, but I go back to the crossover. But I go back to the crossover. I go back to the crossover that Thursday with Willard and Dibbs. And you know, Willard, I like Mark Willard so much because he calls.
Do you? Because I feel like you're about to crush him.
Oh no, I'm not the crusher. I'm just saying what he said, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, Mark.
Words in
but I
his
just
mouth.
remember
That.
him and Dan Dibley going tag team on me.
Real quick, why was he so triggered about Bronny yesterday?
No. Who cares? Okay, listen. We can finish the story real quick before I forget.
Yeah.
But no, he goes, guys, it was just a slap. It's nothing huge. And Dibley's like, yeah, it's just. And I'm like, guys, I don't think it was just that.
It's just the
I
slap.
just don't. I know. I've heard other things, and unfortunately, the video got released, and it wasn't just.
It was a haymaker.
But back to your point, maybe it does start from there. The punch, and then the off season.
I mean, that's where we're at.
You know, that's where we're at right now. That we're dependent on Chris Paul to say, Chris Paul, we didn't play you ahead of Pajimski to play a game. You didn't always finish with us. We asked you to come off the bench for the first time in your career. Can you do us a favor and extend this deadline, please?
I mean, please.
Please.
I'm out. I know we've hated you forever, and I know Curry came for all the things that you wanted and the glory and everything, and you've gotten none of that, and you haven't won a damn thing. Please do us this little favor. And the compensation package is $30 million. I mean, look around the NBA right now. Where's he getting $30 million from?
Yeah, he's going to need to extend this.
He wants this $30 million.
Yeah, no doubt.
He needs this $30 million.
We're here.
I mean, it's unbelievable. It is almost like a superhero, multiverse. Like, I don't know if you've watched. There's this Apple Plus show. It's called Dark Matter, where the guy built basically some sort of like a multi-dimension time machine where you can go back in time at different points in your life and all the different choices that you've made and all these different versions of you based off the decisions that you've made. Almost like a butterfly effect meets the multiverse.
Right.
Think of the butterfly effect multiverse we've had ever since the punch.
It is.
I mean, there was a multiverse where the Warriors just keep winning.
It was. It really was. But Guru, I just never forget being in the car, and he's sitting there with Evan Giddings, middle of the afternoon, and he goes, Evan, I hate to go Hawaiian on you and bring it back to the punch. I was just like, this is genius, man. All right, we got that drop. We need to get that drop somewhere. Speaking of drops, your guy's favorite caller. And I say you guys, Fedonius Shasky.
Who?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, yes. Let's go. Well, I needed this on a Friday.
Jesus
Let's go.
Christ. Wow.
We've had enough Tony this week. Jesus.
No, don't you rip Tony. Don't you leave Tony alone.
Hey, BPA.
Yeah, Fonte, I'm not optimistic about the state of the state, and my confidence levels in Dunleavy Jr. is similar to the confidence levels I had with him about 22 years ago as a Warrior. Which is like, it's just, they don't seem to have much of a plan other than we want to get high upside second rounders in the in the 50s.
Come on, you like Quinton Pope. He looks good in the stretch 5. Come on, BPA.
Post.
I'm sure he's going to be incredible. But just
wow.
Yeah, like it's just I mean, could you give Steph some help? I don't think that's an insurmountable thing. Could you just give the guy some help and give him a chance? And they can't, or they won't, or they don't want to. And it just seems that that's where it's going, right? They just don't want to give him any help. And so, and at the end of the day, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? So Lakeup's got his Kuminga project and he wants to give him $30 million and Steph can't give him any help. Can't do it.
BPA,
sorry.
Klay Thompson in Denver.
I honestly, at this point, run it back seems like a best case scenario for the Warriors. So at this point, it's like, yeah, Klay, come back. Let's do nostalgic, okay?
BPA. Why? I didn't ask for the flush. Sorry, I guess your call's not
We
good
have
enough.
said all week. You can't run it back. And that's what BPA has said for months.
He's down bad.
He can't
How
do
many
that.
tweets in the first quarter?
That
of
might be
game
the
one?
biggest reversal of the year on this show.
You know,
just
I get why
incredible.
Shasky loves BPA now. It just clicked
Pivot,
in my
don't
brain.
panic.
Oh,
When presented with horrific information.
No, it's pivot to another panic. That's what you guys do. How can we panic more? Let's pivot and panic. Pivot and panic.
I love you, Brian, by the way, but that you had to get flushed.
Listen, and you need to contact Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain at FloydWater.net. Listen, pivot and panic. Pivot and panic. Pivot and panic.
Bonte, you know what's
pivot,
funny?
Don't panic. It's pivot and panic.
You know why I think he was flushed? It's because Spadoni is now envisioning an entire roster of LeBron, Bronny, Klay. Like he's like, no, you can't run it back. I've got the 2 white boys now. I've got Austin Reeves and Dalton Connect. I mean, he has created the ultimate Spadoni team.
Reeves, Connect, Klay. Oh, the Klay connection is what we're calling it.
Oh, man. Hey, listen.
3.5.
I'm not going to lie. YouTube, shout out to YouTube.
All he needs is Caruso to come back.
YouTube's on fire. YouTube's on fire right now. Chris M with one. BPA hit Bonte with an Uno reverse card. I didn't expect that one.
Now go draw 4.
Wow. Draw 4. Man, you guys are down bad. Hey, it's just getting started, baby. We've waited all this time for the offseason. Don't panic.
If they go nostalgia tour, we'll be in reruns for the next multiple years.
Oh, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. I know where I'm. Listen. I'm the pivot, don't panic guy. You guys pivot and panic. I will pivot to this. I will pivot to this, Shasky. Listen to this one.
Oh, here we go.
I will pivot. Can you
Are you right out of the Homer playbook?
No. Yeah. Where's Bob Fitzgerald's cut? Can you go please cue up?
I live with these people.
No.
I love these people. They're part of my family.
Give me the whole cut. I tell you what, I will pivot to if we run it back. People trying to say I've been trying to be in the next doc. Yeah, that's already done.
What the Warriors will be doing is basically what the Angels did with Albert Pujols. Come see our guy hit 700.
I will pivot to what Bob Fitzgerald said in a heartbeat, and I will sell it to the best of them. You better believe that. I'll convince myself. I'm telling you, because I'm with Fitz. I know you guys think I'm ridiculous, and I'm not trying to be a homer here. They won 46 games with Draymond Green missing 27.
Did you think that team that you watched last year could have won a playoff series?
If they're a 4 or 5 seed, playing the Clippers.
Stop.
You played the Clippers and Paul George. You beat the Clippers at 6.
How many teams, when you start looking, Boston has 6 really good players, but if you have Steph and Klay and Draymond and Kuminga and Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Moses Moody, you have so many good players already that this whole the Warriors are done and they need to trade 17 dudes and change their whole roster. No, they can't have Draymond miss 27 games. Just like Jokic couldn't miss 27 games, or Giannis couldn't miss 27 games, or Luka couldn't miss 27 games. The NBA, if your best players play a lot of games, you'll get the max results for your team. Last year, the Warriors had one of their absolute core pieces, indispensable guys, miss 27 games. And I think if you look at, the last part of the season when Trace and Draymond started together, they're top 10 in defense. Oh, wait, they're top 10 in offense. They start winning games. I'm very excited about where the Warriors are going because I know Kuminga will be better. I know Brandon will be better. I know Trace will be better. I know Moses will be better.
I love it.
So to me, the Warriors need to trade half their roster. I don't buy it at all. I just don't.
This banana boat with Bob Fitzgerald and Derrick Guru Johnson, do you guys got room for me? Because I'm signing up for it, too.
But here's the
why are you going crazy? Why are you going crazy? No, there's no reason to go crazy. I'm feeling it.
Played 63 games in 2020, 2023. 46 the next year with the back injury. Now, in a contract year, he played 73. And then last year, 55. So we believe, moving forward, he's going to stay healthy and stay out of trouble at 34 years old.
All I'm saying is he missed 27 games. They won 46. Amongst those 27 games, I got to look at the record again. I think it was.
He played 46 games the year they won the championship.
27 games he missed. I believe the Warriors were 13-14, if I'm not mistaken.
Which is about what their record was.
But if he plays in those 27 games, do you really believe they're 13-14? I believe maybe they're 17 and 10. Are they 16 and 11?
This Golden State Warrior lasagna you're baking up, you have to account for and you have to bake into that that older players miss games.
They do, no doubt. No doubt. But he did get suspended for 18. All right, so
they're a year older.
Listen, I'm going to be on a banana boat.
As cranky.
No, I'm just telling you. That's the definition. That cut right there by Fitz, and what you heard from Guru, that is the true definition of pivot, don't panic. You're pivoting and panicking. I'm pivoting and not panicking. That's pivot, don't panic right there. That's the definition.
I'm not doing anything
of it.
crazy.
Come on now. Let's go. And how about when TJG started? Huh?
You sound like Kukoc when like some random journeyman shoves it up the Giants for like 7, 8 innings and 2 hits, and you're like, you just got to tip your cap. I mean, it's just an all-time performance.
Hey, listen,
I mean, come on.
Hey, listen, man.
And I love you, Kruk.
I'm a homer, baby. I'm a sell positivity before I sell
live
negativity.
with these people.
You know?
I love these people. They're part of my family.
They're part of my
And
family
my
now,
favorite
too.
is during that, he puts Jokic and Luka, who are infinitely younger and better than Draymond, in the same category. Come on.
How about Guru's ad-libs? Fitz, talk to me. You know what? Play it again for the masses out there. Play it again for the masses.
How many teams, when you start looking, Boston has 6 really good players, but if you have Steph and Klay and Draymond and Kuminga and Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Moses Moody, like, you have so many good players already that this whole, like, the Warriors are done and they need to trade 17 dudes and change their whole roster. Like, no! They can't have Draymond miss 27 games, just like Jokic couldn't miss 27 games, or Giannis couldn't miss 27 games, or Luka couldn't miss 27 games. The NBA, if your best players play a lot of games, you'll get the max results for your team. Last year, the Warriors had one of their absolute core pieces, indispensable guys, miss 27 games. And I think if you look at, the last part of the season when Trace and Draymond started together, they're top 10 in defense. Oh, wait, they're top 10 in offense. They start winning games. I'm very excited about where the Warriors are going because I know Kuminga will be better. I know Brandon will be better. I know Trace will be better. I know Moses will be better.
I love it.
So to me, this whole, the Warriors need to trade half their roster, I don't buy it at all. I just don't.
All those players can't get a little bit better?
How many games did Trace and Draymond play together down the stretch?
I don't remember. I got stats in my phone. I didn't write it down because I didn't know it was going to go in this direction. However,
okay.
I can text that during the break. I'll get it during the break. I'll get it during the break. I'll get it during the break.
I pulled up the logs.
What is the log?
It's a bunch of crappy teams that the Warriors played.
Okay.
They played the Houston Rockets like 8,000 times in a row.
Houston Rockets
and
straight in the playing spot.
8,000 times in a row. like, do we want to go through the final couple? I'm going to go backwards.
Listen.
This is who they play, okay? The Jazz, the Pelicans, the Blazers, the Lakers, the Jazz, the Mavs, who sat Luka, remember? The Rockets, the Mavs, the Spurs, the Hornets. Come on. Come on. Like, if you're going to present data and present it as fact, give context.
Fitz has context. I do believe Moody will get better. I do believe Kuminga will get better. He might not even be here, but I do believe he'll get better. Podge will get better. TJD will get better. Did you hear TJD yesterday with Steiny and Goo? He's working on his jumper, baby. He's working on the jumper. Steiny he's not sitting there listening to the BS. He's like, I do believe in TJD. Guru believes it.
Blown off them by the Kings.
Hey, they're a broken team by then, man. It was tough.
Once TJD gets that jumper going, though, he's going to be like the next Boogie Cousins.
Hey, listen, you never know what can happen on the night in the NBA, for crying out loud. All right? Didn't the Boston Celtics get blown out by 50 by the Dallas Mavericks in the season?
The Boston Celtics had one of the great regular seasons of all time.
They did. They really did. But you know what? Things happen in the NBA. A game the Giants can win 17-1 today against the Dodgers. It happen, but it can happen. This is pro sports. Anything can happen.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Has
anything is possible for Sacramento.
That maybe Draymond, I don't know, gets suspended at least once next year?
No, I think Draymond will be on his best behavior.
I think Draymond's learned his lesson at this point.
I do believe that. I do believe that.
I'm not optimistic.
He may get a couple double texts. He may get some texts. He may get suspended for having 16 texts. But the long suspension, 27 games, he's playing. I will bet you this.
He had multiple
He
suspensions.
can shave it down to at least 20 games.
I'm willing to make this bet right now.
Make the bet. What's the bet?
Draymond will play at least 65 games in the regular season next season. He's playing at least 65.
So he'll miss 17.
I just said he'll play at least 65.
Okay, well, you're missing 17.
No, I just said he'll play at least 65.
That's like a fifth of the season.
No, it doesn't
So
mean he's going to miss 17.
He'll miss at most 17.
I'm not taking
there you go.
that
That's
bet.
the way to phrase it, Flubbin. He'll play at least 65. You want to make that bet?
I'm not optimistic.
What are we betting?
Whatever you want. Whatever you want. You name the price.
All right. Let me think about that.
Think about that.
Shasky has to appear on Warriors postgame live if Draymond does not hit 65 games. The minute he misses his 18th game, that's when Shasky comes on.
No, because Mully will try to clown me, and I don't want to get like dissed by the Hall of Famer.
Why? It's fun getting dissed by the Hall of Famer.
No,
if
but
you get dissed by Hall of Famers, that means they respect you. You got to be
It's an honor.
self-deprecating.
And also being flushed on the road.
Just see how many times Mully disrespects me on the show,
I'd
or
look
not disrespects
really
me.
short with that, you know, that front court. You know,
my
when you
gosh.
got Festus
You're
and
short. Embrace your
Bonte
height.
and Mully.
Embrace your height, bro.
I'd look a
You're
little
a short
taller
guy.
if I got into that Giants pre and post game show somehow.
Oh my god!
I'd feel a little more confident.
You gotta have the confidence of a Bronny James at 6'1" going into a league
Well,
with
I need
6'8"
my
guys.
Nepo daddy over there to help me out.
Well, you know
We're trying to do. We're trying to get you on the show. This is your dream come true.
You know how many 5'5" dudes in high school that I went to school with that had the confidence that was getting all the dimes,
Yeah, but
all the women.
they weren't
I was like,
41
damn.
and beaten down by life.
Hey man, but they was 5'5". You gotta have the confidence in the short guy. Are you beaten down by life? Your life is pretty good right now. You got 3 houses, a Titleist hat on, Olympic Club. You got a baby. You're living good right now.
Come on, dude.
Come on.
Time
for the legal.
Would you like to read off my income taxes while you're at it? I mean,
we all got Bill. You said it on
Come
here. That's why you
on.
let it go. Come on, baby. I'm optimistic here. We're going to talk to Tara Haas, beat writer for Boston College. We'll get to know about
All right,
Quinton
you know
Post.
what? You know what? I'll make the bet with you. Here's the bet.
What's the bet?
Here's the bet.
What's the bet?
I will pay for a beautiful dinner for you and your family at a reasonable restaurant of your choice. It can't be like, you know what I'm saying? Like
if Draymond plays 65?
Yeah. And if not, you're going to buy me a custom baseball glove that I'll be able to put in my bag for one of my youth teams.
Perfect.
All right.
Bet mate. Draymond's played at least 65. Day. I'm like, hey, you might be surprised I'm talking about you or talking to you, but I got confidence in you,
Not you
Draymond.
talking to me.
I got confidence. He's playing at least 65 games next season. So we got to bet. There it is. Let's go, Fitz. Pivot, don't panic. That is the definition of pivot, don't panic.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
There you go. And you got BP out here reverse. Oh, I'm just stupid. Oh, my God. Let Dunleavy cook. He's got the spoon. He's the goo with the spoon right now. Let him cook. Because I'm feeling this draft pick to Quinton Post. Lindy Waters III. Hey, you want to be our Damian Lee? I'm with that. He's Damian Lee. One of my favorite photos in the world.
Our Damian Lee.
Hey, listen. One of my favorite photos in the world. JK, Damian Lee, Bob Myers with no shoes on. Let's go. D. Lee. And I saw D. Lee last season. I said, D. Lee, what up, champ? Goes, Bonte, I like that.
Oh, he was a champ.
He's a champ.
I like Damian Lee.
He's a champ.
But
So let's
come
go.
on.
Let's go. All right. Oh, by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate all alone, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. He got the dealer. Woo! Feel like I'm Tony Montana right now. I'm a homer, baby. Come on. Let's go. Oh, it's time for You Don't Know Jack, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And this week, actually yesterday, according to Kirk Lacob, Warriors Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations, he said, I don't know Jack about building a 3-on-3 team. What is this? What are you talking about? Wait, he brought me up?
What?
And do us a favor, Kirk. This next World Tournament, can you lead the former Hoopers off the team? Just for the other guys. Because we're coming.
Can I ask you something? Can somebody please beat me?
Oh, boy.
I'm begging.
This will get back to Bonte. We got a team coming this year.
Please.
I was hurt last year,
I've
Kirk.
been hearing from Bonte. He's got, and you know what? I heard from he's got some ex-players, and I talked to them. I said, I understand you guys play in the NBA. Did different. Don't come out to a 3-on-3 tournament and think you're better than everybody. Like, come out and beat my team. Somebody, please. I want to stop winning this thing.
It's pretty arrogant, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, my God, I kind of love it. He just took a shot at Goo, took a shot at me. He has been here for me, and we get smoked. Smoked. He walked out in the wheelchair last year still with the trophy. He had a busted ankle. Damn you, Kirk.
Sounded just like his dad there, too.
Did.
Identical.
They've got that G League pipeline, man. Damn.
His 3-on-3 team is light years ahead of yours.
They are. It is.
I would.
He lost count. He said, I think I've won 4 or 5 of them.
Well, if I'm Warriors World, I have to reconfigure my CBA agreement for all these teams to make sure that he can't load up.
Oh, man.
You know, it's like a Warrior rule.
How are we getting Team 95.7 The Game to be better? Who did we call? We tried. D. Wright went to NBC and he looked bad.
Got to go get Mark Grandy, the knockout tournament champion.
No, we ain't getting Grandy, man. I don't know about this tournament. This tournament, they got some ballers. They got dudes from overseas. I brought Trevor Dunbar, my boy ship team. We won a game. We got to the playoffs.
His sister's doing things for Reardon right now.
Yeah, I know.
On the Reardon team.
I love the Dunbars. Shout out to the Dunbars. Love that family.
I just got my. I finally got my coat pulled out of the my Reardon coat. I can actually wear it with some pride now.
You could always wear it with pride.
Well, before I couldn't. Now I can. I can't wait to bust that bad boy out.
People want to see me in purple, but I'll tell you what, I don't look good in purple, so I won't be wearing any Galileo
we've got gold. And we've also got black shirts and white shirts, and
I got SI and Sacred Heart here. Can I wear Reuter too? Can I just piss off everybody? What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by
wearing it all.
Fremont Break. Oh, actually, that was You Don't Know Jack first. Brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar with locations in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, Newark. Came at me. Kirk, you coming at me? Well, I'll come at you if you don't go get Paul George. No, I'm kidding. You can also order on DoorDash. Learn more at ilovejacks.com. And this week, they celebrated their 14th anniversary at their Pleasant Hill location, 14 years.
Yeah.
Baby. And they're also opening up their cantina out in Pleasant Hill. That is really, really cool.
Let me tell you right now, if you are going to go have dinner, try the lamb chops. They are absolutely incredible.
Yep. Oh, some people telling me to go get Ali Thomas. Was that Danker? Ali
Former
Thomas?
USF legend.
You know what? Lorraine Russell, coach at that College of Marin. Lorraine, I need you. Ali, I need you. Adam DeQuiso, I need some ballers from City College of San Francisco, some young studs, stallions.
His sister Tony would be cooking people out.
Tony Russell would be cooking people. I need something. We cannot let Kirk Lacob get away with that. All right. It's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises. Let's get to know Quinton Post. Quinton Post, Trevor Haas, beat writer for the Boston College men's basketball team for the Boston Globe. He's going to join us to give us a little insight on who Quinton Post is. That's coming up on the roast.
I'm not optimistic.
For Fremont Bank, investing in our Bay Area.
52nd pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Quinton Post.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Quinton Post, that was his family reacting to the news of being selected by the Golden State Warriors. Steph, how you feeling about the pick? He was at the Warriors Academy the other day shooting up some shots in Oakland, California at the Racketeer Performance Center. Good to see Steph in action with the Valkyries shirt and a hoodie on. We're going to catch up with Trevor Haas in just a second, beat writer for Boston College men's basketball team for the Boston Globe. He'll join us in just moments here with some news from Anthony Slater, who we just had on. According to Andrew Wiggins news, Anthony Slater is reporting out mutual decision between the Warriors and Andrew Wiggins to prioritize his health and hold him out of the Olympics, he's told. Doesn't preclude the Warriors from possibly trading him, but it's a medical decision. Wiggins dealt with an ankle issue late this past season. So it sounds like it's mutual, but the Warriors are still looking to possibly move Andrew Wiggins, as Logan Murdoch reported earlier this week that the Warriors are looking to move off of Andrew Wiggins here. So we'll see what happens, man. We're going to learn a lot over the weekend, Shasky, a lot about the Golden State Warriors and what their team may look like for the upcoming season. Quinton Post, what's your thoughts?
I mean, when I see anybody compared as a player
Post, my bad.
to Troy Murphy, I'm like, whoa, Troy Murphy. I haven't thought of Troy Murphy in forever. And for those that are out there, I don't see Troy Murphy, not yet. I thought Troy Murphy was a little more aggressive off dribble, smaller, had more of the corner three, not top of the key threes that you're seeing from this guy. I get where people would come up with that comp. After Troy broke his nose the second time, he just never was the same.
Yeah, empty calories. That was the start of empty calories. Shout out Troy Murphy.
He did throw down ferocious dunks, though, early in his career.
Couple times.
Oh, come on, give the white boy some love.
I give love.
I'm
giving Quinton Post love. I'm so excited about Quinton Post. He's white, right? I love white guys. Trust me, man. A lot of some of my best friends are white.
What is going on here?
Yeah, what is going on here? Trevor Haas, beat writer for Boston College men's basketball team for the Boston Globe. Trevor, good morning, man. Thanks so much for joining us on short notice.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Anytime. All right, tell us about Quinton Post. Boston College, all ACC second team, had about 3 30-point games, some 30-10 games. Tell us about this player, man. What is his strengths? And then we'll get to his weaknesses.
Yeah, well, I would say his biggest strength is his versatility. I feel like he's a guy who can beat you outside, beat you inside, beat you off the dribble, beat you with the pass. Really does a little bit of everything. For BC, it was their first 20-win season since 2011 last year, and he was the biggest reason why. He was really not a great player to start his career at Mississippi State. Didn't really get much of an opportunity. Averaged 1 point per game his first year, then 3 his second year. Transferred to BC, started getting better and better, and then the past 2 years he's been a star. So really just a versatile player who does a little bit of everything, and I think he'll have a strong NBA career.
What kind of offense was Boston College running? I know the college game's so different from the NBA, but like what the Warriors run is a very specific offense. It's like a ball movement, read and react system. So what kind of offense was he in?
Yeah, they kind of based their offense a little bit off the Sacramento Kings, which people out there might find interesting. Just real movement with, getting people around the perimeter and kind of spacing and spacing the floor and just running offense through the hub of post. So it's not obviously not calling him Tim Duncan, but for the sake of comparison, just kind of him at the hub there, kind of running the offense through him in the middle, and then shooters around him like Mason Madsen and people who could kind of space the floor, and then the offense would go to him in the high post and he would spray it to the wings. So I think they were pretty effective in that for the most of the year.
Trevor, what about his defense? Is that a weakness of his? Tell us about his defense.
I would say it's a question mark. I don't think it's a defense weakness, but I do think it's an area where he can improve going to the NBA. I think his lateral quickness is really the only concern I had going to the NBA, just because he is a true 7-footer. I mean, his versatility and his shooting, we all know about. He really can spread the floor. But on the other end, I think it will be a bit of a concern in guarding, 2s and 3s in the pick and roll, or if he gets stuck on a point guard, it will be tough. But I don't think he'll have a problem guarding 4s and 5s. I think he can move his feet pretty well for his size, and his length really helps him. He's a legit 7-footer. So I think that's the area where he really does need to prove himself. Offensively, I really think he's pretty NBA ready right now. Obviously, he can improve, but defensively is the area where he really can, show that he really belongs.
All right, here comes the joke. All right, I'm saying this on the front end. How is he getting yelled at by someone like Draymond Green? Is he able to have that kind of demeanor? I mean, the standards are high for Draymond Green and the Warriors.
That's a great question. I feel like he's better equipped to handle it than most. I wrote a story on him last year, and he's a really interesting guy because he's very calm off the court. Like if you meet him, he's the most laid back person you'll ever meet. He plays chess, just really laid back person, and kind of just chills And then when he gets on the court, he's extremely competitive and ferocious, just like a completely different person. So I'm not calling him Draymond, but I do think he can kind of mesh with a personality like that, where it is, out of left field, you never know what's coming at you. So obviously Draymond's a different level, but he is capable of kind of adjusting to those punches and just rolling with them.
I know how Boston feels about Draymond Green, but Draymond's returning at his age, Trevor. Come on, man. He's not going to be yelling at Quinton Post. He's going to love Quinton Post. How you guys feeling in Boston right now?
You should love Quinton Post.
Yeah,
they'll pair with them well. They mesh well together in their games. So.
No, I see that a lot. So Trevor Haas here from the Boston Globe, covering Boston College men's basketball team. We know about Boston Celtics winning. We know about Draymond. How do you see the Warriors, though? Because I know I can tell you watch basketball, you watch the NBA. How do you view the Warriors going into this next season?
Yeah, I think they're at a crossroads. It's been really fun to watch. I've loved Steph. I actually lived out there in 2015. Lived with my aunt. She's listening. Shout out to Abby Kalos.
Where's she living at, Trevor?
So she lives in San Francisco, I'm going to butcher this now, in Berkeley right now. They used to live in near Alameda. So.
I love that. Cool. I love that.
Sorry if that was wrong, but I think it was 9 years ago, but I think that was right.
Yeah.
But
shout out to her for listening to this program.
The A's. What was that?
I said shout out to her for listening to this program. Sorry we're making her ears bleed, but, we appreciate the listen.
Yeah, so I lived out there in 2015, and I love that Warriors team. I just, went to the parade, went to the Western Conference Finals, Game 6 against the Rockets, one of my favorite basketball memories. So I've been a Warriors guy for a while. So cool. I think they're at an interesting crossroads right here. They've been so fun to watch for so long, but now it's interesting to see what happens with Klay, with Paul George, if it does happen. I would personally keep Klay as long as he possibly can. I mean, just based on the history of it, I feel like you got to ride it out and see what happens. But I do think a guy like QP can help him long term in that transition because, the modern NBA is so much spacing and so much, development with kind of guys who have potential and really need to take it to the next level. So I do think he's a guy who can kind of help that transition where they have some younger guys who can come in and infuse energy. So I'm curious to see how it shakes out.
Do they call him QP? Is that his nickname?
Yep, that's the short for it. QP.
Quarter pounder. I like that.
I do like that.
What's he like as a person? Like, is he a video game guy? Is he, the party animal? Is he laid back? Like, what's he like off the floor?
Yeah, he's very calm. If you meet him, you wouldn't really know he's a ferocious athlete outside of his obvious height, but so that's kind of a giveaway. But otherwise, he's very calm, just very modest, very humble, approachable. I wouldn't say he's too crazy, and nothing outlandish. He's from the Netherlands, so he has a bit of a European personality. He's just very, very calm and kind of, he's sophisticated, intellectual, approachable. So, and then, like I said earlier, off the court, different kind of animal, just a guy who becomes extremely competitive and ferocious. So, real contrast there, and I've enjoyed seeing that manifest from talking to him off the court and then seeing him on the court.
He must be jacked up that the Netherlands are in a group stage, in the knockout stage of the Euros, right?
You're just flexing now. You're just trying to show how much
Dutch. He's Dutch. He's got to love the national team, right?
You're doing too
right,
much.
Trevor?
Yep. Yeah, he grew up playing soccer, so I'm sure he is.
Now the footwork makes sense. He played soccer. See, Shasky?
I'll stand down.
Hey, I like you a lot, Trevor. I like that accent. I love everything. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Boston.
Wow, so you must be living the dream. You're writing for the Boston Globe, the premier newspaper out there with our boy Gary Washburn.
Thank you. I'm trying.
Hey, did you know that we have like crazy beef with Boston? This show?
It's not a shocking development.
Well, we were out there a couple years ago when the Warriors won, and we were in WEEI. Jermaine Wiggins is our boy, but the rest of that crew, I had to shut them down there on WEEI and let them know what was what.
I do love Wiggins, though.
Wiggins is great.
Yeah, Wiggins is cool.
He's a character, yeah.
And Trevor, you're great as well, man. Hey, thanks for coming on.
Y'all traded Mookie Betts to the Dodgers.
He's not a Red Sox
That was if you ask 100 people in Boston, 100 people would tell you that was a bad trade.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Well, Trevor, thanks so much for the time, man. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Anytime.
Trevor Haas. Again.
Trevor Haas, beat writer for Boston College men's basketball team for Boston Club. He's got a nice laugh. Talks a little fast. I like that, man. The urgency.
He did a little Paulie Walnuts. He did a little.
Yeah, he gave you a little.
My favorite is when he said, roll with the punches as a joke at the end.
I know.
I mean, that was
a five. That's a Friday five.
I'm leaving that alone. I left it alone.
What did you do?
It's always fun game.
You guys, hey, man, when Draymond plays 65 and he's barking and he's blocking shots and he's hitting the open three, I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear nothing. Let's go. I'm riding with the champs. I'm feeling good this morning. I really am, man. I like Trevor a lot. Very well like the Boston College, second team all ACC.
As a city, forget all the other stuff. Just as a city, the infrastructure and everything. Boston's pretty cool, huh?
Infrastructure's cool. I was a little disappointed with. I thought they were going to be open a little later, like past 2 a.m. because the games ended so late.
College town.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
BU, Boston College.
Yeah, there's
you got
like
a lot
100 colleges
You got
in
the
that
music
area.
school out there. Yeah, it's
but
a
with like the old bricks and everything, like near the commons, like it is
Cobblestones.
cool. Yeah, it's cool to see how old all the buildings are and everything. Like to me, I don't know. I'm a history guy, so I truly enjoy that city.
The QP, the footwork there, it is there. It is there as a stretch five. Now, again, we're not pumping up QP. He's a second-round pick. He slipped in the draft. You're right, Uncle Ludi. You're right. I'm not going to read that, but you're right. You saw that?
No, I can't see.
No,
I might have Uncle Looney blocked. I don't know. I don't see anything.
Okay, all right. Never mind it. QP. Look, he's not going to play 30 minutes a game. We understand that. But I'm not going to lie. I watched some tape for about 40 because there was nothing on last night. Okay. I wasn't going to sit there and
what's this tape? YouTube?
YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. Anything I could find. Okay. Anything I could find, I watched it. I watched all the little breakdowns in ESPN and the way they broke.
Stephen
he
A.
moves
Smith.
well offensively. He looks like his game. What'd you say?
Stephen A. Smith.
Stephen, no, I did not watch him.
Was he really on the set of Fox or CNN afterwards breaking down, or was that a Photoshop?
No, he was on News Nation.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was on News Nation.
This guy's everywhere.
But this guy looks like he could pass. The shot looks pure. He looks like he's NBA ready. Listen, man, I'm not saying he's going to be Rookie of the Year. I'm not saying that at all. But damn, I kind of like QP. I see the fit. I see how he fits on an NBA roster.
Who is
and
QP?
We're watching Quinton Post.
Okay, for
Boston
those that
College.
maybe don't know the nickname.
No, QP.
We just found out.
QP. That's what he is. But then, like Guru, the highlights. And look, that's what we got right now. Watching the tape. Look, I see the vision. And after watching Boston win, going 5 out with Horford standing there on the 3-point line, can you imagine QP on the 3-point line? Just chilling, chucking up threes. Looks like a good shot. Looks pure, good footwork. I'm not mad at it. I can't wait to see him in Summer League. I can't wait. Cannot wait. So I see the vision. But obviously QP is an afterthought right now because you got the Klay Thompson news. You got Paul George. And of course, we got a deadline coming up for Chris Paul.
Well, and we've talked about young players for 4 straight years, and the impact has been spotty.
Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason. Whether or not Steve plays him or not. I mean, I remember Joe Lacob, he came on set at the Gatehouse. And he's so Joe Lacob. He goes, we got some veterans, we got young guys, and Steve loves his veterans. And he just slipped it in. And I looked at it just like Lacob's something else, man. He's like, Steve loves his veterans. Life's like, play the young guys. But he played the young guys last year. So, look, they may not have a choice to play the young guys next year because that may be all we have. That may be all we have. Spinoni, you got something here? You're looking at your phone. You look very serious right now.
No, I was just transferring some money to my wife. But we do have
money time's out.
You did not look happy about that. I thought my man was reading the Woj bomb. Hey, I thought he was reading the Woj bomb.
When you have to do that?
Hey, I thought he was jumping the Woj bomb. I'm like, man, he's looking at something's percolating.
I'll keep it 100. My wife hit me with the message of you need to go to the bank, you need to get the babysitter money, you need to get the cleaner money, and you need to make a couple payments. So I'm on that same trajectory.
It was babysitter payday, so there you go.
I'm on me too. End of the week, got to pay.
Yeah, this stuff's just coming right out of my cards.
Let me tell you something. Something they didn't teach me in school was that maybe if I was hurting for money, I should just become a babysitter. Because I don't know if you know this, it is a very lucrative profession.
Oh, Bay Area especially. It's
very
unreal.
lucrative.
Yeah.
Very.
Find the right couple to take care of their kids. You will be on traveling across the world. Doctors and stuff like that.
I'm honest to God, I'm thinking of starting some sort of a babysitting service.
Joey daycare? Like daddy daycare?
No. We need like a almost like a next door type of an app. We need to develop the platform for finding babysitters.
I'll tell you another
they have
business.
a bunch of those, but yes.
Do they? I didn't even know that.
I'll tell you another business that's very lucrative.
What's that?
It's the jumpy houses.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a little play area. It's like Tambourine. They got balls and they got slides and everything like that.
The jumpy jumps.
It is a go. Yeah, it is a money maker. Spitoni, man. You're a gem, man.
Did you pull the golf sound from last night?
What golf sound?
We're not going to talk about last night.
I just want to see. That was the best part.
I don't want to get into that.
It was golf related.
No.
It was golf adjacent.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out.
It was like me and my brother arguing about what our handicaps are.
Yeah, I don't even want to touch that. I don't. That's going to open up a bag.
I'm not optimistic.
I'm definitely not optimistic about that area of the world.
It was the funniest part of the whole thing.
I wasn't even
And
watching by
sad.
that point. I was watching Quinton Post, quarter pounder, QP for Boston College. I was out by that point. I was like, all right, I'll watch 10 minutes, and I felt dumber
God, all this
during the 10 minutes.
Talk. I'm really hungry.
Yeah, you're always hungry.
It's 9:40. I mean, I get hungry at 9:40.
I'm hungry for Quinton Post jacking up threes for the Golden State Warriors inside the Chase Center. Let's go.
He does have a Bjelica Saric-like skill set.
Right. Yeah, he's...
does he not?
He does. That's what Mike Dunleavy said. Didn't Dunleavy... Do we have that cut? No, we don't have that cut. Oh, wait, here it is.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe, if anything, that experience allows you to see the skill set the player has and be able to say, like, look, this is a player that we think can do all these things. And for me, as an evaluator, the more things a guy can do well, the more I like a guy, as opposed to some of these guys maybe who don't do a lot of things or have only done it for a short period of time. You know, even like Brandon Podziemski, you could say last year, does a lot of things. He's on the younger end. So we're not sitting here just trying to draft older dudes. We're trying to draft guys that are essentially good basketball players. And if it takes just a short amount of time to evaluate that or a longer period of time, I think we're less worried about age.
He became a real three-point threat the last 2 years at Boston College. Where do you see maybe the biggest leap as far as that goes?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge part of what he does. We believe in the shooting. His free throw shooting is really good. His pick and pop percentage is really good, and that's a skill we'll look to utilize and enhance. Leave that to Steve and his bag of tricks to use that on the court with him. But that's something we're always looking for here. We've had players that can, at that size, whether it's Bjelica, Saric this year, those are really hard to find this day and age in the NBA. So, if we got a guy that can do that in the second round, we'd be very pleased.
Could be a second round steal like TJD, like Draymond Green, like Jordan Bell for a few months, like Patrick McCaw for a year.
Jordan Poole was as close to a second round pick as you could find.
Yep.
Jordan Bell.
I remember leaving that draft.
What's Jordan Bell doing now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Ordering candles?
Jordan Poole or Hennessy. Jordan Poole. Because remember the parade, he had a big handle of Hennessy. He was getting after it. Jordan Poole.
He is playing currently, by the way, real quick. He's playing in Puerto Rico for the Leones de Ponce basketball team.
I won't get into the pronunciations because he said it with so much confidence.
Well, Ponce is like Ponce de Leon, so I think it is Ponce, but usually it's Ponce, but Leones de is correct.
The only Ponce that I recognize is Sidney Ponson.
Oh my gosh.
Who was a garbage player for the Giants.
Terrible Ponce to recognize. There's so many better Ponces out there.
By the way, what was our guy from France who got drafted by the Knicks? We got that pronunciation right, Shasky. Malik Andrews. Pronunciation. Malik Andrews. Hey, pronunciation. Let me cook.
It is funny.
Pronunciation. Malik Andrews said it the same way we did. What's his name? Padome? What's his name? What the hell is his name? By the New York Knicks. It's from France. I don't even remember.
I'll tell you, when he gets good enough, I'll figure out his name.
You got to Google it.
You know?
You got to Google it.
Yeah, we all eventually had to learn Giannis. We're all like pretending like, oh, he's not going to be something. And then it's like, oh, we actually have to know his name.
Yeah.
And now we just say Greek freak.
It's like me with Juice. And Juice's wife.
The juice is loose.
Well, that's a different Juice. I'm talking about use check.
Oh, no.
My Juice is loose.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby. This guy, Shasky, does that every single day. Y'all just keep going back to that, even though I'm the big Oriole fan here. And y'all trying to play me. That's fun.
It is funny.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo.
No,
Juwan Jennings on third down. George Kittle. You got Juice. You got CMC.
I did a Biden. I just injected from the words.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that.
Stop!
What was his name? Pacome? That's what Malika said. She said Pacome Spadone. We got that one right. Pacome.
I don't even know.
Whatever his name is. Pacome. He's 18 years old, but he's 6'7". Damn, must be good. And he's going to New York City. What a life. You can say, hang out in New York City as an 18-year-old with all that money? Damn. All right, where do we go from here? All right, the latest. In case you're
Where
just
we
now
go?
listening.
It's Friday.
Well, it is Friday. We got 11 minutes. We can't mail it in just
No,
quite
I don't
yet.
want to mail it in. I want to do our favorite show.
Hold on. What's your favorite show? What's our favorite show?
Well, I like to do Pandora's Box. I had it all set up for days.
We got NBA news. Shasky, save it. We're locked in.
suck.
No, I don't suck. The NBA is better. That sucks right now on a Friday. People will know about Klay Thompson.
This is what they need to know.
What?
Klay might come back if all else fails.
Eddie Johnson.
Did I not summarize
Does Klay Thompson have a great market, Eddie?
A great market. Because he's a tremendous person, and he's still an unreal basketball player. The second half of this season, I think he showed everybody how good he still is. And I expect teams, if he becomes a free agent, I expect teams, and he gets out there, obviously he'll be a free agent if he doesn't sign a deal, but I expect teams to be calling right away as soon as that window opens. I mean, who wouldn't want Klay Thompson in the organization?
Ramona Shelburne yesterday, Willard and Dibs. Real quick, Chad, before you get
I'm going to give you my analogy.
Clay's situation may get resolved very quickly.
There are only a couple teams with the cap space, right, to sign him to something like a little larger. And I think the cap space dries up pretty quick, right? There's only a couple teams that would fit there. And then everything else would be sort of a mid-level, right? So there's not much to decide except for where you want to go. I think the Warriors do have an interest in bringing him back. But, is that happening before they deal with the other 4 or 5 options that are out there? I don't see that. I think they have a few other things to try to get done that may or may not happen, right, before they deal with Klay. And let's see how long he waits.
That's the latest with Klay Thompson.
It sure feels like to me, and this is a clunky analogy, so bear with me. Back in the hookup days, you're at the bar, you're with all the buddies, and everybody's thinking about who they're going to link up with. All of a sudden, you hear Last Call, Don't Stop Believing is playing on the jukebox, and you're looking around, and you're saying, all right, I don't know. I'm surveying who I might want to hook up with.
Like a cobra!
And the last option in the bar as you're like heading out, and you're looking around, is like, I guess if there's no other option, the Warriors and Klay might hook up.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Doesn't it feel like that?
Men and women always need a slump buster.
I didn't say gender, but that's fine.
I'm just saying, men and women always need a slump buster.
I'm open to whatever.
I'm just playing along with your analogy.
It's too much for me.
Here's the real thing.
Is that a good analogy?
Well, here's the analogy. When last call happens and you don't have anybody to hook up with,
then you're in trouble.
Cooked.
Yeah,
you're cooked.
You're in trouble.
You better have things lined up at 1 a.m., not 1:45 a.m., or you're done.
And you better not think that you're going home with the bartender.
But I don't know if the analogy hits, but I'm going to play along with it. Look, sometimes beggars can't be choosers. Beggars can't be choosers. That's what I'll say about that. Is Klay Thompson the worst option? We act like Klay Thompson's just a scrub. He's got to get out of here. Did win 46 games. You won 46, and you had a lot of things go wrong.
But it does feel like that. Like the Warriors are like looking around the bar, and they think they have better options.
No,
and they know, right?
I think they know where they're at right now. They understand where they're at, and it all depends on Chris Paul. Will he extend that deadline for the $30 million? Because if he does, as Anthony Slater said, well, I'll let Anthony Slater take it away.
I believe it's 2 p.m. because usually it's. I believe it's 2 p.m. because usually it's. I know, I believe the Peyton option and the Looney waive or not waive was 5 p.m. Eastern because that's the end of business day, East Coast time, which is 2 p.m. here. So I believe that's the time on the Paul one officially.
So that will determine possibly what the Warriors do. If they waive them, that means there's no real big trade out there for them. But if they extend this deadline, then there is a possibility that Paul George could get traded to the Golden State Warriors. As Anthony Slater and Sam Amick wrote earlier today in The Athletic, there's some news here that I didn't know. Paul George and the Denver Nuggets were linked together. The Denver Nuggets were ready to trade Zeke Naji and Michael Porter Jr., and they didn't want to give up a ton of draft picks. The Clippers wanted a plethora of draft picks. The Nuggets really liked their draft picks and said, no. We once took Jokic to the second round with the draft pick. We're not doing that. We took Murray late. We took a flyer on Michael Porter Jr. No, we're not doing that. So Paul George and the Nuggets We had no idea. See, nobody knew Denver was in on that. However, Denver is also an option, apparently, for Klay Thompson. Because if KCP walks, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who is going to get a lot of attention on the open market, they could be looking at Klay Thompson. And Klay Thompson going to Denver? Whew, be careful what you wish for. I don't want to see that. That scares me, as my stomach growls. That scares me.
Is that your stomach?
That was my stomach. I'm talking. I haven't eaten anything all day. I've been cooking, man.
Well, I've been thinking about this analogy of, on your way out of the bar. What is the best late night food spot in San Francisco?
For Klay Thompson or Paul George?
Just in general.
Grub steak used to be really good.
Yeah, that's not bad. Like most people, they go cardboard, they go straight to Signori's, right? Hey,
yeah, that's not
there's
bad.
Not a lot of options. Boom, Signori's.
Nazario's on
Nazario's, great call. Great call. What else? Jack in the Box on Bayshore?
Well, Jack in the Box on Gary. Which
yeah,
is right
Jack in the Box on Gary. Yeah,
right
you're on the other side.
For the bachelor par. Yeah, I was right down for the bachelor pad. Tith Clement. Shout out to Tith Clement. Low Money's holding down the bachelor pad right now. Miss that place sometimes.
El Farlito, 24th?
I don't go that far.
Oh,
I
come
never
on.
that far.
Come on, dog.
408. I'm ready for some Taco Bell after the show.
I am.
Not going to Taco Bell. I'm not going to do that.
And here, Mel's Diner's a great call.
Well, what Paul George like to eat out here late night if he does come here?
Paul George. I don't know.
Slater? More Slater, Spinoni?
This is where the deadline tomorrow with Paul George and the believability of Paul George to leave the Clippers entirely really matters here. Because if he has convinced them or can convince them, hey, if you don't do what I want, if you don't trade me where I want, I will walk and pay him what he wants. I will walk to the Sixers. I will walk to the Orlando Magic. Well, then they got to just try to get whatever they can, right? Instead of losing him for nothing. But if the Clippers are calling his bluff and saying, number one, we think you want to be here. You just want the max that we're not quite giving you yet. Or number two, we think the only place you would want to go is, a team that needs us to trade you there. Well, then they can kind of hold out and hold leverage in the situation because he can decide to opt in. And then it becomes, remember, James Harden tried to play hardball with the Sixers last year. He opted in and tried to force his way to the Clippers. That didn't happen until midseason because, Daryl Morey kind of played hardball on it. And that's when it becomes an asset game. And when the Clippers can then start asking for, hey, with Denver, Michael Porter and picks, some young guys, whereas with the Warriors, we're talking picks and Kuminga and other young guys potentially. So that's what's all going on right now. And again, I said it earlier in the segment, but I still, maybe it's the skeptical side of me, I still kind of think this ends up with Paul George going back to the Clippers at a number that they probably agree on. It kind of seems like it's a large leverage poker play that's going on, and there's and they're taking it kind of to the buzzer.
I would be very disappointed.
I could tell.
More so if they decline and waive Chris Paul, that means there's just nothing else out there.
And Mark Stein just wrote this. Mark Stein, of course, longtime ESPN reporter. He joined us so much on NBC Sports Bay Area.
What's he saying?
This past season. Basically, he has an article that starts, it will take time for many NBA watchers to get used to the idea of Klay Thompson in a different uniform if he is indeed prepared to leave the Golden State Warriors in free agency. The signs, though, have frankly never pointed more strongly to it. And so 650 says here in the Xfinity Mobile text line. So Bonte is scared of Mahomes in the Super Bowl and Klay Thompson on the Nuggets. Well,
that's pretty funny.
Well, it is funny, but do you guys see why I'm scared of Mahomes in the Super Bowl? He just lost to him twice.
Are you really comparing current Klay to current Mahomes?
No, but Klay on the Nuggets, pardon me, Jokic slows the game down. He's going to have the ball in his hands alongside Jamal Murray. Klay Thompson will literally be a spot-up three-point shooter. Okay, but that is a scary proposition. A wide-open Klay Thompson on the three-point line. That's not scary?
There's some scare.
That guy has big game genes. Now I know it hasn't happened to Klay.
And then Jamal and Aaron Gordon.
So Klay Thompson has a fourth option. Think about that. A fourth option. The Warriors have had him as a second, third option. Klay Thompson now gets to be a fourth option?
If he goes there.
If he goes
would go there for the mid-level because they're right up against it. If he goes there.
Now,
so
they obviously we're working on also under the assumption that Michael Porter Jr.
So before he accepts a 1-year mid-level option, I believe he's gonna try to get a multi-year deal, right?
You think so?
He ain't leaving the Warriors and going to a mid-level right now. It might be the best course of action for his career in terms of quote-unquote rehabilitation league-wide of how he's viewed or perception or whatever. But
Klay Thompson does love the great outdoors. We saw him hiking not too long ago in honor of Bill Walton.
Okay, so he's taking a 1-year mid-level exception deal because he likes the outdoors?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Chasky.
So
he loves the outdoors.
Who has told me
he loves the Rocky Mountains, so that's why he's going to Denver.
All the players want their bag and their respect is now pivoting and saying, nature.
That's exactly why, Chasky, because of the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah, okay.
He's going to the Rocky Mountains because of that.
Boy.
That's Fast 5B, man.
I just don't. Do you see him getting 15 million?
You just asked me if I see him getting $15 million. I didn't see Scotty Barnes getting $270.
Yeah.
I didn't see Emmanuel Quickly getting what did Emmanuel Quickly got? 170, 175?
Wow.
I didn't see that. I didn't see Mikal Bridges going to the New York Knicks. So I expect the unexpected on Sunday. That's what I expect. I told you it's going to be chaotic. No, that is a stand. I'm expecting I expect chaos. I don't know what teams are thinking. I'm not in a war room. I'm not going to speculate on what this guy may get. I have no idea. But I do believe Klay's going to get some paper. That's for sure. I don't think he's taking the mid-level.
Yeah, I don't think he's taking the mid-level either. If I had to guess, it's a 1+1, somewhere in the $16 to $22 million range. And that's a wide girth.
Woo! Woo, woo, woo.
Here's my final thought, though.
Oh, you got a final thought? Okay.
Yeah, my final thought is Brandon Ayuk, something's going on.
Yeah, he's about to sign a deal. He's about to be a member of the San Francisco 49ers.
I don't think that's what's happening. I think the 49ers basically told him this week that here's the number. If you don't like the number, come and play, and we'll trade you next year. It's one of those two things.
So you think he's driving back into Santa Clara today just to hear that he's going to make $14 million and not get his deal?
I just think they told him, we're not trading you, so do the hold-in thing. Like, something's going on right now.
Why would he go to the Niners facility twice in a week?
I don't know.
I think Ayuk's going to be fine.
I don't know.
I'm going to be optimistic. I'm taking my cues from Bob Fitzgerald. Be a homer. I'm feeling optimistic today.
Can I tell you what's not fine, guys, and it's pissing me off right now, is U.S. men's national team.
What a loss.
They lost 2-1 to Panama yesterday, getting a red card in the first 20 minutes. It's embarrassing. Panama, by the way, for those of you who don't know, they're like USA is not on the level of a Germany. Panama's not even on the level of a USA. And they beat them yesterday, and it's embarrassing right now. They are down. No. Hold on, Joe. Hold on.
Because Uruguay's coming.
They got Uruguay in their final. They have to beat Uruguay, who won 5-0 yesterday. Uruguay has been the best team in Copa America, which includes Argentina, the defending World Cup champions, which includes Brazil, who's won it a bajillion times. Uruguay is the best team in their group, and they have to beat them because Panama is going to beat the brakes off of Bolivia, who's also in their group, who stinks. So they have put themselves in a situation now. In Copa America, it's not the Euros, but it's the best thing we've got in North and South America. And they're not even going to qualify for the knockout stage, probably. And that's embarrassing.
In America.
It should be the firing of Greg Berhalter. And yes, Bonte, it's in our home backyard.
Yep.
They're playing in Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium on Uruguay on Monday. I'm scared for this might be a slaughter.
This might get ugly.
Guys,
and you know what?
I've been hearing for 40 years that America's going to take off with their soccer program.
Well, no, that's the problem, though, Joe. Like, this is the greatest talent they've ever had in their history in America in soccer.
And they always underwhelm.
And this is very
so it's
underwhelming.
the coach's fault.
No, well, it kind of is. Yes.
So we have Mike Singletary coaching the
basically,
soccer team.
Yes.
Hey, dude, that was an upset. Panama scoring that late in the game down in Atlanta.
Yes. Berhalter is a joke.
You know what? This summer's packed with sports. Euro 2024, we got the knockout stage coming up. Copa America, we got the freaking Olympic Games coming up. There's a lot going on this summer. Look, if the Giants want to be bad, be bad, because we got other options this summer, buddy. Believe that.
Well, speaking of other options, gentlemen, we are 6 hours and some change away from the beginning of the Macklin Celebrini era. Tonight at 4 o'clock, the first round of the NHL draft. We got Macklin coming to town. Talk about all these new things coming up. Giants, take that back seat. It's the Macklin Celebrini era.
It is Celebrini, baby.
Trend.
And Lubman.
Joey Barr, James Wiseman, Trey Lance. And is he going to break the
At least one of these top 3 picks got to come through.
And listen, don't they have the 11th pick as well?
They did make a swap to get that at number 11. That
Let's
is
go,
true.
Sharks. I'm all in on the Mike Greer era, the San Jose Sharks.
I think
Let's
they traded back, too. They got
Who's
an
the
extra pick,
goalie?
so they traded back to the 14th, I want to say. Got an extra pick at 40-something, I think. So look at them winning and dealing.
Wow. Let's go, Sharks. USA hit trouble. I forgot to talk to you about that because I did see Panama's. What did they score, like 84th minute or something
Exactly.
like that?
Well, they could have tied and it would have been fine because you were down a man, but it was very embarrassing.
Damn. Sorry, USA.
I'm sorry for the people that are emotionally invested like you. My boy Rocco is a soccer fanatic. And
Soccer's fun. You should invest, man. I can't wait to talk to Quarter Pounder about soccer. The Netherlands.
This is like the last big tournament before World Cup for them, too, to like test themselves against other great nations that they're going to face. So that's why it matters so much because the World Cup's coming to America, North America, I should say, because Canada and Mexico is also a part of that. But yeah, we're going to have games at Levi's Stadium. Like they might even be playing at Levi's. And you're going to be pumped then, Joe. That's why it matters now for them to make a change at their head coach.
I love this. Okay. We got California Classic coming up. Summer League. We got the Olympics. We got soccer galore. I'm telling you, Giants, better start winning some games, baby. And it starts tonight against the Dodgers. But by the time when we come back Monday, we're going to have answers to the Golden State Warriors and what this roster may look like. Klay, Paul George, Chris Paul. It is going down. Steiny and Guru will be all over it as well. They're back in studio after being in Thrive City yesterday. Now it's Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a great weekend, folks. We'll see you on Twitter, and we'll see you on Monday.
I'm not optimistic.
Warriors Offseason Summit with all the hosts Monday.
point.
Possibly.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh my God. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Bay Area, you ready?
Where are you going here?
You ready? ESPN sources, the Washington Wizards are finalizing a deal to send Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for a package that includes Jordan Poole. That was about a year ago today, Goo, and we'll find out if Chris Paul's tenure ends with the Warriors today or not.
Have we ever in our 6-year marriage started the show with the victory lap? That constitutes a victory lap, and I hated every second of it.
Yeah, remember that was probably my finest hour in 2023. If you're just joining us,
off to a slow start in 24.
I thought Chris Paul made a lot of sense for the Warriors. I was denigrated on text lines. I was laughed at on YouTube chats.
And look at you now.
I was told that I didn't know what I was talking about. But you know what? Something about Mike Dunleavy and myself. Two great basketball minds. We'll see. You wonder what we have up our sleeve now, don't you, Gil?
Well, it's just fitting that we're waiting on not the LeBron decision, but the CP3 decision a year to the day you made that announcement.
Yeah, so today is the deadline, 2 p.m. Warriors have to decide whether or not they guarantee Chris Paul's contract for next year. They could guarantee it. They could waive him, or they could push the deadline back a few days into free agency.
Steiny, what's taking so long?
There's no...
We got till 2.
The deadline hasn't passed.
Well, but still, when you get it, when something's firm and they got 4 hours. This could have came down 2 days ago.
No, if they're working on a trade, they're going to go all the way up to the 2 o'clock.
So that's what I'm getting at. So something's in the cooker.
I think something's been in the crock pot. Something's been in the crock pot for 3 or 4 days. I don't think it means that a move's definitely coming, but I think it's fair to say that Warriors are working on stuff. I just wonder how this affects Klay. What do you mean?
Like
he's gone.
Wow, man.
Gone. You know what's funny?
Yeah, look at you got it down.
You know what's funny?
What?
Everybody out there's kind of okay with Klay leaving till you find out he could be going to Denver.
No, we're all rooting for him, Steiny. Yeah, we're all rooting for him.
You're rooting for him to get a ring next year?
No.
Well,
but he's still on the team, so yeah, I am.
Denver and Dallas sniffing around for Klay Thompson.
Spray Klay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, to borrow a guru line, if Klay Thompson ends up in Dallas, that'll be the easiest basketball of his career.
You love that. You love that. I'm serious. Sitting out there. Hey, Jokic, you got Jamal. Oh, you know where I'm at. Just kick it out, baby.
Oh, man. So, 888-957-9570. More stuff's happened since yesterday. And again, we should get the Chris Paul news at some point, ideally during the show. I think Bronny James getting drafted at 52
I did a 180 on Bronny.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk to Norm. And we got Keith Smith at 11. Don't forget, Steiny.
Keith Smith of Spotrac and The Front Office Show. Used to work with the Orlando Sentinel. Let me tell you a little bit about Keith Smith.
The Front Office Show. I like that.
Keith Smith is the brainchild behind, did you know this? He was the brainchild behind the Orlando bubble.
Wow. No way.
I'm dead serious. He wrote a story back then about how that Disney campus in Orlando would be perfect for the NBA to continue its season during COVID, and they did. Keith Smith, and he's also
how much he made off. You'll ask him.
What?
How much did the NBA kick you down for that idea? He had to get compensated for that.
I don't know. That I don't know. Maybe it was like, the guy who created We Believe. Can't remember his name.
You always say it.
I liked it.
Yeah.
God, I liked him. What was his name? Anyway, the We Believe guy never wanted anything for it. He could have.
Yeah.
That's it. Anyway, Keith Smith's also a salary cap expert, so we can absolutely positively get into some numbers regarding the Golden State Warriors.
And the Warriors got a 7-footer, Steiny. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So what?
Thank you.
Fitz.
Thank you, Fitz.
7-footer? I mean, we need size. And I know you're going to say Gooey might be in Santa Cruz or whatnot, but
he might not even be in Santa Cruz.
He's a post player.
That is great. And you thought he was a brother, Quinton.
Well, I just didn't know. I was getting mixed signals.
Oh, no. Hey, I looked at the big boy. I said, he's a big boy.
I'm listening to Dibley and Willard, and they're like, oh, the Warriors, they've drafted or they acquired Quinton Post.
Yeah.
Boston College. And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. I'm starting to picture him in my mind. And then they say he's from the Netherlands.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, well, hold on a second.
You got a little cop to you.
And so I just, Dibley saying, oh, he's a good pick and pop guy. He's got a little half hook.
Okay.
Can block some shots. And I texted him. I'm like, is he white or black?
That's great stuff.
Give me the pertinent stuff. He's white, by the way.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. We're going to have a fun day today. Here's another thing that just came. Oh.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
According to Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, Golden State and Chris Paul intend to move the date back to guarantee $30 million on his upcoming year's contract at the start of free agency on Sunday. This gives the Warriors time to keep exploring trades.
Did they put a date on it?
Sunday.
Wow. So it's crunch time, Scotty.
Start of free agency.
Right.
Evan, that's good news. If I'm a Warrior fan and you're in the camp of you want them to make a move, they're in the lab, Steiny. So I like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we can obviously take from this is that the Warriors want to trade Chris Paul.
Yeah.
And use that $30 million to try to acquire a player.
Let's go.
And if they do that, obviously the odds of Klay Thompson staying are remote or more remote at that point.
Man.
But there's no doubt about it that by extending this deadline, they are going to continue to work on something, probably involving Paul George, although there's going to be other teams involved. And now we have to wait tomorrow to see what Paul George is going to do.
Man.
Whether he's going to opt out or opt in. So it's a fluid situation. It is a fluid situation, Goo. What do you feel good about where the Warriors are at right now?
You know what? That's a great question, and I'm going to say yes. And the reason I'm going to say yes is if nothing culminates from all this noise, I can still go to Kirk Lakeup joining us yesterday from the team store. I can play the sound of Fitz, and there is room on the banana boat for you or anybody else that says, you know what, if we run it back, I'm including Wiggins and everybody else, if we run it back and Dre doesn't get suspended, let's watch that. And you know what? I won't be disappointed. But if you can bring in a big boy, a la Paul George, PG-13 or whatnot, Steiny, I'm ready to go. But I got to ask you a question. Do you think it's just Paul George or bust? I'm hoping maybe there might, Jimmy Butler. We're not hearing anything, but we know what goes on behind closed doors. Do you think it's all just specifically now PG-13 or we're running it back?
No, I think he's right now their focus.
Okay.
But I don't necessarily think if they don't get Paul George, they're out of options. It sounds like Butler's not going anywhere, so maybe he'll be off the board. But
That's shocking.
There's players. I mean, there's players that are able to be moved, I would think.
KCP, would you like him here? I would. In a Warrior uniform? What did you do with your head just a second ago?
Well, I mean, he's a free agent. So free agents are going to be hard for the Warriors to sign.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
It's going to have to be probably a trade. But what do you think about this? And Nahegan was
with that fresh white belt
talking to us this morning, and we were saying, Chris Paul, he might, decision time today. And if you've just joined us, the Warriors are going to extend that deadline, and Chris Paul's agreed to it.
It's a wrap.
We won't get any finalization on that. But Chris Paul was here a year. He's been here a year so far. How do you think it's going? How do you think it's going? Because here's what I think. He's now played a year, and I just think they're going to have to guarantee that contract, because if they don't guarantee it, no matter what, whenever they do that, they lose a potential piece that they could use in a deal. And I think
I'm with you.
They'd rather keep that option open for a little while, and if they don't like what they have, maybe they'll like something 2 months from now or at the trade deadline. But
it didn't work.
Yeah.
How about that? His acquisition didn't work. They didn't make the playoffs, and I'm not saying it was fault, but he didn't come here not to make the playoffs, Donnie. So I feel confident in saying we all can agree, and he put his best foot forward. The only thing that from last year, when you talk about Chris Paul and any not acrimony or any drama, and it was fun. You coaching. Outside of that, he was the steward that he is, and a great teammate. But Stoney, at the end of the day, from a basketball standpoint, it did not work. And I got to tell you this: this is no shade at CP3. Are you telling me there's a chance? Let's say they can't make anything. He's back on the team. That to me would stunt Pod's growth. Now, again, we got to find out what would happen with Klay. But Stoney, I just don't think he's a fit moving forward, and he may not want to be here.
He might not want to be here. I think you're being too harsh. I wouldn't say it didn't work. Because
for everybody, it didn't work.
Well, that's fine. But like Chris Paul did everything you wanted him to do.
Yeah, I didn't say he was bad. No.
I mean, if you want to make a list of guys to blame, Chris Paul wasn't the reason they didn't make the playoffs.
I'll echo those sentiments.
So,
I'm with you.
Chris Paul, does he make sense for another year with the Golden State Warriors? I don't know. But
oh my God,
he's under contract. What?
We're matching.
What do you mean?
2 black shirts. Look at YouTube.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've ever matched.
My hair's sticking up.
Well, you got a fresh cut.
Well, it's funny because yesterday I went into I still maintain it. I don't believe I'm hypocritical, but you showed me that shirt yesterday that you bought, and I said, "Yeah, you know me. I'm not a big black T-shirt guy." Well, I'm not a black T-shirt guy with printing on it or with a logo. But what I have on now, I consider a dress shirt.
And I hate to break your heart, but
what?
That's a black T-shirt.
No,
that's not a black. Where I come from,
this is a dress shirt. It's got a pocket on the top.
It can't be a dress shirt without a collar to me. That's a T-shirt. It's a nice shirt, Donnie.
No, Goo.
Oh boy, look at it.
It has short sleeves and a long bottom,
but it's got
which
a pocket.
looks like a T.
They wear that in Greece, Donnie. Shout out Travolta.
You don't understand.
Olivia Newton-John.
The pocket makes it a dress shirt. Do you see what I'm saying?
If you think so.
You don't believe that. You're too smart, man. You couldn't wear that to church. You could.
What, are you crazy?
You couldn't.
If I put a jacket over this, I'll walk down the street right now and have people saying, "Hey, look at that guy."
If you think I'm not going to steal your joy on this non-payday Friday, but go ahead.
Sew a button on it and we'll talk.
Thank you, Evan. My man really feels like he has a dress shirt on.
That's a nice dress shirt.
No, hey.
Seriously, this is kind of shirt that you put a jacket over and you look fresh, as the kids say.
Shout out to the T-shirts.
You guys have no sense of style.
But we're matching.
Fozzie says on the YouTube check, Steiny, don't get us mad so early. What did I say already? This is a dress shirt?
No, I'm thinking of doubling back to Paul. But
what about him?
You're right. I wanted to see more of Chris Paul. I hate it. Here I go, bring up Willard. He and I were in the same camp. We didn't want to see Chris Paul brought in. He was brought in, Steiny, and I thought he did well for himself. And I know he's looking at himself in the mirror, talking to his wife or kids, or even best friends, saying, you know what? The end is coming in a couple years. I need to be playing meaningful basketball. So I don't know if he thinks the Warriors can do that, but I am glad. That is good news, that extension. And Mike Dunleavy, Joe, and Kirk, and all the powers to be are in the lab. I just wonder who that, if it's not PG-13, who else could it be? That concerns me.
Well, it could be DeAndre Ayton.
It
could be Jeremy Grant.
I wouldn't be mad at any of those names.
It could be... Who else is out there that you want?
Well, like you said, it's got to be a trade.
DeJounte Murray?
I'm warming up to that. Like, what don't you like about him?
I think he's overrated. I think he's a player who 3-4 years ago when he was with San Antonio, everyone's like, this guy. And I thought he was pretty good, but
I'll tell you what.
I think he's overrated defensively.
Let's play some Steiny.
I'm not saying he's lousy. I realize that he's okay.
Let's play some Steiny and Guru trivia.
I can't wait.
Evan, I love you. So, would you say your partner was high on Jordan Poole before the punch?
Oh, yeah.
And do you think the league took notice of Jordan Poole and his skill set and his ability to be able to score and get to the free throw line?
That's what other teams' executive jobs are. So yeah, I would say
Murray is too high in Atlanta to be the 1 or the 1A. You bring a guy like him that Curry could throw the ball to, clear out. If just my scenario, clear out, let me cook. I could put the ball in the hole or get fouled. That's how I'm envisioning this new player for the Warriors. And Murray can definitely do that better than Poole, or if not the same. Well, right now, anybody, he ain't falling to the ground, but I would welcome Murray because you don't got to be the Steph. We already have that.
Well, he didn't have to be the Steph in Atlanta.
I thought he did.
They have Trae Young.
Well, 1 and 1A, and I love Trae Young.
But I'm saying Trae Young is a ball all the time. I don't know. I'm not a big Murray guy.
Yeah.
What if he played for any other team?
Oh.
Like, how much of this is because...
Look at the smile Stotty gives him.
He plays for the Hawks.
Well, you got to understand something. That I know the Hawks players inside and out. I don't like him. Who else do the Hawks have? I'm going to just prove to you that I don't hate every Hawk.
Capella.
Yeah, I love him.
Hey, that's a guy who could end up with a Warriors.
And I wouldn't be mad at all.
I'm dead serious.
I wouldn't be mad at all.
I think he stinks, but go ahead. I don't like Capella. Who else do they have on their team? Trae Young, he's awful.
What's my, Bogey, hurt his knee. Not the.
I actually like him.
I do like him too. Yeah, he's hurt.
But you're right. I don't like Sadiq Bey.
Okongwu?
Now, I
like Okongwu.
How can you not? That's what we need.
I'll tell you who I can't stand. DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah. You know who he's like?
He's like a guy. He's like Wiggins.
No, he's like he's like the guy the Warriors that was on Atlanta and the Lakers got him, and then he came and got hurt. Not Vanderbilt. Who's the other one? And everybody giving up on him.
He was a Warrior?
No, he was a Hawk. And at one point, he had a wing, just long and athletic, and could do it all. They just picked him up and he got hurt. He couldn't even make the playoffs. And he was in Atlanta.
Josh Smith?
No, but he feels like him. Come on, Evan. Give me the guy. Talk about 6'11", 6'10".
He played for whom?
Atlanta Hawks, and then the Lakers picked him up after he kind of just fell off. What's my guy's name? He's on the Lakers.
Spadone doesn't know. There's a good chance he didn't play for the Lakers.
Spadone has a saying for him. We call him not for... Let me just bring
him.
Is
Spadone listening? Or
no, he's not. He's talking. But I'll bring it up, Steiny. But that's who your guy is right now.
Where's the text line?
No, I don't need him.
Oh, Cam Reddish?
Yeah, that's exactly. But that's who he is, right? That's about what your boy is now.
You said like long,
Cam is long.
He's a guard.
Well,
I thought I was
he's
trying
a wing.
I thought you said at one point 6'11".
Well, I did.
Didn't you? Did you say 6'11"?
Wingspan.
Yeah, I did. But he's long.
Stinks.
I was trying to think. I didn't know you were talking about Cam because you said mid-season. They got him in the July last year. So that one kind of threw me off. But yeah, Scam Reddish.
Yeah, Scam Reddish. I said fraud, but scam, same thing.
By the way, Philmo Mike a couple days ago.
Okay.
When he called in. And he basically said, Curry doesn't have, I wouldn't be listening to Curry.
You and him are the only ones.
Well, I'm telling you, I think he's a fit. He's not going to he's not a franchise changer. But I'll tell you what, you want me to start to become more of a Warrior fan? Go get Lonnie Walker.
The third?
The fourth. For goodness sakes, you don't want his dad. His dad's 63 years old.
What? I can't remember what team he went to, Steiny.
Yeah, me neither. I think he's in net.
Okay,
he was in net.
You're right.
He was in net. No, but he...
Cam, people say that Cam and and your boy DeAndre were the same player.
Actually, they were both. Yeah, Reddish is even worse.
Yeah.
I think. Yes, the Chris Paul deadline, ladies and gentlemen, has been pushed back to Sunday. So we're not going to get a decision on Chris Paul, but Warrior fans, safe to assume that the reason this deadline is being pushed back is so the Warriors can continue to make some calls, to work on some deals. Most likely one of them is the Paul George situation. And just to bring you up to date, if the Golden State Warriors end up guaranteeing Chris Paul's $30 million, it would likely be to move him in a deal for a player coming back.
That's exciting in itself.
Right. That would also likely signal the end of Klay Thompson's era in Golden State.
Damn.
Because the Warriors then would be taking back salary for it didn't have to be multiple years, but they'll have to take back salary for the upcoming season, and then that puts him in a bind with Klay Thompson and whether they could pay him.
Let me throw a name at you, Steiny. 925 Guru Steiny. We need Isaiah Hartenstein from New York. He can't come via trade, right?
What about Post?
Well,
what?
How many second rounders come in?
Now we're talking about
that's
second
why I
rounders
changed
not
on Bronny.
making it.
That's why when I tell you about Bronny, how I slept on it, I feel a little different. But man, he would be perfect to go along. But TJD is your Hartenstein.
We do have a further update from Anthony Slater concerning Chris Paul. Quote, "It's notable that the Warriors and CP3 only pushed his guaranteed deadline back to Sunday, not into July. Ooh. The Warriors now have a small window this weekend to figure out possible trade paths, but Paul needs clear view on his future prior to free agency."
You two are my guys. It was more Evan.
Are you crazy?
In the green room where he was like, I thought Evan
give the man his props.
What?
And the man is Matt Steinmetz.
But you already got yours for saying Chris Paul was coming to the Warriors, but I heard it from Evan. It was more clear. And you guys said if I'm CP3, I need to know now.
I wouldn't.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, soon.
All I was saying was if I'm Chris Paul, Evan, I mean, why would I push it back? I mean, today's the day that he's got to find, or would have found out if he's making $5 million or 30, and it's like, why would I push that back? But
I get it.
I certainly wouldn't push it, and that's what it's like. You can't push it into free agency.
The
we can split the free throws.
Yeah.
Well,
that's how I heard it. You got the lead with the Chris Paul last year. Come on, bud.
You know, have you heard Evan's a baseball historian, unlike you, Goo.
Roberto Clemente?
I do have a little Ty Cobb in me. You know what I know Guru has no clue, but I'll admit I have some Ty Cobb in me.
No, I'm saying you're white. That's where I went. But what?
He just was.
Ty's a racially ambivalent name, right?
Oh, well, they had nothing to do with that.
Oh.
You heard the bathtub story with him, right?
No.
Oh, no.
Well, just.
Look at your historian. He hadn't heard it.
It's just, back in the day, they would go back to their hotel rooms and shower, take a bath or whatever after the games. And they had roommates back then. And Ty was coming back from the game and he got home. And the roommate was in the bathtub, taking a bath. And Ty Cobb went into the bathtub and just threw him out of the bathtub, threw him up against the wall. And the guy's like, "What are you doing?" And Ty said, "I have to be first. I have to be first."
I just had a visual, but I wish you would have saved that one. But yeah, whatever. Hey, I heard Babe Ruth might be part black.
Puerto Rican.
Dude, you look at his features, Steiny. I'm like, man.
The nose.
According to who you talk to, that's a 4.
Did I get my reads today?
1 sec.
What was that?
Do you really want to know?
Yes.
Lubman has a gray head of hair. The dude has locks like the Thor stuff. I'm looking like, who's that? You got to give credit where credit is due. It's men. Just admit he's got a gray head of hair. You little jelly.
What are you kidding? What are you kidding?
Young Love.
Lubman's got a nice mane. He's got a nice mane.
I've never heard that.
You've never heard mane for hair?
No.
It's like a lion's mane. You know what a lion's mane is?
I've heard what up, mane.
Well, it's not that. But you know what a lion looks like, right?
Yeah.
You know the hair around the lion?
Yeah,
That's called a main.
Wow, I didn't
M-A-N-E.
know that. Was that Nahegan? I heard him say, I hope he ain't listening to
I don't know.
Is that him come?
He's a mess.
Hey, dude, he looked great. He dressed for success today, though.
All right.
He gets fit as fire.
888
957.
Yeah, I'm going to go check on the veracity of the Ty Cobb story. It's kind of like John Sally. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in. Things are happening with the Warriors. Chris Paul still a Warrior as of today, and it looks like the Warriors are continuing to look for a deal. Paul George is the big name. KTVU's Fox Local streaming app for your connected TV. Live stream mornings on 2, the 10 o'clock news, and all Fox 2 newscasts. Plus, watch Like It or Not and more. Fox Local, free and easy to use, no subscription required.
they can extend that deadline if he agrees. He would have to agree. But if I'm Chris Paul, I think I would agree. I think, if there's a chance I still get to make $30 million next year, heck yeah, I'm going to agree.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, and that's what, in fact, has happened. The Warriors have pushed the Chris Paul deadline back to Sunday to decide whether they're going to guarantee his $30 million or not. What does that mean? Well, that means clearly the Warriors want to make a deal, and according to Mark Stein, he has covered the NBA for decades and decades, and I'll also add he's got a good relationship with the Golden State Warriors. He is reporting that Paul George is the Warriors' number one priority above all else at this point. Paul George. The Warriors are all in on Paul George, and it's probably a big reason why they pushed Chris Paul's guarantee back to Sunday. Paul George tomorrow has to decide whether he's going to opt in or opt out. If Paul George opts out, the Warriors are out on him. They can't sign him as a free agent. News. But it looks more and more likely that he's simply going to opt in and then try to get traded. Or the Clippers clearly, well, I don't know if they clearly do, but if he opts in, then the Clippers can get something for him, as opposed to if he walks and he just walks, they won't go. They won't get anything back for him.
Yeah, and that makes all the sense in the world, and that's what I expect to happen tomorrow on the Paul George front. But that's Stein news, Steiny, that he is priority number one, PG-13. I get it. I understand it. And if you're a fan and you're on board and you think Curry and Dre need help, I mean, we're gonna know something here soon. So, again, it would be crushing to me if we find out tomorrow somehow, and again, I don't expect it to happen, he opts out.
Yeah, I'm. When you hear something this concrete, Warrior fans, and it's Mark Stein, and you don't have to trust me, but trust me, Stein's a big boy, and he's tapped in. And he's reporting Golden State has this week prioritized the trade pursuit of the LA Clippers' Paul George above all other business. And if you want to check out Mark Stein, you can check him out on Twitter at Steinline, 888-957-9570. So what do we know? We know the Golden State Warriors
are serious.
They want Paul George. I mean, they want him. They want him. How much do they want him?
What about, man?
Do they want him Jonathan Kuminga enough?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the one thing that I think we've forgotten a little bit here is if the Warriors find a way to acquire Paul George and extend him for $200 million over 4 years, what will that mean for Kuminga, who would love to get his extension this summer for $30+ million over 4 years? Now
that
the Warriors
would be PG-13's money, Steiny, if you decided you had to use him to get him.
Well, exactly. The Warriors could probably kick the can down the road one more year because Kuminga's extension will not kick in next year. It'll kick in the year after. So, I mean, we can ask that simple question. Would you give up Jonathan Kuminga in a package that gets you Paul George? That's pretty much the question I gotta believe that the Warriors are going to have to answer. And maybe they've drawn a line in the sand where they say, we want Paul George more than anything else, but we won't go there, meaning Jonathan Kuminga. 888-957-9570 is the number. Goo?
You know me. I'm ready. I'm ready
to
do
move
it.
Kuminga.
Yes, and I know you don't care about feelings, but you do understand these guys have egos. Let's be honest. If you're Jonathan Kuminga or you're his family member or friend, you don't want to see PG-13 come in here. It's your time. And I think a great comp for Kuminga in a perfect world would be able to have the skill set and the natural polish of being able to create off the dribble, step back and shoot like a PG-13, Stoney. So I think it's a perfect fit. And again, to me, I think just thinking of what Kirk Lacob shared with us yesterday, it's about, hey, we could hit the fast forward button and get a Kuminga version of a polished NBA guy in Paul George that can help us win right now. Yeah, we don't want to lose a Kuminga, but we kind of are getting him in the trade, and he'll be ready to hit the ground running. And I heard the great Eddie Johnson on with Bonte and Shasky this morning, Stoney. He thought if the Warriors were able to pull this PG-13 trade off, that they're a problem in the West with George, Dre, and Paul George. And I agree.
Define problem.
A threat. To win a round 2 or even get to the Western Conference Finals.
Well, that's
why you're doing the trade.
I love Eddie Johnson.
Yeah.
I love Eddie Johnson. Keith Smith joining us at 11 o'clock. That's in 20 minutes. Keith Smith works for Spotrac and also at Front Office Show on YouTube. He is tapped into the NBA. He knows money inside and out. We've had him on before, and I guarantee you after we talk to Keith Smith, we'll have more to talk about. But the question I have for Warrior fans now is it's pretty simple. Would you give up Jonathan Kuminga as part of a deal that involves Paul George?
You gotta feel like that's a part. It would have to be a mandate, right? Could you imagine the Clippers not? Hey, you know what? Give us Wiggins. Man, Kuminga, I mean, his upside is, I get it, Steiny. I just don't know if he'll ever meet it. But dude is a physical specimen.
You know, the other thing that could theoretically happen is Paul George opts in. The Warriors say, we want Paul George. We'll give you anybody but Kuminga and Curry. And maybe the Clippers are like, we've got to have Kuminga. Well, you can't. All right, then what happens? Well, you know what happens? We move on.
And we run it back or try to get something, somewhere else, Donnie, but it won't be as big as what Paul George represents.
707, you aren't trading Kuminga. Kuminga was our second best player last year. Calm yourself, Guru. We want both Kuminga and Paul George together. Trade Wiggins. What if you can't get Paul George and Kuminga? What if Dunleavy knows that you can't get Paul George without coming off of Kuminga?
Yeah.
It's push coming to shove.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll say this about that. I just go back to what you talked about yesterday in regard to Joe Lacob, early on in the season calling the Lakers to see the availability of one LeBron James. Steiner, you don't think they knew that Kuminga might be, if they were really to get down and get busy like Arsenio Hall and pull off a deal, you think the Warriors don't know that Kuminga would have to be a part of that package?
I mean, I'm sure they've been wrestling with this idea for a while. Maybe it hasn't come this close, though.
And that's where, exactly.
To getting done. But
now they're like, you know what? If we want it, we got to do it.
Here's why this is one of those things. Like, I don't want to trade Kuminga, but I also don't want to stand pat. So we're getting back to me believing that making a great move is going to be hard. But all that said, the reason I probably have to say no, why I wouldn't give up Kuminga, I think I might be able to give up Kuminga, but it's all the stuff that's going to come along with it. Like Paul George getting $210 million for the next 4 years. And then I think if we're honest with ourselves, the Warriors are going to have to give up a couple first-round picks. And you see that deal for Mikal Bridges, 4 unprotected firsts they got. And, I mean, look, the Warriors have 3 things they got to try to figure out. Do they want to trade Kuminga? Do they want to extend Paul George
and Klay
for 4 years? And then 3, actually, Klay's not in this one. Are they willing to give up future first-round draft picks that might be unprotected? And I also think what's obvious is if they get Paul George, Klay's not coming back.
That's just, I agree wholeheartedly with that part. And that's probably why Klay is upset knowing, I mean, this is what that signals is they're trying to They're trying to go big game hunting, Steiny.
Right.
And that would end the tenure of one Klay Thompson in the Golden State Warrior uniform. I'll tell you what, I'm excited that Chris Paul, we're going to find something out by Sunday, because that could be the tea leaves to let you know the reality of the Warriors being able to pull this off, right? And then also Paul George doing what we expect him to do just tomorrow, and that's opt in.
I mean, if you're a Golden State Warrior fan, you absolutely want Paul George to opt in to his contract with the Clippers. Absolutely. Doesn't guarantee he'd be a Warrior, but if he becomes a free agent, they can't get him.
What scares me about him, Steiny, is Wendy reported he wants to stay on the West Coast. Obviously, coming here, he does that. Is why would he want to leave? You know, he's at home. He's from Palmdale. Why would he want to leave? That is what, you know, as he using this is...
He wants 4 years.
Yeah. And we don't know yet if the Clippers don't want to give that to him.
Exactly. This could also be one of those things that what leads it up, the Clippers may say, you know what, the hell with it. We'll give him 4 years. And Paul George just stays a Clipper unless they get a deal they love. Let's go to Dr. Z in San Jose. What's up, Dr. Z? How you doing?
What's happening, gentlemen? Nice to hear you guys.
Thank you.
I got a question for the president of the PG fan club in the Bay Area, Guru himself.
Go ahead.
He used to be the president of the Kuminga fan club, and he used to be the president of the Pool fan club, but now he's with PG. I got one question for you. Why exactly do you think Mr. Ballmer doesn't want to give him a max contract?
Well, we don't know that for one, that he doesn't want to give...
There wouldn't be any question. If he didn't want to give it to him, he'd be already signed for life.
I'll say
Why
this.
Why do you think he doesn't want to?
I'll say this, because I'm not operating on the premise that he doesn't want to, but the great Bob Myers shared with us, you don't have to make a decision until you have to. And that could very well be what's going on, and he could get that extension that you talk about Ballmer doesn't want to give to him. But to answer your question, I don't care why he doesn't want to give to him. One man's junk is the next man's treasure. And Paul George can steal ball, and he could help the Golden State Warriors.
Guru, I love you. I listen to you all the time
go ahead.
When you're healthy and on your game. But, Steiny, you tell me why Mr. Ballmer doesn't want to pay him. I can give you a reason why.
Well, there's probably
everybody is just trying to leverage their negotiation. That's all this is. I can't even believe that we're still talking about this.
Well, so, yeah, but there's clearly something there with Paul George and the Warriors.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wants his max deal.
Right.
And Ballmer doesn't want to give it to him.
Right.
And somehow there's a report that, the Warriors will give it to him.
Correct.
Who would want that information out there? It's not in the Warriors' interest to say they would give it to him.
Well, first of all, do you believe that the Warriors would give it to him?
I think it's an insane thing if they would. I'm hoping they're not that foolish.
I'm kind of with you. I think it's an unbelievable risk, but
read the scoreboard.
Would they do it? I wonder. Is the question? Go ahead, Dr. Z. One more.
Just because I love listening to you.
No,
guys.
you're the man. Go
Thanks,
ahead,
Dr. Z. Appreciate it.
So
man.
he's out.
I
just real quick, Stanley. I disagree that his tenure in LA and him getting the 4 from the Clippers is over. I think this is just this could be part of this,
Well, my understanding is
the dog and pony show right here.
Well, my understanding is if Paul gets the second apron's in play for the Clippers too. And even though it's Ballmer,
we've got deep pockets.
The problem with the problem with the second apron isn't the money penalty. It's the handcuff that it puts you in with other moves down the line. This is Brian Windhorst, ESPN. He's reacting to Chris Paul and the Golden State Warriors pushing back the guarantee, the deadline for his guarantee.
I just think to point out, the Warriors, even though they had a very disappointing season and missed the playoffs,
they are not giving up. They may be trying to rein in their spending a little bit, but they're not giving up. We know this because they tried to trade for LeBron last February. So even if it's not Paul George, they're going to be taking big swings. And where Klay Thompson fits into that is still a little bit of a mystery. So very big, important days for 3 or 4 major contenders coming up real soon here.
Mm-hmm. There it is.
I'll tell you what.
Big swings.
I'll tell you what.
To the last caller.
How much mileage is Lacob going to get out of that phone call to L.A.?
Oh, man.
I mean, geez.
But it would have shifted the basketball world for LeBron and Steph to even play together.
They said, what are you even talking about?
Well, you've played poker. What it signaled to me is Joe didn't like his hand.
What it signals to me
and now here we are,
what
months
it signals
later.
To me is Joe Lacob must have felt like it was 4th and 25 at the trading deadline, and he needed to throw a Hail Mary, and it was batted down. Just batted down.
Right, but I'll tell you what it also signaled. That's a 1. What it also signaled is he's not in the garden like, hey, let me show you my they're growing. Look at these seeds. That's what he's not doing. That's what the big swings that Wendy talks about, those are already ready-made, Donnie.
You know, and the other
needs
thing,
no fertilizer.
You know, the other thing I want to say is,
talk to me.
Joe Lacob bought the team in 10, I think 2010. Was it 2012? I always get that mixed up. Anyway, from the day he started owning the team, the Warriors have been linked to everybody. It's something that they've created. It's something that it looks like it might be true. But the reality is when these guys say, oh, the Warriors are going big fish hunting.
Right.
Well, that's no different than Lacob's been talked about for 12 years. They went big game hunting for Dwight Howard in 2012. They've been linked to Giannis. They've been linked to Embiid. They're always a team that's mentioned when a star becomes available. So that's where I'm thinking that part's not much different. You know what? If Jimmy Butler is available in Miami, the Warriors will be linked to Jimmy Butler. It's just how much of it's true. I do think the Warriors are making calls on everybody, but I think they've made calls on everybody for 12 years.
Well, I'll say this. During that 12 years, I don't think they've been the Warriors operating from a place of desperation. I think there's some desperation in the Warriors admitting and knowing, you know what? The end is near. This thing is it's coming to a head, and let's maximize it. So, Steiny, I bring that up because the energy and the urgency of trying to land another big fish, it just feels different now because you know time is running out. And you're coming off a year where you didn't qualify for the playoffs.
Here's Anthony Slater on why he's a little bit skeptical of the Paul George situation.
Maybe it's the skeptical side of me. I still kind of think this ends up with Paul George going back to the Clippers at a number that they probably agree on. It kind of seems like it's a large leverage poker play that's going on, and there's and they're taking it kind of to the buzzer.
That would be the Aaron Judge model, right? Using the Giants or PG, just using his podcast and doing what he's doing, Steiny, knowing him and the missus don't really want to come to the Bay.
I mean,
and get bipped.
Yeah, I mean that. If I had to bet, I'd bet Paul George is back in L.A. But the only reason I would bet that is because it's hard. It's hard to make trades. Most trades don't happen. Some do, and I would just go on kind of the percentages there. But
I'll be shocked as hell, Steiny, if he decides to take his services and they trade him.
Put it in the. You ready to put something else in the cap? Put it in the cap that late July podcast, Draymond Green, Paul George. And they're both saying, "Oh, it was close." It was close.
I hope you're wrong.
No, it was close.
I don't want to hear that.
I would have come to the Warriors, but I'll bet anybody.
Next question. That caller I love the caller that said he loved me and I was the president, but
he didn't like what you said.
Well, I want him to call back if Ballmer gives Paul those 4 years. Because I believe that could, if the Warriors can't pull this off, it's because they said, you know what? Not they gave in. here you go, Paul. We want you to be a Clipper going to this.
What does that say? What does that tell you, though? That Paul George believes the Clippers are better than the Warriors.
Well, yeah. And he's been comfortable.
Would that hurt you?
No.
That would hurt you.
We got bigger fish to fry than the Clippers.
And then we have to start talking about, what if no free agent wants to sign?
We run it back and you play the fit sound along with the Lake-Up from yesterday and the Raymond Ritter.
The fit sound is deleted. It has been
not in my mind.
Deleted.
No.
Okay. Tim and Raleigh. That's North Carolina.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Play it again, Sam.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Did you not hear me call for Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina?
I called it
audible. Who is running this?
And Evan thought,
Sam,
play it
apparently.
again, Sam. I know Sam's not here. That's the whole saying, play it again, Sam. That wasn't about Loveman.
Stop!
Tim, I'm trying to get you on the show. I'm trying. What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, man. I'm not even going to go there with Guru on the. I'm just like the last caller. I done gave up when it come to Guru and all this nonsense. Honestly, the biggest memory I got on Paul George on playoffs or whatever is Damian Lillard hitting a 30-foot in his face and sending him home.
Oh man,
I don't remember him winning nothing. I remember more shortcomings than anything, but you know what? He's a name. So, whatever. We are always more fascinated by somebody else's stuff than what we may have in our own backyard. Right. You know what? Well, whatever, man. If this kid, and this is not even a big if, honestly, if he makes half of the leap he did last year, what are we talking, 22 to 23 points a game? Half of the league.
Could be more.
So you know what? So whatever, man. You know what? Just throw it all away. But this is what I was calling about, Stoney. Honestly, they wouldn't necessarily even have to lose Kuminga because Wiggins is going to come off the books at $25 million. And you're probably going to lose like maybe Looney, Chris Paul, maybe Moody. You don't have to lose Kuminga, and you can pay them both. Honestly, signing.
Tim, Wiggins is still under contract for a couple more years.
No. I'm saying if this whole Paul George thing was to happen, he would probably be some way, somehow eliminated or taken off the books, and those $25 million can almost be slotted and put to the side where you could almost pay Kuminga and PG and keep the thing going. I'm saying you don't have to necessarily make a choice of Kuminga. I know LA would probably want him. No, I'm saying I know they would probably want him, but they wouldn't really have the leverage. PG would have the leverage because he can go somewhere else and LA get nothing. You see what I mean?
Yeah, let me share this with you before you go. It's kind of funny, and I love you because you're part of the show. You guys call. Okay, all right, I'm about to get, and I want you to respond. You guys call the show, and you talk to me like I'm Joe Lake-Up. They are the ones interested in PG-13, so I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Don't come at me. What would you tell Joe Lake-Up and company, who obviously are interested in one Paul George? I want you to come at the same energy at Joe Lake-Up that you did with me, because I'm not running nothing. I'm responding to the news.
Go. I don't know that what you're saying is true, that Joe Lake-Up is about to put Kuminga in anything. I know for a fact from hearing your voice, you would. So I'm coming at you because I know what you would do. It ain't nothing else to talk about.
I would. All right, you got me on that one. I would put Kuminga in there.
Oh, thanks, Tim.
He will hold the boy.
Here's the thing. Tim might be right about they could still pay Kuminga, but then they're gonna have to make a decision then in a year, because you can't have Curry at 60, Paul George at 50, Draymond at 25, and Kuminga at 35.
But you're missing one component, I believe, Stoney. Forget the numbers. Kuminga can never grow with Paul George in his way.
I thought Paul George was going to play 2 for us.
No, I'm just saying Jonathan Kuminga, he can't play with Wiggins. You think he could play with Paul George? I don't know.
Oh, my God. Paul George would be much easier to play with than Wiggins.
If they run this thing back,
All right, Keith Smith on the other side, Spotrac and NBA expert. Looking forward to talking to him, especially because there's about 7 nuggets we want to run by him. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total card.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. Thanks, Steph. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And I've been looking forward to this guest since I found out he was coming on last night. His name is Keith Smith. He works for Spotrac, and he also has a podcast, NBA Front Office. You can subscribe to it on YouTube. He's based out of Orlando. He was the brainchild behind The Bubble. Uh-oh. Keith, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We got a bunch of Warrior stuff that's kind of percolating, and I just want to get your thoughts on all of it. The first thing is that the Warriors pushed back Chris Paul's guarantee deadline from today to Sunday. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's an interesting and important thing, because what was going to happen was that today, if they hadn't waived Chris Paul, he would have been on the books for $30 million. That obviously would have, if they kept him, would have put them in a tough spot to achieve some of the goals they've talked about of maybe getting under the tax lines or at least out of the aprons and those kind of things. By pushing it back, what that does is that allows them to continue to explore trades using some, but more likely all, of Chris Paul's salary. So they've been linked to maybe having interest in trying to put something together to trade for Paul George, and that Chris Paul's $30 million contract will go a long, long way to making that happen if the Warriors can pull it off.
Well, of course, Paul George has a decision to make tomorrow. And I almost get the sense he likely won't opt out tomorrow, but if he does opt out, does that effectively mean that the Warriors are unable to acquire him?
I never want to say unable, because there's always games you can play and you could move around some other money and stuff, but it's going to make it very, very hard, because the only way then they could acquire him realistically, because where we could take him signing a minimum contract or any of that foolishness off the table. So that would mean they would have to do a sign-in trade, and the sign-in trade would hard cap them at the tax apron for the kind of money Paul George would want, which is likely to be a max deal or really, really close. That would be very hard to make that happen. So their best bet is to see him pick up that option. Now, I think what is going to happen with Paul George is he's probably going to pick up that option, because that doesn't take any of the things off the table as far as extending with the Clippers. It also would put him in a position where Paul George could then find his way to another team by opting in via trade. It would make finding a trade far easier. So I think there's a chance that is how that plays out.
Let me ask you this, Keith. Great to have you on. Do you think Paul George is the biggest fish out there that's available in your estimation?
Yeah, I think so, because we saw guys like OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam already come off the board. I don't think anybody realistically thinks LeBron James is leaving the Lakers anytime soon. So that really kind of puts Paul George as the number one real free agent out there. And if you'd asked me, if we had this conversation a month or two ago, I probably would have said, yeah, you can kind of take him off the board too, because there was no real way I could have seen him leaving the Clippers. But every day that's gone by over the last couple months that he didn't sign an extension, didn't get anything long-term done, increased the likelihood that he leaves. So that is a real kind of thing now that the Clippers may be having to prepare for a world where they may not have Paul George much longer.
Keith Smith joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for Spotrac, and he also has a podcast, NBA Front Office, on YouTube. Go ahead and subscribe to that. Great stuff on that podcast. Is it safe to assume that if the Warriors find a way to acquire Paul George, that it ensures, and I know I forget the absolute, but it would likely mean Klay Thompson is not back with the Warriors?
Yeah, pretty likely. So the Warriors, by virtue of having Quinton Post and then trading him away and circling back around an hour or so later and buying the pick back to get him back, meant that they locked themselves into a hard cap at the second apron. And I think that might have been kind of purposeful for the Warriors. I think one of the things that they were looking to do was set an upper spending limit this year of, hey, we're not blowing past the second apron like we have in years past and putting a whole lot of restrictions on ourselves. So they kind of hard cap themselves there at that number as the most they can spend. And if you acquire Paul George, it's going to be really, really hard to then also fit a re-signed Klay Thompson in under there. And I've been kind of wondering, how long is Klay Thompson going to hang out and wait while the Clippers maybe pursue other players? Is Klay Thompson going to say, hey, if you're chasing Paul George when free agency opens and I get a good offer that I like, I may not give you time to circle back to me. I may just do what's best for me and sign elsewhere.
Yeah, Keith, that's what Warrior fans out here are on the edge of their seat with this Klay Thompson talk. My question to you is, we all know Klay started off slow, went to the bench, and then he got hot. And Keith, we were taking calls, reports were being written that maybe Orlando might throw 30 at him or Philly. Let's just say he's not in the Warrior plans. From where your vantage point right now, do you think 30 or anything over what they offered him, the Warriors going into this season, 24 is on the table for Klay Thompson somewhere else?
Yeah, I think if we get to 30 or more, you're talking it's a 1 or maybe 2 year deal. And that's where Orlando and Philly could come into play, because they might look at it and say, you know what, this is not a great free agent class. There's nobody else we're really going to get that could have the impact of a Klay Thompson via signing them or even in the trade market. So, yeah, let's throw him a big number. What does it take? You want 30? You want 35? All right, let's kick you that big number, but we're only doing it for a year. And then that way, if it doesn't work out, you're free and clear a year later, and you kind of get back to work then. So I think that is one of the options that we could see play out, with one of these teams that has cap space, is go after him. If he's insisting that it's got to be a long-term deal, I think he's going to maybe find himself waiting on the free agent market, because I think teams are looking at it and saying, hey, you're still a good player. Because I think people have gone too far with the whole, he can't play anymore, he's no good. Like, that's not true. He averaged 18 points, shot, pretty well from three. I think it was like 37, 38% from three last year. So he can still play, but he's not the Klay Thompson that he was. I think the biggest slip has been on defense, where he was an all-defense level guy, and now he's just not that guy anymore. But I don't know that he's going to get that long-term deal if that's what he's looking for, unless for some reason the Warriors, everything else kind of goes away on them, and they circle back and say, all right, let's get this done to kind of keep the core together for one last big run.
Keith Smith joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for Spotrac, and you can also hear him on Front Office Show on YouTube. It's a podcast, and you can subscribe to that. You're in Orlando. You're based in Orlando, and that's a team that is rumored to have some interest in Klay Thompson. Is it safe to assume that they are interested in Klay Thompson and likely Kentavious Caldwell-Pope?
Yeah, I think Caldwell-Pope fits what they want a little bit more just because of the defense. I think they would be looking at him as somebody they might be willing to go a little bit more in for. He's a little younger too, so that makes a little bit more sense. But I'll say this with the Magic, even here locally, we don't find out anything from them. You can ask them very direct questions, and they'll say, free agency's a tough thing, and we'll try our best. And Jeff Weltman and crew, they keep things pretty under lock and key. So that's why we've all learned in the area, when people start saying, oh, Magic are going after this guy and that guy, it's not coming from the Magic. That means that if that intel is accurate, it's being out there from other sources. And then the Magic tend to, more often than not, they will say, all right, we can't trust a working relationship with you, and we walk away. Now, I think what's happened with Klay Thompson and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and a couple others is people are connecting dots, maybe more than true, real reporting and intel of, hey, this makes sense for Orlando. They could use a guy like this. They are going to go, try to do this kind of move, and that's where it starts to be, all right, I kind of get where people are coming from.
Keith, let me ask you this. I wake up this morning, and just to double back to Klay, and you just, talked about him. He was reported, if he's not in Golden State, Denver and Dallas would be possibly interested in his services. From where you're at right now, just reading the tea leaves and the chessboard that is the NBA free agency, what's your gut tell you about if he were to be on another team, where would he land?
I kind of think it might be Philly on like a really big 1 year deal. Where they bring him in and say, hey, we're going to pay you for 1 year, and we'll figure it all out beyond this and kind of go forward. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where it goes, because if you start looking at the board for Philadelphia, in this case, if we take Paul George out of the mix, there's not a lot of guys left that they're going to spend big on. So I think what they might do is take that $60 million and say, all right, we're going to start spreading that around, 3, 4, 5 different guys, and one of them may get a big payday, and that could be somebody like Klay Thompson would be a great fit there playing off Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey.
Keith Smith joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for Spotrac, also has a podcast at Front Office Show. Last one, Keith, from me is if the Warriors don't acquire Paul George, is there anybody else that they could target anywhere close to his stature? And is there any chance that they could not get Paul George and lose Klay Thompson?
Yeah, to the first part of your question, it's kind of tough because those kind of free agents aren't available this summer, and they could go for maybe a guy like DeMar DeRozan. That's a step down or two. I mean, I don't know where they would be at with some of the off-court stuff. Would they want to get involved on a guy like Miles Bridges in a sign-and-trade type situation or something like that? But those are, again, sign-and-trades are hard for the Warriors with where they are salary-wise and tax-wise. So I'm not sure that's the direction they want to go. So then to the second part of your question, I do wonder if this is one where they put a lot of eggs in the Paul George basket. Things kind of take a while to play out and sort out. Maybe then don't happen. And in the interim time, Klay Thompson has said, I'm done waiting around. I'm out of here. I'm moving off to another place. And then you're kind of stuck there. I still, if I had to put money on it, I got to believe Klay Thompson and the Warriors get back together. Now, that's probably just me being romantic about basketball because I don't want to see him play anywhere else. So, that's creeping in there too. But I think there is a chance, the relationship continues. But I do think it's going to be kind of an interesting one to keep an eye on.
Keith, we'll get you out of here on this one. If I were to ask you, do you think Jonathan Kuminga is untouchable? How would you answer that?
I would say no. But the reason why is I think there's maybe about 5 untouchable players in the entire NBA. I think the biggest thing a lot of fans do is they go through and they'll tell you 5 players on every team's roster that are untouchable. Hard to trade, hard to get, sure, but untouchable, yeah. Now, I think the Warriors would rather keep him because I think of all the 2 timelines, plans, and light years talk and all that, he's the one guy who's kind of panned out from that whole discussion. So I think they'd rather keep him. I think it's more likely they keep him. They sign him to a pretty good size rookie scale extension, and he's part of whatever they're building for not only the near term, but the long term as well.
Keith, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. And you gave us a lot of clarity or as much clarity as you can in this situation. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
All right. That's Keith Smith, Spotrac, and at Front Office Show on YouTube. It's a podcast. Go ahead and subscribe to it. Keith Smith. I got to tell you, I love interviews like that. Just direct, straightforward, information-packed. I like it.
Yeah, look at you.
I like it a lot.
Did you see Klay saying, you know what, Philly's offering me 1 year for $30, I'm out?
Yes.
Man.
Yes, I could. 888-957-9570 is the number. You just heard Keith Smith talking about a lot of possible scenarios. The one thing that I also heard from Keith Smith is if the Warriors don't get Paul George, there's not much else out there in terms of availability. He mentioned DeRozan. I like DeMar DeRozan, but he's a guy whose name hasn't really come up very much.
Either. It's been quiet there.
DeRozan, a free agent. Levine under contract. Miles Bridges, he's got baggage galore. I don't know that the Warriors.
Draymond likes him.
I got to believe there's some teams that just don't want Miles Bridges, but some teams may want to take a flyer on him.
But Steiny, you mentioned Levine under contract. That almost enhances that's what the Warriors would. That would be the way to get him.
I mean,
if they fall off from PG-13 and you want to roll the dice, but I'm a Zach LaVine fan, and again, Steiny, I think you get anybody in here with the basketball brain around what the Warriors run with Steph and Dre, you become better. Like, I really believe that, and we saw it with Kevin Durant. I mean,
who's got the basketball brain?
Everybody that's in the NBA. Zach LaVine is a baller.
He's a baller, but
yeah. Hey, Zach, we don't need you to be Elvis or John Lennon. Just be in the background.
Is there anybody that averaged 20 a game that you wouldn't want on the team? Or if you average 20, give him a contract.
No, I'm not saying that. Don't paint me out to be that.
The one thing you said that I disagree with is I think there's a huge difference. If the Warriors could get Paul George and keep Kuminga, I absolutely think Paul George would be very good for Kuminga's game.
You think so?
Paul George is a playmaker. He can make plays for other guys. Wiggins hasn't made a play for another guy since he was at Kansas, basically.
But you know what about that? Why would Ballmer not insist getting Kuminga in a return? Because you would need to submit to a urine test, or you know what I mean? Like, why would you not say, give us Kuminga if we're letting this guy go?
Because maybe they don't like Kuminga. Or maybe they don't like him enough to want to pay him $35 million. Look, the team that acquires Kuminga is just like the Warriors. They're going to have to pay him. And the one thing I do believe is, I like Kuminga too, but if Kuminga wants $160 million over 4 years,
man, his game is not there. You'd be paying for the come.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
No doubt about it.
I could see that. Like, I actually could see the Warriors thinking 35-ish is very high for Kuminga, and we need to think about it.
What do you think about Emmanuel Quickley's deal?
I think it's unbelievable.
Jonathan Kuminga's probably salivating, right?
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. Quickly got 4 years.
It wasn't
5 years.
It wasn't an extension, but 5 years.
5 years, 175. Oh my God. I mean, and that's going to be that's the kind of contract that Kuminga would likely want. And Emmanuel Quickley is a player who hasn't lived up to a $175 million contract yet.
And may never.
But you're paying because you think he could be really good down the line. I mean, that's to me, that's the other problem. Not problem, but when you draft somebody like Kuminga or even James Wiseman, and you draft a player who is a project, what that ensures is you're going to have to make a decision on him before he's a finished product. That's what's going to happen when you draft a project. After 4 years, you're going to have to make a decision, and you're going to be like, oh, he's still got a long way to go, but he's come a long way already, and what are we going to figure out?
You know what I just thought when you just said that, partner? I'm going to a different sport, but I thought about why the Niners are going to give Brock Purdy a blank check. He's got skins on the wall so much to the degree of there's nothing to see here. We've already seen it. We didn't expect it, but Brock is so established with this. You know what I mean? Like, the Niners know what he can do. I get what you're saying. That's the scary part, is paying these guys and Kuminga for when you get to that point. But for Brock Purdy, it's like, y'all already seen it. Just give me the check. I'll sign it, you know? That's a good feeling to have, is what I'm saying.
Well, the only difference is Kuminga wants to get paid right now, so everything he's done is in the rearview mirror. Purdy better have a good year.
Yeah.
Or Purdy's got to be pretty good this year. I mean,
I like the pretty good, and the odds of that are pretty good.
You would think.
Yeah.
Let's go to Miguel. I'm sorry, no. Murillo first in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo, what's going on?
What's up, guys?
Hey,
been a while. Been running some soccer camps.
Yeah.
All right. Here's my take. I like I said to Evan, I've been listening to the whole week of rah-rah and not rah-rah and the quote-unquote sources. But here's where I'm going with. Just analyzing the situation, not trying to be a fan or a homer here. The Warriors are going to have to sit in their hands and bring this back. I think this Paul George is nothing but a smokescreen created by his camp. There's no benefit for the Warriors to deny it. So they're just going to let it play so they can have some leverage that I don't know what for, because the free agency, as our friend just mentioned to us, is pretty empty. Orlando didn't say anything. That thing was just another smokescreen. So that's what the frustrating part of this season, is. It's a lot of smokescreen. I think the Warriors are going to have to bite the bullet, bring everything back, trying to work something with Kuminga, and maybe they can trade Chris Paul's contract for a couple small potatoes. But that's it. I don't think the Warriors can swing a big fish here. That's just my take. I think, like you said, Steiny, it's in the benefit of the Warriors and of the NBA and of all the parties covering to have the Warriors in all the rumors. Why would they deny it? There's no benefit for them to deny it. So they're just going to play along But the reality is the money situation is tight. They're going to have to buy the bullet, sit in their hands, and bring it back. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, have a good weekend.
Thanks, Marilla. Appreciate it.
I would just respond to Marilla like I am, Stoney, with, hey, I get what you're saying, Marilla, but this ain't 2018. The Warriors did not have a good season on the basketball court. So sitting on, I don't know if they got the privilege to be able to. The Kirk Lacob had to look like they were locked in, Stoney, and they are stern, and they got their foot on the gas pedal of trying to change what they look like. And Murillo, like, I ain't mad at you. That's how you feel. But if you look around and believe it like I do, they're trying to change their identity.
You know what I find interesting is that it feels like if you're all in on Paul George, like, what do I want to say here? Like the Warriors, if Paul George goes back to the Clippers, the bottom line is the Warriors wanted Paul George and couldn't get him. Like, I firmly believe they're trying to get Paul George.
Just like LeBron.
Well, and I guess here's what I think is, I mean, if you can be any way you want, but the idea of I'm all in for Paul George, we don't get him, I'm okay with running it back too.
Well, that's me.
Well, like, why? Those things are so drastically different. Like,
but you got to keep living your life, though, Stoney. You're
just
right.
acknowledge that it didn't work out.
No, my preference is Paul George, but I'm still a fan, and we're going to root. And I really do believe if you run it back like, Morelli was saying, like, you still might have some action. But, I mean, you just don't stop living because you didn't close the deal.
Right, but you can't be happy about it. I mean, listen, if the Warriors
there's disappointment.
If the Warriors don't acquire Paul George, I will say it was a risky move anyway.
To pry him from that.
I'm not going to hold it against the Warriors. But what I'm saying is the facts will be the facts, and they will not have been able to land somebody that they really wanted to land. That's a fact.
So let me just throw this to you, Stoney. Let's just say there is no Paul George. Klay walks, and they get KCP somehow. Would you say, you know what, Goo, I think the Warriors are better?
Well, I don't know how they get KCP under that situation because he's a free agent. The one thing the Warriors can't do is just pay a free agent, $25 million.
And that's what he's did, because he made 16 last year, right?
Yeah, or whatever.
So
whatever
he wants
a
raise.
Oh, hell yeah. And he's going to get it. Like, he might get.
Well, that's why 30. The Paul George thing is to close the. I just hate that he's at home. He's an LA kid, Stoney, and you're prying him from that. I think he's.
What part do you hate?
That Paul George really, I believe his core, he's doing this to just make Ballmer feel like he really wants to leave town, and they'll acquiesce and give him the 4 years.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. A lot of Warrior news coming down the pike. They have extended the deadline on a decision to guarantee Chris Paul's contract to $30 million. That's been pushed to Sunday.
Wow.
Mark Stein reporting that the Warriors' biggest focus is to acquire Paul George. Right now, it is the top of their priority list, and it's all they're working on, according to Mark Stein. What do you think when you hear that, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's getting exciting. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Alameda County Fair live horse racing continues.
Next question.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Eminem. Take it to the bank.
Look at you.
You got to love 8 Mile.
That was a great movie.
I never saw it.
Speaking of which, I owe you and your family an apology. We'll get to it before we get out of here.
It's all right, buddy. I hope you know that I was laughing through it all. I'm not really mad. It's like
1:30.
Yeah, thank Evan. That's what I was going to do. I'll break it down.
1:30. Okay.
That's when we'll get to it. 2 short seconds.
All righty. Here's what's going on, and there's a lot. The Golden State Warriors. Let me recap, and then I'll throw it to Goo, and then I want to play some sound for you. Chris Paul. The Warriors had a deadline today to decide whether his contract was going to be guaranteed. He, along with the Warriors, have pushed that back to Sunday. So the Warriors don't have to make a decision on Chris Paul till Sunday. Mark Stein is reporting that Paul George is the one and only priority right now for the Golden State Warriors, and that one of the reasons, I'm inferring this, one of the reasons they're pushing back this deadline on Chris Paul is to give him more time to try to get Paul George in some kind of a trade with the LA Clippers.
Okay.
Klay Thompson is said to be garnering interest in Denver and Dallas and Orlando and Philadelphia. So I think reports of the market drying up for Klay Thompson may not be entirely accurate, but we shall see. And there's one other thing, but I can't remember. I'll just ask Warrior fans this at 888-957-9570. You like where you're at right now? Do you like where you're at if you're the Warriors right now going into free agency? 888-957-9570.
I don't, Steiny, and the only reason I don't is whatever pitch they make to Paul George, the bottom line is if he decides he wants to leave his hometown, and I hate that part of it. I just hate, as we get down to it, the nitty-gritty and the buzzer goes off, that he stays in L.A., but if somehow they could pull it off, then I'm happy. But partner, just listen to what Keith said. Out when you look past Paul George, Steiny, there's not much to choose from.
No, there's not. There's not. According to Keith Smith, I don't know who DeMar DeRozan is a free agent, but he's a free agent,
and they're
going to be tough to get, if possible at all. Let's go to Jonathan. Jonathan's in San Leandro. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
All right. Doing well.
Doing well. So I just wanted to compare. It sounds a little bit kind of like when Sharks were in a territory. We picked up a guy called E.K. Carlson, and it was quite a hefty contract. We were kind of in like the Sharks. We were a little bit, or like the Warriors, contending. And then, we had our run. And then we started to see where it starts to mild out. And we did things like get ridiculous contracts, try to get these star players that didn't even fit the formula. But they thought, hey, it'll sell seats. Well, it kind of backfired. The fans got a little upset, and the last couple of seasons after that contract, we just started seeing the team diminish. And sadly, I think that the Warriors may be in the same kind of spot, and they could get there a lot faster if they do contracts like Paul George, like you guys have been saying all week. Can he fit with the formula? Does it make sense? And I think a lot of fans right now are desperate, and I'm desperate, and I get it. But I think if we could, just calm down and, not make those desperate moves, we might actually have a better future. Maybe Paul George isn't the future. That's all I got to say. I appreciate you guys, and I listen to you every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Oh, Jonathan's, he's speaking my language. Careful.
Well, also, you got somebody else in that camp from the YouTube chat, Adrian Gutierrez, Donnie. Going after Paul George would be a disaster, a cap hit, and the future wasted. And all I would respond to that caller and Adrian Steiny is, why do you think they're doing it then? I got my answer.
Why?
Steph Curry wants the best, and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr want the best opportunity to try to deal with this lethal West, and waiting for guys to grow and change their Pampers and all that stuff, bibs, they're not into that.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But don't tell me, and this is why I'm with Jonathan, don't tell me this ain't risky.
Oh, I would never. See, I don't think I've ever said that.
Well, and that's what I think people are maybe not thinking about. If you get Paul George and get him for 4 years, you know what? Maybe next year you make the playoffs. You win a round.
Yeah.
What happens after that? What happens after that? I understand that the league feels year to year more than it ever has right now. But yes, there is a scenario in which you go get Paul George, you give up draft picks, and it doesn't work. And now Steph's 38. And you can't use the draft to rebuild. That is a disaster. That to me is far more of a disaster than even running it back. But I understand. Beggars can't be choosers. And right now, I do feel like the Warriors are feeling like they're a little desperate to make a move. And when that happens, things get dangerous. I think.
What a word. And I'll say this, just going back to our visit to Chase yesterday, being able to talk to Kirk Lacob-Steiny, they also, nobody wants to hear it. It's like the dirty little secret, and we touch on it, and we tap on it. I've told you, and I really believe it to my core, Steph Curry is a one jersey guy. But somehow, let's say they strike out on this Paul George trade, they run it back, and they find out, boy, we're still far away. What I think the company and the team is doing, the organization, is trying to avoid Steph Curry going to them saying, hey, I'm not mad, but my clock's ticking. I need to go somewhere, a better situation to try to win. Where we're at, you guys can't, we can't, we're on different tracks. And nobody wants that. And that's what I want to tell the Warrior fans. Yeah, it's risky, but that's why I think the energy behind trying to get a Paul George is to appease Steph too, and his chances of thinking that they got a better shot. That's what
what if you get Paul George, you're still treading water, and now your cap situation is even worse. That's what Bobby Marks was talking about. Take a listen to this. This is looking down the road a little, but it's a factor.
Steph Curry is eligible to sign an extension this offseason for another year. What happens if he looks at this roster and says, wait a minute, my window is closing here. How much better are we going to get? I'm just going to play out the next 2 years.
Wow. Like that, Steiny, I got bad goosebumps. Like hives. Like that's nightmare on Warrior Street. And that's why I think they think, can anybody pick up the phone and call in and be proactive? Can we hear from any Warrior fan that says, you know what, Steiny, you are right. And I think they know it is risky. It is risky. But Paul George is a damn good ball player. Does he have the perfect age on the birth certificate? No. But damn, I would love to see him in the start lineup with Draymond Green, TJD, and Steph Curry.
The 916 says, what could happen to where it wouldn't work out with Paul George? Well, over the last 5 years, he's missed 36% of his games. Over the last 5 years. Last year, he played 74 games, and that was the closest he's come to playing a full season in a while. So do you look at it and say, oh, he played 74 last year, he's fine? Or do you look at it, I wonder if he played 74, kind of like Draymond played 73 during a contract year. And let me ask you a question. Let me ask it to Evan, because well, he's not listening. You think Paul George is injury prone?
I can't say no.
Is
he a good ball player, Steiny?
When he's healthy, absolutely.
Okay. See, and that's part of the risk.
No doubt, but to me...
And that applies to two of your best players, even if you don't bring Paul George in here, Steiny. And Exhibit A is last season when Draymond, for whatever reason, we know the reason, wasn't available, we saw the impact. It cost him the season. So if Dre were to get... you still have to deal with that thought process or that fear of your top two dudes getting hurt. You can't run... That's going to be around even if you bring Paul George in here or you don't. Is the point I'm trying to hammer home.
Clay, what do you think of this from Adrian Gutierrez on the YouTube chat? Paul George played on a loaded Clippers team with James Harden and Kawhi Leonard and got bounced in the first round. But he and Curry are going to go to the finals, ?
Well,
it's a fair question.
Yeah, but you kind of cooked the books to the texter because Kawhi Leonard went down. And when he went down, that's a different Clipper team.
Why do you think he went down?
Well,
This was the first time he tried to play the whole season.
Yeah, and even when he didn't do that, he still went down at the most inopportune time. So he's the black cat, and maybe Paul George wants to get away from that. But I would say this, Donnie. This sounds much better trying to acquire Paul George, even though it was a contract year playing 74 games, as opposed to he played 74 2 years ago, and then last year Gooey only played 56. I feel better that he played 74 and he can hold up like he's figured something out, you know?
Why would Paul George want to get away from Kawhi?
Because he may be saying, as much as I love Kawhi and this basketball, and we had a damn good season, you get hurt in the playoffs.
Paul George is going to leave because a teammate gets hurt.
Well, it's almost 3 times he's got injured in the playoffs.
Right, and Paul George has missed 4 out of the last 5 years, big chunks. But what I'm saying is
he's available in the offs, though, Steiny.
And how does he play in the playoffs?
Kawhi Leonard.
Are we going to talk about how he plays in the playoffs?
Well, I don't think anybody can pick up the phone and say, the Clippers got bounced because Paul George was no good.
Let's go to Filmo Mike. What's up, Filmo Mike? How you doing, man?
Yo, it's funny how the dynasty was built on the draft. Now you're trying to trade draft picks to continue the legacy and the dynasty, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Why would you get Paul George by the end of his contract? He's going to be almost 40 years old, 39 years old. Nobody want to see no old-ass Paul George. We barely want to see old-ass Klay Thompson. So that makes no sense. It literally makes no freaking sense. And then Paul George is mid. You feel me? Wow. I'm telling y'all. He's mid. He ain't know. What are you talking? You go to Paul George? Come on, Guru. Paul George is cool,
but he can bring the ball up. He can play make. He can play D. He can shoot the 3.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it counts, he ain't been doing that since Indiana.
Okay, so Mike, what do you want him to do? Bro. What does Filmo Mike want the Warriors to do? You're running it. What do you do?
I want them to preserve it and just say, you know what, this ain't our year, this ain't our time. Let's do the best we can do, see what happens, and then kick the can down the road for next year or something, or see what's up. Because I don't like mortgaging the future, because you don't never know what the future gonna be. We built the dynasty on drafting, so I understand it's not like the NFL. How you can, you know what I'm saying, you can kind of keep your players, but at this point, we done had 12 years of the big 3, and it looks like they're breaking up. I, as a lifelong Warriors fan, I would never want to see just Paul George good for 1 or 2 years. And what is he giving us? What is Paul George really going to do that's going to put us over the top? I don't think that he's putting us over the top, is all I'm saying.
Good stuff, Mike. I tend to agree with a lot of what you said. Garbage Man Tricks on YouTube. And this is where that's what I'm saying, Steiny. Ask the listeners if it's more important to have a future after Steph Curry or give it all up for now. Well, I think most people are ready to give it all up for now.
And the Warriors are on that list. If reports are true.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can prepare for the future while you're in the midst or the end of a dynasty.
You know, it's like they say.
That's why I hated Jordan Poole leaving. I thought he was a commodity, Steiny. I thought he was part of that future that we talk about, that when Curry left, he still would be in his prime, and that got tricked off, and we know what happened to that. But if you think Kuminga is the future, for the fans out there, and you don't want to give him up, and hey.
But you'd also ask the question, you have to think about life after Steph. But we just heard Bobby Marks say life after Steph could be shorter than you think.
Right.
If you don't do something now.
Right. That's a good point. It's a good point.
So something now is hang on to Kuminga and hope he's that guy.
Well, no, I'm saying something now could be trading Kuminga for Paul George to appease Curry.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Well, and for all we know,
I'm on that train.
And I know nobody could imagine this, but I think Curry is a killer on and off the court. What if the Warriors say, "Hey, Steph, let's extend you now," and he said, "Nah, that's all right. Not right now. I don't need an extension. We're good."
Yeah.
That would be a message in and of itself.
No.
Let's go to Maria is in Pinole. Hey, Maria, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good.
Hey.
Enjoyed the sunshine.
Yeah.
Enjoyed all the moves yesterday. That was pretty exciting.
For sure. You want Paul George?
I could see why the Warriors would want him. I think pretty much we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. We're not getting to the championship next year unless I just don't see it. I think Klay's probably on his way out, sadly. But Paul George puts people in the seats. It gives us the attention. It makes people want to watch Warriors game on TV. That'd be exciting to see a player like him playing with Steph and with Draymond. Unless Kuminga takes some amazing jump and becomes Kawhi Leonard next season, we're pretty much not going to run it all the way back to the title. I don't think so. So at least this makes it interesting to watch the Warriors. I don't want to trade too many young guys, though. I like the young guys we got. I want to see them play, but it would be nice to have somebody like Paul George on the team to just make it more interesting and exciting and new.
Well, you know what, Maria?
Thanks
for the call. I mean, that's where I'm always with Maria. Always. Give me the action. Give me the action.
But you're not you're not the highlight guy. That's very good.
No, but
the highlights. You're not. No, that ain't you.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
the buzz.
Action, yeah, buzz.
That's why you wanted Bronny for the buzz.
Yeah, that's why.
That shocked me.
What was the
yesterday.
other one that? That's why. That's why I was so happy with myself for correctly predicting Chris Paul coming to the Warriors, because I knew it would get some people feeling some sort of way.
That was pretty good. You got that. We can't take it from you.
Never.
Yeah.
Never. Now here's when people start texting in.
Right twice a day.
Dallas in 5. Dallas in 5.
Throwing stones at
it was 6. Let's go to James in Palo Alto.
Hi.
Hey, James.
Maybe to herself, but she doesn't talk about it.
You're on radio. Hey, James.
Yeah, don't get in trouble, Jay.
Darn. I kind of wanted to eavesdrop more.
I did. I was into what was he saying?
It was wrong. Well, it's the kind of thing that if we let him go, we could get fired.
Yeah.
Who knows what was going on?
Because I've had relationships dissolve because of what somebody heard on the phone when the other person thought it was hung up.
Tell me more.
Marriage is broken up.
Yours?
No.
Oh, I thought you said...
I'm not divorced.
I thought you said yours.
No, I'm friends.
Oh.
You know him, but I can't say it.
Wow. Relaford?
No.
Dez.
I can't
49er
say.
Frankie.
This is too personal.
I'm just naming everybody. Big Dex.
Yeah, no, it ain't.
Was it Big Dex? Squirt?
Oh, that's Dibs' original squirt. Oh, man.
Mike's in Livermore wants to talk about Paul George.
Let's go, Mike.
What's afternoon, guys? How are you guys doing?
Oh, dynamite.
Oh, so there's no way in the world I would do that. I would not mortgage the team or the franchise just to get Paul George. That's another 30 guy that we're going to need more Jericho for these older guys, and he gets hurt. To me, I just think we should just let it run, let it take its course, let's develop all the young guys that we have, and in the future, we'll be a better team for it. But to mortgage the franchise and to do that, we'd be in like you said, Steiny, we'd be in a heck of a lot of trouble in the future. And nobody's going to want to see the team in the future if they don't have a decent team out there. So I say no Paul George. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Wow, he mentioned that he's like you, Steiny. You got some stands out there. They just, it's birth certificate or bust. This is not a physical. It's not, you know what? It's not a diabetic test.
Did you watch last year?
It's basketball.
Did you watch
Paul George is still playing at a high level along with Steph and along with Draymond Green.
Who won the title and how old were their players?
Oh, Boston.
So you really think like the Warriors could challenge Boston, a team with 4, Drew Holiday's up there.
It sounds crazy now.
It does. So why would you do it? Why?
Because I'm not all the way to where it's impossible. It's not. First, you got to worry about the West. First, you got to qualify for the playoffs. How do you do that? You try to get better. And that's what Paul George represents to me. The Warriors getting better. I feel like everybody's trying to take the final exam without taking the pop quizzes first. You got to build towards that. We got to form this new identity. You do that in camp. You roll the ball out. You start playing. Then you find out what you got, and then you go for the gusto.
What you got is a core of 35-year-old players who you're asking to play 9 months of high-level basketball. And I just don't think in this day and age that's realistic. And here's what I mean. If Paul George and Steph Curry and Draymond Green play all year, play 75 games apiece, God, and even Klay's there too. They play 75 games apiece. I do not think they will be able to sustain a run for 10 weeks and beat the teams they're going to have to beat who are so much younger after they played a full season to get the 4 seed. Then I believe they won't play 75 games because they're going to be banged up. They're going to have to load manage. Somebody's going to tweak something. And when that happens, then you're not going to be able to get the 4 seed. And you're going to go into the playoffs as a 7 seed. And I don't think it's realistic to get there from a 7 seed.
But you can't live like that, partner.
Assuming what does that mean?
Assume you're like, I hope you don't think you're being profound when you say an older player might get hurt. A younger player can get hurt. Steiny, you can't control that. That's all I'm saying.
Who's more likely to get hurt? Are you okay? Let me ask you this: would you bet right now? Bet right now who's going to play more games, Paul George or Michael Porter Jr. or anybody 25 years old?
I actually might take PG there.
Well, but Evan, I'll give you that.
But you're the same guy. You're the same guy. Second month of the season, Paul George will sprain an ankle. He'll be out 7 weeks, and you'll go, Steiny, who could have predicted this? You're gonna.
Laughing, but
seriously.
This is why the trade is trying to get done.
It's not just hurt. It's not just getting hurt. It's the run. It is so hard to go all season
and I'm
with the veteran group and then play in the playoffs.
But I'm not going to live my life or operate my team predicated on the worst case scenario of injuries. Injuries could pop anytime. Guys can get hurt in training camp. The bottom line is, Steiny, who's the Warriors' second? Let me ask you this: who's the Warriors' second best player right now? And that's if you have Paul George, I know who the Warriors' second best player is. It's about getting Curry help.
Well, what if you don't have Kuminga under that circumstance? Then you got rid of your third best player.
Second best player is.
Okay, well, that doesn't necessarily make you better.
I think the Warriors think so.
Well, they must if they're going after Paul George. But maybe for all we know, they're going after Paul George, but they have no interest in trading Kuminga, and it won't happen because they're not ready.
And I'm just
to trade Kuminga.
Steiny, you can't predict the injury thing.
You can predict the injuries. Older players get injured more. They do. Here's the other thing I can predict. They're declining. Paul George, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry are declining.
But together, they can offset it. And they're still, because they're damn good, Steiny. Okay. LeBron's declining, but he's still effective and damn good.
And they were a 9 seed. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let me ask Warrior fans that, because it's not just about getting hurt. It's about, can a 3-man core that's all 35, 36 years old, is it realistic to expect they can put together a whole regular season and a whole postseason? I think that's asking a hell of a lot. But if you think it can be done, then you think it can be done. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
The noise shook me.
Let me go, Dre. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Things are happening.
Percolating.
Things are going on. My main man, Doug Smith in Toronto. How about this one out of nowhere?
What'd he do? What'd he say?
First of all, let me just tell you a little bit about Doug Smith. Legend north of the border. Legend in Toronto, works for the Toronto Star. He's kind of like, he's kind of like me a little bit.
He's got a bigger reputation than Drake right now.
By the way, I heard Drake's working on something. We'll talk about that at 1:37. No, Doug Smith's a very well-respected writer in Toronto, works for the Toronto Star. Listen to this tweet. Just food for thought. Andrew Wiggins is out of the Canadian Olympic picture, according to a source. Golden State Warriors playing hardball with the veteran they are looking to move. Canadian team, they open camp later tonight. So Andrew Wiggins, if you haven't been following this, over the last several months has been a little bit coy about whether or not he's going to play on their national team. Canada's. He's Canadian.
Oh, Canada.
And so I saw a couple recent interviews with him, and he was saying, well, just stay tuned. Stay tuned. We'll see if I play or not. Well, apparently he's not playing, and the Warriors may be preventing him from playing.
Oh.
And then, of course, you'd say, why? Well, maybe they don't want him to get hurt. The other thing, I'm just spitballing here because there's a lot left out here of this tweet, but if Andrew Wiggins really wanted to play in the Olympics or the Canadian national team, I think he could play, but it doesn't. I'm not convinced that he really wants to play because he's always been lukewarm about it. So I don't know how much is Andrew. You can't play. You cannot play for Canada. That doesn't
sound like the Warriors.
And Wiggins saying, that's fine. I wasn't going to play anyway.
Or I'm going Dick Tracy on you. Let me take it one step further. This is odd. And like you said, we don't know what was said, but for a team like the Warriors to say you can't represent your country, that must mean they are exhausting every possibility to try to move one Andrew Wiggins. But this is Guru Dick Tracy. What if Wiggins just went to the team and said, you know what? We're not going to tell the public where I've been and what I've been dealing with, but I've had some sabbaticals and you guys have had my back. I just need new scenery. Forget Klay. Andrew Wiggins, need to get up out of here. That would be the only way that this wouldn't turn into a stink, right? Okay, we'll try to help you out.
He doesn't want to play in the Olympics.
We don't want you to get hurt. Oh, you don't think
that's possible. That's possible.
But why would your boy from the Stars say the Warriors playing hardball?
Because
that's a mandate. And can a team say, Sonny, you can't represent?
How the hell can the Warriors say Steph Curry is going to spearhead the U.S. team, but Andrew Wiggins can't play for Canada?
That means they're moving him, Steiny, and they don't want him to get hurt. Well, and they've told them that.
Okay, fine. Here's the other thing, and I've been thinking about this about Wiggins forever. You ain't getting nothing for Wiggins. Let me ask you this. If you're another GM, even if you're interested in Wiggins, you can't give up something that you like for Andrew Wiggins. Man. You cannot be a general manager of a team and say, we've acquired Andrew Wiggins, but we gave up somebody we really, really liked. Like, you're not going to do that. You can't do that for Wiggins after the past couple of years. At least I wouldn't think you can.
Yeah, the rat's on the table, and I agree with you on that. But, I mean, there were reports last year that the Warriors at the deadline had some offers for Andrew Wiggins, and most likely, Steiny, it had to be for a lesser player. You know what I'm saying? But you talked about you would take, Steiny, you're on record, I'm paraphrasing now, you're so tired of the Wiggins experience that you would take a lesser player to get up off that money. Just to get out of the hole. Is he in or is he out mentally? You still feel that way?
I mean, I never said lesser player. I believe there are players out there that don't have Wiggins' stats, don't have his 17 or 18 points a game, who would be a better fit on the Warriors. Absolutely. One of those guys I said was Caruso. If you say who's better, Wiggins or Caruso, I'll bet you 90%. Wiggins, well, you know what? I'd rather have Caruso on the Warriors than Wiggins. That's kind of what I mean.
Exploded on that.
Austin in San Jose.
My guy.
What's up, Austin?
Hey, fellas, great conversation. You're right, Stein. There's a lot going on. I respectfully disagree, and again, respectfully, because, we can have a conversation without agreeing, guys. Yeah. But I would say, I think Warrior fans, I think that we're a little too close to the Wiggins situation, and we've all seen it and heard what's going on. We don't really know what's going on. But I would challenge you as to whether there's not a value for Andrew Wiggins. This guy's a professional basketball player. This guy has a skill set. Now, I don't know what happened with the Warriors and why he didn't show up. And so, unless we understand that, I don't know how we can say for sure that no one's given up anything. I would challenge that. And I think the only way we're going to know that is if there's a transaction out there. As far as Wiggins, I think the Warriors, there may be something up because he's an asset, guys. And I think we tend to look at these things differently. Talk to Kurt Lacob. You guys were talking to Kurt Lacob the other day, and he was very refreshing because he was straightforward. He wasn't playing any BS. It wasn't any of this Homer stuff. You guys asked him questions. He said, hey, Guru, you went after him and said, well, somebody said that Art Linkletter or Bob Barker said that, they could have been the 4th seed if they had gotten this. He wasn't buying any of that.
No, he didn't.
No, we didn't get it done. And that's the way guys like that think, though. They don't think about what could have been, should have been. It didn't happen, guys. So that's all that matters. And Steiny, I got a question for you, though, because you seem to be flip-flopping a little bit about Kuminga and not bringing in George and worrying about the future. First of all, you don't know the future. I don't know the future, so I don't know why we're fixating on the future. Anything can happen. But the reality is that it's either the Warriors believe, as Guru suggests, they need a guy like George or somebody like that, or, Steiny, you need to tell me that you believe that Kuminga's ready to jump into that starting lineup, because there's no more time for development. There's no more time for Kuminga to show us what he can do in 3 years. It's got to be now, because they have to make decisions now about whether they're going to extend this dude. Can he assume the role? And remember what Coach said. Austin didn't say it. Guru didn't say it. Coach Kerr said, we'd like him to be a 3. I think I'm paraphrasing. We're not sure if he can be a 3. Now, after all these years, they're still not sure about a guy that you guys keep telling us is so valuable that nobody wants to get rid of Kuminga. I don't think the Warriors are sure about Kuminga. Why are we so sure about him, guys? I want to hear more.
Well, Austin, I agree with you. I'm ready to say bye-bye if he could get you a better player, Stoney, and I think he knows that.
Austin, it's less about Kuminga the player as it is Kuminga the asset. I mean, hell, I may make a case, stay away from Paul George. Don't do the Paul George deal, and let's look for a deal for Kuminga. Like that, I would actually be open to, even though I kind of like Kuminga, because to me, Kuminga is your biggest asset to move on this team right now. And you know what? I've been saying Kuminga's young and you better be real careful. I'll be honest, that doesn't mean I want to pay him $160 over the next 4 years. Like, that's the decision I got to make. And like, I'm not making either of those decisions in a vacuum.
But
I'm not like, it doesn't appeal to me to bring Paul George in and either move, like, get Kuminga wherever he goes, the Clippers, or you theoretically get Chris. If you can get Chris Paul and keep Kuminga, that's a little bit different of a story. I'm more open to that. But Kuminga, to me, has value because A, he's a young player, he's getting better, and B is you can't tell me he's not the most coveted player if you're another team. So that's why I think he's valuable, not just because I think, well, he's going to average 25 points. It's almost secondary.
But I'm asking you this, Donnie, I'm hearing you, isn't Paul George what you would want fetch from unloading a guy like Kuminga? Like, that's what's so exciting to me about all of the age. Paul George checks all the boxes for me as a player. If I was going to move Kuminga or part ways with him, like, what would you be looking for more than what Paul offers on both ends of the floor?
I'll say it again. The one idea I hate the idea of rolling into next year, and I'll say it, after Steph Curry plays in the Olympics and you get to training camp and your core is Paul George, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. and maybe Klay. I don't know if Klay's going to be here or not. I don't like that, and I really don't like that idea if Kuminga's not on the team. I just don't like it. Well, you can't live your life scared that they're going to get hurt. You also can't walk in traffic and not think it's going to be less dangerous than walking in a meadow. You know what I mean? I mean, like, you're going into the season older.
Yeah.
And like if you want Paul George, I totally get it. I'm not completely out on Paul George.
Yeah.
I hate the idea of in September, October, we're looking at 9 months where these guys got to play at a high level. They have to stay healthy. And okay, if you're going to do that, do it, but you got to acknowledge it's super risky. I also hate the idea of bringing in an old player and giving up a couple first-round draft picks in 2027. That's just me. That's just me. I'm not cavalier about moving those picks when I've seen sometimes what happens when your superstar leaves or retires or starts to decline.
Well, that's what makes all this exciting. We're about to have the answers to all these questions and how the most important people in this whole equation, Joe Lacob and company, feel and what they decide. And Steiny, I believe, they wouldn't be shocked hearing you if they're listening to the show now, knowing it's risky, but what's not? Everything is. And you got to think about the other rat on the table, which I believe is a rat. Steph Curry showing him, hey, man, we're trying. Hey, it didn't work, Steph, but we tried to do what we could. We said bye-bye to one of our coveted assets, and it didn't work. But, damn, we know we can look you in the face, and you can't be mad.
What's the difference between...
you were in on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what's the difference between Steph Curry and LeBron James?
Well, LeBron's being able to call all the shots.
Well, how do we know Curry's not doing that?
Well, no, the difference
Curry's
is
just more tactful.
Well, I guess I would say to that, the difference is, yeah, LeBron, we're not winning.
Well, neither are the Warriors.
We gave you you gotta, like, LeBron can't be mad because they've said, hey, man, we're going through you on these decisions. We don't know if Curry's played that card yet.
Well,
and maybe he's starting to play it by saying, without saying it, hey, I need some help. Go get Paul George. Miss me with Kuminga in 3 years, behind.
Okay, so then he is.
Yeah, no, then
he is dictating.
Yeah, he wouldn't be mad.
Then you're making a move
predicated
to
on
appease Steph Curry.
And I think he's earned that.
Okay. And I'm not saying he hasn't. Yeah. And I'm not saying, there's a big difference between you better get me Paul George or I'm leaving than like, let's go get Paul George. I think that would be great.
And I got a question for you.
But what's built into this conversation is the assumption that Steph Curry wants Paul George. So if Steph Curry wants Paul George, that means part of the reason they're going after Paul George is because Steph wants him to.
Yeah. And Kirk Lacob told us.
And I'll say it again. What's the difference between that and LeBron James?
There is no difference.
Okay.
And I agree on both fronts. Now, it didn't work for the Lakers, but my point being, Steiny,
what do you mean it didn't work for the Lakers?
Well, they didn't get to the championship. So LeBron, we didn't win. He can't look at the organization and said, you left me dry. I didn't have everything they've done has been predicated on his input.
Well, how do we know everything hasn't been done with Steph's input?
But what's really been done? They haven't been. This will be the first time, I believe, outside of Durant, that they're trying to change course and getting off something that might pop in 2 to 3 years at all with Kuminga going to get a ready-made player, a bona fide bowler.
Well, under this scenario, Steph was the reason Draymond got paid. How'd that work out?
Well,
this is what I'm talking about.
I kind of blew past that one.
Let's go to...
and I got a question for you. Go take
ahead.
a call.
I'll take a call.
Yeah.
Because you'll forget by the end of the day.
I don't forget like that.
No, I do. I got the bad memory. EB's in Brentwood. What's going on, EB? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? This Paul George move, a possible move, reeks of desperation. I love PG, love his game. But also remember that the Mavericks, those young cats, they lit him up in that series. I think he had one big game, maybe 30 plus. They locked him up the last couple games. But this is why reeks of desperation. It's not primarily for, let's say, the wins lost on the court. Joe Lacob he's got to sell tickets. Can you run that back? What are the ad spots with Pods and Curry and Draymond again?
EB, you're breaking up. You got to call back. I'll take your call for sure, but you got to. You're breaking up. My feeling on selling out the building is as long as Curry's here, they're fine.
Yeah, and Joe's made a boatload to where don't feel bad for him at the gate right now, especially when you're sitting with Steph. I'm with you.
But Joe, this is where. So do you think it's in Joe Lacob's best interest to be terrible after Steph leaves?
No.
Right. And so I'm not saying, but to me, if you make the Paul George trade and you put some picks in there and Kuminga's part of it, it's a higher risk to be worse in 3 years than if you go down another path.
I got you.
And hey, listen, one of the things I know about the Bay Area is if Steph leaves and the Warriors don't win, the building won't sell out. It won't.
Yeah. I want to just say, through our history, a great time out, the Warriors are the Bay's basketball team. The only one people have come out. My quick question to you about your boys report, Smith from the Star. If we were in front of Lacob, Kirk, like we were yesterday, and this goes back to Wiggins in that report, what would you ask him about? Would you ask him, like Steiny, I got to tell you, I'm intrigued, and not in a good way, about, is Wiggins being shopped? Or is there any merit to you telling if there's any truth? Are you no? But boy,
Goo. Let me ask you: do you think the Warriors would be interested in trading Wiggins? Of course they would.
But I never thought it would take Wiggins and Kuminga to get Paul George. I thought Kuminga would be the one to where Ballmer and company are like, that's okay. Hey, you know what? Save your picks. You know, I'm having fun here, but so you're telling me Paul George comes and Wiggins and Kuminga are part of the package?
I don't know. Possibly.
I never looked at it like that. I didn't think it would be that.
Possibly. I mean, I got to believe the Warriors would love to move Wiggins and keep Kuminga.
He said, they might not told us, hey, Goo, Steiny, what did he say? Wiggins is in the Bay this summer.
Going after Paul George is like the Bucks adding Dame Lillard. Stagnant and or getting worse. That's from the 925. Not me. You don't have a feeling when I read some of those texts, people think it's me.
What do you mean?
Well, like if somebody just I go, this from the Xfinity mobile text line. And then somebody just turns on the radio at that point, and they hear me say, going after Paul George is like going after Damian Lillard. Yeah. Like, I'm just reading the text, people.
We need to start saying that, and I got to read this from Cozy Codes. Is Guru really this dumb, or is this just a character he's playing? I'm honestly asking. I'll let you... Now, why would you laugh?
Because
You laughed.
You shouldn't have asked him that question.
The point is this. No, I laughed because it's like, Guru's not dumb. I laugh.
I can show you my SAT scores.
I laughed because of the verbiage.
Yeah, and I read it, so I killed him. I won.
But I mean, listen. If you think Guru's dumb, then you got to say Joe Lacob's dumb.
And that's all I've been trying to tell the people coming after me.
Unless you don't
put Joe's name on it. Put Mike's.
Unless you don't think that this is serious with Paul George.
Steiny, I think it's. I can't wait to see you guys Monday. I think we're going to know. Well, we'll know Sunday and tomorrow, Saturday with PG.
You know, for somebody that abhors thinking about the future, all you do is think about the future.
Yeah, and a day or two is not the future.
You can't wait for football training camp.
I can.
Let me guess. I bet you can't wait for the Super Bowl.
No, honestly, tell me what I'm excited about tonight.
I'm not.
Well, I'll tell you.
Caitlin Clark.
I forgot she was playing.
Those Giants.
Yeah, there we go. Ohtani.
Next question.
Maybe he'll hit one to Oakland tonight.
Yeah.
Riff Raff is in Daly City. Hey, Riff Raff.
There's a good chance.
That's a 3.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Not a Logan Webb. Hey, what's up, Riff Raff? How you doing, buddy?
Good. Matt, love your perspective. Daryl, love the passion, as always. And as far as this age and injuries thing, Matt, you hit the nail right on the head. I go back to the Toronto series, which they could have won, but at that point, that team had played into June for years and years and years. Well, what happened? Looney broke down. Klay went out. Durant went out. They played too many games and had a lot of miles on them, and it showed up, and it cost them a championship. You know, we all hope you got one more run in you, but that's all it is a hope. Like,
yeah.
What's the right thing to do? I don't have the answer to that question. I'm just a truck driver, so you guys have a great weekend. I love the show.
Right, appreciate it, Riff Raff.
Yeah. Call me Daryl. From my experience, Donnie, when they refer to your boy as Daryl, kind of out on the goo.
I thought only Geltziler was allowed to refer to him as Daryl.
No, that's in the term of endearment. He says it like I like when he says it.
Well, I gotta read everything.
Yeah.
Steiny's insufferably contrarian. Just stop being a hater of everything. I'm not a hater of everything.
Stop! Well, you don't like much. I would say that. I would say that at your funeral.
What are you talking about?
He was hard to please.
I love Dalton Connect.
We don't see any Laker
I love golf.
Yeah.
Well, we found out there's actually a couple holes in Connect's game.
Right, that I told you about.
What's the biggest one, Evan?
See,
complexion?
I don't think he's a streaky shooter. He's not a great shooter. He's streaky. I also don't think he can put the ball on the floor and make a play at the pro level right now. I told you he holds on to it a half second too long.
Well, now you got guys in your ear like LeBron telling you, hey, dude, you need that clock, that internal clock. You got to go faster.
Rick Barnes couldn't do that?
It's like, hey, maybe he didn't need to do it faster. It worked for him.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, closet Laker fan. You and Spadoni.
There's a good one here. 408. Paul George fits so perfectly next to Steph and in our system. Sometimes guys just need to be where they belong.
I love that.
Just be where they belong.
Yeah.
You had a little more there, but
yeah. And some saying, Guru, Adrian, Guru, you hate Kuminga. I don't hate. I was the president of the Kuminga Club. I'm just telling you, the team does not have time to wait. And what Austin said, he didn't use my line, which I thought was great. We can't watch guys go through their basketball puberty. We need adults. We need guys ready to go. And Paul George represents that. And
if you don't get Paul George, who would you go after next? Biden?
No, we'll get to that. 2:00. What's bugging you? I'm telling you right now, Steiny, that's the run it back model. That lets you know I don't hate Kuminga. But boy, I would go the ready-made route.
Yeah, this is kind of the way I feel. 6'6", you're getting older while the whole league is getting younger. That's my biggest worry, 6'6".
Well, I would tell the league, hold my rings, 4 of them. Like, if the Warriors don't win again, Steiny, Warrior fan is full. Like after a Thanksgiving meal, we've eaten.
Number 4. That doesn't mean that because you've got 4 rings, you attack the future with recklessness.
But what if I tell you, and you got your glasses on, and I'm looking at you, Stoney, I'm being real, man. The future doesn't start until 30's out of here. The future left when Jordan Poole got punched to Washington. The future left when James Wiseman was a fizzle.
Okay. Then why?
That was the future.
Okay, then why do you double down on going right now?
Are we really doubling down? We got a draft pick next year. We got a draft pick in the year. Well, you
don't care about the draft pick next year.
Well, obviously I do, Stoney, but that's not priority number 1. It's like number 7 right now.
They could buy one.
There you go.
They did this year for a postman.
That was
second round pick.
Yeah, but we have a 7-footer. So how'd that go? They sold the pick.
I'll tell you.
Okay,
I'll tell you during the break.
Yeah.
Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
This is big. Like, really, really big.
through there, like Grand Central Station. This fish is stinking from the head up.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Dude, why
Appreciate
is that
it, Moses.
funny, man?
Priest is great.
No, but that one in particular.
Well, because I think it stinks from the head down.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Like if it stinks from the head up, it doesn't stink.
Right.
But anyway, Priest is the greatest.
Yeah.
So you guys, somebody out there, I can't remember who really hurt my feelings. And
I feel like you're being serious now. And you sound soft.
I sent the.
Watch the game again, then, Steiny.
Call back. I like her.
I just made a list. The Arctic, documentaries, Chris Finch, Bob Dylan, golf, the old ship, old stadiums, traveling, socializing, graph paper, Pajemski, shopping for shoes. Those are just all things that I enjoy or I like.
You didn't put pens. Yeah, you didn't put pens.
Oh,
people
pens.
are going in on Twitter like this dude.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like pens.
I think we've gotten to the bottom of it, too, when he defined his shirt this morning as a collared shirt.
And he meant it.
In the 1980s.
Norm would have cussed you out.
Hold on.
If you say, hey, Norm, this is my dress
I'll be
shirt.
honest with you. I misspoke there. It's a dress shirt. It's not a collared shirt.
No, you didn't know
neither.
We're focused on dress.
I know what a collar is.
Yeah.
This is not a collared
You
shirt.
mow the lawn in that shirt in my hood.
Okay. That's stupid because black shirts absorb heat. Why would you want to mow grass and be 22 degrees hotter than you would need to be?
I'm rocking that. We buried the lead. NHL draft is tonight. Our boy.
EB is in Brentwood. He called back. He had a bad connection, but now we got him on. What's up, EB? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. What's up, fellas? Hey, I think this PG possible acquisition, I think it reeks of desperation. But here's why. Now, I like PG, like his game. He had a good playoff until he ran into those young cats at Dallas. They locked him up the last few games. But here's why it's desperation. If Joe can't sell to the fan buying base that we got a championship team, he needs to sell entertainment.
All right. EB.
Yeah. Sound like he was popping popcorn the line.
It just felt like that phone was like a Motorola.
Yeah, we got super chat from P. Breezy, $4.99. You get Paul, you keep Paul, you keep Kuminga. If it doesn't work out, you trade Curry and Paul next year for picks. If you run it back, you're not winning anyway, so who cares? 2 people actually liked it.
Liked what?
That super chat.
Oh, they commented.
Thumbs up.
Let me just the idea of desperation.
That's where they're at.
Okay. Let me tell you a little story. Circa 2008. And the Golden State Warriors were coming off, believe it or not, a 48-win team. They won 48 games, and they happened not to make the playoffs. It's the most wins a team's ever had without making the playoffs. And Baron Davis had a player option for $17 million. And the Warriors assumed he was going to pick up that option. But he didn't. And he signed with the LA Clippers. And the Warriors lost Baron Davis. And they were desperate. And they needed something. And they had to do something. And what are we going to do? And they signed Corey Maggette. That's the kind of move you got to be careful of.
Well,
that was desperation.
My point is they got their Baron Davis. That's Steph. Right now you want to make sure he's cool because he knows what time it is, but you got to put something next to him, and that's why I asked you that question, Stoney, and I've been doing it all off season. Who is the Warriors' second best all-around basketball player? And when Wiggins is on, which is rare, he can get it. It's just by community, and it's time. It is time to where we have a bona fide answer. And that answer used to be number 11. And unfortunately, it no longer is. Man, I just can't wait for these questions to get answered, Stoney.
See, you're looking ahead again.
No, but a day or two.
You look ahead.
By the time I see you again Monday, we're going to know a lot more.
But once we go down a year, it's too long. It's too long. Tomorrow's not promised. Well, then quit looking ahead to Monday. If tomorrow's not promised, we must stay in this moment.
I'm juiced for tomorrow. We're going to find out about Paul George if he opts in. Yeah.
Tomorrow's not promised.
Oh,
so we got to stick.
What do you guys think right now is a more important date or decision? The Paul choice or Paul George choice or the Chris Paul date that got moved today?
To me, it's the Chris Paul date because I think Paul George is opting in because I don't think he wants to test the free agent market because there's not a lot of teams with a lot of space. Yeah. But I could be wrong.
And I'm going, Evan, to answer your question, Chris Paul too, because that to me means the Warriors are in the lab, again, trying to get Paul George or something else they got on their list. I got to believe there's other players outside of George, Steiny, that they could default to that they might have action on that we're not even talking about. And that's why I should have asked our guy Keith about Durant, because I know James Jones went to the podium to dispute Stephen A. Smith's report that Phoenix doesn't want to pay Durant. But what's going on there? Are any of their guys available? But Kevin Durant, in a perfect world, he would have been Paul George, Steiny, and he would be the one coming back to reunite with the greatness that was him, Steph, and Looney, and Kerr.
This is what from the Xfinity Mobile text line. This is going to make you furious. You ready?
Yeah.
Keep the youngsters and be greater later.
Okay. Tell Joe Lacob that. He's telling you, F you with that model. That's not what I'm doing. And I'm going, Austin and San Jose, we don't know how good the youngsters are, and I'm not ready to watch that. Hey, what time the Warriors play? I'm not. Hey, and I love the youngsters, but they're not on the marquee. I'm still in Steph mode. And did you really? I know fakeness and I know company answers. The energy that Kirk Lacob showed when it came to Steph Curry and his physique and where he's at just as a ball player. Kirk Lacob yesterday, that was real. It was what I see. So you act like he's got a cane. You act like he's got a breathing machine. Come on. Steph it can Steph. That's all I'm saying. You're worried about 2028 too soon. We're worried about next year.
You are wrong about the way I think of Steph Curry. You're completely wrong. By the way, Evan, Devone, and Grandy, they're going to be coming in your face on Sunday with the draft day special. Free agency. It's a free agency special Sunday, 2 to 6. That means we're live and local, Sunday 2 to 6, Giddings, Devone, Grandy.
Yeah.
The Warriors will have more information on players at that point. We'll see.
Yeah. I'll be listening.
Anthony Slater was on with the morning guys. He went through the litany of what the Warriors are looking at. Let's talk about Klay Thompson first and the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, the Philly one's really interesting because Philly's a cap space team. And, I mean, we'll get to Paul George, I'm sure, but he obviously remains like the domino around the league right now. I think part of his hopeful leverage with the Clippers is the looming threat of the Sixers, throwing him a huge offer. But if he goes back to the Clippers, which honestly I would probably still categorize that as the most likely scenario, then the Sixers got a lot of money to play with. And I think, of the potential Klay Thompson suitors, they're the ones that could probably provide the biggest financial offer.
Wow. Philly. Anthony Slater.
I won't take my victory lap, but I will if it happens. Remember, I told you when you said, Goo, where you want to see him go if he does happen to leave.
They're the only team other than Orlando with cap space.
But we were talking basketball.
I won't give you credit.
Well, now Denver's in play because I would put Denver ahead of Philly if Denver went looking for one Klay Thompson for him to just show what he can do.
But I think Philly can offer him the most. Them in Orlando.
1 for 30? Could you imagine?
Sure, I could imagine.
He'd be out of here.
Maybe. Yep. I don't know. You take 1 for 30 or 2 for 40? Yeah, think about that one while we get to Jaden in San Jose. Hey, Jaden.
Hey, boss man, how y'all doing?
Hey. He's talking to me.
Yeah. Last night, man, we saw the Warriors traded the cash to get that pick back to acquire Quinton Post. And they're obviously hard capped at 189 now. And a lot of people want us to keep Wiggins for the purpose of there isn't value there for that $26 million or however much he's making over Kuminga. I think they got to package Chris Paul and Wiggins in a 3-team deal to get PG and keep Kuminga because they're only hard capped there obviously for this season. So I think keeping Kuminga is the better option. I think he can become a really good defender, learning from Dre and PG and GP2. That's my take on that. I wonder what you guys are thinking.
Well, hold on.
I think that's a good package.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
What are we doing with Kuminga? Are we paying him this offseason?
I think you give him a fair, maybe 3-year extension. Nothing really, really long term, because I don't think he's going to sign a cheap 5-year deal. I think maybe a 3-year deal, maybe in the world about $80 million. I think he'll sign that.
All right, we'll see. Thanks a lot for the call, Jaden. I don't.
Well, hold on real quick, Stan. I'm shocked you didn't fall out your chair. If you're telling me the Clippers are going to sign off on just Wiggins and CP3, then you're sending a more plethora of picks.
Of course.
Oh, my God.
I'm assuming if the Warriors get Paul George, it's going to cost them at least 2 first-round picks. I could be wrong, but that's a big part of it.
I almost want to say more.
I mean,
if it's just them two.
Exactly.
Exactly. I mean, Ballmer, man.
That's why I'm out. That's why it's got to be Kuminga. You trade future. You know when you trade a future first? When you are championship. And you're gonna, and if I were a team like Dallas.
I was going to say the Knicks.
Any team
who are on the in the middle.
Who's going to be who's more likely to be really good for the next 3 years? Minnesota or the Warriors?
Minnesota.
So that's why if I'm the Warriors, I'm so careful about moving first round unprotected picks. Like everyone's like, what do you want? You know what? I want Paul George without giving up any picks. That would be a good move to me.
But it's like going to the car dealer, hey, I want the Ferrari with a low payment.
Well, right. That's what I'm not doing. I'm not doing Paul George.
I've done that.
I'm not acquiring,
Yeah.
James in North Carolina.
Phrasing.
What's up, James? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How you doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
All right. I figured they should be able to keep get Paul George, and still keep Thompson and whatnot. Because if they got to give up anything, you give up Mooney, you give up Looney, and a couple of first-round picks with Paul, with Chris Paul. You give up Chris Paul.
That sounds a little light, though. So he's saying Paul, picks, and Looney, Steiny, Wiggins or Kuminga has to be a part of that too, you think?
No, I don't think they're going to have to give up. They might give up Looney, and they shouldn't be able to give. Maybe throw Wiggins in there.
Yeah, because we'll see.
Yeah, thanks, James. Appreciate the call.
And again, I'm the president of the Wiggins fan club, Steiny. I will say this, and Evan brought it up during the break. I am fatigued of can anybody, get to him? So if there were somehow they could move him for something his equal, I'm all in. But again,
what would be his equal right now? What kind of player?
You're going to laugh, but I wanted to say DeRozan, but DeRozan's better and he's more consistent. But I don't have that answer for you.
Well, the one thing that
he can do so much on the court when he's locked in. He's just an enigma.
He's not an enigma. He's very understandable. He's inconsistent, and he doesn't love the game.
I don't think you could say anything more. I'm not saying I disagree. There's nothing more damning to an athlete when somebody says they don't love the game that they're getting paid millions to play.
Does it look like it?
That is
Does it look like it?
Nah.
Here's the one thing that. So if the Warriors get Paul George, obviously they're giving him 4 years and $200 million. So in 2 years, here's what I don't think the Warriors can do. Not this year, but next year they'd be looking at Curry at 60, George at 50, Draymond at 25, and then Kuminga's salary would kick in at 30 plus. I don't.
But they're telling you they're willing to do that.
No, they can't do that. Is what I'm saying.
Well, then Kuminga's gone.
They can't move forward like that, according to Joe Lacob.
Well, Kuminga's gone though. If they land a big boy,
that's why I think the one part of this equation that maybe we're underestimating is maybe the Warriors are having second thoughts about extending Kuminga for 4 years at $30+ million. Yeah. Maybe they know Kuminga wants $35 a year, and they're like, There's goodness gracious.
That's what it's the Brock Purdy thing, Stoney. Just reverse. As great as Kuminga and the flashes he's shown, he's not worth that number now. You're banking on the come. With Brock Purdy, you've already seen it. Even though I know you need another good year, but you got 2 seasons, 2 wonderful seasons. From a personal standpoint, to where you feel good about it.
You keep saying, on the come. You feel better about paying Wiggins? You know what Wiggins is?
No. After they won the chip, I was like that. I thought that was a bargain. And then he just went night-night.
It was a pretty good deal at the time.
But
that's
we were thinking he would still give you the dividends. And he's just been, I'll never understand it.
What's
Wiggins? And Kirk Lacob, I got to be honest, when he said he's in the Bay, I was like, I get it. What does that mean? He's going to Treasure Island Okay, he's in the Bay, but what's going to happen when he's here every day?
Kirk Lacob's your new hero.
No, I'm trying to knock him out
about him like he's the next coming. Jeez.
Oh, hold on. We can park the car right here. What are you talking about? All I talked about was a Warrior World Tournament when I scored in. What are you talking about?
That.
Well, he was on the show yesterday.
Yeah, but Kirk Lake, now everything that comes out of his mouth, now Kirk's the man in your mouth.
I asked him about Wiggins.
Yeah, and you loved what he said yesterday, and now it's
I'm trying to put what I'm feeling together. Hold on, it's about to come out.
Kirk Lacob's your new guy. That's obvious.
No, I know him. I knew him before.
Exactly. Yeah. And he's gone up another level now, clearly. What's wrong with that?
No, I don't like what you're putting down right now. You're insinuating something.
Your friendship with Kirk Lacob is taking a turn for the better.
Kirk is I don't like what you're insinuating. Evan feels what I'm trying to put down.
I'm not insinuating anything.
I did notice a little difference in your disposition yesterday when Kirk walked into the team store, Goo.
I played ball against him. I like the guy. When he was running the Warriors draft for the video games, Whitley and I were at the old college practice facility watching him do that stuff.
You having dinner with him tonight?
I didn't, Evan. Oh boy, Evan, I'm gonna give you something in the caddy on the way to the cafeteria. I got something for you. My disposition did not change. I'm a
night and day. Goo. It's okay. Just admit it. Pretend we're in 4th grade when people would come up to me and say, Matt, admit it. You like Elizabeth Jarvis.
Oh, boy.
No. You like Kirk.
No, I'm not a fan.
I like him.
I like him because he's family.
Family. See?
I thought I saw a fire in your eyes yesterday.
You guys wow.
When you
take the knives out the back, man.
When you look deep into Kirk's eyes,
people text
like you did to Wiggins a few months back.
They text that yesterday, too. I forgot to read it. You act like a guy. I'm from Union City.
I don't know what that means.
I've been around famous people or ballers. I know rappers.
Terrence Mullen doesn't count.
Who's Terrence Mullen?
What's his name?
Roy Williams.
Yeah, he doesn't count.
From the Cowboys, Oklahoma.
What?
He doesn't count.
Eddie House, Mario Ellie.
Who's the biggest
Phil Handy,
non-sports
Spice One. We got actors and whatever, politicians. I mean, come on, man.
Name one.
Landis Graydon. Remember I told you, Land Graydon ran for mayor of Vallejo, lost. Hey, he ran for mayor of Vallejo, lost.
That sounds
He's
like
from the Union.
Sounds like a name that's made up.
The guy that was doing the business stuff in Silicon Valley with Andre Iguodala?
Scott Budman.
No, Landis Graydon.
Yeah.
Dude.
City Boy.
This is a good bit. Yeah.
City Boy.
What's up, baby? Help me out, Jay.
Look, you like City Boy, too? Yeah. It's the same thing.
We broke bread not too long ago. What's up, baby?
Simmer.
You guys are the best, and this show is just on fire. I love it. I love it. I love the off season, especially this part of the off season, because there's so much percolating right now, and the possibilities are limitless. It feels like Christmas, and we'll see if the present the Warriors fans get is worth opening. But wow. I thought Kirk Lacob was actually really good. I liked the interview, and I think these guys will tell you more than you think if you kind of read between the lines. And one of the things that stuck out to me that Kirk said was that, they're not going to just make a move if they think it's going to get them close. In other words, if the move that's on the table, if they don't think that's getting them into the Final Four, it's not worth doing. And I got to say, I don't think Paul George is that guy.
I was just going to ask you right there, do you give up on Kuminga for PG-13, City Boy?
Not a chance.
Wow.
And I'm running to the table. I am running to the table to extend Kuminga right now.
Wow.
Didn't Emmanuel quickly just get $35 million a year?
Yes,
Am I mistaken? Did I see that
No,
this
you're
morning?
right. You're right.
I mean, are you kidding me? Emmanuel quickly wasn't even getting 15 minutes a game 12 months ago.
But I'm just saying, he's a polished scorer, man. Yeah,
so's
Kuminga. I like him. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but he's pretty one-dimensional. He's a three-point shooter. He gets you buckets. He's a good little player. I like him. But, for my money, so that just tells you where the money's going. That's all I'm saying. The money is going up, just like Brandon Ayuk.
You're right about that.
If they would have rushed to the table and signed, if they would have rushed to the table and signed Brandon Ayuk, a year ago, they could have got him for $20 million a year.
Well, what about this, City Boy? What about this? Both the Niners and Warriors don't believe yet that Kuminga and Ayuk are worthy of what they got to pay him.
Well, they might not be today. Ayuk's kind of proven himself. I'm sorry. But is he worth 30? I agree. 30 might be a bit much, but the market is what it is. And if you don't want good players, then I guess you're just not going to be a good team because you're going to have to pay guys. And if I'm keeping Wiggins, by the way, because his defense is too valuable. But if I was going to trade him, I'm looking to package him with something and try and get Brandon Ingram over here. Because if I'm going to get rid of Wiggins, I want a guy that's long and can shoot. So if I, forget Paul George, I want a guy like Brandon Ingram who's in his prime, who can score. He's a big player. He's a long wing, which is, you can see where the league's at right now. Wings are winning. The teams with the best wings are winning. And Steph Curry's still a great player. So if he can play off BI, Ayton wouldn't be a bad fit. I don't know that guy's motor he's a little like Wiggins with the motor, but I don't know, man. It's going to be fun. I will tell you this. We're going to, 2-3 weeks from now, we're going to know a whole lot more than we do now. And I'm kind of excited for it. Yeah.
Yeah, me too, City. Thanks for the call. As always, you're the man. Here's
I like Quickly's games.
Here's I know.
He's not a superstar, but I like his game. He got paid too.
That's the other thing. Like when we talk about a guy like Brandon Ingram,
who we haven't heard anything about here.
But the issue with Brandon Ingram is he's got one more year left in his deal. Then you're going to have to pay him again. So, anytime you trade for an Ingram, you have to say, well, 2 years from now, he's going to be making $40 million, and it's going to go up and up and up. So the guy that you acquire, you're probably going to have to pay. That's the one thing that is tolerable about Wiggins. He's locked in at 25, not 43.
But Paul George would get paid, Steiny. If we hear news that they acquire him, he's getting that 4 years for $200 or more.
Would it
from the Warriors?
Would it be possible that Paul George opts in, gets traded to the Warriors, and they don't extend him right away?
Now, why would Paul do that?
Why would Paul? Because he's afraid of going into free agency this year. Because the minute he goes into free agency, he's at the mercy of the market, and he might not get everything he wants. He's trying to get everything he wants right now, obviously. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors have got a lot going on. I was thinking about this, though. How firm is their plan right now? Because there's something I've been thinking about I want to run by you on the other side. Hey, the Warriors off-season summit, that's coming up on Monday, July 8th on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. You know it, baby. Starts at 2 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs. They're live, and the rest of the crew joins in 4 to 6. Space is limited at the rooftop terrace. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today. The summits are fun. We had a great time last time. So join us.
Amazon One Medical presents Painful Thoughts. on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Oh, I got to fix my camera. It's the first time I've had to fix it in a while, so hang in there.
Get in the game.
You know, the one thing, I think I said this the other day, when you're out of material, you do start to repeat. The Warriors and where they're at right now. I don't want this to sound bad because I just think it's where they're at. I don't really think they have a direction right now. I don't think they have a direction. I think they've got different directions they could go in, and they're waiting for the best reason to go down one of those avenues. And what I mean by that, they're Paul George right now, they want to get him. I believe that. I believe they want to get Paul George, but on their terms. And if they can't get Paul George, you know what? Maybe they'll turn their attention to DeMar DeRozan. I don't know. Or maybe they'll say, you know what? Let's just extend Kuminga this year and we'll figure out maybe something with Chris Paul. I think there's things they want to do, but they're not in a position to determine what they want to do, and it only is up to them. And that's the one thing that I think is different with this year and even last year. They knew we have to sign Draymond Green. I thought it was the wrong decision. I still think it's the wrong decision. But last year, they clearly thought they were in a championship window, and they said, we got to have, it was a direction they knew they were going down. We're re-signing Draymond Green. Clearly, there's a lot more questions this year, Goo, because we don't know. They really going to get Paul George? What's going to happen with Klay Thompson? What are they going to do with Chris Paul?
I'll say this, and there was no lie, and I felt that came from your heart. I'll give you this. What that just sounded like is what it is, Steiny. It's uncertainty. But that doesn't constitute, to me, directionless. The direction this team is going is to the finish line. It's the end of an era. It's coming. We don't know exactly when it's going to end, but that's the way this Warrior vessel, that's what's road it's on. And right now, to me, they're not hard or tough decisions. I feel like they've all agreed Steph Curry can still play at a high level. Draymond Green is still valuable. That's why we just gave him 4 years, $400. And we are going to try to microwave our way to get immediate impact from a player or players that we feel like can keep this thing going. Now, you can ask and stop and say, Goo, what do you mean keep it going? What do you mean by that? I mean by winning a round or two in the playoffs or pull a 2022 out of your hat, as highly unlikely as that might be. That, to me, is direction this team is going. I appreciate it, and they're not planning for the future. They're not ignoring it. They're not planning for the future because I don't think you can do your due diligence planning for the future knowing you still got icons like Steph and Dre that are in the middle. You can't do both. So that's why I think, Steiny, you're right with everything's on the table, but the direction is truly we're headed to the end of a dynasty.
Well, and that's where I would part ways with you. I'll agree with you that, like you just said it. Yeah, the odds of them running back, that's highly unlikely. So I'm more conservative than you. I'm not going down a road where the chances of it working are highly unlikely. That's what I'm not doing.
How do you avoid that?
Well, the Warriors might not think it's highly unlikely. I'm just saying I think it's highly unlikely. I think you do too. That's what you just said. And so, I'm not saying, well, it's highly unlikely, but we have to do it anyway. I don't like making decisions like that. But here's what I'm talking about, Goo. Mm-hmm. Just tell me what you think of this. Okay, Paul George. They want him. Okay, Monday we may find out they didn't get Paul George, or he's not a Warrior. I do believe, and I'm repeating a name on the Xfinity mobile text line. I think it's very possible that 3 days from now the Warriors have acquired DeJounte Murray. I think that's possible.
I would. Yeah.
Oh, the Golden State Warriors have acquired Kyle Kuzma. I think that's possible.
Yeah.
The Golden State Warriors have acquired Jarrett Allen. I think that's possible. I think all those things are possible, but they They need to find the best one of all those.
Yeah.
And I think what they think is the worst case scenario is waiving Chris Paul and bringing Klay Thompson back and trying to move Wiggins at some point.
No doubt.
That's what I would think that's their least likely, or their, what's the word? Least appetizing of all those
But
moves.
you will admit, Stein, and you kind of just said it, right now on their board, Paul George is the top. That's the top target.
According to Mark Stein.
Yeah. And according to the Warriors, they feel like that's where they want to go first. Because all those guys you just mentioned, Steiny, I love them all. Like, I wouldn't be mad, but good God, the Bay Area needs somebody to close a deal. The last deal that was closed, and it was a trade, and we didn't even know it was coming, so it kind of was delivered. It was McCaffrey, and that came out of nowhere. I'm talking about the Giants have the Bay.
Snell.
Well, but were we all lobbying for Chad? We weren't. You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm talking about the problem.
Right, that's what I mean. But the Warriors, if they strike out on Paul George, they're going to go sign Blake Snell and Matt Chapman in a way.
Okay, gotcha.
Obviously not those literal guys, but
no, I thought you meant you landed it, but I hear you.
No, it's like we didn't get Judge, we didn't get this guy, we didn't get that guy. Okay,
all those guys you named make the team better. So now you got me feeling a little better about.
Who do you give up for him though? You can't just drop him on your roster.
Now you're going to laugh. I would give up Kuminga for Kyle Kuzma. Dude is a baller, man. I'm sorry. He is Carmelo Anthony. You get him in the right system, Steiny. He can do some stuff. I'm just telling you, I would give up Kuminga for Kyle Kuzma to play alongside Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Steve Kerr, and his IQ goes through the roof if you think it's low. I know basketball. I'm just telling you, Kyle Kuzma can get buckets in the league. He don't need a screen every damn time. He's got post game. He can hit the three. I like Kyle Kuzma.
For Kuminga?
I would do it. I wonder how many people would do. Hey, Evan, would you do it? And you could say, hey, that's one. How many people would call and say, see, that's what's wrong with us, man. We label guys on how they dress, their Twitter game. Did they get caught with a stripper? And that's what we judge them on. We forget what they're known for. All I'm telling you, partner, is I think Kyle Kuzma is a baller, and I think he's in his prime, but we forget about him because he's in Washington. He's an afterthought, and we look at him as the blame of what ails Washington. Man, I'm just telling you, if you could get him in a Warrior uniform, I would be ecstatic.
I think you're on an island there. I'd be surprised if very many people agree with you on that particular one.
Uncle Ludi said, "Goo, you lost me with Melo as your selling point."
Yeah,
see, people disrespect Melo. Kyle Kuzma's good, Steiny.
To call Kyle Kuzma Carmelo Anthony is disrespectful to Carmelo Anthony, I think.
You know what, Evan? And I'm looking at, I pictured Melo right next to me. I think it's just a compliment to that's the comp I go to for his offensive game.
Antoine Jameson, maybe.
I just want to let the listeners know, for the record, I'm not trading Kuminga for Kyle Kuzma. In fact, I'm laughing them out of the building. And it's not necessarily because I hate Kuzma and I love Kuminga, but I don't like Kuzma, and I like Kuminga enough.
All right, I appreciate you guys.
I think it's time for.
I think you could get more if you include Kuminga in a trade, than Kyle Kuzma.
I'm sorry. Just laughing.
Why would you be sorry?
That's a pretty funny line.
How many points you think he averaged last year?
I don't care. I swear to God, I could care less.
22.
I was going to say over under the amount of wins.
22, 6, and 4.
Did they win 22 games?
I would say not.
It's like Barkley says, somebody's got to score on a terrible team.
How old do you think he is?
27.
28. Well.
Listen.
I said what I said.
It's a Friday. Yeah. We're all in a good mood. Why don't we just officially give him a chance to take it back?
Well,
Evan said what I was really meaning.
If he wants, no. I was going to ask, would Bruce Brown do anything for you guys? Because the Toronto Raptors just picked up his team option for $23 million.
Yeah,
I like him. Yeah, sure.
I like him, Evan.
Well, it seems like he's a trade chip for him as an expiring. So
yeah, like I sight unseen, I would take him over
bench,
Kuzma.
I would be. Oh my gosh,
he start on this team.
Wow,
he'll lock up Andrew.
Would you take
Wiggins
him or GP2?
Who?
Brown.
Yeah.
GP3.
Yeah, I would. No. Yeah, I think it's time for. Ask me.
Uncle Looney said it best. Kuzma's skilled goo, but he doesn't play great team ball because he's never had to.
I think he stinks.
Oh, as a player?
He's pretty bad.
Oh, I'll ask Willard and Diaz when they come in.
I mean, he's fine, but I don't. I do not think he makes the Warriors better.
Oh,
Kyle
man.
Kuzma.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to.
Yeah, he could get you 18 to 25 a night, Stoney.
That's not what they need. Huh? They need guys who can do other things. They need a passer. They need a rebounder. They need a defender.
Paul George does all that.
Okay. Well, if you think so. Some people think Paul George's defense is not very good anymore.
Have you seen that? Oh, Stoney, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Put him on Jamal Murray? Put him on, I mean, man, I like PG-13, man.
Did he make an all-defensive team this year? I don't know. I'm serious.
I'm done looking after I made the air with our guy yesterday.
He took down the Warriors. Remember in L.A. when they had that 24-point comeback? Paul George hit the three to put him up.
So did Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
He picked Wiggins and Curry. Oh, boy, I'm just picturing it.
Just a couple.
Good God. What are you smiling at?
Yeah, it's just, I love our listeners, and so do you.
Guru on the clutch peels.
Guru, look down and tie your shoelaces. You're tripping.
That's a 3.
707, I'm out. 925, Guru got some swampland to sell you too. Guru tripping.
Wow.
I think that's one of the worst takes you've ever had, Goo. That's our guy, Chris.
And I look at my phone, Squirt's text. I can't read it. Squirt, he sent me a text. I don't think he's happy. I just like Kuzma.
I saw this earlier. I apologize for not citing my source. Clutch Sports or Crutch Sports?
That's, boy.
It's not bad.
That's a 4.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
Kuzma.
I'm looking at
size
this stuff.
matters.
Big dude, man.
What is he, 6'8"?
9.
Oh, that's a big inch.
Yep. 220.
I mean, here's all I'm saying. I'm just not giving up. Like, I don't know what Kuminga is, but I think he could do better than
Would
Kuzma.
you trade, okay, here we go. Would you trade Wiggins for Kuzma? Hell yes. Now, look at you.
What? You know what? I rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, see, now,
if you win,
now you're disrespecting him, Stoney. He's going to bring it every day or try to bring it.
I'm not making a trade for Kyle Kuzma until you can look in his eyes like you did with Wiggins and tell me what kind of player he is.
People won't let that go, man.
Would I trade Kuzma for Wiggins?
Oh, come on.
That's one of those.
You really think it's rock, paper, scissors?
Whatever. I'll shoot you odds or evens. Odds, I'll trade him.
Man.
Evens, I won't.
But that's what Washington has done for guys like Kyle Kuzma. Like, you guys are laughing at him.
Enrique Rivera says, Steiny, Kuzma could give me fashion pointers. Is he swagged out? Now we're getting...
No.
Oh, is that what we're talking?
He does too much on this. I won't even go there for me. I don't know what these guys are doing nowadays, but I'm out on the... Don't even bring it up to me. I just look past it.
Well, actually, hold on a second here.
I go back to the Jordan Kobe model, 3-piece suits and Stacey Adams. I don't know what they're wearing now.
So
tablecloths, they come in.
Okay, so I'm on record on this show saying, just give me action. Any kind of action. Yeah. All right, you know what? Let's do Kuzma for Wiggins. You know why? Because Wiggins is a snore. Get Kuzma in here. Let me see how he dresses.
I'll take that.
Let me see how nuts he is. Why not?
You're changing on the fly.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
But Bruce Brown in a Warrior uniform, Evan, I would take that, man. They need guys like that.
Who?
Man. Bruce Brown.
Who needs him?
The Warriors. And I said to you, and you laugh, why is Denver saying bye-bye? Not that's why they
It's the
lost
money.
him.
They couldn't afford him.
Oh.
I mean, you think they don't want to have? You think they wanted to lose? They want to lose Kentavious Caldwell-Pope?
Well,
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, and we've been used to Joe Lacob just blowing through money. He's not blowing through money anymore. He can't.
Wow.
The latest, by the way, on Paul George is from Brian Windhorst of ESPN. The Clippers are reportedly still not offering Paul George the max contract.
Oh, my God.
And, quote, the Clippers are not acting like they're desperate to keep him.
Wow, Ballmer. Man.
See, if Steve Ballmer, it's not the money. If Steve Ballmer can go into the second apron and he will never feel it in a million years.
Okay.
The problem with the second apron is it hamstrings what you can do strategically and through the collective bargaining agreement. If you are in the second apron, there are things that you cannot do that put you at a competitive disadvantage when it comes to making moves. So, like,
I hear you, Stoney.
Ballmer doesn't want to be in the second apron because he doesn't have the money. He doesn't want to be in the second apron because it really confines, in a way, what you can do moving forward. It's why Joe Lacob doesn't want to be in it either.
Okay, one thing about Ballmer, Steiny, Evan, anybody that will listen, I love his energy. I know he wants to win. If you're really going to say bye-bye to Paul George after you extended Kawhi for what was it, 150 around there? Like, why would you give Kawhi when he showed you at the most important time he might break down and he just did it? Why would you do that for that player and say night-night?
You'd rather have Paul George than Kawhi?
My God, just because I love Kawhi.
I wouldn't.
2 out of the last 3 playoffs, he's gotten hurt.
And 4 out of the last 5 years, Paul George has been hurt.
There's a different Steiny. He gets hurt like in the playoff, dribbling. Like he cost them the Utah series a couple years ago when they had action. Then this year, out of nowhere, but you extended that, and then you're going to say night-night to Paul George.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Why?
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. If Lawrence Frank, who runs the Clippers, says, you know what, forget all this Paul George, Warriors, let's do something with Kawhi Leonard instead. We want to re-sign Paul George and get off Kawhi's contract. I think the Warriors would want Kawhi more. Oh, my God, yes.
But that's when I would turn into you about the injury history. Well, and it happens at the end of the year with Kawhi.
I see no difference between Kawhi and Paul George.
Oh, my gosh.
In terms of
Paul finished the playoff series. He did it 2 of the last 3 years.
Okay.
Everybody gets hurt during the season, but when you're all excited and then you get blue balls because Kawhi gets hurt and you don't know what it is, that is draining. Ask Tyronn Lue. And they extended him.
But you did the exact same thing, and maybe I do it. You did the exact same thing with Chris Paul, and he was healthy at the end of the year. He could have played in the playoffs.
Well, there was no playoffs.
But he missed regular season games.
But this is Kawhi's track record. I love him when he plays down, and I thought the Clippers had action. I mean, my gosh, how many times do you have to get your heart broken?
When has Paul George sealed your heart with?
He's finished the season, Steiny. That's like that means something, Paul. We can't ignore Kawhi when the Clippers had action in the playoffs gets hurt. Like that's catastrophic to me. And it keeps happening, and you extend them 3 for 152. Why, Ballmer? You picked the wrong dude.
No, the Warriors might be picking the wrong dude. Like, you got to stop and think that maybe the Clippers, who've had these players for 2 or 3 years, think Kawhi's better. That's why they offered him the deal and not Paul George. I mean...
Now, better is, I'll give you Kawhi, but Steiny, healthier. What more do we need to see from Kawhi? And this last one was heartbreaking.
Well, Nets are in a fire sale.
Who?
Nets?
The Nets.
Well, sorry. You missed your opportunity with the Nets.
Ben Simmons.
I actually.
Look at the guy, boy.
You know what? I tell you what.
I saw something that he retired. It was a meme. I got duped again, Daryl Duper, but I thought he had really retired. Nobody's talking about him either. I broke my back.
I absolutely think it's within the realm of possibility.
Plan F?
Hey.
That would be Plan Z, not Gen Z, Plan Z.
I'm just...
Could you get Cam Johnson from the Nets?
You know what I can't stand, though? Here's what I can't stand.
I can't get over Kawhi.
Everybody under the sun. Steiny, he comes to the Warriors. That'd be the easiest basketball. Zach LaVine, easiest basketball.
I mean
Paul
that.
George. What about for Ben Simmons? Wouldn't it be, in theory, wouldn't it be the easiest basketball Ben Simmons?
I like that. But
okay,
the thing with him, Steiny, is we really know he doesn't love the game. I think he's been faking it.
Well, maybe.
What about Cam Johnson on the Nets? You like Cam Johnson?
But the Warriors' culture, they could turn Ben Simmons.
Look what he did to Durant. Made him a champ.
They didn't change Kevin Durant.
He just had Big Brother.
They didn't Kevin Durant helped make the Warriors champions, just like the Warriors helped make Kevin Durant.
But they took some mental stuff off of his plate. Remember the CYO pass when he was on OKC? And they had to melt down.
Kevin Durant could have been under mental duress every single day for 3 years with the Warriors, and they still would have won 2 titles.
I heard that somewhere.
And you know what?
They said the Warriors could have won chips at 81 for playing at 81%.
And let's not bury the lead. Durant thought the culture was a joke. He thought the culture was a joke.
I asked him, does he regret leaving?
I bet he doesn't.
Oh, Steiny, stop. He didn't been on 100 super teams, just got swept.
But none of those.
I don't need you to add.
None of those teams had Draymond Green. He don't want to play here, and a lot of players probably don't want to because of Draymond Green.
I ain't gonna fight you on that.
Let's start talking honestly about what we got here in Golden State. You know what? You want to? Guys want to play with
a dynasty.
The guys want to play. Not anymore. We don't. The guys want to play with Steph. Oh, you betcha. Unfortunately, that other guy comes with him.
Hey, we'll find out if PG comes to the Yay. Come on, Paul George. If that
You're
Wendy
such a beggar. Oh my God.
Who's you been talking to? I used to beg with
Can somebody name one player that Goo wouldn't be in on?
Ben Simmons.
Okay. One other one. Chris Paul II.
Sabonis, sack. I'm out.
Call me crazy.
Oh, boy.
Stop.
But look, that's my point.
Stop.
The Warriors are not getting a perfect star. They cannot get a perfect star. So, I mean, do I not like Sabonis? I don't like Sabonis. How old is he?
I'm guessing
mid-20s.
Yeah,
but you know what? You know what, Evan? The more I think about it, though, Sabonis, it would be the easiest basketball he's ever played.
Dude,
you know what? I want a guy to play the hardest basketball he's ever played.
And Herter, I don't like him for sack. I don't like him.
Change of scenery.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. I would give up. What's Sabonis making?
A lot.
Like 40? Okay, let's see if we can get Sabonis for Looney, Gary Payton II, Moody, and Guy Santos. Could we get Sabonis for those 4? I'm in.
He's on the hook for, oh boy.
What is he getting?
46.5 over the next 4 years.
That's almost Curry-like.
Well, he might be as impactful right now as Curry.
I'm going to give you a 1. It doesn't even register.
What?
Well, they did beat us. You don't mean
I know.
that.
See, the truth can be very harsh. It can be very, very harsh.
Draymond ruined him me. Draymond, boom! And he just fumbles the ball. They did beat the Warriors, though. I brought that up with Kirk. You got to give me that. I brought in the play-in loss.
Yeah,
wow. He talking all that stuff.
Yeah, you're a regular 60 Minutes correspondent.
Well, it's easy to ask your friend, you know.
Exactly.
Now it hurts coming from Evan, and you guys just made it up on the fly, but it's funny.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Sometimes
that's goal, my brother.
All right. Oh, boy. All right. Hey, boy, this is fun. It's 126, which means...
Doesn't Guru have something to get at you about on the other side?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Bronny. Oh, okay. The Warriors Offseason Summit is coming on Monday, July 8th on the rooftop terrace, baby. Who doesn't like a rooftop terrace, especially with a keg of beer on top. That's going to be Fremont Bank, and we are going to be there at the new state-of-the-art headquarters starting at 2 o'clock on July 8th. That's a Monday. Willard and Dibbs start us off at 2. The rest of the hosts show up at 4. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot. When? Do it today.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at Stevens Creek.
Are your eyes green?
They're brown.
But they're a different color. They look green today.
This guy.
His eyes are green.
Well, I've been told I do have beautiful eyes.
I didn't say that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, they don't look green today. They look regular. Like, yeah.
The Warriors have extended the deadline on Chris Paul. They don't have to decide whether they're going to guarantee his contract now till Sunday. Paul George has to make his decision Saturday. So things are percolating. Go ahead, Goo.
No, it was just in regard to Bronny James.
Okay.
And I was with my father, Norm, yesterday, and he was like, let me get this straight.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
The Lakers took Bronny James with the number 55 pick in yesterday's draft.
With the 55th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Bronny James from the University of Southern California.
I just said that.
And I was talking to Fabby
go ahead.
Davis.
So Bronny James is a Laker.
Yeah, and I was talking to Fabby Davis. I tried to get him on today. And, he posted a video.
0 for 9 with him the last 4 months.
He was on when you were out, when you were golfing. Evan and I had him on.
Yeah.
Evan, yeah. So Norm goes, let me get this straight. Because when I had COVID, I was still emotional about Reggie Jackson and what he said and me being bitter that minorities had to play in different leagues and blacks had to play in the Negro leagues and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I was lightweight moved when they incorporated the stats from the Negro leagues. But Pops was like, so you hear all of that and you're walking around town all mad and this and that. You got kids. I love children. You know that. I love my own. And I love yours. And I love the kids. So this is where Norm went. So LeBron has been perfect on and off the court. And I've said that, and I've given him love for that. And he almost felt like nobody was going to draft Bronny so LeBron could do something that had never been done in the NBA and play on the same team as his son.
Right.
And we talk about, and I have, legacy, and that black folks we're not in positions to leave legacy for our kids like white folks or others. But I'm always banging that drum. And he says, so here's a situation where LeBron is able to get his son on his team, where the team did him a solid that he's earned, and you got a problem with it? And that kind of hit me like, well, damn, why am I so bitter? And I'm not mad at Bronny the kid. Why am I mad that a black man like LeBron James, future billionaire, if he's not one now, perfect on and off the court, why would I be so opposed to where the system allowed him to get his son a job on his team? Why would I be mad, like a lot of people are, black included? Why would I be mad at that? So when he hit me with that from that perspective, I felt like a hypocrite. So I'm here today to just tell you and Evan, and I already did lightweight, that it is kind of cool now that LeBron was able to get his son, who maybe is not an NBA player, on the team because of how great he was.
Well,
white men and other do it in corporations all the time, and I can name some names that are on. But coaching staffs are different than actually being a player. And
so you are mad.
No, I do think about that, but I'm more excited for what LeBron symbolizes, and this being something to celebrate more so than to say, black man's getting over, he's got his son a job, where really that player drafted at that spot might not even contribute.
Well, let me tell you what's going to happen.
Tell me. I know I said a whole lot of nothing, but that was my heart.
You made yourself clear. When Dibbs and Willard come in for the crossover, it will be a legacy crossover.
What am I missing?
I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday because we left Chase Center.
So was I.
To get stuck in traffic.
No, I did. I went 280. I went to Dunbar Bridge. Yeah, I went south.
Good, smart move.
Ways, I'll tell you.
Okay, so Willard,
what I miss?
Willard just ripped LeBron, Bronny, the Lakers, Pelinka, Redick, Genie Bus, the Rambuses.
Oh my God, I missed it.
I'll be honest with you. I was listening and I was like, wow, he is like really, he's got a strong opinion about LeBron and Bronny getting drafted.
What do you think he would say if he heard me being black, a black man?
We'll see.
Okay, yes.
We'll see
one way to find out.
But I'm new to this, but I'm going to celebrate it, Steiny.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if Willard can do to you what he often does to me, which is scare you.
No,
I'm scared of Willard.
Come on, man.
This is a big test it's actually a big test of your relationship with your father, is what it really is. But
I want to celebrate what LeBron accomplished.
Well, then don't give in to Willard.
I can't at this point.
What?
I can't at this point.
Well, if you do, then you're spitting in Norm's face.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it also means if you don't stand for anything, you'll fall for everything.
But isn't this what Reggie Jackson and others have been, wanting people of color to be in position of power, to have things done for not their family, you know what I mean? To hook them up. And that's what happened with Bronny because of LeBron's greatness. How can I hate on that?
I don't know. I can't answer that for you. Only you know that. What I can tell you.
Uncle Looney, how about this? This is profound, Uncle Looney. Goo, I don't like it because it seems like it's LeBron's wish, not Bronny's. Now that is... might be at the
so where do you stand now? After 8 seconds since your last opinion.
No, I'm standing on all 10, but I can look at that and say that is profound. I can't change your mind, Uncle Looney. That's real, but I got to believe Bronny. This is what his dream was,
and he got it. Bronny just realized his dream.
His dad helped him get it.
Did he?
Well, he wouldn't be.
What if Bronny James turns into a good player?
But he hadn't earned getting drafted yesterday. That's I got
to tell you, this is where people are going to be like,
he didn't even shine at his college.
But here's the point: James Wiseman didn't deserve getting drafted, let alone at number 2.
But they really thought that they didn't have anything to go on.
Neither did the Warriors. The Warriors made a guess on James Wiseman. That's it.
But a 7-footer as opposed to...
Who cares?
But Steiny, a 7-footer thinking that he's ready to go.
They took a flyer on Bronny James. Teams do that all the time. That's the way I feel about it.
But you don't think the height and the metrics of what James Wiseman was had a lot to do with the Warriors thought,
I'm sure
he could
it
really
did,
come in and start.
But he can't play. That's more important than he's 7. Oh, so wait, every 7-footer who comes out should be drafted high because they're 7 feet?
No, the point is, I'm trying to make is they really thought he could play.
Well, maybe the Lakers really think Bronny can play in 3 years. The Warriors drafted a project. He's never going to be good. And they did it at 2. The Lakers took a flyer on LeBron's son at 55. But if it doesn't work out, who cares?
All right. But I guess to that is Wiseman was more of an invisible man. We didn't have the combine to watch Bronny, which I did. And I said I wasn't Hubie Brown. And to watch him at college, you could tell he wasn't ready.
Well, why did they? Okay, so why did
we
they
didn't have that on
Why
Wiseman,
did they draft Wiseman?
He wasn't. He played 1 or 2 games.
So why did you draft him? Why did the Warriors draft Wiseman?
I'm being real.
Right.
I don't want to say ego. They really thought their intel was this dude is a once of a lifetime. He could hit the floor running.
And we don't know that the Lakers don't think Bronny can be good in 3 years.
I can't say you're wrong on that, but do you believe that, or do you think it was more?
I gotta let it play
we're going to
out.
hook you up.
The Warriors had Jeremy Lin on their roster. Nobody thought he was an NBA player, including me and including just about every Warrior fan. Everybody thought Lacob did him a favor. I still think he might have done him a favor. But over the course of 3 years, Jeremy Lin turned himself into an NBA player and actually a pretty damn good backup.
There was Linsanity.
Why couldn't Bronny? He's just a prospect. That's all he is.
My question to you real quick about Lindsay. Steiny, how did he get drafted? What happened?
He didn't. He signed as a free. Joe Lacob just picked him up.
So
he didn't get drafted.
Was he doing him a solid? Did he play with like how did Lin?
They knew him from the peninsula.
Wow, man. But Steiny, there was Linsanity.
What's coming up next on the game is Willard going at Guru with me, provoking. In one. We got What's Bugging You, sponsored by Atco Pest Control at 2 o'clock. What's coming up next in the game? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Join us for the San Jose.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
John Sally, joke artist.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Willard and Dibs, crossover time.
Yeah.
How's it going?
There goes your lunch. There goes your lunch. Yeah, sorry.
Oh. Hey,
no, Guru's doing a Kobe right now. He's doing a Kobe right now.
What's the Kobe?
Okay.
When you don't shoot?
Phoenix.
Did he ever?
They got mad at him for shooting too much, and he went, okay, fine. I'm not going to shoot at all.
In a playoff game,
even when the ball is sitting in your hands with nobody around you.
Wow. Ghostbusters.
They got on Guru for... Which is really funny.
What would you call what they got on me for?
Just that.
Just that.
For interrupting.
See, that's natural. That's scary.
I think so, too. First of all, to single out any one of us for interrupting during the crossover.
What are you talking about?
Thank you. I think is wild. Second of all.
You mean either one of you?
I think interrupting is underrated. That's how people speak to each other.
Real.
Like, do you guys do that with your boys when you get to the bar? I'll wait my turn. Wait a minute. I have something to add, but it's not my turn. I'm fourth, and we're on the second turn. Let's go around in a circle. What the hell are we doing?
Knock.
Let's be people here. Let's talk to it. Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Interrupt.
Moo!
Yeah. Not offended.
I'm going to give him a 1.
Like, I don't get it.
Dad joke.
Not
interrupting cow, moo, because the moo interrupts. Welcome to the crossover.
Not offended. When I
not
get
offended, but it turns out to be bad radio. As a listener, when you hear 4 people...
Well, nobody's saying that.
That's exactly what he's saying.
No, then you can't single out one person if it's all 4 people talking at once.
Why did he offer me the bet?
Well,
he said you threw drop dime on me.
Well, no, I think he just listened to our show today.
Oh, boy.
Oh, jeez.
That's all.
I'm like Willard. That's how I do it, buddy.
And you are a different Steiny with Goo than you are with Evan.
Oh, good Lord. That's just... Hey.
These are facts.
Norm's Norm, my dad said, why is he so happy?
That's because
seriously, I gotta know who he is.
Remember the Steiny that I got that one day?
Oh, boy.
That's because...
That's in the archives.
That guy was like you were like a children's book.
Evan,
you were just like sweet.
I'm not here to talk about the past. Evan
McGuire
wouldn't say something like, "Oh, Steiny, I would trade Kuminga for Kuzma." How do Evan wouldn't say that.
But what's wrong with any opinion?
Well, that one's foolish.
He has guru buttons that others don't have.
Well, sure,
and I take it as a badge of honor.
It's just because you guys talk too much.
But
time
he's a
together.
different style.
Listen,
it's just like a.
Hey, Evan, how you doing?
Every great coach treats every player differently.
That's true.
So
that's true.
Let's get to the nitty gritty.
So, seriously, how touching was it yesterday?
What are you talking about?
When the Lakers drafted Bronny James.
Oh, God.
I thought it was awesome.
Willard, I missed your rant. I guess it's
special.
A rant now.
It was a special NBA moment.
I don't believe that you're being genuine right now, so I'm not biting.
Okay, how about biting on this?
Okay.
You should let me
go
first.
Biting on this? I didn't have a strong opinion of it at all.
That's
Willard,
fine.
I did.
Okay. I think a lot of people didn't.
You did, though.
Different than apparently how it sounded. Lovely Christy told me, she goes, boy, you sounded grumpy about it.
I agree with
back
Christy.
me on, then that's fine. Sometimes you sound like you don't feel. You'll back me on this. What did I do right when it happened?
You couldn't stop laughing.
Belly laughter.
Which was the same reaction I had when they announced the J.J. Redick signing. So I was feeling you on that. Yeah. Shout out Vic the Brick, feeling you. Because to me, the Lakers in many ways are becoming a laughingstock. Wow. When you hire J.J. Redick, a guy who's only coached 4th grade, and as a 4th grade coach, he was a volunteer assistant, and now you're going to be the head coach of the Lakers, and then the Bronny thing. So your guttural laugh to me was appropriate.
Yeah, and I like maybe this is
spirited, but
well, no, we all come from where we come from, and I had a period in my life where I worked on the flagship station for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Whoop.
Okay,
nobody there.
Like, I'm sorry, yeah, no one's there. I've been to dinner with Jeannie Buss. Can we just be real? I have.
All right.
I have, like a party of
large
3.
group.
Party of 3, okay? Twice.
Okay, who's the third?
Not talking about it, but anyway, point
Phil?
being, no, I've not been to dinner with Phil Jackson.
Rambus?
No, but my point is I have a little bit of a different entry point to that organization. And I am thankful the organization I actually root for and now talk about a lot has not had something like this happen to them. They have completely lost their fastball. They've lost their core. They've lost who they are to the point where I don't care that they drafted Bronny James. But and by the way, I'm not turned off by nepotism. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Like, he's doing a very good job, but God love him. Kirk Lacob was on your show yesterday. Does anyone have any thought what the first thing he said in his interview for the gig was? Come on, it's everywhere, and that's fine. It's not about that. But my point about the whole thing was you can't spin it into something it's not. It's not a warm and fuzzy story. It's cool. It's a quirky fact, but it's not about winning.
Let me do this for you,
and
Willard.
it's not in the best interest, in my opinion, of Bronny.
Yeah.
It's in the best interest of LeBron. And that's I find that to be selfish.
No, go ahead.
Do you think, what if Steph Curry were in that position?
We did our whole show yesterday based on the idea that I don't think he would do the same thing.
Don't know if Cannon's ready. I mean, Cannon's probably a year away from being a year away at 5.
I'm betting on him.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say this, Willard, to that, because I had dinner with my father, man, and I have never felt more like a hypocrite for what I'm about to say and how I feel. I thought the whole thing was a joke. I felt bad for Bronny. I didn't hear your rant, but I can, everybody that was anti-Bronny, it was a farce, and what Dibbs is talking about, it makes the Lakers look like a joke. I was 100% in. And my dad said, and I'll wrap it up. He said, so let me get this straight. For years, you've been clamoring about how blacks got done wrong with the Negro Leagues, and you wish you could have watched this or that, and you were so moved as you were bedridden when Reggie Jackson went on his rant and how raw and uncut that was, and then when they cut the N-word out of the video as it circulated more, you were all mad because you thought it lost its impact, and I sat back and thought, as I have kids, and I love Jude, I love your kids, Snotty kids and Dibs kids, and I'm sitting there thinking, why am I on the other side of this story? And then I thought about it. LeBron James has been incredible on and off the court for being brought up with just Gloria James, no father figure. I mean, chalk one up for LeBron for not, giving in to temptations and being a jerk and all of society's ills. And all that we talk about is black folks, Willard, is leaving legacy for our kids and the next generation. And we don't, or we're not able, or we're robbed of those opportunities. And I'm in here every day telling Steiny, Sam Cassell's of the world, and the black coaches that get fired don't get the second and third chance. And then here's this one instance where LeBron, nobody was going to draft Bronny now, and I'm looking at it because it was like, LeBron, you've been so great that we're going to let you do something that's never been done. And here I am, just me, as a black man, hating on an example or one time where we can say, you know what, LeBron, you were so great, future billionaire if you're not one now. We let you draft your son. We did it for you. Isn't that what it's about? How can I be on the sideline throwing rocks at that? So, that's where Norm hit me with the real of the real. And I'm like, and I'm not saying you're going against that, but I'm like, that's what we need more of.
Well, and that's totally fine. And this is a position that is uncomfortable because it's too easy for me as a white man to go, it's not about race. I hate that.
Respect that.
I hate that comment because it's not for me to say that. It is for anyone to say that. But I believe I would have the same take if it was, if his name was not LeBron and it was Larry or whatever. If LeBron were a white guy and this were his white kid that he did this with, I would still have the same two issues with it. And it's really not issues because I want to back up. I don't care. I don't think that something like nefarious happened here. I think it's interesting that the Lakers would, with a 40-year-old on his way out the door, give away an asset and clearly do something that was about kowtowing to an employee rather than trying to win. Because they're the Lakers. This team parades around. We're about nothing but championships. Well, not yesterday you weren't. I don't care that it was the 55th pick. Don't give me that Mark, it's the 55th pick thing because it's an asset. And you try your best with all assets to win. I don't think the Lakers did that yesterday. And the second part of it is, and this is the one that might be more relevant to what you just said, which is that I don't see that as a dad as being a good dad. I don't think he created opportunity for Bronny. I think he robbed him of opportunity. He took development away from someone who needs it. Where Bronny needs to be right now is not on the Laker bench with a 30-year-old coach sitting there watching Laker basketball games. He needs to be developing somewhere. LeBron made this about him. He made it about something he wanted to do before he left, not what was best for his kid. In my opinion, I'm not in the family.
No,
that's my read.
I can't, Dibs, I can't say he's wrong. Like, I feel somebody feeling that way because that's how I was up until having the conversation with Pops.
It just always strikes me about the idea of nepotism and when we decide to pick and choose, when we want to be outraged about nepotism. And you could talk about Joe Buck, who was one of the original benefactors of nepotism. His dad was a legend, and Joe waltzed right in. And, you know, you've got Noah Eagle, very good broadcaster, and his dad, Ian Eagle, kind of showed him the way and all the various carries in broadcasting. Nicholas Kerr got a leg up on coaching, a couple of Lakebs, and yet when LeBron does his son a solid, and we, I guess, are all under the understanding that that's how that went. And what if it did help the team by the very fact that LeBron maybe wouldn't want to play there if they didn't do that? Well, so if you don't do a solid for me and my son, however pathetic you think that is, if that costs you LeBron James, well, then now you are making a move that actually does make your team better, even if you are wasting, quote unquote, a second round asset, which is largely meaningless.
Yeah, and I'll just say to that, they did LeBron a solid. You know what I mean? And they're about to give him 3 more years. So, Willard, when you say 40, he's going to be 43 when they give him this 3. He signs this extension. But
not playing.
It's just symbolic of, and what you said about the dad stuff hits me. But Steiny,
well, you don't know. Like, you don't know, like, what Bronny needs as a kid and how LeBron wants to parent.
But that's an individual choice. Is all, well,
they will make history.
Yeah, well, yes. They will, because you won't be in the G League.
I thought about it in a different way. So, back in the day, the Indiana Hoosiers had a player, Landon Turner, and he got in a car accident. He got paralyzed before the draft. And the Celtics picked him, and they had 10 rounds, so that may be a thing. They picked him in the 10th round. It was like, hey, I kind of view it like that. The Philadelphia 76ers back in the day would always use their last pick on somebody from Philadelphia, somebody from Drexel, somebody from Delaware. The Bronny thing is, I'm not going to get incensed about this or feel about it until I believe Bronny James is not a pro player, but he's on a pro roster, but he's not really a pro player. And I don't know that he's not yet.
No, we don't know. We don't know
buy that.
Do
we really?
I don't buy
guys.
I don't buy that he won't do a two-way either. I don't buy that.
Well, he won't do a two-way, but he might play in the G League.
Well,
there's a difference.
Yeah, we can't say whether he is a prospect that works or doesn't. What we can say is, A, his current resume does not suggest that he should be drafted, and B, the rest of the teams in the NBA had absolutely no problem letting this happen, which suggests to me that nobody gave a rip. Nobody thought
Go ahead and do
in their minds that this guy was going to become a player. And now, if you're going to, and I don't even know this, but if you guys are telling me he's about to, if LeBron's going to play 3 more years, well, now I got another question. What the hell was the rush? Why do you have to do it now?
Well,
because you never know. I mean, life changes fast. Life comes at you fast, and you never know what's going to happen. And we could go around the association, and we can play who's your 15th man, and I can Usman Garuba you, and we can go team to team, and you can show me
that's not what this is about.
Thanasis Antetokounmpo. This is exactly what this is about.
Which is also a
You've
joke.
got a league full of empty calories at the end of benches, so why not have it be somebody who is your son?
I just told you, because in my opinion, if my son were a prospect, I would be less interested in making history because we could play together. I'd be more interested in what kind of history he could make as an individual.
But he's not a prospect, and that is what makes this, like, Thanasis Antetokounmpo is not a prospect. He's only in the league because his last name has 6 vowels, like the MVP.
Bronny can't be a prospect 2 years from now?
He could be a prospect in a month,
but
or he could not be one at all.
Now is what his point is. We know why he's in uniform now.
He's not in uniform.
Yeah,
he's been drafted.
Just a pick.
If you guys don't think
cut him,
if you don't think he's going to run out there opening night with his dad, come on.
Here's the thing. I understand Mark and other people saying, what LeBron did is it is selfish. I completely understand that. The Lakers doing it, all right. You know what I mean? But I could see how you'd be like, LeBron's putting his son in a tough spot. I wouldn't necessarily do that. I get that.
And the biggest flex to me, Dibs and Willard and Steiny, go ahead. Do your thing.
Time for What's Bugging You. Sponsored by...
How about the legal first? How about you do the legal first, and then we get to What's Bugging You?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That really shouldn't have been part of the legal, but we move on.
Before I go,
you're welcome. You're welcome.
Giving your job a son, giving your son a job at a corporation as vice president for Chevron or one of these big companies, to me, that's a flex. But the biggest flex is when you get your son drafted to a pro sport team where he's really not that talented to get that jersey. To me, that's a bigger flex for LeBron. When we talk about athletics,
so why are we so mad at a guy who flexes? And you can put aside what you think of him as a parent, because you parent. We all parent. We got 12 kids between us, and we all parent our 12 differently.
Damn. Yeah.
So, I mean, if he wants to do that, if he wants to do this as a dad for his kid, if he thinks that this is the best way to dad, go ahead and dad it up.
Yeah, nobody's mad. Okay. Nobody's mad. In fact, the LeBron nepotism angle is
celebrating it now.
Yeah, that part doesn't. There's no reaction to that whatsoever.
All right, I'm ready.
My two reactions are, I'm far from convinced that this is good for Bronny, and my main reaction is about the Lakers as a franchise, handing the keys over to LeBron so that he can do family time, as opposed to trying to use their asset to help them.
He's had the keys. Would be my counterpoint. JJ Redick is there because he has the keys.
Exactly. It's all part of it. It's all part of the same point.
All right, time for What's Bugging You, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. It's tick season. Call Atco. Lyme disease is a problem also.
Big time.
Call Atco.
Who's Ricky Henderson?
I would say I am. What's bugging me? I'll tell you what's bugging me. Just a little, not a lot, because it's a Friday. Is we don't know that Steph Curry's doing the same thing as LeBron, just more tactfully. Like, how do we know that it wasn't Curry that kind of made the Warriors re-sign Draymond Green? LeBron has no tact when he does it, and it's easy to see through that it's kind of selfish, but I think a lot of stars try to do this. They don't have as much clout as LeBron, and
what's bugging you about it, though? If Steph has it, or we don't know?
Well, what's bugging me is everybody just singles out LeBron as doing this, and I think it's done a lot behind the scenes.
Oh, no doubt. And by the way, because of the day that we're talking about it, you're not talking about the Bronny James thing. You're talking about LeBron, the GM. Yeah. We don't know that Steph's
a broader.
Yeah,
take.
I think the top 10 players in the game all do this. They all do this. I think Steph puts a green light on just about everything that happens, I would argue.
I'll go next. I got to be careful here because my father's 84 years old and still moving good. But what I saw last night with the presidential election has me so worried about this country that I want to implement a rule, and I think you cannot be president of the United States, man or woman, if you're over 65 years old. I think we need to hone in on that number, because what I saw on my TV last night was uncomfortable, and I don't think it was right. It could have been deemed as cruel, but come on, that job you need youth. and you need energy. And I didn't see that yesterday, and I'm just my 2 cents. I'm a taxpayer. I can vote. We need to knock that number down to 65, Dibs. You got to have somebody in there with some sizzle and pizzazz. Not what I saw yesterday.
Are you ready?
I'm still scared.
Are you ready?
For all of us.
Are you ready to apply that rule to the Warriors?
Wow. I give you 3. But Dibs, I got to be careful, but that's how I'm feeling.
It was a rough one. It was a rough one last night. It was a rough one. I listened to it on our sister station, KCBS, on my drive home, and I thought, man, I mean, that guy's old. That guy's older. That guy's brutal. That guy's even more brutal.
I needed subtitles on some of the stuff,
My solution, it's easy. 2 words. Presidential Combine.
I like it.
3-cone drill.
Get in your underwear.
In the 40.
How quickly can you get up and down 3 stairs?
How much can you bench press 3 Metamucils?
Dude.
Presidential Combine.
Guru. God bless you. I literally sent this text to my parents.
No.
Who are the same age as these people.
Tom.
I sent a text last night. I go, I hope I'm not offending you, but we can't do that. If you've had your 75th birthday, you're ineligible. Both of them. But the other thought that I think most Americans, no matter what city, no matter where, and I saw Bonte tweet, how are these the 2 people? How are these the
talk to us?
We got a whole country.
370 million people.
These are the finalists?
That's what hurts, I think.
Who are the people that got eliminated before if these 2 are the finalists?
And the system is so flawed.
Oh, my God.
Think about the NBA.
The system.
The NBA MVP. If you think that Steph is the MVP and you're a voter, you could vote for him. You're wrong. But he's one of... 800 members of the NBA, 15 times, 500, whatever the number is. We're down to 2, and it's Grandpa Joe against the Flying Tomato, and that's our choice?
Well, it's kind of like if Indiana would have played Oklahoma City in the finals, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's not this worse than that.
No, it's way worse than that.
I'll go quick just to lighten the mood.
KC has Shea Gilgeous-Allen.
What's bugging me is it's simple. It's refried beans. I ordered a burrito, and I wanted whole beans. They gave them to me refried, usually refried with lard. Who likes refried beans?
Not me. Lord,
disgusting.
I make a
with
burrito
the lard
mix.
And all the fat. It's a pass. Refried beans. Give me the whole pinto. Give me the black beans.
Black beans.
Get your refried beans, and you can go to the left. To the left.
Do they have black refried beans?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
I like black beans.
Have you ever considered putting both into a burrito mix?
No, normally
I make a homemade burrito.
You make your own refried beans. You go out of the can.
No, out of the can. Yeah. But I do black beans and refried beans and ground turkey meat and seasoning.
And as skinny as a toothpick.
Yeah, and the refried beans are refried usually with lard.
I hate it. Exactly.
I don't like beans. Yeah. So I'm out on refried beans. Anyway,
that was funny.
You do.
I really didn't think that this should be the anchor or the big finish. But it's fun because I'd like each of you to weigh in on this. And what's bugging me in this particular case was my own hypocrisy. So I took the ferry today. Now, does anybody have a Clipper card? You got a Clipper
I
card?
got one right
I
here.
got one. Okay,
Yeah.
so
In
you
my
got
wallet.
the little thing and you go and you beep it. You just hold it up and then, but as you know, like they open up the gate and it's just a free-for-all. And there's like one guy there and he's trying to watch 3 different little beeper stations. And so people are all flooding in there. Well, the person in front of me, it was a couple, and they might have been tourists. I couldn't tell if they were from America or not. And so they were clearly having a hard time figuring out how to hold their phone at the correct angle to make the beep go. And at a certain point, they just kind of... Can you help me fix my phone? Exactly. They just looked at each other. They're kind of like, we can't really figure it out. And the guy that's sort of monitoring the whole thing's got his back turned. And they just kind of looked at each other and I just walked onto the boat. And I sat there for a minute. And I hate myself for even having this thought. I was almost like, hey, wait a minute. You come back here. Wow. You didn't pay. And it was fleeting. It was 3 seconds and then it was over. And I beeped and went under the boat because who cares? Number one. Number two, have I done anything like that in my life when someone's not looking and, you're at the self-checkout at the grocery store.
Boy.
Maybe you only beeped in 3 avocados, but 4 fell into the bag. Or have I ever done that? Yes. So I hated myself for 3 seconds of being bothered by the couple that got a free ride into the city today.
Yeah. That's
what would you guys have done?
That is perfectly normal.
They earned that.
3 seconds, that's about what it should take. I feel the same way when I see some of the kids jumping over the BART thing, evading fare. I'm like, but you know what? That's whatever. So it's about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
But if you're on the boat, you have to beep on and then you have to beep off.
No, you don't have to beep off.
They do. Normally you have to beep off.
No beep off.
Because if you don't beep off, then they won't know if you actually made the complete trip. Okay.
Door opens.
Maybe on that, it just takes out the $7 or whatever.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Well, they're getting rid of some of the
card-
self-checkouts because some stores getting hit.
Well,
For sure.
I mean, it's kind of their fault. It's like if you're going to make us work here, you get what you get. Why am I like, I'm not getting paid to learn how this machine works?
Yeah.
What are we doing here? You got vegetables that won't scan, and I'm like looking up items, and employees are walking by and they're like 89603. I'm like, why am I supposed to know that? What are we doing? What's happening?
Belgian endive 89603.
Those are the organic type.
Totally.
Anyway, I just felt bad about myself for a
We
second.
didn't even get their thoughts on Chris Paul.
Don't. Okay,
And
we can get those. We'll take that answer off the air. First time, long time.
You guys going to the cafeteria?
Is water wet?
Yeah.
It's a non-payday Friday, so I wasn't sure.
I'd like to say
My first Friday since COVID.
I'd like to say
I went to whistle.
I'd like to say this before you guys leave. Because I do think that there's a moment that's actually happening right now.
Man.
I think this is the last time that the four of us are going to be on the air together while Klay Thompson is still a Warrior.
Oh.
Wow,
and I feel,
went there,
and I
man.
feel very, very confident about that.
Wow. Okay, and I'm kind of with you, leaning that way.
Yeah.
And before
You know
we
what
leave,
he's really saying.
is Paul George going to be a Warrior at some point?
I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't think he's leaving LA.
I still think that's less than 50-50.
Yeah.
I do think it's a possibility. I think that Chris Paul's deal being moved to the other side of Paul George's deadline is very purposeful. But this, to me, this conversation is just about Klay. And I think today is all of our last show.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
With Klay
Agreed.
Thompson in the Bay.
Yeah. I also want to just appreciate the moment that's happening right now. It's 2:13, and the
almost
bag is not on
2:14.
the
This is
shoulder.
Hey, if you guys know, Willard,
Special.
you're in it. You're the triplet. We're matching 2 black shirts.
That's
the
right.
dude thought that one qualifies for a dress shirt.
No, and it's slimming on him, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him credit, and he gets
But
credit.
it's not a dress shirt, Dibs. Don't make him feel good.
I was trying to bring it home for you there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
Anyway.
guys.
Where do you work?
I work at 95.7 The Game, but it's an Odyssey station. 222.
They're longtime friends
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this. And I do believe that. And look, it's sports, so I'm not trying to make it sound like RIP or all serious or anything like that. But look,
R.I.P. Rest in Philly.
We're all, I don't know where it's going to be. I do think, look, Slater reported it today. You and I talked about it yesterday. I think that the Denver Nuggets are a real possibility for Klay Thompson. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope opting out there. Klay's desire to compete for a championship. Klay is a West Coast guy. He always has been. He's a Western Conference guy. He always has been. I think that there is some real smoke there. I'm thinking about comments that have been made by so many, including Ramona Shelburne on our show yesterday when she said the Klay Thompson thing is going to happen quick. I'm going to take a big old L on taking the over on the Klay Thompson situation with regard to our summit. I said that we would do the show on July 8th and not know where Klay is. I said that about a week and a half ago, and now I could not be more confident that I was wrong with a capital W. I think Klay Thompson's situation is going to go quickly, and I think he is going to go elsewhere.
Yeah, and I would put the new line. The spread has moved to July 2nd, Mark. Will we know before Tuesday, July 2nd.
Take the under.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes me so alarmed about the reality that you just said. And I'm glad you ended the week and you ended the crossover on that note, because I am starting to feel that way, and I'm starting to feel a little bit pre-emotional, not emotional yet, but pre-emotional about the reality that seems to be coming down the pike, which is the Shams or the Woj, the announcement that Klay Thompson has agreed in principle on a blank year, blank $1 million deal with blank. And that's coming. And when that happens, that's really when, and the emotion, it's sports emotion, it's Warrior fan emotion.
Well, it's a big deal.
It's my job emotion.
It's a big deal.
It's not like the real deep emotion in your life, but it is a big deal. And it's going to be the end of an era, the big three, Klay as a Warrior. But I do think that we are down to the last final days of that.
Yeah, I really do too. First off, here's what Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, said to us about that situation yesterday.
There are only a couple teams with the cap space, right, to sign him to something like a little larger. And I think the cap space dries up pretty quick, right? There's only a couple teams that would fit there. And then everything else would be sort of a mid-level, right? So there's not much to decide except for where you want to go. I think the Warriors do have an interest in bringing him back. But, is that happening before they deal with the other 4 or 5 options that are out there? I don't see that. I think they have a few other things to try to get done that may or may not happen, right, before they deal with Klay. And let's see how long he waits.
She said it on our show, so I have no problem reiterating it. She said that after doing a radio show with Michael Thompson yesterday.
Any relation?
Just a bit.
Okay.
So you can hear it. You can feel it. Yes, there's a scenario where it turns a different way through all of the weeds. So I this is just a prediction. This is not a report, but I firmly believe, Dibs, Klay Thompson as a Warrior. We got 3 hours and 42 minutes left on the air together with that as a reality. And I wonder if that's really, even though it's one of those situations, and I bet we can all relate to it in life. We've seen this 1,000 times where there's something that's like, okay, this could happen, and you talk about it and you think about it. And then when it actually happens, you're like, no way. I can't believe that actually happened. Like, This is reality. Are all of you ready for that reality? Like, actually, not the thinking about it. Forget the second apron. Forget what the contract would look like, and even forget your very, very clear, for many of you, basketball opinion that it is time and it makes sense. And I got hot 2 days ago about angry Klay, and that's not fun to watch, and it wasn't fun for him. And so all of those things. Are you really honestly ready for the report to drop and the reality of a basketball game in October at Chase Center where Klay Thompson is not on the team?
Yeah.
Like, is that really set in? Because I firmly believe we're there.
Yes, and I'm getting more ready with each passing day. And Ramona's comment yesterday about, this happening quickly, and we know that the Warriors are not prioritizing Klay, and the reports have come out that there isn't even an offer on the table for Klay. So if the Klay Thompson free agency happens quickly and the Warriors don't have a contract offer on the table for Klay, I would follow A to B and lead to C, which tells me if it's going to happen quickly, it's going to happen somewhere else. So as we get into today and we get to 6 o'clock and then we get into tomorrow and then June 30th, which is when this all can start jumping off on Sunday, when free agency officially begins at 3 o'clock our time, on June 30th, I get the sense that this is going to happen very quickly for Klay to be in Philly, in Orlando, in Denver, in some other city.
Really quick to add to this, on our YouTube chat, Ion has a super chat for $5 saying it feels like the last day of school, just to add on to the vibe you guys are talking about.
Feels like the last day of school. Well, but that would make it feel like...
Especially 8th grade, though, when your best friend's going to another school.
Okay, but the last day of school vibe, like, that's a party. That's throw all those papers that are at the bottom of your backpack, throw them in the air, put them all over the hallway floors, make some poor janitor clean them up. See, those
but there is some sadness. And I remember my 8th grade year because my family was moving, and I went to St. Rita's, rest in peace, in Fairfax, and I was moving to Petaluma. So my last day of 8th grade, it was mixed with, joy, you're leaving 8th grade, you're going to high school, but sadness because I was going to be the free agent going to a new team. So there was a feeling of I'm not going to see any of you anymore. Now, it was joy for them, sadness for me.
I get it. This is, I guess right now, and again, we are jumping ahead. If somebody's just turning on the radio, Klay is not signed anywhere else. He's not even allowed to. I just, there's too many conversations. There's too many things I've heard. I firmly believe that Klay Thompson's time as a Warrior is over. And so there's the wrapping your head around that reality. And then for me, there's also the wrapping your head around the way it went down. And I think that for me is the harder part. The harder part is not that the big three will not finish in Warrior uniforms. The harder part for me is that someone went away mad. I definitely did not have that on my bingo card. I never considered the idea that there would be a parting of ways of one of the big three, and that member would walk away muttering to himself about the damn Warriors. I can't believe they acted the way they acted. Now, I think it is like that. I know it's like that. I know that it's like that right now. And I never would have thought in years past that it would get to that.
I'm surprised that it's gotten to that, but when you think about the cycle of events over the last even 2 years, if you want to go back to after the championship, where Klay, I think, has not been feeling the love and respect from the fan base and even his teammates that he once did. The contract offer that he turned down back in October reportedly is way larger than the contract that he wasn't offered right now. He hunted his shot. He had a rough year. He had heart-to-heart meetings with his head coach, and then they wound up as a 10 seed. And all the while, many fans were starting to name-call him and making fun of him for having 0 field goals made in the team's final game of the season in the play-in tournament. So there were a lot of negative things that happened. You mentioned angry Klay. There's Klay Thompson. There is the contract he turned down, him hunting shots, and all the rest of it. And that leads us to a point now where free agency starts on Sunday at 3 o'clock, and he's probably going to have an offer elsewhere, and he's ready to turn the page.
What is your read? Because I think this is very significant today. Others don't. I know. We've all been chatting about it behind the scenes.
Yep.
But if you have not heard, today was supposed to be Chris Paul deadline day. The Warriors either needed to pick up the contract, and picking up the contract would signify that a trade was afoot. And if the Warriors don't have anything cooking, they would just waive him, and he would be gone. He would be a free agent. Well, what they've done is split the difference. They've delayed it. They've delayed it until Sunday. So now the new deadline is not today. The new deadline is Sunday, which, as you mentioned, is when free agency begins. All right, what's your read on that news?
My read is that they both are now getting an extension to continue to try to shop Chris Paul and his contract. Because if you're Chris Paul, would you rather make $30 million or make 0 and go out there and try and get your own contract? Well, I'd rather make $30 million. So if it means I have to wait 2 more days to figure my own future out, yeah, we'll go ahead and kick that down the road. And if you're the Warriors, would you rather trade Chris Paul's $30 million contract or get nothing for it? So I do think it's a win-win. Now, if you're Chris Paul, you're not going to push the deadline out till July 15th. And then at that point, they say, well, we're not picking it up. You're on your own. Now you're screwed. But a couple of days, go ahead, Mike Dunleavy. Keep shopping me. They're either close to something or they're not close to something and they're continuing to try to get something going.
Or that's my read. At least there's something possible.
Exactly.
And so my first comment was, hey, Dubs fans, we might have action. Emphasis on the might. But if they definitely, if everything was a dead end, I think you waive Chris Paul today. Now, there's more to put to that, though, because deadlines, right? So Chris Paul had a deadline of today, and Paul George has a deadline of tomorrow Are you opting into your contract? Are you opting out? If he opts out, he's a free agent. The Warriors are off the table. He could probably go play for the Philly Sixers. If he opts in, that may mean that a trade is coming, because the reports are the two sides are not on the same page as far as an extension. Now, that could get figured out, yes. So staying with the Clippers, certainly a possibility as well. But here's what I would say. With all the reports that the Clippers want to call Paul George's bluff, we don't think you'll opt into your deal. Well, the deadline's tomorrow, and the Warriors' deadline was today. So now the Warriors went, okay, Clippers, if you think that you're going to call his bluff, we call your bluff that you're calling his bluff. We're going to make our deadline Sunday instead of today. So you and Paul George need to figure your stuff out first, not us. Because if there is a Paul George trade, Chris Paul would obviously be in it.
For the Warriors, he absolutely would be a part of it. And if you're the Clippers, you do have the ability to allow Paul George to opt in and then trade him at the trade deadline in February, where you might actually get more value at that point than you will now in June.
Or you could just get salary, because you can also, it's a non-guaranteed deal. And so if you were to execute a trade tomorrow, you can do whatever you want before Sunday, because that's the new deadline. We're sponsored by Safeway, 888-957-9570. What is your read on the pushing of the Chris Paul deadline? And are you truly ready for the reality of Klay Thompson in another uniform? We both believe this is our last show with Klay Thompson as a member of DubNation. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week to get ready for the 4th of July. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack, $3.97 per pound, digital coupon, limit 1 package. Price valid through July 4th. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
When I found out that bears feed redwood trees with salmon, I was
surprised.
the team around Steph. Whether or not it's successful, I don't know.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, good job, good effort. And Chris Paul's deadline has been pushed to Sunday. And look, we've all even here had a healthy discussion about what that means, and it might mean nothing. But I think even on its own, it means something. I don't think the Warriors are playing games here. I think that there are a few things going on, and Mike Dunleavy recorded a podcast with on the TK pod. This is with Tim Kawakami right after the draft, and we'll get to some of those comments. There's some really interesting stuff in there, but one of the big takeaways for me is Dunleavy sort of said with confidence, and I think this flies in the face of his comments earlier in the week. Trades are hard. And it's not that they're not, but he also said to TK just yesterday, we absolutely firmly believe that we are in a position to do something if we want. Now, yes, you need to have a partner, but I've heard a lot of stuff from no one's available to nobody wants the Warriors' assets, and Dunleavy very, very much refuted all of that. He said, no, we've got all of the juice and the power that we need to get something done. It's just a matter of whether or not the way this sort of meanders, if that's what we want to do in that moment. But them pushing Chris Paul back to me says that at least conversations continue. That's the way I would put it.
I'm sure they continue, and they have to be continuing. And if you want to really be a player in anything here as far as trades go, you need to have Chris Paul be a part of it. And I was just thinking about the Paul George part of all of this, and if you were able to, get something done, it would be Chris Paul, $30 million. It would be Andrew Wiggins, $26 million, and it would be either one of your good young players, Kuminga, Moody, Pods, TJD, or a pick, or none of your players and 2 picks. To me, feels like the way that this deal would go. So if you're the Warriors and you could give up Wiggins and Chris Paul and 2 future first-round picks, maybe one in 2030 and one in 2032 for Paul George and whatever throw-in they need to throw in to make the money work, you'd probably do that.
Oh, you would definitely do that.
In a heartbeat.
Good God, you would do that.
And if you're the Clippers, you probably would do that, and you would think, all right, we'll take Andrew Wiggins, a guy who, as a change of scenery, he's still a good player. He's not a great player, but maybe a change of scenery would make Andrew Wiggins be able to come out and be solid. Andrew Wiggins would be their, 4th best player on the Clippers. He could slot right into that role, and you bring in Chris Paul, and you immediately cut him, and then you re-sign him to a number that you can afford, and now you've got Chris Paul, who wants to play in L.A. You don't pay him the full 30.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to be a Clipper, but anyway, I mean.
But I think he wants to be in L.A.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you saw his comments on the Bronny James draft pick, but he was thrilled for the young man.
Of course.
Delighted.
Of course.
He thought it was just a special moment. I think that's the word he used on X.
Listen,
special.
I don't know Bronny James. And so I don't.
You don't know Bronny James?
I sure don't. I don't know LeBron. I don't know Bronny. I don't know Chris Paul. I don't know any of these people. So I'll admit that it is difficult for me to understand those family dynamics. And I'm not going to act like I know what's best for Bronny. I can just tell you that if I were the dad of a prospect who didn't look ready and an entire league didn't think he was ready, I don't think I would be pushing levers to get that person into the league that they're not ready for. I think that I would be thinking, hey, let's keep developing because you've got some interesting tools here. And why don't we do another year of college or maybe 2 more years of college or whatever.
What if this, though, and I don't want to get bogged down again in Bronny James because we have so much to talk about with our Golden State Warriors, but what if, as a dad, you knew that he's not an NBA player under any circumstance, 4 years of college, development, G League, Europe, Ignite. There's no way. If you look at your kid and you go, you know what? Your little brother, who, by the way, is a better player, Bryce, who's going to be a senior in high school, Bryce is better than Bronny. Bryce has a chance at 6'5" as a combo guard to maybe actually do something. So you look at Bronny and you think, you know what? I can't wait for Bryce This is my only chance to father-son it up. And you know what, Bronny? We both know deep down. Son, come over here and sit on daddy's lap. We both know deep down you're not an NBA player. So how about I do you a solid? We get you drafted. We give you a year with the Lakers. And you know what? You can live out your dream. And then you can go on and do whatever it is you're going to do.
Yeah, I'd be more open to it.
That to me feels a lot more what this is.
And I still don't want my number one takeaway here to get lost in the whole fatherhood thing. My number one takeaway is that this is hilarious that the Lakers are conducting themselves the way that they are, and that everything is so incredibly telegraphed, and that it's not with winning at all costs in mind. That's my number one takeaway. It's not about LeBron's behavior, and I could give a rip about nepotism. It's everywhere, and in many cases, I'm not even offended by it. Like, we do things for people we love. That's what we do. Like, these words sometimes carry such weight. I'm not saying that nepotism is wonderful, because I understand that it keeps other people down. But you're a hypocrite if you don't think that, like, if you're a parent, you've done something for your kid, period, that maybe they didn't deserve. You've done that.
Yeah.
You've done that. I don't care if it's as simple as you called the school to be like, look, I know we're not supposed to, like, put in requests for who the teacher is next year, but we'd really like for the teacher to be, okay, you did it. You tried to go. I did it 3 weeks ago.
Right.
I'll admit it right now.
Well, if you don't do it, you're not parenting.
That's what we do. Yeah. So, like, I'm not offended by the nepotism side of this at all. Anyway, getting back to the Golden State Warriors, I really do think that for me at least, that's the bigger sort of conversation about Klay Thompson. It's not the idea that he would put on a different uniform. It's kind of more like, how did we get here? How did we get to the point? And I think it was Zach Lowe who reported earlier this week, there are hurt feelings on both sides, you know? And let's think about it financially. What if the Warriors did offer Klay Thompson $2 and $48? And he did say no. And now $2 and $48 looks like a brilliant contract for Klay Thompson.
He might not get $3 and $48.
And he comes back and goes, okay, 2 for $48. And they're like, no, not now. You said no. And by the way, we missed the playoffs.
How does 2 and $28 sound?
You can sort of see how it got here, but I also can't believe that it got here. And I don't know that that's the way that conversation went, but there's a comp with that and Brandon Ayuk. And by the way, we got some juicy old stuff from Brandon Ayuk to share with you here pretty soon. But he has opened up about his negotiations, and I'll just give you this. He very clearly stated that the conversations were in one spot, and then a bunch of these other wide receivers signed, and he went, oh, well, now the price just went up. And the 49ers might be like, well, no. Let's go back to what you were asking for a month ago. And Brandon's like, too late. Too late. That offer is not on the table anymore. So who's in the wrong in that situation? You can see how feelings get hurt, but if you go back just about a year and a half or so, it's really wild to me that any of these three ended up in this spot where the organization and the player are both kind of huffing and puffing about each other.
And that, a lot of times, is the natural order of things because, as you mentioned, you go back to October where they were 1 year removed from a championship and they were 5 months removed from a nice little run. You beat the Kings in 7. And then, if it wasn't for that damn Lonnie Walker IV and, a couple of bad possessions against the Lakers, you might have actually won that series. You didn't get blown out. You were in it in the Western Conference semis. And so by our standards here in Golden State, that was a little bit of a disappointment, but it was not devastating. And so you go into the next year and Klay wants a deal and you think 2 and $48. And so if Klay would have accepted that deal then, and we'd be going into next year right now with Klay making $23 million this year and $25 the year after that, you'd be thinking, okay, Klay, the big three's together for 2 more years. It's the last dance for 2 more years. Let's see if we can, add around them in the perimeter and see if this thing can actually work coming off a 10 seed. But they were a 10 seed. And so everything changes over time. I left my house today, and the gas station I go to, gas is $4.39 a gallon for regular.
Okay.
When I drive back home today, if gas is $4.59 a gallon for regular, I can't go in there and say, hey, it was $4.39 this morning, and you know what? I meant to get gas this morning.
We had an agreement.
Can we roll that back 20 cents a gallon?
Yeah.
So it doesn't work that way for Ayuk. The price has gone up. As I was mentioning to you, I thought it might.
Yep.
And for Klay, the price has gone down. That's just the way this goes, guys.
Yeah, that's life. That's life. Now,
Right.
I don't know. Here's the other thing, and this is why I do think there's Paul George pressure, even though I do think there are some very, very smart NBA people who are like, guys, this Paul George thing is very, very unlikely. Ramona said it to us yesterday.
I had somebody pretty close to this describe this is more of a long shot, just because it's complicated, right? And, the Clippers, they don't have to do anything. They can just sit back and kind of dare him to leave. If they know their guy and they think he really just wants to stay in LA or stay on the West Coast, they don't have to trade him anywhere. The only thing that gets a little weird is if he opts in, and then we'll know that by Saturday, right? That's the opt-in day, the 29th. So if he opts in, then you go, well, that's kind of interesting. He can still do the extension with the Clippers. Then he kind of comes off the board for the cap space teams, unless they do a sign-in trade there. I think the Warriors obviously have interest in that.
Okay, so what you're looking for if you're pro Paul George is you're looking for him to opt in by tomorrow. He opts in, now the cap space teams are off the board. If he opts out, then only the cap space teams are in. I have seen it sort of like pitched this way on social media. We circulated this with each other earlier. There's 3 options on the table for Paul George. What do you find the most attractive? You can opt out, be a free agent, and sign with the Philadelphia 76ers. You can opt in, look for an extension, and stay with the Los Angeles Clippers. Not sure if the price is exactly what you want it to be. Or you can force a trade to the Golden State Warriors. Those are your 3 options. What's most attractive? I mean, my quick answer would be Warriors because A, I'm totally biased.
Right.
But B, it's based on a premise that he's not getting the number that he wants from the Clippers. Because if he was getting the number he wanted from the Clippers, he would have re-signed there already. So he's not getting the number there. So I think that the more the idea is if it's about dollars first and foremost, and I do think it is, then do you want to be a free agent in Philly or do you want to be traded to the Golden State Warriors? And as a West Coast guy, and just based on, I know Philly's good, but Joel Embiid is a teammate. I don't know, man. Seems complicated. If I would, to me, all things being equal, I would ask for a trade to the Golden State Warriors.
Depends on how much you want to win. Because I think if you go to Philadelphia and you get Tyrese Maxey, who is going to get the Maxey there, and he's a restricted free agent, so they're going to keep him. And you've got Embiid, and when he's healthy, he's a top 3, 4, 5 player in the association. So if you're Paul George, you go east, you have a better chance to win than if you do going to Golden State. And if the money's equal, then it comes down maybe to locality on where you actually want to be. Because if the Warriors do get Paul George, in the scenario that I was laying out, Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, and picks. So you still have Kuminga, Moody, Pods, and TJD. You still have Steph and Draymond and GP2 and Looney. You still have a pretty good team. I don't think that you are a top 2, top 3 team in the West. You're better. If you add Paul and just lose Klay and Chris Paul, I do think that your team got better over the course of that transaction.
Yeah, I get all that. I see that. I do understand where you're coming from on the easier to win with Philadelphia. At the same time, there's something missing there. First of all, Boston, I know it's not as deep in the East, but there's a Boston problem for sure.
Yeah.
And secondly, as much as Embiid he's got an MVP and they're always sort of a factor in the East, those players have never done anything that's actually threatened a deep run and doing something in the playoffs.
This year was a good run, and Embiid was playing on one leg.
Yeah.
And they still made noise, but you're right. It wasn't a deep run.
Not a lot of noise.
You're right.
A little bit.
More of a clamor. more than a whisper.
Yeah, you lost to the Knicks.
The other interesting piece for me, and this is not so much Warrior-centric, but the James Harden question, because if Paul George is dealt and you're James Harden, then you're probably loving that, because then the Clippers might be inclined to give you the extension because he's a free agent. So where might he land in this open marketplace? Because if Paul George opts in, that to me signals that James Harden is probably going bye-bye. Because you're looking at how much money they'll have on the books. It'll be $100 million with just Kawhi and PG if he opts in. That's 100 of your 190, which is where the second apron is.
But I gotta think. It gets
steep.
But if he opts in, yes, the Clippers could wait. Yeah. But I think they're gonna trade him. I think they're gonna trade him because I haven't heard James Harden. I've not heard scenarios that lead to them
back to LA.
Yeah, or picking PG over James Harden. I don't know. That's sort of a second tier kind of a thing. There was something else on the TK show that Mike Dunleavy said, and we can play it for you here, some of the sound here in a little bit. But this one was, I think, a quirk that people would like to know. Put these puzzle pieces together. You push the Chris Paul deadline to Sunday. You admit directly to Tim Kawakami, yes, we have the wherewithal to do something big if we want to. Yes, we can get that done. All right, pair those two things together. And then lastly, at a certain point when discussing how attractive the Warriors are for a big-time player to join, for the first time in the last decade, a Warrior, at least the first time that I know about, a Warrior executive started talking about the players that big-time player would be joining. And this time he said Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
And?
That's it.
End of list?
And that's it.
That's it?
Now,
love for GP2?
If you go
Kevon Looney?
If you go back to
disrespectful.
If you go back to the pre-draft press conference and every other time you've heard a Kerr or a Dunleavy or a Harris or anybody talk, if you've heard them talk, they're going to Lacob, they're going to say the same thing every time. Steph and Draymond and my goodness, hopefully Klay Thompson. This time it was Steph and Draymond. And would you like a snack? We've got snacks right over here,
man,
in the media room. If you'd like a snack, that was the end of the conversation. Does that mean they're getting Paul George? Of course, it doesn't mean that they're definitely getting Paul George. But Mike Dunleavy has looked really relaxed through this whole process. He looks confident, and I do think that he's laying breadcrumbs. I think he's laying breadcrumbs for everybody to see.
I think he's laying loaves of bread. There's a baguette. There's a sourdough. There's a levain au pain. There's not breadcrumbs. I'm talking about loaves of bread. There's some challah over there. Thank you. This is more than breadcrumbs, Mark.
I love challah bread. It's just too funny.
Underrated for French toast.
I'm a brioche guy for the French toast. Yeah. Brioche.
Well, now that I'm Jew adjacent, the challah has become a much bigger part of my life.
Yeah, challah bread, I ain't mad at it at all. Mike Dunleavy, TK show on if making a big trade is realistic.
I think it's possible because we have the assets to do so. When you look at our roster, you look at our picks, you look at all the things we have, and certainly have an attractive organization with a competitive ownership group, great coach, desirable players to play with. All those things that we have lends itself to believing that we're capable of, a big move if that's on the table or available. The hardest part with that is just not that many guys that are available that you feel are worthy of giving up all that. So we'll see. This stuff evolves and changes so quickly, but the one thing I know is we are in position to do it.
All right, there it is. Mike Dunleavy live from one of the stalls in a Chase Center bathroom. I don't know why they did the interview there, but it's a busy time, so I get it. I'm not sure. I actually think I've gotten lost in some of the hallways where Mike Dunleavy was talking right there at Chase Center.
Dude,
a difficult place to
hardest
get out
place
of.
to get out of in America. It's like one of those escape rooms. We have one down the street from here.
I know.
It's like, I got no idea how to get out of here. I've been there 17 times, and I've exited 17 different ways.
Every time.
It takes me 17 minutes.
The great thing about Chase Center is when you do get out, you're so happy, you don't even care which side of the building you
At
get.
all.
I'm like, I don't know where my car is, but I'm out. I'm calling people. I made it.
The best,
I'm out.
The best exit I've ever had, and I'm reluctant to shout him out, but the King helped me get out of there.
You did?
Bonte Hill. I followed the King one time.
Oh, I was with you.
Yes. We got out so clean.
I know, because they're like our people that are there every night, and they're like, yeah, you turn right here. I'm like,
Then 2 lefts and
I
a
don't
third
know.
right.
Yeah, why would you know that?
No clue.
You're like, and you know this. People, if you're fans, you probably like, if you do the media thing, somehow you end up walking through the concessionaire's locker room or something. You're walking, you're like, I definitely took a wrong turn. Like people are changing clothes in front of me.
No doubt.
Am I in the back of a kitchen? Why am I here? And they're like, no, just keep proceeding. I'm like, could we structure this differently so I'm not walking through people who are changing? Like, this is very uncomfortable.
I spent about 12 minutes with, and I know they're not called the Golden Girls, but the dance squad of senior citizens. A couple of them are listeners, and I apologize for the disparaging remarks, but all of a sudden I'm in there running material, waka waka. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm just trying to go home.
Anyway, so Mike Dunleavy talking to Tim Kawakami on the TK show, which is part of the Odyssey family, by the way, and there is a lot of really good stuff in there. And I do think that's my takeaway of the Chris Paul delay, which is that there's no promises, but I was waiting for today for very, very clear indicator that the Warriors at least feel like something interesting is possible. And so I'm not going to use probable yet by any stretch, but I do think we got the indicator we were waiting for in that there's action.
There's life.
Is it going to get to the finish line? I don't know, but there's action.
Right. There's enough action that prompted this decision to actually happen.
Yeah.
Because Chris Paul wants his $30 million if possible. He knows he's probably not going to get it, but a couple more days to sit on a possible $30 million contract, it's worth it for him because what's all the rush? The worst thing that could happen is he gets cut and he's a free agent, and then he can sign for whatever he wants to sign, wherever he wants to sign it.
Yep.
He's got no rush.
No.
He's not a day one free agent. He knows it.
No, but maybe Klay is.
Yeah.
Maybe Klay is. Again, if you're just joining us, Ramona Shelburne yesterday on Klay Thompson.
There are only a couple teams with the cap space, right, to sign him to something like a little larger. And I think the cap space dries up pretty quick, right? There's only a couple teams that would fit there. And then everything else would be sort of a mid-level, right? So there's not much to decide except for where you want to go. I think the Warriors do have an interest in bringing him back. But, is that happening before they deal with the other 4 or 5 options that are out there? I don't see that. I think they have a few other things to try to get done that may or may not happen, right, before they deal with Klay. And let's see how long he waits.
Well, and by the way, more on that coming up, because I think that's a big piece of why Klay Thompson, in my opinion, is going to play for someone else next year, which is that not only did the Warriors say you're not priority 1, but priorities 1 through 4 might not even happen. And he's like, you're putting me off for like a bunch of maybes?
Right.
And they're like, Oof.
Carly Rae Jepsen.
Yeah, exactly.
Call me maybe.
So we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More on that, 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Are you truly core, heart of hearts? Are you ready? Are you ready for Klay Thompson to not be on the team anymore? Dibbs and I both believe today will be our last show before Klay Thompson signs with another team. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
May I read something to you?
Of course.
Yeah, it is life, man. It is life. There's not a damn person listening. By the way, I'm not reading yet. There's not a damn person listening to us that hasn't been through what Klay is feeling right now. So I've said what I said this week, and I stand by it. I don't like watching angry Klay play basketball. Don't like it. Don't think the Warriors should sign up for angry Klay. Do I know why Klay is angry? We know a lot of it. Do we know all of it? Almost definitely not. I think all of that is true. But at minimum, I can understand this. Whether it's warranted or not, this is how he feels. He feels like his bosses underappreciate him. There's not one of you who can't relate to that. No one. I've never met the person that didn't feel underappreciated at work, at least for a day in their life. You ever met anyone who doesn't feel that way?
I mean, you would be the first one I'd think of, but even you, I'm sure at some point feel a little unappreciated.
Well, I haven't felt, no, I'm not talking about at every job.
Right, of course.
I do not feel underappreciated here. I have.
Yeah.
Most other places I've worked.
And I'm with you on that one.
Most of them.
And I've worked some of those places.
Yeah.
And I feel you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's natural.
You see the place where I worked with Klay's dad.
Yeah.
You want to be underappreciated? Should work for that dude. You want to know? And it's all water under the bridge now. And I'm so much happier to be here and living here and all of that. Do you want to know what the program director's name was when I did a show with Michael Thompson in L.A.?
I couldn't possibly guess.
Mike Thompson.
What?
Mike Thompson.
Any relation?
No.
Not this time.
So my partner was Mike Thompson, and my boss was Mike Thompson. And I really, really, really enjoyed one of them.
Probably the gregarious former NBA player, I'd imagine.
Oh my, he's a brilliant person.
Yeah.
He's just an absolute original, one-of-a-kind, wonderful human being. Other one, not so much.
Yeah.
Not so much. So I think that, if this is Klay's last weekday as a Warrior, if this is it, then I that's going to be one of the thoughts I'm going to head off into the sunset with, which is, just, dude, I get it. There's two very clear sides to this. One of them thinks, dude, you got paid a truckload of money to rehab.
Yeah.
And the other side's like, right, I'm rehabbing because I got hurt winning championships for you. And so you can see, I think even as an outsider, where the divide is there.
For sure. And I just hope that when the dust settles, and I'm afraid that it might settle on Monday, and I know that you're off next week, taking a little bit of a vacation, which is great. And I'm happy for you. And I'll be in here with Mark Grandy and others, Mark Grandy and friends. And so I'm thinking about, what the feelings are going to be like on Monday. And I know that myself, I'll be reflecting only on the great times. I'm not going to think about, the missed shots, the 4 shots, the 0 for 10, angry Klay and all the rest of it. And, I'm looking forward to talking to Jason Dumas as well as Mark Grandy Monday through Wednesday, doing a full free agency special all week. But if it does go down the way you and I both think it will, which means by the time we get on the air Monday, July 1 at 2 p.m., it might already be a done deal. He might already be a fill in the blank, and he won't be a Warrior anymore.
I believe that is the case.
And I do too, and I don't want to jump the gun with remembrances, but I'm already starting to think about all of the good times, and I'm not going to really dwell on whatever negativity you want to feel around Klay Thompson. That's just not how I'm wired.
No, you know what's wild? I think if he leaves, it might actually allow all of us Warrior fans to get back in touch with what we loved about Klay.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard in the present. In the present right now, it's angry Klay, it's 0 for 10, it's shot hunting, it's contractual muck. It's really hard to think about anything but that. I think if that guy signs with the Denver Nuggets on Sunday night it's going to be real easy to go, dude, that guy took a picture with my son 9 years ago. He scored, was it 38 in a quarter? 37 in a quarter against the Kings. I mean, that guy broke Steph's in-game record for three-pointers, like Game 6 Klay, Oklahoma City. Like, I think it's so much easier to do that if he leaves. That's really unfortunate that's what it takes. But that's what happened, man. These two sides ended up in a really bad spot. It's like any relationship that just gets stuck in the muck. And then sometimes you have to step out of it for a second to remember what was good about it.
And the breakup, even if it's a good breakup, is almost never as good as you think it is or it's going to be. And you think about the end of Steph Curry's time with the Golden State Warriors. And if we all want to rhapsodize about what that feels like, it feels like Steph is going to have one more year on a contract, and Steph's going to come out at the beginning of the year and say, you know what, this is going to be it for me. My fifth kid is on the way. I'm 40 years old, and I'm going to turn my attention to golf after this year, and so this is going to be it. And then everybody can fet him throughout the year. Like, you remember the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar farewell tour where one team gave him a motorcycle and one team gave him a rocking chair, and that was about as clean and perfect as a farewell could be. And so we all want to romanticize about what it's going to be for Steph, but honestly, it might go this way. You just never know.
You never know. That would surprise me.
It would shock me.
It would surprise me.
Isn't this surprising you?
Yeah, not as much, but yes. Yes.
But it is surprising.
Yes.
And you're getting the feeling like, in 3 days, he's going to sign somewhere else, and he's not going to really
look.
I don't even know if he'll take out a full page ad in the paper.
He might, because that's more about the fans. Here is. You want to whittle this all the way down.
Whittle it.
Whittle this all the way down when you want to know what this is actually about. Here's what I think based on conversations I've had. I think that the Warriors as an organization are so angered with the way last season went. That's not all directed at Klay. But you've talked about Joe Lacob in Sacramento. Like, they find that to be so unacceptable for the amount of money they paid, these results, that they stopped caring about the emotional side of the locker room. And for Klay Thompson, it is impossible to remove the emotional side of this. And I bet all of you know that. You can listen to him speak, you can watch him, and you understand that Klay is very, very tapped into what has happened in the past. And so Klay Thompson believes that what has happened in the past is very relevant to what's about to happen next. The Warriors have gotten to a spot where they no longer do. And there's your rub. There's your rub. There's your disagreement. And I actually can see both sides.
Of course.
I can totally see both sides.
And if you're Klay Thompson and you still think that you are a viable, productive, contributing member of an NBA team, and you've got your current team, soon to be your former team, not seeing you as much of a priority as you used to be and not maybe valuing you as much as you want to be valued, I could see where you're a little bit angry. And you mentioned it on Wednesday when we were at Chase Center at the team store, and you were talking about angry Klay, and you and I were going back and forth about whether or not that would be the Klay if he came back. And now that conversation seems pretty frivolous 2 days later because it doesn't feel like him coming back is even an option at all. And honestly, for Klay, if he signs with Denver, Orlando, Philly, wherever it is, I hope that he's able to go out and play and get back to the Klay Thompson that we all fell in love with, a guy who has that bounce and that joy, the quick trigger, the free-flowing game, maybe a smile every now and again, because we didn't see it this year.
I know you feel that way, but how do you feel if he comes in with the Denver Nuggets and hits a buzzer beater at Chase Center to beat the Warriors?
It's sting a little bit, but that's sports.
A little bit more than a little bit.
Depending on what the situation is. If it's Game 7 of a playoff, yeah. If it's a regular season game, well, I mean, good on you, Klay.
A little bit more than a little bit. He hits that shot, looks up at the owner's box.
Well, he'll be courtside. Joey courtside.
Whatever. Takes a look over wherever Dunleavy sits, wherever they are. Just takes
looks
a look.
Right at Steph and gives him the shimmy shake.
No, not Steph. you know how the players are.
Sure.
That's my brother. But no, I'm going to find that front office employee and just give him a little extra look. How you doing? How'd that feel?
How you like me now?
Night-night. What if you gave him a night-night?
Oh, if he hits him with a night-night?
What if you give him a night-night?
That's theater. I love it. I'm about that life.
All right. Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report, absolutely, unequivocally one of the foremost NBA capologists out there. There's no question he can't answer when it comes to all of this stuff that's super confusing to the rest of us. You know, Ramona, I thought was great yesterday, where she's like, new CBA. You guys, I'm not knee deep in second apronomics. And so, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I am. Well, Eric is. And so it's very important to us after the Warriors hard capped themselves by buying back into the second round yesterday to get someone who can dumb it down for us and tell us, now that the Warriors are hard capped at $189 million, what does that mean for their pursuits? I know that Paul George is obviously pursuit number one. More on that in a second. But what happens if they don't likely, I think, get that done? Where could they go? Is Kentavious Caldwell-Pope an option? Are there other names laying in the weeds? What can the Warriors do? What kind of deal is Klay Thompson going to get? All of those things with Eric Pincus coming up in just about 17 minutes or so.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
A lot of questions about other teams. I'll try to stay off of my Atlanta Hawks fascination, but may get a DeJounte Murray question in there.
Get a DeJounte Murray question
And also the Kevin Durant Phoenix situation is fascinating.
Oh, my
Can they
God.
really stick and stay on 350+ million guys?
3 of the top 6 players
Right.
in the NBA are on the same team.
Man.
And they won 0 playoff games. All right. Matt in Oakland on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Matt. What's up?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Great.
So good.
I mean, I don't know anything, but I will wax as if I do.
Okay. Welcome to
first of
Sports
all-
Radio.
Exactly. There are no oceans in Denver. There are no oceans in Philadelphia that are warm. Orlando, I could see. Klay is a Southern guy. At this point in his career, in my humble opinion, he is a stretch 4 who, playing 20 to 23 minutes a game, could be an extremely effective player. But 2 championship contenders, adding a guy who can't guard anybody at the 2 position, I don't see it. I just don't. And I understand why he's mad. I get that. Personally, I agree with you 100%. He used to be my favorite player without question. He's been an absolute grouch. I'm not saying the Warriors don't have something to do with that. He has not been fun to watch or listen to. He's become a player that I kind of don't like anymore. And that makes me feel bad. What's his name? Malik Monk just got, what, $20 million? I understand that's a different story, but would you trade Klay for Malik Monk right now? I don't think you would. I mean, you wouldn't take Klay over Malik Monk. So I think he's kind of in for a rude awakening. Orlando I could see, but I heard they only want to give him 2 years. So what makes you guys think Denver or Philly is going to do that? I would appreciate your opinions thereon.
Absolutely.
And, that's all I got.
Yeah, Matt, thank you. First, before we wax on about your question there at the end, I would just say that even if we shared your thought on, like, this is what Klay can do at this point in his career, can't guard the 2, I think he's a stretch 4. You can say that. I can say that. Dibbs, you can say that. Here's the problem. Klay disagrees. Klay disagrees. And unfortunately, when you get to free agency, that's the only opinion that matters. So, Klay sees himself as still a very, very solid performer at the NBA level, and he's not 100% wrong. I've said this before. I think it becomes difficult for him to stay here because we compare him to the Klay that we knew before.
Right.
Other cities won't do that. There's no history there. Now, to your question at the end, what makes us think Denver will do that? Denver will move with the most win now procedure as any of these teams we've talked about because that's who they are. They won a title a year ago. They probably should have been in the NBA Finals this year. They were, I think, top to bottom, the best team in the West. They just tripped and fell, but they are every bit the contender for next year, and they're about to lose their corner 3 specialist named Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. At least they're losing control. He has opted out. Does Klay Thompson fit into that spot for them? Would they do a 2-year and a 48 like he turned down with the Warriors? Would they even maybe do a 3? Because, hey, we're Denver, and maybe that saves you a little bit of money on the average annual. I totally think they would do that.
And I will ask Eric Pincus of Bleacher Report that very question, because I'm looking at their salaries right now, and between their top 4, their big 4, they're already at about $150 million. So can they afford to give Klay as much money as maybe he can get elsewhere on the open market? And your idea of a 3-year deal is interesting, because if you're Klay, 3 and 45 is obviously better than 2 and 35. Even though the 2 and 35 would be a higher average annual, you get that additional year. I'm looking at the Joker for 51, and Murray's at 36. Michael Porter Jr.'s at 36. Aaron Gordon's at 24. I wonder how much money they actually will have to spend around for Klay Thompson.
And they're working on a new max for Jamal Murray.
Right.
That just came down yesterday.
Yeah, and it's a contract year for him at 36. Yeah. So his number is going to go way up. I wonder about Denver and their ability to give Klay as much as Klay wants. But again, the market will tell you how much you are worth. And also the market will tell Klay what the league sees you as a player. And maybe he is now relegated to just being a spot-up corner 3 kind of player.
I mean, I don't know if it's that small, but I mean, not a bad fit. You know what I mean? Yeah. I know you got Porter Jr., who's a shooter there. Jamal Murray and Jokic are the centers of the offense. Gordon does a lot of dirty work down low. My gosh, he'd get open looks. Yep. So, Nick in the city. Hi, Nick. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man.
I think Klay might not know what he's risking right now. I think he doesn't know that with asking for more money, you really might be asking to go to a 30, 40 win team next year if you really want to trade off for, $30 million. I mean, Klay is one of my favorites all time. I'd love to keep him. But right now, I think he doesn't know the temperature of the room. And would I trade him for KCP or have the switch over? No. But, would I have Paul George instead if Klay's not going to sign for the amount that we want to keep him for? Yeah, at this point, I would. And I'd love to get a Naz Reid if possible.
Well, yeah, you're not going to get Naz Reid.
Sure, just throw me to Naz Reid on the side.
I'd love to have the 6th man of the year on the team too, but that's not happening. But Nick, why do you think that this means Klay will end up on a bad team? Like, he's a free agent. He can choose where he goes.
Also true, but I think I think at a certain point, it sounds like he wants the respect of having the biggest contract possible. And that I think a team like Detroit might have that. I don't think he wants to go to Detroit and be reunited with Wiseman, but I just think that there's only a certain amount of room that Klay has right now.
Nick, I hear you. Here's what I'd say. I don't read it that way. I do not read it as Klay wants the biggest contract when we say Klay wants respect. Klay wants the Warriors' respect. He wants what he feels is sort of like respectable. And if you want owed to him, I know people get really triggered by that. You don't know nobody owes anybody anything. but like he wants what he feels is the proper acknowledgement from the organization, the only organization for which he has ever played and where he won 4 rings. He wants that acknowledgement. Now, if he can't get it, well, now you just hit the open market. I don't think he's looking at a tote board, scoreboard, anything like that. I think he'd be looking for the best other deal where he doesn't feel his mental health is being challenged and he could win. And if you ask me to predict right now where Klay Thompson plays next year, I'll go Denver Nuggets. That's what I would predict.
Yeah, that is a prediction. And I'm still going to go with Orlando. I think that Denver, when push comes to shove, I don't know if Denver's going to have the money. Eric Pincus from Bleacher Report in 10 minutes will maybe completely change my mind. But I look at Denver's situation, and you mentioned the Murray Max that's coming down the pike. I don't know if they're going to have as much to give Klay as another team might be willing to overspend to bring in a guy who can still shoot. Klay Thompson is not what he used to be as a shooter, but he's a top 30, top 40 3-point shooter still in the association, and that has value.
This is in all bold from Mark Stein's latest piece. Obviously, he's a well-traveled and very inside NBA reporter. Quote, Golden State has this week prioritized the trade pursuit of LA Clippers Paul George above all other business. That has only increased the chill between Thompson and the club after months of spotty and now scant contact between the sides.
Spotty and scant.
That was written today.
Yeah.
So the whole idea of, there's discord between Klay and the Warriors. No, it's worse. There's more. It's going in the other direction. It's going the wrong way. It's not free agency's here. I bet they'll circle back. Calmer heads will prevail. No, they're getting further and further apart. And I feel like in my opinion, it's reached a point where it has settled in on both sides that they're heading in different directions.
Spotty and scant. Scant, so as to say there's been almost no conversation. And if you're Klay Thompson and it's June 28th and you're hoping to maybe get something from your old team, you would have had it a couple of weeks ago. And it actually has been 2 weeks now, Mark, since he scrubbed his social media. He unfollowed the Warriors and he scrubbed pictures of Steph, and Draymond. So that's 2 weeks ago. So between then and now, if anything was going to happen, you wouldn't have the relationship be described as both spotty and scant 2 weeks after the scrubbing.
Well, and then let's also think about this just in a nuts and bolts, dollars and cents sort of a way, with something Ramona told us yesterday. If Klay and the Warriors were to make nice and get back together, what does that mean? That means Klay's going to have to wait. So you have to wait.
Yeah.
And Ramona pointed out to us yesterday, there are only a few teams that have money to spend, and they are not going to wait to spend it. They are going to spend it as quickly as possible. This is a competitive environment. You can't sit around. So the whole idea that the Warriors are going to do these 4 things, and if they don't work out, well, then we'll circle back to Klay, and we'll have money. What a risk for Klay. Because those of you who are like, no, they'll make nice. If Klay were to wait for the Warriors, therefore he is turning down all the teams with cap space in the hopes that maybe the Warriors will come back to him. And if they do, what number will they have? I mean, if I'm his business agent or partner, I can't guide him to do that. That feels like bad advice to me.
Terrible advice, especially when you're out there and you're trying to get as much money in a competitive environment as possible. And as you mentioned, June 30th, we're 2 days away. We're just under 2 days. 3:00 on Sunday is when all of this can start popping off. And so if you're Klay Thompson, and Ramona said to us yesterday, she expects this to happen very quickly. Shout out Emmanuel, who just got a big deal. Emmanuel quickly. Mm-hmm. But if it's going to happen quickly, that means he's not going to sit around till July 7th to wait for the Warriors to come crawling back.
Eric Pincus in 5 minutes. Really quick, want to get to Kevin in Pleasant Hill. Hey, Kevin, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, yeah. I just wanted to call in. Happy Friday, by the way. I just wanted to say, all this slander and disrespect for Klay, I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. Guy's a 4-time NBA champ, probably the second best shooter of all time. His defense is not what it used to be, but he still tries, which is a lot more, say, than most players in the league. So,
Kevin, who's slandering him? Where's the disrespect coming from?
Just from a lot of callers and hosts coming in, or hosts from the station.
Kevin, do you have any names? You're talking to a third of the staff right now. Are you saying that we've been disrespectful?
Yeah, I heard you yesterday. You, Willard, yesterday. Saying since he scrubbed his Instagram, why would you want this guy back?
Yeah, so that was Kevin. Thanks. That was 2 days ago, and I want to be very, very clear. What I said is I don't want angry Klay back. If we could get the old Klay back, I would be in favor of it. I just don't know if you can. And yes, I do not want angry Klay back, and I don't think angry Klay wants to be back. That's why he was angry. he was angry here. Why would you stay then? So we can keep going with this, and in many ways with Eric Pincus, we most definitely will. Glad you're with us. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Anthony Slater was on the Morning Roast earlier today, and you can check that out for the latest. Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report, one of the top capologists out there, joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's about that time to get some answers, right? And we mentioned that there's some pretty juicy stuff involving Brandon Ayuk, and we'll have that for you in just a little bit. But we want to keep taking your calls in just a little bit. And right now, welcome in our good friend Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report. For our money, this is one of the best people on planet Earth to talk to when there's like confusing cap, NBA, second apron, anomics type questions that are very, very difficult. So we bring in Eric Pincus to do that right now. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks for doing it. Let's jump right into this. Can you explain to us dumb people, when the Warriors hard capped themselves at $189 million yesterday, what does that mean for their flexibility in this marketplace?
Well, we're assuming, and I still need to see the final, what they did. You know, it's all theoretical right now, but assuming that they sent cash out, which is money in trade, they can't go over what's called the second apron. So just to give the listeners like some very basic concepts, the league doesn't want teams to overspend for a lot of reasons. Some of them good. We could debate whether they're good or bad, but the Warriors have been one of the most egregious spenders. And so if you spend too much, there's a tax, whatever, costs the owner money. No one cares, right? I mean, fans don't care. And it doesn't impact the team in terms of flexibility. Where it does is when you get to these aprons, because now what we're going to do is we're going to take away tools. We're going to take away what you can use to build your team. And that is where it hurts, and that's where it's hurting the Warriors. So if they did do this, that means that they are committing not to go over a certain line. But their owner has been talking, at least previously in the last few months, about staying below the luxury tax itself, because they've been spending so much money. It's like, maybe they're recognizing it's time to go in a different direction, let Klay go, etc. So I think what we're seeing is their commitment to some level of financial sanity, but it also means that, they can trade Chris Paul, they could re-sign Klay, but they're going to have a hard limit in what they can do. And the market seems to be favorable for Klay to go to a team like Orlando, Philadelphia, I don't know, somewhere where he's able to get enough money that it's worth leaving, breaking up the Splash Brothers. And while sentimentally, I think most people want that to stay together, it's business, and it looks like that may be the direction that we're headed.
More on the Klay destination possibilities in just a moment, but if they do shed the Chris Paul contract, either just outright refusing it or trading it, how much actual room would they have underneath that luxury tax to go out and do something?
So, I mean, it depends if we're saying that luxury tax or the apron, right? So the luxury tax itself, which is just a penalty for the owners and doesn't impact their flexibility necessarily, is supposed to be about 171. And the second apron, which is the one that in theory they locked in, is about 190, a little bit under, right? You said 189. We'll call it 190 just for... So let's round down, 170 to 190. They can spend in that range. Now, they may stop at 171, 170, and say we want to be under. But they only have, it doesn't sound, only, but you're paying Steph Curry almost $56 million. But they only have like Andrew Wiggins at about 26 and Draymond Green at about 24. Everyone else is making under 10. So they do have the flexibility to keep Klay maybe in like the... If they want to stay under the tax, $18 million range, but if they would just want to stay under that second apron, they can spend whatever they need to. So they do have the flexibility to keep this group together outside of Chris Paul. I think what they're looking at potentially is maybe trading Chris and maybe even doing a sign-and trade with Klay or trading out Andrew Wiggins. But the problem, you just have to be aware of, and there certainly are, is that they have a hard spending limit at a certain line. So they can keep that group together. You still have some young guys, Pajemski, Jonathan Kuminga, some younger players that have been growing with them, and maybe they kind of commit to a hybrid of Steph is Steph, but we're going to commit a little bit to be a little younger.
All right, so let's play with some actual names here. Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report, capologist, NBA, with us here on 95.7 The Game. let's say, because I think this is what us Warrior fans think is going to happen right now. Let's say Klay signs with a different team. Let's say Chris Paul is no longer on the roster, whether that be through a trade or what have you. Let's say both are gone. What kind of room is available for specific names? What do you think Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is going to get? Would he fit? Could he fit and Paul George if Paul is acquired in a trade?
Right. Well, I mean, if we just say, let's say that they just say, all right, Klay, love you, it's been great, see ya. And they say, Chris Paul, no trade, we're going to waive you. And they're keeping Kevon Looney. At this point, even if they don't keep Kevon Looney, they don't have any real money to spend, but they do have what's called the mid-level exception. They would have the large one that's just under 13. So that would be their spending power to add one guy to replace everybody they let go. That's about it. Maybe you have $5 million here and you have some minimums and stuff. That's without trade. And so it is a potential path. Is it what they do? I don't know. I think what we're seeing, because they delayed the cut down date for Chris, which was supposed to be in, I believe today or tomorrow.
Today, yeah.
So they pushed it back a little bit. And that's something that Chris Paul has to agree to do, by the way. It's not something the team can do unilaterally. For Chris, the upside of pushing it back is, hey, maybe they trade me, and by doing so, maybe they guarantee me $30 million. So, yeah, push it back. I mean, find me a trade. That's it's worth waiting a week or whatever to find out. If they were to say combining Wiggins and Chris Paul, or I don't know, Chris Paul and Gary Payton II, you just start going down the list. Kuminga or whatever. You could chase a Paul George. You could chase somebody else. Paul George is the name that has been linked to the Warriors. The idea being he's older, so you're not like reinventing the wheel here. But the idea is that he has more left and is more versatile than Klay. He's a better defender than Klay still. He's a bigger body. And he's a very good shooter. I watched him closely with the Clippers, and like a third of the games, you're watching the best player in the league. A third of the games, you're watching a guy who just has no legs. So, the other third is probably a mixed bag where like he wows you at times, and then like, whatever happened to Paul George? Wasn't he having a great game? And you get to the fourth and you're like, oh, forgot about him. But then there are other games where he's just, like I said, incredible. So the Warriors are good at taking care of their players, and maybe that's a pathway. Now the Clippers and Paul George are trying to figure it out. Is there a pathway forward? He would have to opt in probably to make that happen. There are all kinds of combinations of ways of doing it. But I think Paul would rather stay on the west of the country versus going to like Philadelphia. I don't know if Orlando's interested or not, but the teams that have money are basically those two plus Detroit. So if he could find his way to, say, Golden State, just an hour flight, right? It's about an hour. That's an easy thing to do. Families here, you can make it work. Whereas if you're going to Philadelphia, that's like, yeah, you want to see your kids, you probably got to move them with you. And so that's a whole, uprooting them and all of that. So we'll have to wait and see. But the good news, we're going to know pretty dang soon. This is my favorite part of the year. It's the best time of the year is when we start to get these answers instead of running hypotheticals 24/7.
Yeah, us too, Eric. We've been doing this since the Warriors came up short against Sacramento. It's been 2 months of what if, and here we are on the precipice of it. The Chris Paul contract, $30 million. If it's guaranteed and then traded, what can the receiving team do with Chris Paul that makes it worth their while to take a 39-year-old backup point guard and not have to pay him $30 million?
Well, it's very fluid and complicated. And the basic way of looking at it is that the Warriors have the benefit that they can increase the amount of the guarantee to whatever's needed to make a trade. Now, that could be, I ran some projections like Paul George type things, and it looked like in the neighborhood of 20-something million, at which point it's basically like the whole thing. You're not just going to cut Chris Paul to save $8 million at that point. In most cases, that wouldn't make sense for a team getting Chris Paul. I don't think any team looks at Chris Paul today and says he's a $30 million player, or in this example, let's say you guarantee 20. You just have to guarantee enough to make the math work, but it may be too much. So if it's like $8 million, sure. If it's $20 million, well, now it's like a commitment. And the team taking in Chris has to account for the full 30. It counts as whatever's guaranteed for the Warriors going out. It counts for whoever is getting Chris at the full amount. So it's not like an even number. And that can cause just all kinds of mess. But you get third teams. It's very common for multiple team trades. I have fun. I spend all day, every day, trying to figure these things out. I came up with the Tim Hardaway Jr. Grimes trade in 10 minutes about a month ago when I was figuring out what Dallas was going to do. And it happened. So, these things are doable. But it's just, getting commitments is the hardest part. And so, I think they have potential. I think the Warriors with Chris Paul can make a move. The team acquiring him is probably doing it because they're getting out of a number or somehow they're incentivized. If you're getting Jonathan Kuminga and you have to pay Chris Paul a certain amount this year and it's part of your budget, you have to pay that money anyway, then it's great. We get Jonathan Kuminga. We can give him an extension. Maybe the Warriors are too far apart. I'm just making up stuff. It's not saying that's the case. But, you could definitely see just random, like Charlotte or Detroit. Detroit has cap room. Let's say they take Chris Paul and Kuminga and the Warriors get Paul George and the Clippers get something that makes it worth their while. That is theoretically a way that the Pistons are getting a player that they can immediately extend who they say is part of their core. And I don't know that they feel that way, but that's just an example of the kind of stuff that is ways to get around these complex rules. And it's why teams like Charlotte and Detroit and maybe Orlando and maybe even Philadelphia are really important because they have cap room, because they have that basically what you would call ultimate flexibility. And the Nets have a little flexibility. They have some trade exceptions. The Raptors have a Bruce Brown contract that's about $22 million, $23 million in that range. There's all these little ways to find something to make it work. And I think the Warriors have to scour every bit of that right now.
Okay, Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report with us. I want to circle back on two Paul George-related things, but I want to pass along some breaking news first, in that the Atlanta Hawks have traded DeJounte Murray to the New Orleans Pelicans in exchange for Larry Nance Jr. and 2 first-round picks. Pelicans send Larry Nance Jr. and 2 first-round picks to the Hawks for DeJounte Murray, and Dan Dibley's dreams have died.
I had a DeJounte question for you, Eric, but I guess that goes away.
That's
Sorry
gone.
about that.
Yeah, so anyway, let's go back to Paul George. You said something that I didn't miss this now. Did you just say that in a third of his games he looks like he's got no legs?
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to any Clipper fans, I'm covering Lakers and Clippers in LA. He is an older guy, and there are times he just doesn't have legs. And then there are times where you're like, man, Paul George is so good. Like, you watch him, you're like, he's so smooth. He gets that shot off of everyone. He can defend at any, basically 1 through 4. And you're like, man, how is this guy not like an MVP candidate? And then another third of the games, you're like, is Paul even playing today? So, look at the game logs. He was an all-star this year. I'm not crapping on him. He's a special player. It's just, and if you have a Steph Curry, the Clippers had other issues going on that were beyond Paul George. So
sure.
If you want to say not you, but in general, if someone's saying the Clippers never won with Paul George and Kawhi, 85% of that was that Kawhi wasn't there, and I think 1 year Paul wasn't. So it is what it is. He's a really talented player. He's got great size. I love watching him play. But he is not. You're not getting a 26-year-old in his prime player. You're getting someone in their 30s. And with that, as you know, you have mileage. But also, if you only have Steph for a couple of years, maybe he stays longer. But if you're just trying to make sure you give Steph the best chance and the fans the best chance to get the most out of one of the best players of all time, and obviously the best shooter of all time, then it makes sense. And I get it. And I think the Clippers are hesitant to commit to Paul. Clearly are, because they've been talking an extension for forever. Haven't gotten it done.
So, Eric, with that in mind, I want, you can certainly expand with your answer, but give me a yes or no, because I think that this is the Warrior fan dream right now. Is this possible? So, Chris Paul is involved in the trade in some form that brings Paul George. Andrew Wiggins is either also involved or traded in some other deal. Klay Thompson walks. Paul George is acquired. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is signed. Jonathan Kuminga's still on the team. Is that absurd, or is that possible?
Well, the signing part is the issue. So it would have to be like sign and trade.
Okay. But are we in the realm of a possibility some way, somehow?
I would have to run the numbers. I would say, like, in theory, there are ways to get things like that. You might be probably getting out of Gary Payton, probably getting out of Looney. So, in other words, getting the numbers down. You're basically looking at the Nuggets and them saying, we're not ready to stay in these upper apron levels. We're committing to, we're going to let KCP at his age, over 30, we're going to let him go. And we're going to get back some younger player. Maybe make up like they're getting the Kuminga, or they're getting something young that makes it worthwhile for them.
Moses Moody.
Someone who could, fine, Moody. Fine. Okay. And it may be a first in there as well.
Yes.
Right. Or whatever. So, I mean, look, again, KCP is not exactly young, but he does have a high demand. That's the other thing, is there's a demand. So the Warriors have to pay him enough to offset what some other team might be offering just straight up with money. So maybe Philly, who has money, says, okay, well, if the Warriors can't afford 19 or 20 starting, we'll do 21. We'll do 22. So, it is in KCP's best interest to maximize this opportunity. So, yes, there's going to the Warriors. Sounds great. Playing with Steph, I'm sure he'd like the idea. However, he's got to cash in at what is maybe the best chance he's ever had to earn, because he's always sort of been underpaid relative to what he does, at least from his point of view. I know that's how he's felt. A lot of times he's been caught. I mean, he's had a great career. He's got 2 championships, and he's made a lot of money, but he never really cashed in as much as he would have liked. And so, I think, is it possible? Is there a way to math all of this? Absolutely. I'd have to go through it diligently. The challenge is adding in a $50 million Paul George, but if you're also getting rid of, Chris and, Wiggins and some of these other guys, you start to get to at least it's theoretically possible. I wouldn't put my money on it. I wouldn't say it's going to happen. But for you Warriors fans, you have a few days to dream.
So you're saying there's a chance. I love to hear that. Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report, NBA writer, senior writer here on 95.7 The Game. So DeJounte Murray now with the Pelicans. Does this mean that Brandon Ingram is more likely to get traded with just 1 year left in his deal?
Well, I've always sort of felt like something has to give. This is a team that never pays the luxury tax. We talked about how the Warriors could choose to go that direction, but it's really just money, and money hasn't been a problem for this team, whereas in New Orleans, that's not their history. They're like opposite ends of the spectrum. Warriors are basically always in the tax, and the Pelicans are flat out never. So are they suddenly going to be this team that is a tax team? I mean, I'm going to say no. Until they prove otherwise, I don't believe that they would be. So with that in mind, I also would say that, like, Ingram is a really nice player, but to be the best Brandon Ingram, he needs the ball in his hands, and you need to run your offense through him. And there were times when Zion was hurt where that was the best that the Pelicans had to offer, and they were pretty damn good doing that. However, when Zion was healthy, they were better with Zion running it. And that's probably the destination for that team, is hope Zion's healthy, build a team around him. They seem committed still to CJ McCollum, who's very expensive, but is also somebody they value. And Ingram, if he's about to get a new giant deal, which he is, I just don't know that they can afford him. And now DeJounte Murray has the ball too. He's a ball handling guard, plus CJ's a ball handling guard. And Zion is basically at times a point forward, or point center even at times. Where does Ingram fit in that? So I agree with you. Again, this is breaking news while we were on the call, so I haven't run any projections or anything, but I could see that Ingram, in a sense, is the fallback for the Sixers. I don't love it for them, but I get it. I get, like, that's the best player they can get in this moment in time when they have the ability to get with cap room. And I could see that. It's not a perfect fit, but you have 3 talented players together, Tyrese Maxey, Brandon Ingram, Joel Embiid. They don't all 100% fit because Ingram's not a great catch-and-shoot guy. But at the same time, get talent. You have a coach like Nick Nurse who, he'll do anything. And I mean that in the most positive way. Right. Like, as a coach, he's a kitchen sink guy. I respect the kitchen. I'm more of a kitchen sink guy, and I don't have any sort of scruples in, like, playing the right way. No, the right way is to figure out how to win with the talent that you have. And that's a Nick Nurse philosophy, right or wrong. And so, get the best pieces, figure it out. And that's a direction. I don't know if it's the direction, but that's a possible direction.
Eric, great stuff, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for the time today.
Of course, anytime. Thanks for having me.
All right, there it is. Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report. I hope everybody got some of the answers that we're looking for, even though everything has to get kind of a kick the can down the road type of a feel, because Eric's coming at it from, at times, a mathematical scenario. And so that whole thing I threw out there is like mathematically possible, probably.
Yeah.
Can you bring people like that in with essentially what would be two trades, two sign and trade situations, Paul George, KCP, without Kuminga leaving? No.
Yeah, I mean,
probably not. Like, yes, you're allowed to.
Sure.
Can you pull a magic trick like that off? Probably not.
We've seen Magic here before, though, not Magic Johnson.
Absolutely.
But the whole way that Kevin Durant turned into D'Angelo Russell, turned into Andrew Wiggins.
And Kuminga.
Exactly.
Yeah, it happens.
It does.
It's very, very difficult to pull off. And so, and then the Paul George side of it, I can sort of feel everybody's wheels turning, where Eric, who is based in LA, is sitting there going, there are moments where you're just like, he's the best player on the planet. And then there's a good solid third of the year where you're like, it's kind of done. And do you want to sign that player to 4 more years? After last night, the phrase 4 more years sounds awful no matter what happens. But anyway, so the Warriors are in a tough spot. Can you make magic happen? Man, it feels like there's smoke coming out of Chase Center right now. They're trying.
They're trying everything. And I wonder if they don't call again to New Orleans. And I'm just reading Woj's tweet talking about the Pels trying to find common ground with Brandon Ingram contract because they've got Murray and Zion and CJ. And you look at their numbers, and Eric Pincus just mentioning how New Orleans doesn't do the tax. We're not doing the luxury tax. So you look at their contracts, and all of a sudden you feel like something's got to get shed. And it looks like to me that Brandon Ingram would be the odd man out. So aren't the Warriors now maybe thinking about that as a pivot point if the Paul George doesn't happen?
I wouldn't think so. That's just me. I wouldn't think so. I think that Team USA experience between Brandon Ingram and Steve Kerr is preventative. That's what I think.
Yeah, still a young player. I don't love the player, but
I know you don't. And I like him, but I don't think he and Steve Kerr mesh well.
Yep.
And that's just, and I know some people will be like, get rid of Kerr. But and
it is a contract year for Ingram, so you're going to have to go out and pay him. But same thing, Murray's extension kicks in next year, and it's a huge number.
And so the full trade, if you're just joining us, the Pelicans and Hawks have gotten together on a deal. DeJounte Murray goes from Atlanta to New Orleans in exchange for Larry Nance Jr., Dyson Daniels, the 2025 first-round pick that came from the Lakers, and a 2027 first-round pick, the least favorable between the two that they have, which is their own, the Pelicans and the Bucks. So the least favorable of those two picks in 2027 will go to Atlanta in exchange for DeJounte Murray. And yes, Woj adds that the Pels are trying to currently find common ground with Brandon Ingram. He quotes that the Pelicans were 0-24 when trailing entering the fourth quarter, 2-14 in close games, and see Murray as somebody who can generate offense late in games. So there's a shot at Brandon Ingram on the way out the door, too.
Shot.
Well, all right. So 888-957-9570. You can react to any of this, all of this. We think today is our last show with Klay Thompson as a member of the Warriors. We'll get to all of that, and we promise in the 4 o'clock hour we'll get to some juicy stuff. Brandon Ayuk is getting real and speaking publicly about the whole situation. So that's around the corner too. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
Plan your dinner at Whole Foods Market.
if we just say, let's say that they just say, all right, Klay, love you, it's been great, see ya. And they say, Chris Paul, no trade, we're going to waive you. And they're keeping Kevon Looney. At this point, even if they don't keep Kevon Looney, they don't have any real money to spend, but they do have what's called the mid-level exception. They would have the large one that's just under 13.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, did we lay it out there all right? Is that isn't that what everybody wants in fantasy land today? You want Paul George, you want Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, you want Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins to be the outgoing players, largely. And you want Jonathan Kuminga to not be involved in the deal. That sound about right?
That sounds about right as far as the pipe dream goes.
Yeah.
And the likelihood of that for me feels like less than a 1 in 100 chance that actually comes to pass.
Oh, I agree with you there.
I mean, you're asking for a couple of like major trade wins. You're asking to get Paul George for Chris Paul and what?
Can I be the first to say, though, that when Mikal Bridges went, everyone went, whoa, you have to give like 87 picks.
Only 5.
Okay. Is anybody else sort of like, that's all it took to get DeJounte Murray?
A little bit.
That's it? Larry Nance Jr.,
and a couple first-round picks.
Dyson Daniels.
I like the player.
And 2 first-rounders, 25 and 27. The worst of the 2 first-rounders that you have in 27. That's it?
Well,
that's all that it took to give, like, that's nothing.
Well, Paul George is better than DeJounte Murray. And DeJounte Murray is
older.
Yes, but DeJounte Murray is about to have his contract explode over the course of the next season.
No, I totally understand. I'm just saying, if I'm the Pelicans, I don't feel like I sent anything out at all that, like, makes me worse. You know, I know that there are 2 first-round picks. I get that. I understand. I'm just saying that if you're trying to win right now, and the Pelicans are, that feels like a very good deal to me. I would like the Warriors to make some deals like that, where a good player comes in and you feel like none of your really good players went out.
Yeah.
Sign me up for that.
Dyson Daniels, former lottery pick, and he's entering his 3rd year. Okay. Not as good as Jonathan Kuminga. He could make a 3rd-year leap, you would hope. He's a 20-year-old player, so there's upside there.
Sure.
Kuminga has done more in his first 2 years than Daniels had, but he's a guy who's under team control for a couple more years, so as the acquiring team, you might like the upside there.
Yeah, I mean, he averaged less than 6 points a game.
Yep.
So,
yeah, limited minutes. So, but former lottery pick. It's definitely a chance, you know.
But that's not my point is the Pelicans, they gave up. Ready for it?
Not a lot.
Nothing.
Couple picks.
Yeah, but they gave up no known commodities. This is what the Warriors are trying to avoid as well. And Ramona said it to us yesterday. Kuminga and Podziemski. I know that there are 4 young players, and we like all 4, but let's get real. Kuminga and Podziemski. Other teams are asking, the Warriors are saying no. Those are, I would argue, pretty much your known commodities.
Yep.
I know that Moody has his moments. TJD is exciting. I think both of them are NBA players. I think they've got a career. But known commodities, like these are players who can be starters. They could play at a high level. Kuminga is someone who might be able to average north of 18 points a game here pretty soon. These are known commodities. Can the Warriors do business and improve without giving up their known commodities? The Pelicans just did.
Right, for DeJounte Murray,
Correct.
who is a good player, but he's not Paul George. Paul George, as you've mentioned, is an all-star, and Paul George is a guy who can come in and probably impact you more than DeJounte Murray will impact New Orleans. So
27, though. He's a lesser player, but he's a lot younger.
Right. And that's fine. Volume shooter. And I like DeJounte Murray. I've been talking all week about how I thought that he'd be a good player that the Warriors could target in that mid-price range, at least for the upcoming season. But, you know, I think that Paul George is going to command a higher price than that. But back to your original premise that you threw out to our good friend Eric Pincus, friend of the program from Bleacher Report, could they bring in Paul George and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope in signing trades, and all the while you're losing Wiggins, Chris Paul, and Klay Thompson. If you could do that, well, then you got a lot better over the course of this week.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think that's a little. It's not only one Hail Mary. For me, it's two Hail Marys.
Maybe. I this is sort of what I've been stressing, even though I don't know exactly where these are all going to go, but all of the deals, each one of them is kind of on their own as far as what the return is going to be, because you are either in a catbird seat and you can talk to all of the teams, or you're not. And this is one thing that I'm still sort of scratching my head about, and that is how much power do the Los Angeles Clippers actually have? And the reason I don't know the answer is I don't know the nature of the negotiations that have gone on between Paul and the Clippers in recent times. If they're in a situation where he's definitely not going to sign an extension and he opts in tomorrow to his contract with the Clippers, the final year of his deal, it puts the Clippers in a really wobbly spot. Essentially, it starts a clock on when you deal him. And every day that goes by that you don't deal him, the offer goes down.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, with the trade deadline, you're going to get less for a rental of Paul George versus the fact that right now you have teams who are, and it may only be 2 or 3 teams, but you've got teams who are sitting here going, no, we want to sign Paul George to a 4-year deal. We want him and in all of his glory on our team right now, and we want to have him for the whole season, and we want to build around him and all of that. That's a much more powerful spot, I think, than the trade deadline halfway through the year, and you don't know who's going to be good, bad, and who could even fit him. So to me, if they are definitely not doing an extension and he opts in tomorrow, it starts a clock on the Clippers, and they have to deal him, and that's not a very powerful spot to be.
True, but I do think that when you get to the deadline and there are more teams who might be a player away in their mind from making a run at a title, then you can be more motivated to make a trade in February and think about signing him to an extension in the offseason or signing him to an extension right then if you so see it. The other piece that Grandy played on our way back in from Eric Pincus is what makes me think that the Warriors are going to be more motivated to overpay in a trade, because if Chris Paul goes out because you just waive him and Klay Thompson goes elsewhere because he's a free agent, you're stuck in a spot where the only thing you can do is use the mid-level, right, which is not even enough to get Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who opted out of 15, and the mid-level is about 12. So now you're losing Chris Paul, you're losing Klay, you're not trading for Paul George or anyone else, and you're going to bring in a mid-level guy. That, for me, is a nightmare scenario for the Warriors. Agreed. Which would make me think that they would get overly aggressive if they thought, throwing in, and you hate to say Kuminga because nobody wants to trade Kuminga.
I know.
But if you want Paul George, you may have to do something uncomfortable knowing that without signing trades, you're screwed.
You might. You absolutely might. Here's what I'm hanging my hat on today, at least, because you laid out the nightmare scenario, and I agree with you. Klay walks, Chris gets waived, you still have no money to spend, and no one wants Wiggins. Okay, all right. Are the Warriors going to let that happen? I would argue that the signs say no. The fact that you're delaying Chris Paul's deadline from Friday to Sunday, combined with the fact that you have essentially participated, at least you are half of whatever the discord is between you and Klay Thompson, you've let it get icier. You have clearly informed his representatives. We are prioritizing a bunch of other stuff. Would you do all that if you didn't feel good that something was going to land? We're going to land this plane. If you didn't feel like you had action on some level, I don't know what they're trying to do. Prioritize Paul George, sure, but what's plan B? What's plan C? What's plan D? Would you act the way they're acting if you didn't feel like you had something cooking?
Well, I don't know.
I don't think you would.
Well, I think that the ice that has formed between Klay and the Warriors has not formed over the last 2 weeks when he scrubbed his account of them and he unfollowed them and scrubbed his account. I would say that the ice that has formed, assuming that there is ice between the Warriors and Klay Thompson, I would trace it back further than just the offseason.
You're not wrong, but it's gotten worse. Remember, I read this directly from Mark Stein. Golden State has used this week to prioritize the pursuit of Paul George over all other business. That has only increased the chill between Thompson and the club after months of already spotty and now scant contact between the sides. So whatever it was, you're not wrong. That's where it was born. But my point is, it got worse this week. If you're the Warriors, would you let it continue to get worse if you didn't feel like, and would you delay Chris Paul if you didn't feel like you had action?
I don't think you have a choice on the delaying of Chris Paul. And I also think that with Klay Thompson, if there hasn't been much communication, if it's been scant and spotty, that's a two-way thing. And, the Warriors aren't going to string Klay along thinking that he all the while is plan E. I don't think that they were going to disrespect him like that. So the fact that there hasn't been a contract offer, there hasn't been action, all that stuff has led to the relationship being icy. I don't think there's any way to make believe any other way than the way that they've gone about acting.
No, I understand everything that you're saying. I just believe that there's PR here as well. The nightmare scenario that you laid out is not just a nightmare for basketball, it's a nightmare for PR. If you let Klay walk and you don't offer your fans something else, holy crap. All you did was tick him off and kick him to the curb and come back with a mid-level? I think people would be furious, don't you?
Yes, which is why, and getting back to the Paul George part of it, I think that if they have a chance to acquire Paul George in a trade, I think the Warriors would be more willing to lose the deal than they otherwise would, because they are in a spot. They're in a tough spot. If Chris leaves and Klay leaves and you come back with a mid-level, a fill-in-the-blank guy, I think that from a PR standpoint, you're right. That's devastating. So I don't think that you can go to Mr. Lacob and on July 4th or July 5th and say, yeah, Joe, here's our roster. I'll show myself out. And it's, it's Andrew and Steph and Draymond and, the rest of the fellas. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'd love to take your calls on this. By the way, it has become official. Your San Jose Sharks have selected Macklin Celebrini with the number 1 overall pick in the NHL draft. That is beyond not a surprise. Everybody knew that was happening, but the draft is tonight. The pick is in. Dibs, I like the pick. I like the player. I also like the family.
Yeah, absolutely. We like the family. Joe Thornton went up there and announced it. Macklin Celebrini is getting handshakes and hugs and heading up to the stage at the NHL draft, which I will say I find for the second time this week oddly placed. Like, it's Friday, it's 4:15, we're having a draft on the worst TV night of the week. Okay.
Speaking of place, did you see where it is physically taking place?
It's taking place in the Sphere, isn't it?
Cool.
I like the suit he's wearing, and I love the venue.
Yeah, the Sphere has got a good look, and maybe all drafts should just be there from now on.
And Jumbo Joe still has not shaved. Maybe he decided that he wouldn't shave until he won another Stanley Cup or a Stanley Cup, and so now he's just going to be bearded like that forever.
Joe Thornton is a good solid 73 pizzas away from being Santa. He is a svelte man, but if he got fat, that's a good Santa beard right there.
No doubt.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway,
Macklin Celebrini.
Congrats.
San Jose Sharks. Congrats to the entire Warriors organization as well, obviously where his dad, Rick Celebrini, is employed. Okay, let's go to Josh on 580. He's been patient. Hi, Josh. What are you doing?
What's going on, guys? All 580 now in Manteca. On some business, but yeah.
I love when you call in, and by the time you get on, you're like, I'm in Nevada now. Anyway, go ahead, Josh.
I'm here, dude. I almost hit the 5 and was on my way to Fresno.
Okay.
Shout out Lil Neil. But yeah, what you guys hit on is exactly what a couple of things I want to talk about. The first is, I thought it was interesting in the comment you made about Bron and how he's controlling the Lakers, because where is Steph out in regards to Klay? If they're boys, he got Draymond in the deal. Why hasn't that happened for Klay, and how does that make Klay feel in regards to Steph and Draymond, which further leads me to my next point, which is why I think I agree with you guys. Klay, he's got to be gone because he's just an emotional guy. He doesn't feel respected, doesn't feel the love. He's got to go. And while I'm sitting on waiting for you guys talking, listening to Eric talk, the more and more I'm like, oh yeah, we're set up for this nightmare situation, because the Paul George deal, if you talk about it too much, it's not going to happen. Nobody knew about the DeJounte Murray trade. Nobody knew about the Bridges trade. That's why they went down. But if you talk about it too much, it's not going to happen. The Paul George is going to happen. We're going to let go of Chris Paul. We're not going to get Klay. We're set up for a really bad season, and it's sad. But this is how Dynasty's in. So here's what I got to say. Cooper Flag, baby. Give me Cooper Flag.
There it is. Let's go.
Yeah, Josh, so
you want to flop for Flag?
Here's
what he wants to do.
Here's what I'd say. Like I said yesterday, when you hear about it too much, it feels like somebody is just trying to leverage the situation. There's an agent calling somebody, telling them to say this publicly. I get it. But by the same token, it's possible that this one's different because what they were trying to leverage was the deadlines. Chris Paul's deadline Friday. Paul George's deadline is Saturday. Now Chris Paul's deadline is Sunday. What's Paul actually going to do? All three sides don't know exactly what chess move is going to be made. So I don't think a Paul George deal is likely. I do think there is an outside chance, but I'm normally with you about the sound of all of it. Now, to your first point, this is an interesting one to me, and I want to make sure at least, I sort of explain myself accurately with regard to that idea that everyone's like, okay, Bron drafted Bronny. What would Steph do, or why doesn't Steph do that for Klay? These situations couldn't be more different. The issue I had, and it's not an issue, but the thing that I noticed with what the Lakers did here and LeBron James is they made a basketball move that wasn't about basketball. That's why I made my comment yesterday with regard to Steph would never do that. Steph would make a move about basketball. That's it. Does it help him win? Now, that does not mean that Steph Curry is under some obligation to help the Warriors and Klay Thompson get together on a deal. For all we know, Steph is sitting there going, that's not best for basketball. Steph knows all the things that we don't know. If we think Klay's angry, then I guarantee you he was angry 83 times that we don't know about. And Steph does. So Steph is not, this isn't about, please, let's not make the whole NBA now about boys helping out boys. You don't just help your boy out. You try to win. That's why I thought yesterday was embarrassing for the Lakers, because you do everything in your power to find assets to win. And I firmly believe that that's what Steph Curry is about and what he's doing. And right now, as painful as it is for many of us, he may believe, and Klay may believe, that means Klay not staying as opposed to the opposite.
It all depends on what the finances are. And so let's play out the nightmare scenario a little further about what could happen. And Eric Pincus from Bleacher Report laid it out. If Chris goes and you waive him and then Klay decides to test free agency and all you have left is the mid-level and Klay doesn't have a better deal anywhere else, well, you could bring Klay back for the mid-level and pay him $12 million, and that would be your move. And so that would be basically running it back from last year, and I don't think anybody wants to do that. And the PR of that would be a disaster. And I think that, Steph probably looks at the situation and Draymond and all the rest of the vets in this team, and they all know what we know, which is you have to be better. And we can all say if Draymond didn't get suspended and you win 4 more games and you're the 6th seed, we could play the what-if game all you want, but the cold reality, the cold fish slap across the face was you were a 10 seed, you went to Sacramento, and you got motorboated. That is the reality of what happened.
Absolutely.
And Joe Lacob, the anger on his face, you think Klay was angry? Joe Lacob was angry, and that's why I think that they're going to be ultra aggressive to make some sort of a move.
I think that's the pivot point right there.
Yeah.
There's your pivot point. When sentimentality left town, that was the moment. Klay Thompson's sitting here going, I've done X, Y, Z. And Joe Lacob's sitting here going, dude, unfortunately, it doesn't matter anymore. We were a 10 seed and got blown off the floor.
118-94, Mark.
And it wasn't that close.
No.
And you know it. It wasn't that close. And so I just think what happens here is you've got large egos on both sides that have both gotten embarrassed and forced priorities in opposite directions. Klay Thompson is a proud and phenomenal basketball player. Very, very well accomplished. What comes with that? That ego. Ego comes with that. And wanting to be acknowledged and paid and respected and all the rest. But meantime, the Warriors as an organization are a proud organization with championship pedigree as well. And they felt embarrassed at the end of last year. And so now what do you do about it? Well, you can't stay the same. So while Klay wants respect and sentimentality, the Warriors want improvement. And Klay's probably sitting there going, I can't be a part of improvement. And because of timing, the Warriors are like, no. And that's cold.
Yeah.
That is a cold, hard conversation.
And that's why we're getting reports from Mark Stein that the relationship is icy and there have been scant communication because they told him a couple of weeks ago, it seems, if I'm reading the tea leaves, a couple of weeks ago when he unfollows the Warriors, the call was made like, where are we at, Warriors? I mean, what are we going to do here? Are you going to make us an offer or not? And the Warriors went, we're going to get back to you. Can we get back to you, Klay? Yeah, we'll get back to you. You're going to be plan E. And at that point, you realize that they had to go elsewhere to try to get better. And here we are, 2 days away from the start of all of it. And what are they going to do, Hotshot? What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Listen to this from Mark Stein. We've read a couple quotes. I haven't read this one yet. Quote, it will take time for many NBA watchers to get used to the idea of Klay Thompson in a different uniform if he is indeed prepared to leave the Golden State Warriors in free agency. The signs, though, have frankly never pointed more strongly to it. The Warriors reportedly leaving Thompson in the rearview mirror for the possibility of someone else is risky. There is no guarantee that they can land George. 34-year-old's demanding a 4-year max contract, and he's only attainable for the Warriors through sign and trade. Besides giving up on Thompson, the aging Warriors still would be committing to more older players while potentially shipping away some of their promising young ones.
Yeah, that two things in there struck me. One, the promising young ones. For me, that's Jonathan Kuminga. And I've said this all along. If I'm the Clippers, it's a non-starter if Kuminga's not in the deal. You and I disagree on that. Time will tell. The other part of it is, what if Klay Thompson says no to a sign and trade? What if the Warriors say, hey, Klay, we got a chance to put you in a sign and trade. You're going to go be an LA Clipper, and it's a part of a deal with Chris Paul, and we're going to get Paul George for you. And Klay says, no, I'm not going to.
I don't think Klay has to be a part of it.
No, but if
the sign and trade is George signing to be traded.
Right, but I'm also thinking about what if Klay was a part of the sign and trade and he said, no, I'm good on that.
He might.
Exactly.
He very well
if things
might.
are as icy as it's being portrayed, maybe he doesn't want to do them a solid.
You might be right. We're sponsored by the San Francisco Zoo. Join the celebration of San Francisco Zoo and Gardens' 95th anniversary all June long. It's the perfect time to visit the zoo and learn the importance of conservation and education. Visit sfzoo.org for more. Your phone calls are welcome at 888-957-9570. All right, coming up next, we got to do it. Brandon Ayuk, wow, he let it rip, and he let it all out. I think there's some good, there's some bad, there's some everything, and we'll let you hear all of that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm equally excited about weight loss as I am about that Ayuk tease, and I'm down 20.
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, couple of notes before we get to BA. Been some BI news, Brandon Ingram, but this is BA, Brandon Ayuk. Okay? First of all, Lester Quinones is walking for the Golden State Warriors. He's not on a walk, he's leaving. He will not be on the
travel?
he probably traveled. He's an NBA player, so he definitely traveled. And then Lamont Wade is back tonight as the awful, disgusting, gross Los Angeles Dodgers are in town. And Lamont Wade is back. However, the corresponding roster move is not one that we wanted to hear. And it is Bob Melvin saying that it looks like Tyro Estrada will be going on the injured list in order to make room. I didn't even know that he was hurt.
Right?
Tyro Estrada to go on the L. He's been covered in, this is from Pavlovich, he's been covered in ice recently after games. All he said was he's been playing through a lot. I'm sorry to laugh. That's the funniest injury update I've ever heard.
He's been like fouling balls off his shins and legs all the time
Very
lately.
true. Very true. He's been limping around out there, but this... What? Oh, Tyro's going on the IL. What happened? He'd been covered in ice.
There you go.
That's it.
It's like Draymond Green when he comes out of the game, covered in ice.
We don't even know what the hell is going on. We just know that he's been totally underneath ice.
It's probably just his turn to go on the IL because if you ran down the roster, there aren't too many guys on the team who are yet to go at least have a stint on the IL. Virtually everybody.
Yeah, Yaz is there right now. By the way, Soler will be DHing and leading off tonight against the Dodgers.
And Lamont Wade in the lineup,
Lamont Wade is batting second and playing first, and Vamos Ramos is moved back to batting third and will be in center field. Rest of the lineup largely looks like you think it would. Wisely and Ahmed will be up the middle. Alex Cobb's throwing another bully today. That's a bullpen session for those of you who don't speak baseball. And if it goes well, he's got a rehab assignment set for San Jose on Sunday, if all goes well. So there could be, Greg Johnson spoke the other day about the cavalry coming. The timing of this is like you could get Cobb, Harrison, Snell, and Robbie Ray all at once.
Right.
In 2 weeks. You really could. They're all about that length away. Maybe even a little sooner for some of them.
Right.
Ray has been throwing rehab assignments already in Sacramento. Looks good. Snell, is he being rushed? I don't know.
Oh, he's being rushed.
He's trying to get back. Harrison, that's an ankle. When it heals, he's ready to go.
Jeez.
Here comes a rehab assignment for Alex Cobb. How about 4 starting pitchers showing up on a horse for the next homestand?
The 4 horsemen.
Let's do it.
All 4 riding in.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Or they could be on Brandon Belt's boat or whatever. They'll have a little captain hat, drive them in a convertible, just drop them off in the dugout and let's play some baseball.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get the rotation to where we all thought it would be so long ago. That'd be exciting. Just get one of them back and, get a couple starts from Snell and then, hope for the best.
Yep.
And then, pull this or strain that. He's out for another month.
Logan Webb on the mound tonight. We got an actual starter on the hill tonight against the Dodgers. All right. Glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. Here we go, Brandon Ayuk. Before we play all this, let's set the table so that you're aware of sort of how this has gone. And Brandon has been on social media a lot, and the big headliner came I feel like it was a week ago? Was it the beginning of this week where he did the TikTok where he's talking to Washington Commanders quarterback? It's his buddy, Jaden Daniels.
It's about a week and a half ago.
Okay, a week and a half. Puts out a TikTok where he looks at Jaden Daniels and goes, yeah, man, they told me they don't want me. Now, obviously, the implication is he's talking about the 49ers. That was not confirmed, although it now has been. That was not confirmed at the time, but everybody knew exactly what was going on. In fact, here it is. This is the TikTok from a week and a half ago.
They said they don't want me back.
Okay.
They said they don't want me back.
Said they don't want me back.
Man.
So now he goes on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark. And Ryan Clark has been kind of at the forefront of this whole story as far as a media member, because he was the one who reported earlier this week that Ayuk showed up to talk to him. Jaden Daniels was there in the room with him, but he also reported he was on his way to go talk to the 49ers. He had set a meeting. He was open to a trade. He wanted to stay with the 49ers, but he was taking negotiations personally, and it was not okay. So that's the report. Now here's the rest of the Pivot Pod, this episode, and a lot of the sound that many of us have been waiting to hear. More clarity, if you will. So this is a conversation with Ayuk on what exactly the 49ers said to him that made him send out that TikTok.
They told me that they didn't think that we were on the same page and that they didn't believe that we were going to. And that was about it at that time. But it's part of it. It's part of the contract negotiations, trying to sway stuff in either direction. So whether that's 100% sure or not, I guess that's still to find out.
Okay, so the beautiful thing here, I thought Ryan Clark did a wonderful job.
Oh, yeah.
As did his partners in interviewing Ayuk, because they asked the absolute right questions. Because Ayuk at one point, he confirms, he's like, yeah, the 49ers, I had just been on the phone with the 49ers, and they told me that they don't want me. And Ryan looks at him and goes, hold on a second. There's no way that the 49ers looked at first-round pick, all-pro, Brandon Ayuk, looked directly at him, or at least said on the phone, we don't want you. So what did they actually say? And that's when Brandon said this. I'll play it again.
They told me that they didn't think that we were on the same page and that they didn't believe that we were going to. And that was about it at that time. But it's part of it. It's part of the contract negotiations, trying to sway stuff in either direction. So whether that's 100% sure or not, I guess that's still to find out.
Okay, to me, the most important thing there is he already backs off of it.
Yeah.
They told me that we're not on the same page. We don't think we're going to be on the same page. But hey, that's negotiations.
Yeah.
Don't even know if it's true.
That's different than they told me they don't want me back.
Just a little bit.
It feels to me like that could be Klay Thompson saying they told me they don't want me back. And you could say, okay, I could see that because it's been icy and there have been scant communications. But I don't think that the 49ers have conveyed publicly or privately, in my opinion, the notion that they don't want him back.
No.
I do believe that they are apart, far apart, or medium apart on a deal. We don't know that.
All right, there's two other pieces that you absolutely have to hear.
Okay.
Here's the first of the remaining two, where Brandon admits there were moments he thought this thing was just about done, and then it went a different way.
Throughout this process, there was times where we were super close, or I felt like I was telling people, like, tell my agent, let me get my suit ready. I'm ready. I'm going to get it back to the Bay. I got to get right to sign this contract. There's days and times, like in the past month or so, where you could say, yeah, we're pretty far apart. So
okay. So that's sort of setting the table for the next one, which I think is the boogie ball, if you will. All right? Because Brandon says there were times where we were close. There are times where we were not so close. Here's the one that I think establishes a timeline. And this is what we need to discuss. It also paints a picture that you were right about. Okay, listen to this now on how negotiations have evolved in the last couple of months, and pay close attention to how he mentions the other wide receiver contracts that have been signed.
I felt like when the season was over, I was trying to, I was back and forth with them every day. Like my agent called me an hour. We were on the phone for an hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes, 2 hours, hang up the phone. He calls them. He calls me back in an hour. We're trying to bang this thing out. And I wasn't worried about any other guy. I was just trying to get what I felt was appropriate for me at that time. That was the rush. That was early on in the offseason. We couldn't come to an agreement at that time. And then on top of that, other guys decided to come, or not decided to come. They got paid. Their teams rewarded them. The market changed what the market is. So we weren't able to get a deal done at that time where other guys wouldn't affect the market, and I could just do what I wanted to do. But even at that time, they still didn't agree with where I was at. So we really haven't agreed this whole entire time. And for the last month, we haven't said much at all. So
okay.
Whoa. And for the past month, we haven't said much at all.
Remember, though, I want everyone to understand this is a podcast. He didn't say this today. This is the conversation he had with Ryan that led Ryan to speak publicly and talk about how Brandon was about to go meet with the Niners. So these comments, I haven't talked to them in a month, were literally right before Brandon went and met with the 49ers. Now, there are reports I've seen that suggest that meeting, quote, went well. What the hell does that mean? No clue. But the meeting, quote, went well. Let's add to it that Brandon tossed out a video on IG Live today of him driving up to Levi Stadium. Now, he's wearing a Pirates hat.
Yeah, well.
Do whatever the hell you want with that. But he was driving up to Levi Stadium, and that would suggest to me that this is meeting number 2. Or maybe he just showing up with a pen.
Maybe he's cleaning out his locker.
Maybe, well, he already cleaned out the locker.
Maybe he left a couple things behind. I left my deodorant and my backup pair of socks.
Maybe he wanted to burn some rubber in the parking lot.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, so these are the tea leaves that we can all place together. What I hear is this, a few things. Number one, and there are other pieces of the pivot pod that obviously we can't play the whole thing for you. There's another piece where Brandon clearly states, I feel I'm in the right place with the right quarterback. He is asked at the very end of the podcast, where do you think you will play next year? What jersey do you think you'll wear? He says, I would have to predict that I would be in a Niner jersey. So these things are all part of the pod prior to him even meeting with the 49ers that, quote unquote, went well.
Right.
Okay, so put all that together, and what I hear are a couple of things. I hear a guy that is clearly taking negotiations personally, but at the same time, what he's saying here is much less firm than I think the picture we've gotten on social media. Everything he said here continues to leave a door wide open for these negotiations to circle back and get better right away. That's number one. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but I think the idea of the negotiation getting better, I think that both sides are probably pretty entrenched on the number. I don't think it comes down to whether or not they want him or he wants to be there. It's just about that number. So until they have the ability to meet in the middle, it's almost, it almost doesn't matter like how this goes.
No, but if he's still feeling like, he's not Klay. He's not so angry that he's like, bleep you guys, I'm out.
Of course.
He's still predicting.
He can't do that. He doesn't have the leverage to do that.
Good point. He is still under contract.
Yeah.
All right. That's number one. Here's number two, and this is where I think there's room for some differing of opinions, because you said it's about what that number is. But he's admitting right here that number changed.
Yes.
That number changed. So when he spoke to the Niners early, they were close. For whatever reason, it didn't get done. And then a bunch of other wide receiver contracts came in, and Brandon and his reps went, oh, well, that changes the number. And the Niners went, hey, we'll give you your number. We'll give you your number. Well, no, it's not my number anymore.
Yeah.
All right, who's right, who's wrong there?
Well, on the surface, I would say the team is right and Brandon is wrong, but the way it works is the market is the market. Klay Thompson got offered $2 and $48, and if he could go back in time, he probably accepts that deal because he's probably going to get half of that now.
I wonder.
In the open market.
Still wants $3, and he might get it.
He might, and I don't want to make this about Klay. We've done enough on Klay, but the idea of the market shifts and the market changes, and the fact that Justin Jefferson came in way over the top and exploded the roof off the market, and other contracts came in probably at a greater number than what Brandon Ayuk was asking for. Well, we still don't have a deal. So now I think it's fair for him to say, hey, the market has shifted. Yeah. The market has moved. And when it moves, I move just like that.
I don't think it's the Niners' quote unquote fault on a personal level, but on a business level, yes, it is. They misplayed it. That's my read.
Yeah.
Like, let's throw out numbers that I don't know to be true, just to give an example of what we're saying. Let's say at the end of the year, the Niners said, let's do 24.5. And Brandon went, let's do 26. And they inched toward one another. right? And they were close. I think we're going to get a deal. 24.5, 26, that's pretty close. Brandon wants 26, Niners want 24.5. We're about to do a deal. Gosh, we're not quite there. All right, fine. Let's hold off. And then here comes Amon-Ra. And here comes Jalen Waddle. Here comes Devontae Smith.
A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown. And then, holy hell, Justin Jefferson. The Niners see all that. They call Brandon. Hey, Brandon, remember the 26 you wanted? You got it. Brandon goes, no. We're not doing 26. The Niners are like, I thought you wanted 26. I did want 26. I don't want 26 anymore. I'm better than Jalen Waddle, and he just got 28. So now I want 29. And now we're far apart, and now we're angry at one another. I feel like I've got zero info on this, but from listening to him talk, something like that is what sounds like happened.
Yeah, because he said in the first clip, my agent and we were on the phone with them the next day when the season ended, because Brandon knows that he doesn't want to play on his fifth-year option, and he knows that they value their own, and he knows that they want to do an extension. So let's do an extension. And from what I'm learning from Brandon Ayuk, from all of the quotes and the sources and the reports and all the people we talk to, he's not built for this, Steve Wilks. He's not comfortable. Like Nick Bosa, I'm going to Florida, I'm going to have an omelet and whatever, this will work out. Wake me when you get to my number.
Well, he had all the power in the world.
He did.
We have great energy.
I don't think that Brandon Ayuk is, quote, built for this sort of a thing.
And less leverage.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I think back in February, he's thinking, okay, here's my number, here's your number. And that's why he was, getting the suit ready and he was close. And then from then to now, like you said, pow, 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 all these contracts come in over the number even that he was asking for on his top end. So now it's like, Lee Corso, not so fast, my friend.
I mean, I don't want to paint with a broad brush. And Parag Marate knows more about negotiation. He's forgotten more than I'll ever know. But it feels like I could maybe make a suggestion. Stop waiting so long. It's not working for you. So normally when you wait, it feels like a powerful thing to do. And this isn't just negotiating contracts. Think about this like you're playing poker, or think about this as if, I don't know, you just went on a first date last night. Do you call when you get home? Just relax, wait.
I could never do that.
I'm not saying like wait 2 weeks, but like chill. Don't come on too strong. It feels like a powerful position. But we have now watched 2 summers in a row where it bit the Niners right in the you-know-what.
Keister.
Because they waited on Nick Bosa, and Nick bent them you-know-which direction. Because he was willing to do what the Niners didn't think he'd be willing to do, which was miss games. And he took it right up to week 1 and went, what? He did that. And they had to pay him a very disadvantageous deal for the 49ers. Now, flash forward to Brandon Ayuk. I don't know where this is going to end up, and the Niners are in a better position than they were with Nick, but here's what we know. They negotiated with Brandon right after the season. They got close. They probably could have had him. They pinched a few dollars. They decided to wait, and a bunch of other teams beat him to the punch. And now the price went up. And now you're flirting with stuff you didn't want to flirt with, because the Niners want Brandon Ayuk happy. They want him in camp. They want him on the team. And they want this thing done. And so for the second year in a row, waiting has hurt the 49ers.
And I think that they were willing to wait and kind of see, but the way the market went, and not only the Justin Jefferson, which nobody saw that thing going to $35 million a year, average annual with a guarantee of 88.7, the actual real guarantee, which is $37 million more than any other wide receiver in history. Nobody saw the ceiling going to that level. That's some vaulted ceiling right there. That's a high ceiling. You're able to play basketball in that foyer.
Yeah, man.
But it was the other contracts too. Like you said, it was A.J. Brown and Amon-Ra and Jalen Waddle at 28-2. The fact that the upper portion of the market was that high, that hurt him, and there's still one more out there, and it's CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
So if CeeDee Lamb, who I think most people would say deserves more than Brandon Ayuk,
he probably commands it. Yeah, yes.
But if he comes in at 31.5 average annual.
Well, the Cowboys are just the quietest darn thing. I've never seen an offseason like this. Dak Prescott's going into his final year. CeeDee Lamb's going into his final year. They made no improvements whatsoever. They brought Zeke Elliott back and gave him the starting job. I've never seen anything like it. The Cowboys underperformed in the playoffs and then sat there. It's as if the whole team went on vacation for the entire offseason. They've done nothing. It is the oddest thing I've ever seen from supposed America's team. Now, with all that said, the reason I think you're hearing from Brandon so much, Pivot Podcast, social media, that is a snapshot of his lack of leverage. Nick Bosa was able to just be like, omelet time, and he left, and he was gone. You never heard a word from him. He's just like, I'm going to go work out, and you guys are going to pay me what I want you to pay me. Brandon knows that if the 49ers don't come to a deal with him, he's really stuck in that position of, do you want to play on your fifth-year option? And we sit here with our franchise tag if we want. Like, we can really make this uncomfortable for you if you want to play it that way. So that makes it more interesting. But as you and I have said the whole time, I just don't see who wins. I see both sides losing if they want to play that game. I'll make a prediction for you here right now. Right now. I'll make a double prediction, okay? You know, I will be with family and off all next week.
Yep.
I will return for the July 8th summit at Fremont Bank. Cannot wait. You should go to 957thegame.com right now to reserve your free spot. We would love to see all of you there. I very, very firmly believe that when I do that show, when we all do that show on the summit on July 8th, that Klay Thompson will not be a Warrior and Brandon Ayuk will have an extension.
You think he will? Wow.
Lag it up.
And we were joking in our show thread earlier today about it happening today during our show. Wouldn't that be great news to be able to break it? And I set the over-under at $27.75 million average annual value. I got no takers on the over-under from any of you. I thought that somebody would weigh in.
You responded to yourself, and then I agreed with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I took the over.
That's correct. As did I. I don't know, though, about the number. I really don't. I get like Brandon's probably going to want, this to look good in the public eye.
Of course.
And I do think, it's funny because some people have been like, well, if you go to the metrics, he outperformed Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't think there's shame in Brandon Ayuk's deal coming in below Amon-Ra. I don't think Brandon would be comfortable with it coming in below Jalen Waddle. And 27.75, which is where you set the over-under, is below Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, $500,000 a year below.
I just don't think that I don't know how you can spin that. Jalen's wonderful, but I don't know how you can spin that. Brandon has literally said out loud, I want to be paid like the number one receiver. Jalen Waddle's a number two. He's a damn good one.
Yeah.
But that is not their best receiver.
He's not. And just the way you laid out the possible way that this money all went, the fact that the Niners offer is currently $26 million, according to Michael Silver of the Chronicle, and he's not signing that, that tells me that he's thinking he's more likely in the 29-30 range, which is what TJ Hushmanzada said to us, talking about the Amon-Ra at 30. So I do think that this settles right around 28 and change, but I think you're right. Probably just a tick higher than Jalen Waddle.
All right, 888-957-9570. That is the number. We'll circle back on all of the important commentary that's out there. Mike Dunleavy, Ramona Shelburne, Brandon Ayuk, as we head into our 5 o'clock hour, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. July 4th is the one holiday that lights up our country. We want our 4th of July sale to do the same. So from now to July...
I will wax as if I do.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
When that guy said that, do you know how many PDs around America and sports radio tried to call him and hire him? That was incredible. I don't know anything, but I'm going to wax poetic as if I do. Nahigian was like, "Give me that guy's number."
Exactly.
Yeah, that's you're a sports radio host.
Officially.
You did it.
As long as you can sell it like you know exactly what you're talking about. Second apron. The hell? Seriously.
Dude, I mean...
Sometimes we get into some of this stuff, and it's like...
what are we talking about?
It's either a regurgitation sensation or just guesswork.
Well, listen, I want everybody to hear this accurately. We do all of our work. We really, really do. But it cracks me up when certain hosts, and I mean this radio, TV, anywhere, everywhere, where like, this is where I've arrived at my life, where I'm fully willing to just say to people when I don't know something. I remember 20 years ago in my career, that would really bother me. Like I would carry that all day if I got caught in and I'd like, you just start saying stuff to act like you do know. I'm so comfortable now being like, the luxury tax, the second apron, sure, like I get what they are in theory.
Right.
But am I going to sit here and tell you that I understand if the Warriors offered Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins and a first-round pick and Moses Moody for Paul George and the Clippers want to throw in, the Bob whatever, that's a legal deal. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I don't trust the hosts who say that they do. No, you don't. No, you don't.
There's a very small number of people like Eric Pincus, our guest.
But that's what they do for a living.
Correct. But
The
Bobby
general-
Marks,
I mean,
yes.
yes.
You want to get into the real capologist? That's why we ask him these questions, and then I hope that I remember the answer so that I can use it in a show to be named later.
And I even love when Eric's like, the DeJounte Murray thing breaks while we're sitting there talking to him, and he's like, I didn't dive in on that yet. It just broke, so I don't know. Powerful phrase. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's vulnerability, though.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it tough for some people.
I love the hosts who don't walk around and act like they watched every game. Yes, I saw 1,342 games last night. Relax.
Yeah.
You're a human being. It's okay. You don't know. I don't know. NBA free agency. Good God. I'd actually argue the NBA is very close to running the risk to being too complicated. These rules, which Eric even said to us, some are good, some are bad. And I get why they're doing them, but I do think they've overdone it. I absolutely think they've overdone it, and I do think they've missed a few things. For instance, and I've said this before, a stipulation in place when you drafted the player. That should not affect the cap the same way as other players. The Clippers didn't draft Paul George. Forget that. But, is there a way where Klay Thompson's money only counts every other dollar? Or however you want to structure it? Because that is the Warriors franchise legend. They should not be so stuck in trying to bring him back. Mark Stein's article today even suggests, and I didn't know this, that there were at least passive offers to Klay within the last 3 weeks. But I guarantee you he found them offensive. And part of that is because the Warriors don't have a special stipulation to talk to Klay. And I firmly believe that should be in place.
Yeah.
That's bad for the league, I think.
Yeah, and they have bird rights and, partial bird rights and other things that are difficult to fully understand, but they do have some protections built in to allow you to keep your own players. But what has happened, or what did happen, is the Warriors were so good at circumventing the structures that they put in place that they had to throw in this second apron, which made it very punitive to teams that wanted to overspend like the Warriors had. And so now the Warriors can't afford to be a team that goes over that number. And so you're going to see in the association, I think, more good old-fashioned parity than ever before. And we've had a different champion each of the last 5 seasons, in part because of the difficulty to keep your team together.
I don't know if I told you this, by the way. This Mark Stein piece that we keep referring to, it did end as a column. Like, this is an opinion piece. He sort of like puts Klay Thompson and Paul George up against one another. And he starts getting into numbers. And he says what Steph Curry really, really needs, like what Steph Curry needs next to him, is a catch-and-shoot superstar. Because Steph breaks down a defense like none other in the NBA still to this day. And so you need someone that when the ball moves the way the Warriors can move it and it ends up in their hands, catch and shoot. Want to hear the numbers? Last year in those situations, Klay Thompson from 3, 38.1%.
Okay.
Paul George, 45.4. Paul George damn near hits 1 out of 2.
On a catch and shoot.
On a catch and shoot.
Yeah. And Klay's number at 38.1 is just about exactly what it was in totality from the three-point line. And I think Paul George's number was far worse when it wasn't a catch and shoot.
Yep.
But you would need Paul George to do more than just catch and shoot threes. You can't afford to have him be a one-dimensional offensive player on this team if that all goes down.
A muddy situation for Thompson and the Warriors, says Mark, given their history, but Golden State's current focus, as cutthroat as it might seem, makes sense. Pursuing George over re-signing Thompson is the best thing Golden State could do if it wants to win another title. It's funny, and I know we say this a lot, like, oh, that's the pivot point, or that's the one real rub here. But I think that's where our fan base is divided, is that sentence right there. That sentence right there. Pursuing George over re-signing Thompson is the best thing Golden State could do if it wants to win another title. I would be willing to bet you, and you might be one of them, a bunch of people listening to that are thinking to themselves, you can't win another title.
Yes, but I do agree with the statement. It gives you a better chance. And when you read that, the second time you read it, I thought about it in terms of Klay Thompson hearing that or reading that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're Klay Thompson and the statement is acquiring Paul George gives you a better chance to win a championship than re-signing Klay Thompson, I would imagine that he already has that message sent to him by the Golden State Warriors by their very action of them not giving him a very good contract offer. So that to me is where a lot of the disrespect lies, because I don't think Paul George has won a title. I'd have to go back in his history, but of all the places he's been, I don't think that he's won a title. OKC, Indiana,
checks notes.
Clippers.
Confirmed.
No. Clay's got 4.
Yeah.
So you're Klay, and you're thinking, I got you 4, and now you think that this guy, Paul George, gives you a better chance to win a title than me, Captain 4?
And the Warriors are like,
well, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember way back when Paul George burst onto the scene in that Indiana team with Roy Hibbert, David West, and Paul George took Miami with LeBron, Bosh, and Wade to Game 7 in the Eastern Finals?
And every NBA fan thought they were headed. They were
next superstar.
Yeah, they were headed. Well, they were headed for glory. They were headed for glory. Like, whether it was that year or in the future, that team was going to do it. And they never did. They never did. So, yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it. And if you're just joining us, and we said this off the top, and we should probably really reiterate it because it's now 5:12 in the late afternoon, early evening on Friday, June 28th. And Dibs and I are very, very much on the same page when it comes to this that I'm about to say. We both firmly believe that today's show and its remaining 48 minutes, this show will be the final one that we do with Klay Thompson as a Warrior. It started with all that we already know. It continued yesterday with Ramona Shelburne saying this right here on our show about the Klay situation.
There are only a couple teams with the cap space, right, to sign him to something like a little larger. And I think the cap space dries up pretty quick, right? There's only a couple teams that would fit there. And then everything else would be sort of a mid-level, right? So there's not much to decide except for where you want to go. I think the Warriors do have an interest in bringing him back. But, is that happening before they deal with the other 4 or 5 options that are out there? I don't see that. I think they have a few other things to try to get done that may or may not happen, right, before they deal with Klay. And let's see how long he waits.
Yeah, how long he waits feels like a bad business move. I've sort of arrived at this point. You and I both believe that this is it. Something's going to happen here by the time we get to next week, or certainly early into next week. I think there's only one thing right now that can save Klay Thompson and the Warriors as partners, and it's cold feet. It's the only thing to me, because I think it doesn't make business sense for Klay to wait. I think he'll end up losing money. I think it's a huge risk. He could wait for the Warriors, and the Warriors could end up doing something completely different, or the Warriors could be forced to offer him the mid-level exception. I mean, all of these things that I think he would find embarrassing and would cost him a lot of money. The only thing that could save it is if Klay Thompson really sits down and someone gives him a pen and he goes, I just can't leave the Golden State Warriors. And I don't think he's going to get those cold
I don't
feet.
think so either. I mean, that's something that I think would have happened already, and he would have then gone back to the Warriors and said, look, let's make this work. I don't envision myself going anywhere else. I know I had a 2-48 on the table before, and I said no, but man, I'll take 2-24 now because I want to stay and be a Warrior. I don't think that cold feet or thinking about his legacy as a lifetime Warrior, I think that's all stuff that has already passed. And all you've heard from Klay or around Klay is that he wants to try free agency for the first time, because last go round he was hurt. And the team came to him right away and said, here's a max. Thank you for everything you've done. We have faith that you're going to get better. We'll see you in a year when your ACL is healed. Here's your max contract. And so he wasn't really a free agent. This time he is, and he wants to check that out.
Where do you fall on this one? Because the debate always gets this point. There's always people that want to weigh in with this when we're talking about Klay Thompson and the Warriors and the fight and the anger and the not being on the same page. There'll always be the person that goes, oh my God, they paid him $80 million to lay in bed for 2 years. Right? There's that person. Yeah. And then there's the other person who's like, Klay Thompson got surgery for a torn ACL, which, by the way, was suffered while trying to win an NBA Finals game, has 4 championships. Rehabbing is hard. If the Warriors didn't sign him, someone else would have. He was still in the prime of his career. He gave them his Achilles and his ACL. The Warriors should be thanking Klay. Which one of those two statements sits with you better?
Well, neither, really. I don't think that the Warriors should be thanking Klay, and I don't think that Klay owes the Warriors anything. You get a contract based on what the team thinks that you can do. And they gave him a contract willingly, knowing full well that he was out for a year with a torn ACL. Turned into 2 years because he tore his Achilles. That's just a bad break for the team and for the player, because these contracts are guaranteed. So when that happened, the Warriors, I'm sure, were thinking, oh no, bummer. And they also knew that they were going to miss out on 2 years of his services, but also when he came back, he wouldn't be the same player that he once was. So it was risky when they gave him a max and he had a torn ACL, but they did it willingly and with eyes open. And I don't think that Klay intentionally went out and blew out his Achilles trying to get better. So I don't think that he owes the team, and I don't think that the team owes Klay. It just turned out to be a bad break on both sides. And, you get into this contract and the team doesn't have to say, well, Klay, remember those 2 years? We paid you $70 million to lie around in a hospital. You kind of owe us. You should do us a solid and come in for the veteran minimum. No. And at the same time, Klay doesn't get to say, I've won 4 titles. I fought my way back from 2 catastrophic injuries to leave it all on the line for you. You need to do right by me. I'm Klay Thompson. No, that's not the way it works.
I'm really with you. It's fascinating, by the way, how many people use a phraseology like that. They paid him $80 million to sit there. Do you have any idea what he was doing during those 2 years?
He's sitting there.
I mean, rehab.
I tore my ACL, Mark, and I know what the rehab is like to just be a normal
just to
sports talk host.
Right, just to get from point A to point B.
Right.
This is to play at a high level, and right as he got all the way back, an even worse injury happened. That's even harder to rehab from. And so that is where, if I were Klay, that's the voice that really actually bothers me. You sat around and did nothing and made $80 million. No, he wasn't doing nothing. He was working even harder. So, but here's the problem. The problem is, and I don't know in life how to remove this. This is for business contracts. This is for parenting. This is for your love life. I don't know how to remove this. How do you remove the past? Someone help me with that. How do you do it? Because this is at the center of what keeps happening in sports. Players are sitting there going, I did X and Y and Z, and are you kidding me? And a team is forced to be like, great, that was in the past. We're talking about a contract that would start next year. What are you going to do for us then?
Right.
So we're projecting out who you're going to be, and it forces you to essentially criticize the person. We see what you are now. It's not what it used to be. And we figure it's probably going to get worse because that's how it goes, unless your name's Tom Brady. And emotionally, I don't know how you, as the individual, I don't know how you remove that.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
And I agree with what you're saying. And I would just look at the two cases we've talked about throughout the day with Thompson and Yuck. And, their opinion of Klay or their financial thought about Klay has changed over the course of the last 8 months. If he had a 2-year and $48 million offer back in October before the year, and now the offer is approximately half of that, and we don't know exactly what it is, but my sense is that the deal that Klay would get from the Warriors would be about the mid-level, $12 million a year, which is about half of what he was allegedly offered, and it's about a quarter of what he made this year.
Yeah.
That tells me what the Warriors are thinking about what they can do and what they think of Klay Thompson. And on the other side of that, if you're Klay and you've made almost $250 million and you see Draymond Green making 20 plus million and Andrew Wiggins is making 25 million and they're offering you 12 or 13 million a year and you've won 4 chips and Andrew took a month off and Draymond can't stay on the floor.
It's tough.
I mean, for me, it's beyond tough, and I understand why these things sometimes end badly, even though Klay will forever be, one of the all-time great Warriors. No one will ever wear number 11 and all the rest of it. That's all true. But in the moment, this is ending in a way that I didn't think it would end, but it makes a lot of sense.
Well, obviously 13 is not a possibility for Paul George. So what if they acquire him and he wears number 11?
Oh, God.
PG 11.
I think PG 15.
How do you feel about that?
I think he probably ends up wearing 15 if he comes here. 15, I think, is available.
Holy cannoli. Crazy.
Yeah, that would be crazy. PG 11.
Let's talk a little bit more about your nightmare scenario.
Okay.
And
it was Eric Pincus who threw it out there.
He did. And we've continued it. And it is that okay, you put Klay on the back burner. Klay signs with the Denver Nuggets, and they're a powerhouse in the West. And Paul George opts out tomorrow and signs with the Philadelphia 76ers on Sunday. You're sitting there with Chris Paul's contract on Sunday. You're like, we better just waive him. And so there's no Chris, and there's no Klay, and there's no Paul, and there's no KCP. That's it. But boy, Andrew Wiggins is still on the team. So, Wiggs, we're expecting Wiggins this year to play hard for 82 games. If you get all that, and this is what I do think people are fairly worried about, because there's all this talk about Paul George, yet there's plenty of people in the know start with Ramona, who are like, the Paul George thing it's really probably not going to happen.
I had somebody pretty close to this describe this is more of a long shot, just because it's complicated, right? And, the Clippers, they don't have to do anything. They can just sit back and kind of dare him to leave. If they know their guy and they think he really just wants to stay in LA or stay on the West Coast, they don't have to trade him anywhere. The only thing that gets a little weird is if he opts in, and then we'll know that by Saturday, right? That's the opt-in day, the 29th. So if he opts in, then you go, well, that's kind of interesting. That he can still do the extension with the Clippers. Then he kind of comes off the board for the cap space teams, unless they do a sign-and trade there. I think the Warriors obviously have interest in that.
Okay, so she says she's been told it's a little bit of a long shot. That led to this question. Hey, Ramona, what if it all goes wrong? What if plan A is not there? Plan B is not there? Then what?
How big of an overhaul can you do? How much is it about, giving other people different roles? How much is it about completely recasting the team? I think they have a lot of different plans. They put, A, B, C, D, E, F, right? I don't know where they are on the plans that might work or not work. Like I said on NBA Today the other day, name a high-profile trade target, a free agent. They've made some calls. Kevin Durant, they've called. Paul George, they've called. Right? I mean, this is where they are. Every big name, Larry Markkinen, they've called. But you can't make other people trade you things, the players, right? If they don't want to, you can't always find the right match there. So I think it's what can they actually pull off? We'll see.
Okay, and DeJounte Murray is already off the board.
Yep, and I think that Lauri Markkanen's going to get the max from Utah. He'll be off the board, and I think you're going to be left with possibly Brandon Ingram, maybe Kevin Durant, although Phoenix and the ownership is saying, oh, no, we like this. 3 guys making 50-plus and no playoff wins. The Paul George one is the one that everyone's eyes are on because, tomorrow he's got his deadline, and I would anticipate that he probably opts in. He opts in and says, all right, Clippers, the ball's in your court. What are you going to do now? I'm going to take my 48 for this year, 47.8. I'll play basketball. And if you're Paul George and you figure if you have a good year, there's going to be a marketplace for you next year when you're really a free agent and you can pick your destination. The only other piece of it would be if he wants to be a Warrior, then he tells the Clippers, look, I'll sign, I'm going to opt in. You're going to trade me to the Warriors. Good luck going to get whatever package you want to get from them. And I was looking at a Tim Kawakami tweet from a little bit ago and the idea of Jonathan Kuminga. Could you do the deal without Kuminga being in it? And I just don't see that scenario. So then it becomes, in the Warriors' court, would you trade Jonathan Kuminga to get Paul George?
I bet they would.
So that to me is where all of this might boil down to that.
I don't like that. And I'm not saying I wouldn't support it. What I'm saying is I just really want Jonathan Kuminga to still be on the team.
Of course.
But I think they're that
committed,
motivated to help Steph.
Agreed.
Right now.
Agreed. And it's funny you brought it back to Steph because we talked about LeBron and Bronny, and would Steph do that? No, of course not. Well, Cannon's only 5. Forget that part of it. If they go to Steph in all this and they say, well, Steph, I don't know if you saw the news, but Paul George opted in and we've got a deal on the table. We're going to send Chris Paul. We're going to send Andrew Wiggins. We got to throw in Jonathan Kuminga for Paul George and whatever other Clipper you want to throw in. I could pull up the roster, but it's not important for the conversation.
It could also be a 3-team deal.
What does Steph say? Does Steph, not that he has the final right of refusal, but would Steph green light a trade that got rid of Kuminga? Chris Paul is going to be gone. Wiggins and Kuminga essentially for Paul George. Would he think that makes him better? Would that be something that he would sign off on? That for me is an interesting part of this.
I mean, okay, my base answer to your question is I think yes. However, sort of the concept you're talking about of Wiggins also being gone and Kuminga, and then I think the premise includes Klay Thompson just signing elsewhere on his own.
Right.
Well, now all your wings are gone. You just have Paul. That's it. So, the idea that Wiggins, if Wiggins goes, I think that opens the door for Kuminga to stay. If Kuminga goes, in an odd way, it opens the door for Wiggins to stay. You know, I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're so enamored with Paul George that you just decimate your roster. You're going to need some other good players.
Yeah.
Steph Curry and Paul George by themselves, that does not get you anywhere. And obviously Draymond Green, and you'd still have a Pods, a TJD. You're going to need more scoring than that, but maybe finances get created that you can do some things still out on the open market. I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe it's just Paul and Kuminga, and you throw in Looney to make the money work. And, that adds up to almost exactly what Paul George is making. And, you wind up keeping Wiggins because I think Wiggins has a much more of a diminished value. And you're right, you do need multiple wings. And then if you could somehow do something with Klay in a sign and trade, which I don't think is very likely either, but I just wonder about the Kuminga piece and all this. And you and I have gone back and forth all week about, the leverage of the Clippers and will they need to involve Kuminga in the deal over the next couple of days. If Paul George opts in, I think all eyes for me then go to a Clipper Warrior trade.
I'm with you.
For me, it's Jonathan Kuminga. Would the Clippers accept a deal that doesn't have Kuminga in it?
I think right now they would say privately no.
Right.
But are they forced to? Because Paul's not going to go to them and say, I'd like a trade. He's going to say, I'd like a trade to the Warriors. You have to get me to the Warriors. All right. Well, now you're stuck a little bit. And the Warriors go, well, we're not doing Jonathan Kuminga. So leverage starts to move tomorrow in different directions. Here's Eric Pincus, Blazer Report on the Warriors' quote-unquote nightmare scenario.
If we just say, let's say that they just say, all right, Clay, love you, it's been great, see ya. And they say, Chris Paul, no trade, we're going to waive you. And they're keeping Kevon Looney. At this point, even if they don't keep Kevon Looney, they don't have any real money to spend, but they do have what's called the mid-level exception. They would have the large one that's just under 13.
So that's what I think as a Warrior fan you do not want to hear come Tuesday or Wednesday. It's like Chris Paul's gone, Clay's on the Nuggets, but we've got our mid-level.
Womp womp. That's tough.
Let's go to Bobby in Oakland. Hi, Bobby. What are you doing?
Hey, good. Listen to you guys, man. Good conversation. And you know what? When I heard the two-year, $48 million early in the beginning of last year, I thought that was a generous offer. I thought Klay should have jumped on that. And okay, let's see how he turns out for the remainder of the year. And of course, he had his spots. But at the end of the year, although he had some good moments in the playoffs, you always know about the 0-10, but his defense has really suffered. So he's going to have limited options. I mean, maybe Orlando may offer him a 2-year, but he doesn't want to go to Philly. They would absolutely destroy him. If he wants to take to Denver, maybe they'll give him a 1-year. I don't know if Ty won't let him to come back to the Warriors. So with that said, turn to Paul George. I don't know what that's going to want to do. I think Paul George is going to want to stand with the Clippers. No way Steve Ballmer is going to open up a new building and at the last second let Paul George move. They're going to offer him something to keep him there. So we'll see how that turns out. So what does that leave us, right? Yeah, leave us with the young guys. It leave us with the team that we had for the most part. Maybe have a free agent or two you can add in. I think the Warriors should start looking to the future. I mean, I don't know where it's where NBA seems to run out of players, impact players that you can go and get in free agency or trade. So they may have to look young and start building for the future, but that's where it's looking to me.
Yeah.
What you guys thoughts on that?
So, Bobby, here are my thoughts on that. Everything you just said is super reasonable. I can't stress this enough. I feel like I've said it 100 times already. Here comes number 101. Anybody who wants the Warriors to, quote, look to the future, they disagree vehemently. It doesn't mean they want to get rid of Kuminga and Podziemski. They want to keep good young players. That's not the point. The whole idea of it even looking or feeling that way would make Steph Curry throw up in his mouth, and therefore it would make the Warrior brass throw up in their mouth. The whole reason that Klay Thompson is not going to be a Warrior, I believe, is because they won't, quote, look to the future. That may sound weird, but I mean it. You can go get Klay for relatively cheap. If you just wanted to look to the future, keep Klay and you can develop guys and let the kumbaya with the big three on your way out the door. But the reason, as Ramona just said, the reason they're making every phone call is because they desperately still want to win. Desperately. So there is no, in my mind, there's no looking to the future. And if the roster ends up that way in 2 weeks, it's because everything else failed.
Right. And I do think that the Kuminga piece becomes a profound point on both of those, because if you do believe that he is a big piece for the future, and I think you could see his upside and say, yeah, this guy, he's got all-star potential. He can be a good number 2 on a very good team. If he's your best player, you're probably not a championship team unless he gets a lot better. But he, for me, is the pivot point, because if you trade him, that is one that could come back to bite you down the road. If he continues to progress into a great player, you might net something in the short term. It might be good enough to get you a title. But if it doesn't, that's one that could haunt you in the future.
I do have a wee bit of breaking news. The Giants roster transactions email has arrived.
Okay.
And there is an extra surprise on it. Indeed, Lamont Wade has been activated and, as we know, is going to play first base tonight. Also recalled from AAA Sacramento, Tyler Fitzgerald, which means that not one but 2 players are on the way, sort of quote-unquote off the roster. Nobody's being sent down or DFA'd. Tyro Estrada indeed has been placed on the 10-day injured list with a left wrist sprain, is the official injury. And also, Wilmer Flores has been placed on the 10-day injured list with right knee tendonitis. So 2 more injuries for your right-handed bats. Tyro Estrada and Wilmer Flores, both injured. Lamont Wade is back. Tyler Fitzgerald is up.
So who is your right-hand hitting first baseman now currently on the
right-handed
on the roster?
Hitting first baseman is going to be Matt Chapman.
Okay. And I'm not trying to corner you, but I guess you're just going to go with
great question.
You're going to have Lamont Wade Jr. play every day. Is basically
absolutely.
Because when you get right knee tendonitis, that tells me that you're trying to give a player a little bit of a break.
Yeah, Wilmer got old this year.
Yes.
Did everyone else notice that?
Agreed.
Yeah,
and we were talking earlier about Giants who are yet to get hurt this year, and I was actually going to throw out Wilmer's name, but now he's getting a stint. He's getting a stint on the IL, and I know Yaz is working to get his way back, but
VR is up. There you go.
Thank you. Okay,
there's your right-handed. There's your right-handed hitting first baseman.
There you go,
David VR.
Yeah. Well, best of luck this weekend. I'd say it's a big series, but
it's just the Dodgers. They're not that good.
And then you get the Guardians, and then
well, you get the Braves first. I think.
That's what it was. The Braves, then the Guardians.
The Braves and the Guardians.
Tough stretch, but the cavalry's coming.
Oh yeah.
They're
coming.
They are coming. They're pretty far down the road, but they're eventually going to get there.
They're not that far down the road. They're all on rehab assignments.
Cool.
That's what happens right before you get called up to the big club.
The Guardians are like the best team in baseball.
I know.
They're incredible.
Yeah. Yep. Isn't they being managed by Stephen Vogt?
That's correct.
I remember somebody who wanted the Giants to hire Stephen Vogt.
Yeah, they didn't know.
Can't remember his name.
Yeah. Well, instead they settled for Bob Melvin.
No, I like Bob Melvin.
I love Bob Melvin.
I like Bob Melvin a lot. I don't think yesterday was his best moment.
No.
I don't. I don't think going to Luke Jackson in the 10th inning, and I know everyone wanted him to go to Doval, and you could have gone to Doval. By the way, there were other options too. I feel like Taylor Rogers has been tucked in the corner, and I'm like, dude, that's a better pitcher than Luke Jackson.
Right.
They're all better pitchers than Luke Jackson right now.
So you'll bring Doval into a game where you're up 13-2, but you won't bring Doval into a tie game in the 10th when there's an automatic runner on base. That one to me rings a little bit hollow.
Bob Melvin on Doval's availability yesterday.
If it was save only, we would have asked him to pitch today. But as much as we've used everybody, if we used him again today too, I mean, in a tie game, yeah, I just don't, then we don't have anybody available tomorrow. So 3 in a row, we're trying to keep guys away from 3 in a row. I know it's limited pitches, but he throws really hard too. And, it was the only time we were going to use him 3 in a row would have been in a safe situation today.
Okay. That's frustrating. I'm also going to give Bob a little bit of space here.
What are we doing here?
Okay.
It's impossible for it to be a safe situation in the 10th.
That is accurate. Okay. That's accurate. So once they got to the 10th, he was saying, we ain't using Doval.
Right.
And you can criticize that, and I hear you. I totally hear you. I think at minimum, you got to give a manager a little bit of leeway when you're doing this many bullpen games. Like, good God, it's a flippin' mess. And largely not his fault and out of his control. It was his other comment that I didn't love. And that would be this one about Luke Jackson.
Well, he pitched well yesterday, but, we were using everybody every day. And, it was one pitch today. I thought he threw the ball better yesterday. I thought he threw the ball good again today, except for one pitch that ends up being a homer.
Okay. So he thought that Luke Jackson has pitched well now 2 days in a row. Now, the previous day, he did get 4 outs, and he did not give up any hits. He did pitch well the day before. His ERA is over 6.
Right.
So he has not pitched well. And I don't know why having one good outing would suggest that he's going to pitch well the next day. The last time I saw him throw was Monday night, and he gave up 3 runs. He only got 1 out. And even FP told us the other day, like, his mechanics are all out of whack. His body parts are flying everywhere, and the ball doesn't even get to home plate most of the time. I don't know what the hell's going on with him, but I ain't giving him the 10th inning under any circumstances.
Right, and you've got your closer in there, and as FP always says, when you have an automatic runner, you just almost assume that runner's going to score. So you bring your closer in a tie game with a runner on second and nobody out. It's closing time.
That's all right, Tibbs. We're going to celebrate. We're going to celebrate the San Francisco Zoo and Gardens 95th anniversary all June long. Meet their amazing rescued animals, including the rare axolotl. Join them in the celebration and be part of a legacy. Visit sfzoo.org to learn more. Coming up next, the last Willard and Dibs segment ever with Klay Thompson as a Warrior. That's coming up on Willard and Dibs.
So, after you lift weights, your body keeps burning calories for hours post-workout.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, remember the Warriors Summit is a week from Monday. All the hosts, not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, 6. All 6. Monday, July 8th. Dibs and I are going to be there for our normal show. We are contractually obligated to do so. That show starts at 2. If you don't know that, tisk, tisk. But at 2 o'clock, we start our show. We go 2 to 4, 4 to 6. Everybody joins on in. Steiny Goo, Bonte, Joe. We will be in Fremont at the all-new Fremont Bank at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. That's a lot of Fremonts. It's Fremont Bank. It's on Fremont Boulevard. It's in the city of Fremont. Okay? Space
It's going to be the new downtown of Fremont.
Indeed, it will be. You got to see it to believe it. There's a... Are we going rooftop?
Rooftop, baby.
Rooftop.
6th floor, tallest building in Fremont.
I mean...
The views are spectacular.
Good things happen on the rooftop. I've told you that before.
Always.
Nobody has ever looked at me and went, you want to go up to the rooftop? And I'm like, no, I'm good. Yeah, let's go to the rooftop. So we're going to do that, and we would love for you to come up to the rooftop with us. Space is limited up there on the rooftop. So it's not just any riffraff going to get let in. You want to go? You go to 957thegame.com and reserve your spot. It's free, but you will enjoy yourself. We will enjoy seeing you there. 957thegame.com. Reserve your free spot. We're not done with the Klay conversation. However, I wanted to add this quote. Remember I said earlier that Brandon Ayuk was like, yeah, I would predict that I'll be in a Niner jersey. Here's the actual quote. Ryan Clark asked him, if you had to guess, where do you think you'll play next season? The quote is, quote, if I had to guess, probably a 49ers uniform. If not a 49ers uniform, probably a Washington Commander uniform. If not a Washington Commander uniform, probably a Steelers uniform.
What?
End quote.
Right, because he's a free agent, right?
No.
Exactly. And so you get to call that shot. That's always wild.
I'm telling you, this is why he's doing this. This is the only leverage. The only leverage he has is to get super public about it and get everybody all uncomfortable. That's why this is happening. You're going on a podcast. Can you imagine Bosa last year? Yeah. I was thinking maybe I could join my brother with the Chargers.
Right.
This is the only leverage he's got. And it is working to a degree, I would argue. He's gotten the 49ers' attention, multiple meetings, awareness that this is really like emotionally upsetting him. I think all of that's fine. But in the end, the Niners still hold the cards.
Right.
And he does not get to pick his spot.
He doesn't. If in fact he's unhappy.
Now, he may be well aware of which teams are interested in calling the 49ers and making a deal if it got to that. If the Niners ended up trading Brandon Ayuk, it would be just a colossal miscalculation.
Absolutely.
Because
to do it in June.
Yeah, if you were going to do that, you needed to already do it.
Right. And that's why, when it comes to his next team or what uniform he sees himself in, it's either a Niner uniform or it's going to be in street clothes because they're not going to trade him now at this point before the season. There's too much at stake now. And you don't know if Ricky Pearsall can step in and be even half as good as Puka Nacua last year as a rookie. And you are relying on Brandon Ayuk to be your ultimate X receiver, which is what he referred to himself in that podcast as. He's the ultimate X, the guy who you can put out wide and he can beat single coverage. He's effective against the zone. He can run every route and he knows it. The team needs him. They're not going to trade him.
All right. I'm with you. I'm with you completely. I don't want to do it this way. This is going to sound really weird, but I feel like before we hop off the show today, I feel like we should say a thing or two about Klay Thompson not being on the team when we do this again.
It feels a little bit maudlin.
Well, it's a little bit premature. We could end up with egg on our face for sure, but that's nothing new. So I don't know. I mean, it's not goodbye. And no one's gonna cry, but I do feel like something should be said about Klay Thompson's career with the Golden State Warriors. I've not been able to find one voice, not one, who is optimistic about him staying right now.
Right.
And there are some pretty hefty voices that have said some pretty interesting things that would almost suggest that the whole thing's nailed shut.
Right.
I would say that too.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
And, you talk to more people than I do, but everything that I've heard and read and the people I've talked to and all the tea leaves, as we like to say, and the breadcrumbs and all the signs are pointing toward him making a decision early in free agency, the Warriors not being a team that wants to pull the trigger on Klay early in free agency. And so I think about, these being the last days. And as I reflect on Klay Thompson's time with the Golden State Warriors, assuming that it does come to an end, it's not only Klay on the court, but it's Klay as a Bay Area citizen.
Yeah.
Because I lived in Oakland for a long time, and I went up to the open space more than twice, maybe 3 times, and you look over, and there's a 6'6" guy just throwing a tennis ball for his dog. And he's just out there throwing the ball for Rocco. People see him. He says hello. They say hello. It's not a big deal. It's Klay Blinken Thompson.
Yep.
He's just a part of it. The Montclair Golf Course, which is where I met my wife. Great driving range, great bar. He just sits up there with his 3 buddies with a couple of pitchers of Coors Light and just chopping it up like any of the other schlubs like me and Steiny and the rest. He's a part of us. And that's the part maybe that I'll miss more than the great basketball exploits.
Yeah,
he's such a great regular dude,
Well, I just think it fit the Bay so perfectly. We don't need to explain this to you. You're largely, most of you listening to us, you're Bay Area residents. So you get why here is unique. You get that the vibe of here is different. And while the vibe of here has evolved, especially in the last 5 years, there are certain pieces of it that remain, and I've always felt like Klay Thompson just captured them perfectly. He's a unique guy, like so many of us are. And there aren't many basketball players that seem more activated by reading a book and going on a boat ride than they are playing a basketball game or nightlife or whatever. He's a different kind of a guy in a different kind of a place. And those two things always jived perfectly. My personal entry point comes much more from the fact that I used to host a show with his father. And so I was hosting with Michael Thompson the day that Klay Thompson got popped for marijuana in Pullman, Washington. And I don't bring that up because to criticize Klay, this was not a day that the Thompson family remembers fondly. But I can tell you what struck me about that day. And I've shared this story with you before. The whole radio station sees this story and knows that Michael's on his way to the station to host a show with me. We were actually still filling in together. We hadn't gotten our show yet. And we were about to do a show together. And the whole time I'm sitting there going, well, I think what I'll do is I'll ask him to just address it real quick and then we'll move on. And then we won't talk about it anymore because I'm thinking that this man is going to come sit down and be like, okay, this is my family's private business. I don't really want to get into it, but I'm also like, I'm getting myself ready. I'm like, Michael, right? We can't run from it though, right? Like everyone's going to be tuning in. And so maybe we just make a statement and move on. And Michael kind of kept to himself that day. And I was probably a little bit intimidated by the whole situation. And so he comes in and sits down and I set up the show. And I'm like, Michael, I would imagine maybe you would like to address this in some sort of a way. And we'll just do that briefly. And then we've got a lot to talk about.
Right.
Kobe Bryant walked from point A to point B. We need to talk about it and set that whole thing up. And he immediately looks at me and goes, can you freaking believe this, kid? And we did 4 hours on a father and a son and family dynamics and disappointment and frustration and what you do when bad stuff happens in your family. And it was one of my favorite days in the history of broadcasting because it immediately wasn't about basketball. It wasn't really even about Klay. It was about a man and his son. And there was nothing more relatable than that. And that's who these people are, the Thompson family. They're just a very, very real bunch. And so, I've run into Klay a number of times. He's taken pictures with my kids. He's always been very, very kind. And I leave it at that. That's what I think of the Thompson family, and they're pretty great people.
Whatever happens to Klay, wherever he winds up, if he goes elsewhere, I will always be a fan of his, for sure.
Yep. All right, man. You want to do this again tomorrow?
You and I need a break. How about we reconvene July 8th at the summit?
For the summit, fine. I'll see you at the summit.
Okay.
I'm going on vacation. This guy and Grandy and everybody's going to hold it down just fine. In fact, here comes Grandy with today's best of. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full service banking with no compromises. Also, don't forget about this weekend. The Dodgers suck, okay? For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. This time of year is filled with excitement. With graduations, Father's Day, and summer trips, it's a great beginning to summer adventures. Stevens Creek Subaru wants to remind you of all the opportunities to explore the open road and beyond in an all-new Subaru Solterra, Subaru's first all-electric, all-wheel drive SUV capable to tackle any terrain. Stevens Creek Subaru is known for its good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. We're also known as the home of the Wilderness Cafe and the Subaristas.
This month, lease a new 24 Solterra Premium for just $299 per month. Just $299 per month on approved credit from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease. No security deposit needed. $299 due at signing plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. 15 cents per mile in excess of 10,000 miles per year. $295 acquisition fee. MSRP $46,791. VIN number RA052311. Expires end of this month.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
My fault.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
That's better.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation.